Chapter 1 Being a cannon fodder may be a happy life. Uchiha Ci, the clan leader, has ordered that all ninjas in the clan go to the security hall. I know, I'll go right away. Uchiha nodded, with a calm expression, and fished out an empty can from the river while answering. The Uchiha Chunin who delivered the order looked at him in surprise, and reminded him in a low voice before turning away. Boy, the third Kazekage is missing, the border is becoming more and more tense, and a war in the ninja world is about to break out. You are just a genin now, don't show off and take on missions you shouldn't take. Then, the Chunin frowned and glanced at what Uchiha Ci was doing, and said speechlessly. As an Uchiha, what you should do now is to practice hard and improve your strength. Don't waste your time on such rubbish tasks. After all, call out. When the Chunin left, Uchiha Ci's eyes suddenly showed a hint of uncontrollable joy. He threw the fork he used to clean up the river garbage, stepped on the water, turned over and jumped to the shore. He threw the can into the sack on the river bank. Damn it, is the ninja war finally going to break out? Uchiha Ci looked excited. I can finally leave the village and die. This year, I have been so worried. Pick up garbage, catch cats, nurse babies, dredge rivers. How can I die with these bird feather tasks? Uchiha sighed with relief, his hands trembling with excitement. I can finally go home. It is not difficult to see that the current Uchiha Ci is no longer the Uchiha Ci in the original history of the ninja world, but a time traveler. However, he is no ordinary time traveler. He is a strong man chosen from thousands of miles away by the will of heaven. Why is a strong man descended from heaven? Simply speaking, that is, he will be randomly shaken with a talent. Then he is sent to various troubled times, relying on personal ability and hard work to rewrite the tragedy that should have happened, and push society forward to achieve a happy end. After completing this task, Uchiha Ci can get a huge bonus and return to the original world. On the contrary, if you fail to do it or act contrary to others, you will be wiped out by the judgment of heaven when the ending comes to an end. Of course, as an orthodox Tiendeo, Uchiha Ci would pay insurance. In the process of saving the common people as a fierce man from heaven, if he died in an accident, he would be able to obtain compensation. Return to the original world with a generous insurance money, 5 million yuan. This standard cannot be lower than the original history, and malicious suicide will not be compensated. Uchiha Ci has been waiting for this moment to come. The original person lost his parents when he was young, and was often bullied by his tribe because of his mediocre talents. Until now, he was just a genin. I have never heard of such a person in the Hokage. It is estimated that he either died in the Third Ninja War, or died in the Night of the Nine Tails or the Night of Genocide. It's like cannon fodder. And what is the fate of a cannon fodder? Uchiha came up with the answer without thinking. It's a battlefield. As long as you go to the battlefield and get stabbed to death, no matter how harsh Tiendeo Insurance Company is, you still have to hold your nose and pay the premium. Coincidentally, it is now the eve of the Third Ninja War. Having lost the Third Kazekage, Tsunagakure will soon formally declare war on Konoha and further advance the front. Based on this, all parties will fight in the future. Battle of Green Lao Reef and Mist. Yunli Gorge Invasion Operation. With 1 against 10,000, the final battle of the 3 generations of Reikage comes to an end. In the land of rain, heretic demons, dragon souls cut the grass. The Battle of Konobe Bridge. The Battle of Platikodon Mountain. Those legendary ninjas. The most brutal war so far. All the whispers of secret plots, the crisscrossing lines of greed on the map. They will all explode during this time period. Uchiha Ci thought about it, there are so many classic battles, if he can get into any one of them, he, a weak scumbag, would be able to understand clearly. Be a cannon fodder and don't die too quickly. Even though these wars still gave him bad luck, and no one in a million survived to the end, Uchiha Ci could happily maintain a normal heart. After all, there will be the Night of Nine Tails and the Night of Genocide after this. Of course, it's not that Uchiha Ci has never thought about becoming a strong man from heaven and rewriting history. After all, he still has a lot of regrets in Naruto. However, when he took stock of the situation, he discovered that with his ability, if he wants to achieve a more perfect ending than Prince Naru, it is basically a dream. A series of cheats such as the Prince's Gifted Game, Father's Gift Game, Ancestor Game, Bioshin Mouth Game, etc. almost overturned when faced with the top combat power in the Naruto world. And he is just a weakling who can't even open the Sharingan. Upward, he was unable to trace his bloodline and obtained the power of Indra and the power of the six paths for genetic mutation. At the same time, with his level of knowledge, there is no way he can develop his own Gundam and become a god with technology. What did he hit with? It's okay to have a trick like deducting one at the beginning to get a kaleidoscope, but for a formal company like Tiendeo, the hooking power is really insufficient. So far, the talents he has shaken out have not even been paid. Apart from being a cannon fodder, he couldn't figure out how he, a mortal, could make a comeback. So after Uchiha Ci knew that he could reasonably cheat and use insurance, his thoughts took a 180-degree turn. That is to say, 500 million, isn't it delicious? As for saving the world, let us still say, believe in the prince. As for his Uchiha words, on the eve of this treacherous ninja war, find a place, send him off first, and then die of exhaustion. Look, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into tears after hearing this realization. He still has to burn paper for us in front of the commemorative monument. 2. It must be a war mobilization meeting to gather the clan members at this juncture. There are not many dangerous tasks in the first place, so I can't let them snatch them away from me. I have to go quickly. This wave is throwing their lives and blood for Konoha. It's totally okay to rush. Uchiha's eyes were fixed and he was not confused. He took off his rain boots for getting into the water and rushed towards the security department. Not even the sacks and forks on the shore. Aside. Passing by here, Uchiha Shisui was leaping over the eaves and rushing towards the security department. Coincidentally, I heard the words of Uchiha Ci below. He couldn't help but froze for a long time, and almost missed his footing and fell off the roof. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Is there anyone in the Uchiha clan who has the same idea as me? Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Ci who was running against the setting sun and touched his chin. But the mission that the clan leader is about to issue is really too dangerous. No, I can't let such a young and enlightened partner die. After finishing his words, Uchiha Shisui's eyes were fixed. As a good young man who loves the village, he understands Uchiha Ci's feelings of fighting for the village very well. Under the influence of this kind of emotion, it is very easy to get hot-headed and choose tasks that others would not even dare to take a look at to prove themselves. How many good men have lost their lives for such stupid reasons? This is such a shame. And Uchiha Shisui, he would never let such a tragedy happen in front of his eyes. Especially, those two will be mobilized immediately, which can almost be said to be a life-or-death mission. I beg for support for the new book, for reading, for everything. This book summarizes the previous mistakes, learns from the experience, makes a perfect outline, and arranges it more neatly. Please feel free to enter the book. Lost will try its best to show everyone a different ninja world. From the perspective of the protagonist, it cuts from the ninja war to the games between small countries, small organizations, and big countries, the elimination of blood successors, the fusion of the blood dragon eye and the Sharingan, and the immortality of the evil god cult. The hydration of the ghost lamp, the kaleidoscope awakening that refers to the mythological system of the small days, and the explosive plot turning point, the forbidden power of blasphemy in a mortal body. In addition, you are welcome to join the group and touch the author's dog head, 7919822259. Above, baredteeth.jpg, Thank you. Chapter 2 Uchiha Shisui, if you want to die, have you asked me? Konoha Security Department. Under the red and white ping-pong racket-like family emblem, a group of Uchiha stood in the lobby of the security department, choosing tasks. A handsome young man was crowded among the crowd, looking up at the bulletin board filled with task lists. Normally, tasks are released at the task release office in the Hokage building. But Uchiha Ci is not a registered ninja of Konoha. He was like a bunch of cannon fodder for the ninja coalition suddenly gathered together by the 5 major powers during the Fourth World War. He is a ninja belonging to the Uchiha family. Although there is also a Konoha dog tag hanging on his head, it is still different. For example, most tasks are assigned directly by the village to the family, and then directly posted within the family in this way. The main focus is on participation and doing what you can. But this obviously does not meet Uchiha Ci's expectations. Damn it, there's not even a mission related to national borders. Uchiha Ci was dumbfounded. During this period, the most dangerous place is. It should belong to the mixed zone between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wind. Especially places like the Country of Rain and the Country of Valley. But on the taskbar at this moment, there is actually no mission related to border patrol, cross-border escort of supplies, tracking and assassination of enemy officials. All are tasks that can be completed within the country. There are even a lot of D-level tasks posted, such as finding cats, delivering letters, and plowing fields, etc. Within the scope of C-level tasks he can receive. The most dangerous. He actually drove back a huge wild boar that escaped from the forest of death not far from the village. Nat, I originally thought that I would die if I could leave the village. Uchiha was about to cry but had no tears. But how is it different from the past? Uchiha resigned with despair, shook his head helplessly, and decided to take on the most dangerous C-level task of driving away wild boars. Let's see if we can give Brother Pig an extra meal. But at this moment, a slightly immature hand took down the mission file one step ahead of him. Sorry, please leave this task to me. A handsome-looking young man, wearing black turtleneck short-sleeved trousers and carrying a pair of ribs, smiled at Uchiha Ci. The iconic dumpling nose made Uchiha instantly recognize that this was the Uchiha genius whose name had not yet been revealed at this time. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha word, ... Damn it, you are a registered ninja in Konoha, what kind of family mission are you trying to steal from me? Sorry, Uchiha Ci. This mission can help me sharpen my sword skills, and I can give you the mission reward. But please give me this opportunity. Uchiha Shisui smiled seriously with sincere feelings. With such a cheerful smile, Uchiha had no reason to refuse. Anyway, it was just a C-level mission, and there was a high probability that he would not die. After that, the Ninja World War broke out, and there were many chances of death. Uchiha Ci didn't care about this either. He was surprised, you know me. Of course he knew Uchiha Shisui. However, Uchiha Ci felt quite surprised that the other party knew him. Well, we did D-level missions together, have you forgotten? Uchiha Shisui smiled and lied casually. Maybe Uchiha muttered. He had done too many tasks and couldn't remember them all. He was not interested in making friends with the characters in the original work, even if it changed the future and caused the prince to fail to save the world. Then his sin is huge. Now, he just wants to die early and go home. Immediately too lazy to pay attention to the other party, Uchiha continued to look at the mission bulletin board. In fact, Uchiha Shisui also just found Uchiha Ci's name from the mission book. Moreover, he was shocked by Uchiha Ci's resume. Uchiha Ci, Genin, 1 year of ninja experience. Number of tasks completed, 855 times for D-level and 0 times for C-level. This little-known peer turned out to be a task maniac, completing an average of 2 to 3 D-level tasks a day and not even taking a day off in a year. It's absolutely terrifying. Uchiha Shisui didn't know that this experience would shock Uchiha Shisui. He did so many tasks just to try and see if he could die suddenly from overwork. But if he knew that he would be recognized by Shisui for this reason, he would definitely twist his limbs and shout, "A sin!" This also made Uchiha Shisui more convinced that this peer was not a vulgar Uchiha. A genin could do this. He really burns himself for the village. For this reason, Uchiha Shisui didn't care about being ignored by Uchiha Ci. Instead, he took a step closer, almost shoulder to shoulder. "You, what are you doing?" Uchiha cried out in horror. "I didn't see it." You Uchiha Shisui, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, have this kind of hobby at a young age? Uchiha Shisui only thought that this friend was a little shy, so he smiled knowingly, leaned close and whispered in his ear. "Sai-jun, I know what you are thinking." 3. Uchiha C's eyes widened. "You, how did you know that I wanted to cheat on insurance?" The Grand Elder will hold a mobilization meeting later, and there are 2 very dangerous tasks. Uchiha Shisui said solemnly. "But don't worry, I won't let you catch it." As if a devil was whispering in his ears, Uchiha shivered. Looked at Uchiha Shisui in horror. "I wonder if this birdman has some kind of plug-in that listens to his heart. Want to steal some wool from your buddy?" However, the 2 tasks mentioned in the other party's words made Uchiha C's eyes light up. "What is the mission?" Uchiha lowered his voice, not wanting others to hear, making the 2 of them seem mysterious and engaged in underground transactions. "Sure enough, you are such a person." Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment, then looked amazed. "I once again recognized Uchiha Ci in my heart." Then he secretly made up his mind that he would not let Uchiha die in a dangerous mission. Such talents! It should be a bridge between the village and Uchiha. At this time, an old man with a grey hair and a cold half-face mask, wearing only the high-collared black robe of the Uchiha clan and not wearing a Konoha forehead protector, climbed to the top of the security hall. The eagle's gaze is so sharp that people dare not look directly at it. Uchiha Ci was suddenly startled. Because the man in front of him is the only remaining great elder of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Setsuna. As a fierce man who once planned to assassinate the second Hokage and is still alive and kicking. This person is of course the Hawk leader of the Uchiha clan. All the Uchiha present also cast their gazes on the old man, with either respect, hatred, or indifference in their eyes. Everyone present must have some guesses as to why you were summoned. Uchiha Setsuna spoke calmly, his voice echoing throughout the security hall. "Not bad. The war is about to begin." After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the entire ninja world gradually developed into chaos. Here in the country of fire, border frictions are becoming more and more intense. The latest news is that a small-scale battle has begun in the Kingdom of Rain. And in the outside world further away, Iwagakure and Kirigakure have been harboring grudges for a long time, and it looks like a war is about to break out. Union's group of barbarians were also determined to be evil, and they tried several times to force them into Tien country. The era of war in the entire ninja world will come soon. However, Uchiha paused for a moment and said coldly, "I, Uchiha, have been through thousands of years of war, and such a young boy is not worthy of the Dao. Now, the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain and the garrison of Hell Valley in the Kingdom of Yu. We need 2 ninjas from the upper, middle, and lower levels to form 2 teams and go to support them. The genin will not force you to do anything. The jounin and choyunin will make their own decisions. If there are not enough people at the end of the term, I will name them and force them to participate." After the words fell, the scene suddenly fell silent. Hearing these 2 place names spoken by Uchiha Setsuna, many people's faces turned pale with fright. Uchiha Ci, who was standing in the crowd, wanted to raise his hand to sign up immediately. Shout out, "It is our duty to rebuild the glory of Uchiha." His eyes were suddenly in a trance. And his whole body couldn't help but tremble. An emotionless voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The talent has arrived. Heart of Steel, SSS please, let me steal again. Steal, door. With a deafening clear sound, Uchiha suddenly woke up. But, hearing the name of this talent, Uchiha's heart skipped a beat. Collect it and read it, man, bang bang bang. Chapter 3, in 3 sentences, let Uchiha open the Sharingan for me. When Heart Steel is a powerful equipment in a certain game. The effect is very straightforward. If you hit someone with steel, you will become stronger. Uchiha is no stranger to this stuff. He is an experienced player of 10,000 brawls and the 7th level Steel Gate Zion. The main thing is to sell the first one. If you dare to hit me, okay, I will give this first to you, big brother. The more you give, the stronger you get, and the more you give, the meatier you get. Now, when he wanted to die, such a talent appeared. Probably, it shouldn't have any impact on his insurance fraud plan, right? Uchiha's face was expressionless, and he began to feel something bad deep down in his heart. However, now he knows nothing about this talent, and the will of heaven has not issued a plug-in instruction manual. The urgent matter now is to take over the task from the great elder Setsuna Uchiha. Before the plug-in can react, send yourself to the battlefield first, and let Iwagakure or something hack you to death quickly. Complete the insurance fraud plan. This is the most important thing. But Uchiha always felt a little uneasy. Looking back, only then did he realize that the source of his anxiety was standing next to him. This guy named Uchiha Shisui, who is actually a little devil, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth in Uchiha's eyes, smiled softly, and whispered very subtly. Uchiha, don't worry, I will take over the task of mobilizing the elders. You should stay within the clan now and train yourself. The hairs on Uchiha's back suddenly crawled all over his back, and sweat dripped down his forehead. He thought to himself, big brother, why don't you go and have fun with the eldest son of the Fugaku family? What are you planning to do if you keep staring at your brother? Immediately, Uchiha did not hesitate and rushed out of the crowd. Before Uchiha Shisui could react, he raised 3 fingers excitedly, swore to the sky, and spoke in a high tone. Elder! It is our duty to rebuild the glory of Uchiha. I'm not afraid of danger, please let me go to the battlefield. Uchiha took a step forward and howled at the top of his lungs. His voice was melodious and lingering in the air. He raised his arms confidently, with a resolute face. No matter whether it's the pouring rain in the land of rain or the fragrance of nephrite hot springs in the land of you, they can't shake my will to dedicate everything to the Uchiha clan. If there must be one person who needs to be sacrificed, then I hope that person. It has to be me. After the words fell, everyone couldn't help but look sideways, with a little admiration in their eyes. Whose general is this? How can he be so brave? Sai-jun! What are you doing? It was too late for Uchiha Shisui to stop him. He suddenly showed a look of astonishment and his tone was very sad. Although it has not been long, he has already determined that Uchiha is a companion who has the same will and can rely on his back. But why did he just turn around and send it away? Ah, is this what it feels like to lose a companion? This. Uchiha Shisui's face turned red from holding it back, and he had a strong urge to drag Uchiha home, hang him up, and whip him several times. Uchiha Shisui's eyes, which had been trained to a critical point, turned scarlet before he noticed it. A Megatama rotated rapidly in the scarlet Sharingan eyes, revealing an aura of sadness. The opportunity to open your eyes is called the loss of your partner. 4. Like fate, it was triggered in advance on him. However, you can't do it, you're too rubbish. The great elder Uchiha frowned for a moment, lowered his head and glanced at Uchiha wondering where did this idiot come from? He is still an Uchiha genin who has not opened his eyes. How is that any different from trash? The words fell. The determined expression on Uchiha-C's face froze. The edges and corners seemed to be able to scratch someone to death. The boy's embarrassment was deafening. Did you hear it? Uchiha-ci is crying in her heart. Uchiha instantly despised you. At this time, in Uchiha-ci's eyes, a huge red spot suddenly lit up on Uchiha's face. The clouds blocked the sun, almost blocking the expression on Uchiha Setsuna's face. But the pair of eyes filled with contempt were revealed, as if engraved in Uchiha's heart. It made him feel a surge of anger. Although my brother is indeed a bit of a loser now. However, if you tear open the wound like this, Great Elder, I will also be angry, brother. If you break my wings, I will destroy your paradise. Great Elder. Uchiha's face turned solemn, he took a big step forward again and said sternly. This is not a question of whether it is garbage or not. I know that my abilities are limited, and I haven't opened my Sharingan. Uchiha raised his tone and said loudly. But genin are involved in the war. There is no need to be responsible for the defense of the frontal battlefield. Most of them are wandering around the edge of the battlefield doing some auxiliary work. Besides, other families have sent genin into the Rain Kingdom battlefield. And I, Uchiha, don't send one. Doesn't that make other families look down on us, Uchiha? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and immediately looked at Uchiha-ci with horror on their faces. There's nothing wrong with that. But, the person you are fighting against right now. But he was a fierce man who assassinated the second Hokage. Moreover, he is also the leader of the Hawk faction and the Great Elder of Uchiha. His energy can be used by the Uchiha clan. Power, power, overwhelming, heaven. 4 words to describe it. You kid, just went up like that? Who gave you the courage? After hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna's face immediately darkened. With a dark face, he thought to himself, am I giving this guy a hard time? A useless genin who hasn't even awakened his Sharingan. How dare you refute his opinion? This is really a little sow climbing a tree, he is so awesome. But Uchiha suddenly changed his mind. Isn't this kind of talent what he needs? Uchiha instantly narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. As the leader of the Hawks, he is responsible for developing the members of the Hawks in the family. And this, of course, is not just about talent. Character is even more important. Especially that kind of. He is a good boy with a hairy brain and an extreme personality. If he disagrees with you, he will throw his head and blood and fight for the future of Uchiha until he is the next 18 years old. And the more arrogant this boy is now, the more loyal he is to his family. During the coup, why didn't he chop off Hiruzen Sarutobi's dog head into a bowl while barking? For Uchiha Setsuna, a professional in coups, he dared to pat his chest and guarantee. No one understands coups better than him. People like Uchiha-ci are simply high-quality cannon fodder for the coup. Therefore, we must not allow such talents to die on such a ridiculous mission as serving Konoha. Thinking about it this way, the look on Uchiha Setsuna's face suddenly changed from gloomy to clear, and he even smiled in a sinister way. When everyone present saw Uchiha Setsuna's smile, they couldn't help but shrink their necks, and their spines felt a little chilly. Even Uchiha-ci felt a little drummed in his heart. It's not that I'm afraid of this old guy. He was just thinking. If the old man chopped him off in a rage, would it be covered by medical insurance? Calculate. The will of heaven immediately gave an answer in his mind. Uchiha Siden's eyes lit up immediately. This time, he was no longer panicked and breathless. He straightened his back and stared back. Uchiha Setsuna almost laughed angrily at Uchiha-ci's little look. Uchiha Setsuna forcibly resisted the strong urge in his heart to hang the boy up and give him a beating. He thought of his vision and took a long breath. Decided to give this kid another step down. He immediately stared back with cold eyes and scolded in a cold voice. Naive, ridiculous. If the battlefield is as beautiful as Uchiha said, Uchiha wouldn't mind sending some genin to experience it. But reality is often more cruel. Those sent to the battlefield can no longer be called ninjas, they are called cannon fodder. Uchiha stared at Uchiha Ci coldly for a moment. You kid, don't you understand human speech? However, Uchiha Ci showed his teeth and smiled wildly, stretched out his neck and patted it, just like the meat on a hob at a butcher's stall. What the hell, Great Elder, just kill me if you can. If you can't kill me, let me go to the battlefield. As soon as I returned, I seemed to have reached some critical point. Uchiha Ci immediately heard a crisp sound in his ear. When? Chapter 4 Mission, Go to Hell Valley. Now. There was silence on the field, and you could hear a pin drop. All the Uchiha looked horrified, not even daring to take a breath. Afraid of taking such a breath, Setsuna Uchiha chopped Uchiha alive on the spot. As for Uchiha Setsuna, who was being watched by everyone, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. After being slapped back by Uchiha in such a desperate manner, no matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't bear it anymore. Uchiha's eyes suddenly glowed with scarlet cold light, and 3 Megatama slowly rotated in his Sharingan eyes, looking directly at Uchiha Ci. An extremely suppressed murderous aura gradually spread in the lobby. It seemed that the next moment, the Great Elder was going to pull out the long knife from his back and cut the Uchiha into pieces like cutting fruit. But at this moment, Uchiha Ci, who was being watched, had no time to pay attention to this depression. At this time, he was looking at the subtitles that appeared in front of him in a daze. 5. When you bravely hit the Uchiha for a moment, and get a random skill from the target, Uchiha style, Silk Shuriken technique, superb. The number of layers of your heart steel has increased. At this moment, Uchiha Ci was in a daze for a moment, and a huge flow of knowledge poured into his mind. From the various shuriken styles, to the material of the steel wire, to the techniques, skills, hidden power, cleverness, etc. of throwing ninja tools, knowledge flashed through his mind. In an instant, you can understand, analyze, master, and become proficient, crossing one level after another that takes time to hone. Crossing over again requires muscle instincts engraved in life and death. Until superb. Uchiha Ci has mastered the superb level of Uchiha-style shuriken technique. What is going on? Uchiha was stunned. No joke, with this level of shuriken technique, the wind-shielding shuriken played by young Sasuke in the original book is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. There is no shortcut to the practice of shuriken, it can only be accumulated over time. At this level of shuriken, Sasuke would have to be at least as good as Momoshiki Otsutsuki to be able to compete with him. But he just faced the Great Elder Uchiha Setsuna, and he actually got it. However, thinking of Uchiha Setsuna's horrific experience of assassinating the second Hokage and still running around alive, Uchiha Ci felt relieved. Is this the confidence of the older generation of Uchiha artists? This, to be honest, is indeed a strong heart, with a kind of numerical beauty. Cool. But why hasn't the Great Elder beheaded me yet? On the field. After 3 minutes of silence, the Great Elder Uchiha turned his head away speechlessly. He finally confirmed that this Uchiha was just a fool and didn't even know what fear was. Under his terrifying murderous intent, this kid didn't seem to be affected at all, staring at him with big eyes. If you continue to stare, the situation will become a bit embarrassing. Uchiha instantly snorted. Since you are so eager to die for Konoha, I can't stop you. Get out of the queue. Uchiha was suddenly startled. He came back to his senses and looked up at the Great Elder. Instead of the joy of getting the mission, his face was filled with astonishment. Wait, this script is wrong. Uchiha Ci just said this to Uchiha Setsuna with the mentality of dying on the spot. Just a few weird laughs. But, great elder, why did you harm my sister to kill me? You just killed me with a knife. You are a hawk, can you show some manliness? Resign. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Uchiha C's expression, it is clear that this young man knows very well how dangerous the war is. Look, Saijun's face turned pale with fright. But even so, he stood up bravely. In that case, Uchiha Shisui flashed his Sharingan, walked out of the crowd, and said solemnly to Uchiha. Great Elder, the mission still lacks a genin. Please allow me to participate in the battle. Uchiha instantly looked at Uchiha Shisui, who came out and frowned slightly. His eyes fell on the other person's pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes. Are you Kagami's grandson? Shisui. Yes, and allow me to be willful for once. I want to choose the mission to go to the rain country. Uchiha Setsuna heard this and said nothing. He just glanced at him lightly, then ignored Shisui and continued to assign tasks to other ninjas. This is tacit consent. Uchiha Setsuna, as the leader of the Hawks within the Uchiha clan. He and Dove faction naturally have a non-confrontational relationship, and he doesn't need to worry about Shisui's development. The Dove sect within the Dove sect would naturally train him like a nanny who graduated early from the ninja school and had his Sharingan opened. He was also a genius and a close relative of the grandson of the former clan leader. Compared to Shisui, Uchiha Setsuna is now more troubled by Uchiha C's problem. Although the Hawk's own philosophy of cultivating talents is to throw children off the cliff, those who can fly will naturally become soaring eagles with free will. Being unable to fly and falling to the bottom and becoming a piece of shit may be considered a blessing in this increasingly chaotic era. But Uchiha Ci. He didn't even have all his hair, and he started thinking about flying. The degree of iron-headedness was simply breathtaking. Even he, a very extreme Hawk leader, felt that this kid was a bit too extreme. Number. Soon, the personnel were fully allocated. Uchiha glanced at the crowd with cold eyes and announced indifferently. In the battlefield of the Land of Rain, a team composed of Jonin Shinichi as the captain, Special Superior Assistant, and Genin Shisui arrived at the border camp first to await arrangements. The Flying Eagle message has been sent, and there will be Uchiha members to assist during the introduction. For you, I would like to remind you that your life belongs to Uchiha and your own, but it is not Konoha's. You'd better understand this for me. In the Hell Valley of the Kingdom of Yu, I will serve as the captain, and the Chunin Siakairo and Genin Ci will form a team to assist the Hell Valley garrison. Members of the team will gather at the entrance of the village at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's all, let's go. Uchiha Setsuna has always had a resolute style. After announcing the mission, he immediately disappeared. The ninjas present looked at each other for a moment, and did not stop. The security department left no one idle. Soon, only Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Ci, who was meditating, were left in the lobby. Uchiha Ci frowned slightly. Because of Shisui's interruption, he finally got the appointment to go to Hell Valley. In comparison, he would rather go to the meat grinder battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain. The battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain was fought from the eve of the Ninja War to the end of the Ninja War for a full 5 years. During the period, the three parties of Yan, Sand, and Cloud worked together to advance the front line, from the Kingdom of Rain all the way into the Kingdom of Fire. At last, the Third Ninja War broke out, the battle with the heaviest casualties in Konoha. Battle of Platikodon Mountain. Therefore, Uchiha Sike wanted to go to this place even more, because it was truly a battlefield comparable to a meat grinder. But others are very gentle, and it's already a great luck to be able to get the task. He could only accept the results of the task assignment and had no other choice. He was thinking about another question. In the original incident, without his participation, Uchiha Shisui would have had no choice but to go to the country of Yu, and then join the battle against Kirigakure. Without Uchiha Ci taking the initiative to seize a spot, the Doves would not allow Shisui to make arbitrary choices. Even if Shisui took the initiative to stand up, he would definitely be assigned to the relatively safe Kirigakure front. In the end, he came up with the title of Shunshen Shisui. Right now, because of his appearance, the plot line has begun to change quietly, flapping its wings like a butterfly. Will Uchiha Shisui die in the land of rain because of this? Without Shisui in the future, will Ataki Uchiha turn on the kaleidoscope and become the psychopath who slaughtered the entire clan? Uchiha Ci suddenly realized. The very fact that he appeared, his will to cheat the insurance, and the choices he made, had quietly changed a lot of things. Ahead, a fog seemed to have enveloped the area so that one could not see anything at all. This made him shudder violently. Collect it and read it, man, bang bang bang. Chapter 5 The Country of Tang, the Land of Chaos. Sai-jun. Uchiha Shisui stepped forward and patted Uchiha Ci on the shoulder. He keenly observed the tremor that Uchiha Ci had just made. However, because Shisui graduated early and was still young, he was as short as a radish, so his comforting actions were somewhat funny. You don't have to worry too much. I didn't expect Elder Setsuna to personally lead the team to carry out this task. From this point of view, the risk factor on your side should not be high. Uchiha Shisui smiled kindly and offered words of comfort. Obviously he chose the more dangerous battlefield of Rain Country, but instead he comforted Uchiha Ci here. Uchiha came back to his senses and looked at him helplessly. 6. His grandma, even if he robbed my brother of my task of feeding pigs, you can also rob me of a job that will lead to death? Can I be a human being? Sai-jun, I have to complete the task before gathering tomorrow, so I'll excuse you now. Uchiha Shisui shook the sea-level mission file he had just received, then left immediately. After Shisui left, Uchiha Ci's eyes flickered twice. Is the danger factor of Hell Valley in Yuno country really not high? This is not necessarily the case. Number. At night, the full moon opens the clouds, and the clear light covers the earth. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha stepped on his clogs and opened the wooden door indifferently. In the small room, scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Great Elder. Amidst the greetings one after another, Uchiha sat down cross-legged at the head of the room at the center of the room. Sitting next to him was the second in command of the Hawk faction, Yashiro Uchiha. And below, they are all members of the Uchiha clan who are above the Chuunin level and have opened the Sharingan. There are nearly 100 people. This is the essence of the Hawks. Great Elder, haven't you already decided to support a group of tribesmen with good fighting ability to go to the kingdom of Tang? Yashiro frowned slightly and asked aloud. Why is there a genin in the list, but there is still a genin that has not activated the Sharingan? Didn't you explain the danger of this mission to your tribe? Uchiha picked up the teacup in an instant, glanced at Yashiro, and said calmly, I will go to this mission personally. Just me alone is enough. But this time it's not just a change in the Blood Pond clan, it's as simple as an increase in the pressure on the guards. Uchiha Yashiro analyzed with a frown. The kingdom of Yu is located between the three kingdoms of fire, thunder, and water. In addition, both Iwagakure and Tsunagakure have recently engaged in small-scale wars with Kirigakure. This place has fallen into extreme chaos. There is a mixture of spies and combat troops from all over the world. In addition, there are many small organizations that appeared in small countries after the Second Ninja World War, such as Shenyuan Clan, Prujna Clan, Evil God Cult, Earth Spider, and the remnants of the destroyed Kajiro Flame Village. Kirigakure's the demolition troops of Kiri-same, Oinin, and Iwagakure, Raza who made great achievements on the Kirigakure front in order to ascend to the position of Kazekage, and the bounty hunter in the underground gold exchange. This place has turned into a mess. Yashiro Uchiha shook his head solemnly, feeling that Uchiha Setsuna was a little overconfident. In this situation, even if the third Hokage goes into battle in person, he may not be able to ameliorate it. Although Setsuna Uchiha was a veteran Uchiha from the Warring States period, it seemed a bit inappropriate to only bring one genin and one choyunin. However, the manpower within the clan is actually not abundant. Members of the security department are restricted by Konoha and cannot leave the village without any reason. Uchiha Yashiro suddenly mentioned, "Perhaps, we can ask Konoha for assistance." "That's enough." Uchiha put down the teacup in an instant, his tone was calm and unquestionable. "I alone am enough. Yashiro, the mission to garrison Hell Valley does not come from Konoha. It is a long-term mission entrusted to Uchiha by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. It is also the one with the few pockets of money we have now. Don't base your sense of security on others, especially Konoha, Sarutobi, and Danzo." Uchiha raised his head in an instant, and a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes lit up, terrifyingly cold. "Only things that you can decide for yourself count. If someone gives you charity, you should bend and scrape like a dog to receive it. If someone is not satisfied with you one day, he can kick you away at any time." Uchiha Yashiro fell silent after hearing these words. Ninjas are fighting tools independent of production. The wealth that Uchiha can obtain, apart from ancestral business and real estate in Konoha village, is only the financial resources developed by relying on family ninjas to complete large-scale tasks undertaken by the clan. The annual reward for the task of guarding the Blood Pond clan is equivalent to an S-level task. Long-term, stable. This was also the reason why Uchiha Setsuna did not allow Konoha to get involved in this mission. Number. Pat. Uchiha Ci just opened the door to his residence. A grey-faced young man wearing goggles fell from the tree in the yard. Uchiha Ci could tell at a glance that the reason why this thing fell was because the chakra distribution and output were uneven when he stepped on the tree to practice and did not hold on to the tree trunk firmly. "Obito, what are you doing again?" Seeing this uninvited guest, Uchiha was slightly speechless. This person is Obito, who just graduated from the ninja school last year. He is also his current neighbor. "Oh, it's resignation, haha. I'm preparing for the Chunin exam." Uchiha Obito touched the back of his head and said haha, then showed annoyance. "Damn Kakashi, he used his identity as a Chunin to suppress me and made me have to obey his command. It's obviously a simple task of catching a cat. When I succeed in training, I will definitely throw my Chunin vest in his face." Obito Uchiha cursed and told what happened. Uchiha Ci was slightly startled after hearing this, a little enlightened. Unknowingly, he had spent a whole year in Konoha, which was still relatively peaceful. Only then did I realize that the timeline had reached this point. Obito had already formed a 3-person team with Kakashi no Hararin last year, led by Minato Namikaze, and had been doing D-level missions for some time. However, Obito's wish to become a Chunin this year may not be realized. The Ninja World War is about to break out. Namikaze Minato, as an elite jounin, is about to rush to the front line. This team can only follow Minato around this year. It will not be until the Thunder Kingdom slows down its offensive, giving Konoha a chance to breathe, that a Chunin exam will be held in Konoha 48. It was also at that time that Obito was seriously injured by a kick from Metkai. Although he was defeated, he was finally promoted to Chunin. "Why are you in a daze? Grandma has cooked noodles. Come over and eat." Obito waved his hand in front of Uchiha Ci and asked, tilting his head. "Okay, let me put things away." Uchiha nodded and did not refuse the invitation. On the way back, he passed by the river and took back the fork and shoes. However, a sack of cans that could be sold for money disappeared with the bag, and it was unknown which grandson took it away. Uchiha cursed secretly, the world is really in decline. How could such a thing happen in Konoha last year? That is to say, the Uchiha clan of the security department has recently been affected by the coming war. There are too many meetings and no time to take care of things. This has caused the current trend of petty theft in Konoha to rise. Chapter 6 Ninja Cat Contract, Ninja Way. Number. After eating at Obito's house and listening to him talk about some things his dear Minato-sensei told him to pay attention to, Uchiha said goodbye and left. Ci and Uchiha Obito got acquainted because Obito's grandmother lived next door and often came to visit to say hello, and they became familiar with each other as soon as they went back and forth. Unlike other Naruto characters, Uchiha Ci can maintain a relationship with Obito very safely. After all, people with will know everything. No matter how deep the bond with him is, it won't stop him from giving you a knife after turning black. After leaving the Obito family, Uchiha Ci walked to the streets of Konoha carrying his wallet. At this time, the clouds of war have not completely spread among the civilian circles, and Konoha village is still a peaceful scene on the surface. However, some clues have already emerged. At this time, Uchiha opened the door curtain and walked into a ninja shop. "Hey, brother Ci, are you here to buy some explosive charms again?" the store manager asked Uchiha Ci with a grin on his face. "No, this time I'm here to buy shurikens. Unfortunately, the prices of shurikens and kunao have increased by 20%, and the special steel wire has increased by 30%. However, I still advise you to stock up on some. According to the news from Granny Cat, the price of these hard currencies will increase in the future. That's it, give me 6 sets of ninja tools with wire holes, 2 large rolls of silk thread, and give me a sealing scroll. I'll do the math. I still have 200,000. Let's exchange them all for detonating charms." Uchiha Ci touched his wallet and grinned, not feeling distressed at all. D-level tasks usually have a bounty of between 5,000 taels and 10,000 taels, and there are also those with a few hundred taels, but Uchiha Ci did not take it, and Uchiha Ci completed the task alone, and no one shared the money. This year's madness actually allowed Uchiha Ci to save a 7-digit savings. And the money I saved was just for this moment. "Huo, brother Ci, that's a big deal." The store manager was slightly stunned. Uchiha Ci's spending power is even worse than that of some special jounin. Uchiha Ci smiled slightly. He didn't have to support his family, he only had to blow up his account. Of course it was different from those ninjas who were scrambling to save money for retirement. The price of ninja tools in the ninja world is polarized. The detonating charm is 2,000 taels per piece. The shuriken is the cheapest and only costs about 50 taels. The quality of kunao is between 200 and 30,000 taels. The ones used for projectiles and those used for blocking, the price difference between gears is very big. A set of high-quality ninja tools, including throwing ninja tools, melee ninja tools, and protective gear, costs nearly 20. The prices of katana and ninja swords are even more outrageous. The cheapest practice ninja sword starts at 3,000 taels. Chakram metal ninja tools are even more outrageous. They are not for sale. If they must be sold, they will often sell them as a summa. As unit. As for why Uchiha Ci bought so many ninja tools and detonating charms? The reason is simple. Uchiha Ci wanted to die, but he couldn't deliberately die. It sounds a bit convoluted, but that's the truth. 7. If you deliberately commit suicide, you will be judged by the will of heaven as a bail fraud. You will not get anything out of it, and your life will be in vain. And if we say, a ninja full of fighting spirit, risking all his wealth, dedicating his most outstanding skills to fight for the sake of justice. But he died in such a battle. Who can say that this was not a worthy death? Isn't this the ninja world's version of the late emperor's failure in the middle of his career? I'm so hot that I don't have a drop left. Why don't you give me my medical insurance card? Quickly. The manager of the ninja shop walked out with a huge pile of things. The weight of the 6 sets of ninja tools even made him sweat profusely. With a bang, he put the ninja tool on the table. Then, like wiping cards, he stacked the stacks of detonating symbols into a fan shape to facilitate Uchiha's counting. Brother Ci, if you buy so many ninja tools at one time, is it possible that you are going to do a very dangerous mission? At this time, the store manager also realized that Uchiha Ci definitely didn't buy so many ninja tools to play with. Uchiha Ci raised his head and looked at the store manager with a frown. Don't blame me for talking too much. I also know the confidentiality regulations of ninjas, but I am in the ninja tool business under Grandma Cat, and I also do some intelligence business. The most dangerous missions within the clan are to go to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain and the Hell Valley of the Kingdom of Tang. The store manager's expression became slightly serious. No matter which one it is, it shouldn't be something that you can participate in with your strength. The store manager didn't beat around the bush and spoke very straightforwardly. Then, he frowned and glanced at Uchiha with some embarrassment. Since you have taken care of the ninja clan's business for so long, I will provide you with an extra gadget. With that said, the store manager took out a piece of parchment and placed it in front of Uchiha Ci. This is a one-time contract with the Ninja Cat clan. After signing, you can use necromancy to channel the Ninja Cat user. Ninkoji is an elite cat ninja of the Ninja clan. Most of them are active in chaotic areas, and their base camp is in a ruined city that few people know about. However, unlike traditional psychic ninja beasts, the ninja cat is a very personal psychic ninja beast and is almost impossible to be enslaved by a ninja. This family runs the ninja tool business and has a very close cooperative relationship with Uchiha, who is good at controlling ninja tools. Uchiha Ci knew that Granny Nico, the leader of the ninja clan, liked children very much. Granny Nico is not shy about helping children when possible, especially Uchiha children. Now, the store manager took out this one-time psychic contract and explained that based on the information he got, it is very likely that Uchiha Ci will escape death in this mission. The store manager took out this ninja contract and said it was to help Uchiha Ci, but in fact, he wanted to persuade him to quit. Let him abandon this mission. You should understand what I mean, right? The store manager stared directly at Uchiha Ci, his pupils quietly changing into a pair of vertical pupils. The tone also became very heavy. Uchiha Ci smiled and took the one-time contract from the other party's hand. Ninja cats are neutral ninjas and will not interfere in ninja disputes unless they are given enough money. Therefore, the biggest role of this contract is actually to replenish survival supplies and combat ninja tools on a chaotic battlefield. Likewise, it also costs money. However, to Uchiha Ci, who had spent all his money tonight, this was just a piece of waste paper and would not be an obstacle to his reasonable use of insurance. With this thought, he turned around and walked out of the ninja tool shop. Just leave a sentence. Uncle, thank you. However, I have something I must do, and I will not be afraid even if I face life and death. This is my ninja way. After saying something nice, Uchiha Ci walked out of the ninja shop, squeezed the wallet in his hand, and felt the balance in it. He turned around and entered the red light alley of Konoha village. Tomorrow he would face the fear of death. When he really faced this matter, Uchiha Ci was filled with excitement and a hint of fear. So, he decided to eliminate this trace of regret tonight. 3 minutes later. Asking for collection, asking for reading, asking for everything I can ask for, bang bang bang. Chapter 7 Siakairo, The Pool of Blood, and Glory. Get out of here, this is a regular place, minors are not allowed to enter. Amidst the rude curses, Uchiha Ci was thrown out of the door by 2 tough and strong men. Uchiha Ci looked unhappy and got up cursing. Yet, how dare you call it a regular place that doesn't even allow minors to enter? Hitui. Hearing the movement on Uchiha's side, the villagers in the room looked at him with strange looks. You used your transformation skills to get in, do you think we can't see through it? The big man at the door smiled disdainfully, with a look of disdain on his face. Get out of here, if you don't leave, I'll ask the adults of your clan to come out and take you back. These words immediately made Uchiha shrink back. He glared hard at the 2 watchdogs. If it weren't for social death, it would not be covered by insurance. How dare you turn your head and look inside? Believe it or not, I called someone. The big man wrinkled his nose and was about to shout inside. Uchiha Sei quickly dismissed the charming thoughts in his mind and ran out of this section of the alleyway with his face covered in despair. When I walked back to the street, there were already fewer people on the road. The full moon quietly watches everything in the world. The early spring wind, which had not yet left the winter cold, blew on his face. Uchiha shivered and his mind returned to calmness. At this time, Uchiha Seikiro, who was of the same clan and was a member of the same team as Uchiha Sei, wandered out of the alley, carrying a wine bottle in his hand. Seeing Uchiha Sei, Seikiro looked him up and down, and when he noticed the dusty marks on Uchiha's body, he couldn't help but smile. Hey, isn't this the glory of our Uchiha clan? Why, was he thrown out? Uchiha's face tightened immediately. No, I was just stepped on by an elephant while walking on the road. Haha, who has never been young and ignorant? Seikiro's face was red, smelling of alcohol, and he smiled narrowly. I understand everything. After all, we have to do this kind of mission right away. Seikiro's tone was low, and his eyes when looking at Uchiha Sei changed several times. As if he thought of something unacceptable. He suddenly frowned and said impatiently. You are calling for resignation, right? Listen carefully. Seikiro paused and narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't expect me to help you with this mission. Uchiha Seikiro hates you. Uchiha glanced at the subtitles that suddenly appeared in front of him, raised his eyes slightly, and then replied calmly, Don't worry, Seikiro-senpai. I won't hold you back. Haha, it seems you still don't understand what you did. Seikiro's face sank when he heard Uchiha's polite answer. I don't know why the Great Elder chose you to participate in the mission. However, according to our faction's plan, this mission is to be carried out by 3 clan members at the Jonin level. In the end, because of your ninja games, the Great Elder changed his mind. It was for no reason that I, a Chunin, was allowed to participate in such a dangerous thing. Uchiha Seikiro's eyes gradually became colder and he snorted coldly. You have no idea what kind of lunatic you are going to face on this mission. Without the Sharingan, you are no different from a plaything in front of those lunatics. Uchiha Sei raised his eyebrows slightly. What is there in Use Higuo? How could he not know it after reading the original work? The destination of this mission. The people in the Hell Valley of the country of Tang are none other than the Blood Pond clan. Their blood dragon eyes reflect the hatred towards the Uchiha clan that has lasted from the Warring States period to this day. Uchiha Seikiro is actually right. Without the Sharingan, he has no advantage in front of the Blood Dragon Eye, who is also the blood successor of the pupil technique. The Blood Dragon Eye, this pupil technique blood successor, is very similar to the Sharingan, and both require strong emotional stimulation to open. Unlike the Sharingan, once the Blood Dragon Eye is opened, it has the ability to hypnotize the eyes, increase illusions, blood escape ninjutsu, and human bombs at the same time, which is enough to compare with the 2 Megatama Sharingan. As the pupil power increases, more terrifying abilities may be born. For Uchiha who has not yet opened his eyes, or who has just opened his eyes, and whose blood successor ability has been crushed, it is almost a no-win situation when he encounters the ninjas of the Blood Pond clan. Moreover, the Blood Pond clan has been living in a place like Hell Valley where birds do not poop all year round, and everyone has developed exquisite physical skills to hunt birds for food. 8. Their throwing skills are at least at a proficient level. Conventional ninjutsu in an environment filled with boiling blood pools was also restrained by the Blood Dragon ninjutsu that had undergone the transformation of water attributes. Crush all 3 aspects of ninjutsu, tai, and genjutsu. At such a hellish level of difficulty, even if Uchiha Sei possesses the superb Uchiha-style silk shuriken technique, he can only stare blankly. Just don't be too perfect. Ahem, Uchiha Sei means, what a great enemy. I will do my best to overcome it. Forget it, what do you know if I tell a young boy like you this? Uchiha Sayakiro took a drink from the bottle and murmured to himself, looking a little dazed. I just opened the second Megatama, why, it would be me. He squatted on the ground holding his head in pain, his face full of fear. Uchiha Sai looked at Uchiha Sayakiro squatting on the ground, pursed his lips slightly, sighed, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, and fell silent. What he was worried about still happened. Because of him, the plot was changed to involve this poor man. Although the two of them were not familiar with each other, Uchiha still felt a little pressure in his heart. He shook his head, and finally he could only say seriously. Senior Sayakiro, don't worry, I still say the same thing. If someone must die, it will be me. Uchiha said with heavy words. You only need to protect yourself, and I have already been mentally prepared to die. What did you say? Uchiha Sayakiro raised his head, with surprise in his tone. Then, his face darkened slightly and he sighed. In his opinion, Uchiha Sai is still too childish and speaks without thinking. Only when this kid truly faces death will he know what fear is. Being from the same clan, what he said today was already too much, and he couldn't bear to be too harsh on the other party. After all, Uchiha Sai is still just a child now. Forget it, this is my life. For a moment, as if he had accepted his fate, Uchiha Sayakiro carried the bottle of wine, swayed past Uchiha Sai, and staggered towards the road home. Under the clear light of the full moon, his embarrassed figure looked like a dog that couldn't find its way home. Suddenly, Sayakiro turned his head slightly and asked in a deep voice. Boy, can you tell me the reason why you did this? Uchiha Sai was slightly startled. He scratched his head and looked slightly embarrassed. You can't just say it's for insurance fraud. For a long time, Uchiha stood in the cold wind blowing in his face, under the cold and ruthless moonlight, and above the elongated shadow of the huge Hokage rock. He slowly clenched his palm into a fist and placed it on his chest, where his heart was. Reason. Uchiha Sai's face was dark and unclear, but his tone that followed was as tough as a knife piercing the weak heart. I often wonder what a mediocre ninja like me can do. What is the meaning of the village and Uchiha? But after thinking about it, in the end, I can only confirm one thing. Without power, nothing can be accomplished. So, I am willing to devote myself to the flames of war, and to search for the path for the existence of my medical insurance and these eyes between life and death. Then, use these eyes to light up the world. Recast the glory that belongs to me, Uchiha. Looking at Uchiha Sai standing upright in the cold wind, as hard as a statue. Is it? Uchiha Sayakiro looked at such Uchiha words, nodded slightly, his face softened slightly, and he recalled what Master Shisui, who was also a dove but had an extremely noble status, said to him earlier when he found him. I see. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Sayakiro left these words and left. Uchiha, who was left confused, with evasive eyes and a confused face, scratched his head. No, what the hell did you understand? Bang bang bang, everything I wanted to say is on the ground, you know. Chapter 8 Ninja Survival Code, Yunlei gradually appears. Number 6 o'clock in the morning. Before the alarm clock rang, Uchiha slapped the alarm clock that had been annoying him for a whole year. At this time, he had put on full body protective gear. Forehead protector, knee pads, dart covers for leggings, gloves, foot straps, book storage bag wrapped around the side waist and ninja bag at the back waist. He put on a high-collared black robe with the Uchiha clan emblem, stood in front of the mirror, lifted his hair, pulled down his eyelids, and smiled scornfully. Now, I can already see your death. Hey Suzuki Ko Akatsuki Ouija Picture.jpg. After a moment of self-indulgence, at 6 o'clock sharp, Uchiha jumped out of the window and happened to meet Uchiha Obito next door who was doing the same thing as him. "Ci, are you going on a mission too? Uchiha nodded coldly and reminded, don't be late again. Are you kidding? I, Obito Uchiha, am going to become Hokage. As he spoke, Uchiha Obito slapped his chest and stepped on the air, falling directly from the second-floor window. Uchiha shook his head slightly, thinking that he was really a fool for being late to Obito. This time Wei hurt his foot and knocked his head. Those who didn't know it thought that this guy had just returned from the battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain with a battle damage package. Then go to Konoha Hospital to deal with it, and when you get to Minato's class, you will be at least an hour late. However, Uchiha Sei had long been accustomed to such scenes. He ignored the guy below and just smiled and left. Tuzi, let's meet at the memorial monument next time. Don't forget to burn paper for me. After saying that, Uchiha stepped on the eaves, exerted his strength on the arches of his feet, jumped up, and rushed to the gathering place. There was an impatient excitement in his footsteps. Uchiha Obito? Number. In the tall mansion of the Uchiha tribe. That's it, Fugaku-senpai. Uchiha Shisui bowed respectfully to the young man in front of him and explained his purpose. Uchiha Sei. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Furui Muha, nodded slightly, and wrote down the name. I think he will definitely become a bridge between the family and the village. Senior Fugaku, please come to Yuno country and take care of my friend. Grateful. Uchiha Fugaku folded his arms and said calmly. Go, Shisui, I will go to the country of Yu with Elder Setsuna for half a day later. I will pay attention to this friend of yours. On your side, after arriving in the Kingdom of Rain, remember to contact the tribesmen in the camp immediately. In addition, you should pay attention to an emerging local organization in the country of Rain. Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment, then raised his head slightly, a little puzzled. A new organization. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. An organization called Akatsuki. Their purpose is very naive. However, you can try to get in touch with them. After all, the three leaders of that organization are disciples of Sunin Jiraiya-sama. Naturally leaning towards Konoha. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and murmured to himself. Xiao Mo. Number 8 in the morning. At the gate of Konoha. 2 teams, all Uchiha, assembled. The great elder Uchiha glanced at the sky for a moment, then glanced at the members present, and said calmly. Now that all personnel have arrived, the mission begins immediately. 9. After arriving at the designated location, the captain of the respective team will unfold the mission scroll, explain it, and assign the mission. Above, let's go. After saying that, Uchiha Setsuna took the lead, waved gently to Uchiha Sei and Uchiha Seikairo beside him, and immediately set foot on the road out of the village. Under such circumstances, the 6 people from the 2 teams had no time to reminisce. Uchiha Shisui smiled at Uchiha Sei, clenched his right fist and punched his chest, then followed the team. Uchiha looked at it with an inexplicable expression on his face. He shook his head and didn't pay too much attention. Although Uchiha Shisui had some misunderstandings about him, the tasks they took on were completely unrelated. One goes to the country of Rain northwest of the country of Fire, and the other goes straight east across the long hills to the country of Water. I'm the only one who doesn't believe it. Uchiha Shisui is in the land of Rain, can he still hold him in the land of Soup and prevent him from dying? In this wave, the biggest source of risk in this wave has been eliminated. The advantage is mine. Uchiha Sei's team set out from Konoha village and headed towards the country of Yu at a steady speed. The distance and speed of a ninja are comparable to that of a dump truck. It only takes 1 day to cross the long hilly terrain of the country of Fire from the Leaf village to the country of Yu. None of the 3 people in the team liked to chat, and they were speechless all the way. After leaving Konoha village and far away from the prosperous zone of Fire country, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. The border refugees and refugees from Yuno country heading south from Yuno country gradually filled the field of vision, and the scenery along the way changed from the verdant green full of spring vitality to a grey wasteland. Dead branches, barkless tree trunks, and helpless eyes leaning on them were the things Uchiha encountered the most along the way. At this point, we are only halfway through. There have been many traces of ninjas nearby. The scattered objects at the picnic and the surrounding warning traps, as well as the peeking glances from the dark places from time to time, made the three people in the team slightly cautious. On the eve of the outbreak of the Third Ninja War, the small countries sandwiched between the major countries were the most chaotic areas. The Tang ninjas in Yuyan village cannot protect the kingdom of Tang, and they cannot bear the punishment of mission failure. A large number of them will become traitorous ninjas and follow the refugees into the Kingdom of Fire. In the end, he became a bandit and was put on a mission reward list. Number. As the light on the earth gradually fades. The sun sets, the red clouds in the sky fade away, and darkness is about to fall. Uchiha Setsuna stopped the advancing team. He took out the mission scroll, spread it out on a stone, and said in a cold voice, "Come here, let's explain the mission now." Uchiha resigned, knowing that the main event was coming. Whether we can complete the achievement of dying when we leave the village today depends on this one. The goal of this mission is to reach Hell Valley in the country of Yu and support the Uchiha tribesmen stationed there. Where do you think the greatest danger comes from? Facing the two of them, Uchiha was silent for a moment and then asked suddenly. Uchiha Sayakairo curled his lips. Apart from the contents of the ninja survival code, the most important thing is to deal with the counterattack of the Blood Pond clan, right? Those lunatics are each more dangerous than the last. Uchiha said nothing, but nodded in recognition. He and Sayakairo had the same point of view. Moreover, he also knows. Above the madmen, there are masters. Pool of Blood Oya Castle, or in other words, Oya Castle Flame. This filial son attack his predecessor used only one person's power and without any external help to go on a Raymond massacre the entire clan, expelling all members of the Blood Pond clan except his daughter from the ninja world. It's hard to imagine how far the opponent's Blood Dragon Eye has evolved. Compared with this Chino of Blood who appeared in the original Suzuki Reiko arc, he is not even qualified to carry shoes. This is the real heavyweight. However, Uchiha shook his head for a moment, sighed, closed his eyes, and said very seriously. You are wrong. The real danger is not in the pool of blood, but above the pool of blood. What? Uchiha was stunned. What the hell, above the masters, are there still masters? Chapter 9 Yun Lei's old story, 3 people become tigers. The bonfire is blazing, reflecting the wild night sky. Amidst the rustling leaves, faint shouts and chaotic movements in the distance seemed to be heard. The 3 of them sat around the campfire in silence. Uchiha glanced at the 2 of them for a moment, and then said with a solemn expression. The real danger in this mission stems from an unexpected incident. Just half a month ago, the Blood Pool clan submitted a confession to the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder for the 3rd time. However, the envoy repatriated by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder was killed on the road and brought to the underground gold exchange in exchange for the reward. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder is furious and wants to continue to imprison the Blood Pond clan. And the desperate Blood Pool knew there was no way out, so he secretly contacted Yunyin. As for Yunyin, they will send people to liberate the Blood Pond. In exchange, the Blood Pond clan will merge into Yunyin village and become Yunyin's blood successor family. Uchiha Sayakairo was immediately puzzled. Isn't the Blood Pond itself the blood successor family of the Kingdom of Thunder? How could it be possible to negotiate such a condition with Kumagakuer? Uchiha shook his head slightly. He had guessed this after reading the original work. During the Warring States period, the Blood Pond clan had a daughter who married into a famous family in the Land of Thunder as a concubine. Not long after, the daimyo died of illness. As a result, the daughter of the Blood Pond family was jealous and slandered, and the family was exiled to Hell Valley. To put it bluntly, the Blood Pond clan had already become nobles, so naturally they were unwilling to surrender and join Union Village to fight and kill. They would rather continue to be imprisoned in Hell Valley, hoping that one day they can be pardoned and become the great nobles of the Kingdom of Thunder again. Now that the hope of pardon is gone, there is no hope of continuing, so he can only bite the bullet and join the camp of Kumigakure's gang of barbarians. And Kumigakure is also happy to see the success. The war in the ninja world is imminent, and the Blood Pond clan is a good fighting force. Maybe, the messenger who was chopped down was Union's handiwork. After thinking about this, Uchiha Sei looked at the whole incident and felt that the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining brightly. The great elder Uchiha Setsuna did not explain much to Seikiro, but said solemnly, "You just need to know that the biggest danger now is Kumigakure, that's enough. So, the first priority now is to reach Hell Valley safely and join the Uchiha people there. It's going to be night soon, Seikiro. You and Sei will keep vigil alternately and set up warning traps around you. Above, do it." Uchiha Setsuna waved his hand lightly and ordered Seikiro. Seikiro didn't get the answer, but he got a lot of dirty work. He was filled with resentment and got up cursing. At this time, Uchiha Sei's eyes lit up slightly and he asked, "Then why don't we travel at night? In this case, shouldn't we arrive at Hell Valley as soon as possible?" Seikiro showed a look of disdain, glanced sideways, and said disdainfully, "That's ridiculous. Boy, have you never read the ninja code? Do you want me to read it? The first rule of the code is that ninjas should try to avoid marching at night to avoid ambushes. Uchiha Seikiro despises you." Looking at the subtitles floating in front of his eyes, Uchiha couldn't help but shake his head. "This is the truth, but if we really follow the normal path, we will start again tomorrow morning. Wouldn't that allow the crouching Kumigakure to get some air? He left the village for 3 things, and that was to fight, fight, and fight." Moreover, Uchiha Sei's suggestion of this point is not unfounded. After thinking about this, Uchiha smiled and stood up. "Let's analyze the specific situation in detail. It's dark and windy tonight, and I can't see anyone. Let alone squatting, I can't even find toilet paper when I'm squatting. Plus, we're Uchiha, so I don't know what you're afraid of." The confidence behind these words lies in Uchiha's blood inheritance limit, the Sharingan. Even in the pitch-black darkness, with the Sharingan's dynamic vision and the ability to see into the flow of chakra, Kumigakure's ambush was no problem for Uchiha. If this is achieved, then Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Seikiro are very likely to break out of Kumigakure's preset defense line. And he, Uchiha Sei, did not awaken the Sharingan. 10. It is absolutely impossible to survive in such a battle. In this case, he can give it to him gloriously for free. When the great elder Uchiha heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyes slightly and looked at the clouds accumulating in the sky. Uchiha Seikiro on the side immediately sneered. Seikiro took 2 steps forward, picked up Uchiha Sei's collar, lifted it hard, put his head close to Sei's ear, and lowered his voice and said coldly, "Uchiha Sei, let me tell you again. Because of you, I got involved in this messy mission." Uchiha Seikiro bit his back teeth, his eyes were cold, and his tone was extremely disdainful. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to question the ninja code compiled by the Nidaime Hokage? Do you know how many ninjas die every year in Konoha because they disobey the rules and advice?" After the words fell, there was silence all around, the wind stopped and the clouds stopped. Uchiha Sei looked at Seikiro calmly, and could clearly see the cold and angry eyes of the other party. He paused, and then said calmly, "Senior Seikiro, a ninja, the reason why you want to climb over the wall is because it is the easiest way to do it. And it would be more troublesome to jump over it. For ninjas, it's okay to smash through walls and move forward." Uchiha Sei grinned, glanced at the other party, slapped his hand away, and said coldly, "You are putting the cart before the horse." After these words fell, a deafening crisp sound exploded in Uchiha-C's ears. When number hot springs mostly occur on river beds and valleys, and Unokuni, which is famous for its hot springs, has a terrain of high mountains and deep valleys. From the land of fire to the land of soup, from the hilly areas to the mountains. Passing through the deep valleys between the mountains is the only way to cross the border between Huotang and Huantang. At this time, under a big tree behind the pass, two ninjas wearing Kumagakure ninja costumes and carrying long swords were grilling meat with ease. Another slightly younger Yunin frowned and asked, "Senior Lamiyi and Senior Tutai, will there be any problems if you let your guard down like this?" "Moloi, you are too tight." The elder Lamy was very calm and even handed over a roasted rabbit leg, and then explained, "There's a Yunin ahead of us who we sent to keep an eye on them. Once there is movement, we will be able to receive the signal as soon as possible. And the Uchiha people are not made of iron. They have been traveling for a day and are exhausted. They will not show up when they know that there is danger ahead. Get a good rest. This time the Uchiha is sent out by that old guy Setsuna Uchiha. It will be a fierce battle tomorrow. He must die here to ensure that the two-tailed Jinhuriki destroys the garrison in Hell Valley." Moloi took a look at the lineup of 3 people, thought about it, and settled down. An elite Jounin, a Jounin, plus him as a special Jounin. No matter how you think about it, taking down an already old Uchiha is a sure thing. Moreover, the 3 people present are not simple characters. Lamy, a veteran Jounin, has survived from the Warring States period to the present. He has experienced the peace talks of the Second Ninja War, and has witnessed the transformation of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn into the 9 Tails. Countless terrifying battles have not defeated this old master. Forbearance can be said to be getting stronger with age. Dode, an elite Jounin with 1 eye and a black hat, is the right-hand man of the 3rd generation Raikage. He possesses the blood succession limit meltdown. He also recently served as the examiner for the ability of the excellent Bull Thunder Plow Hot Sword. He is at the peak of his power. Years ago, his strength was close to the film level. And he, Moloi, a special Jounin, is the first captain of the Kumagakure barrier class and the confirmed successor to the barrier class leader. With the sealing technique inherited from the Uzumaki clan, even a Jounin will be controlled and unable to move even if he doesn't check for a moment. It can be said that these 3 people are all the masters in Union Village. With this kind of lineup, even another Jounin team cannot be their opponent. For the Blood Pond clan to join Union Village, Union has spent a lot of money this time. Just wait for the leader of the Uchiha Hawks to come. Let him and his team be buried here. Please collect and read. This is really important. Chapter 10 Internal Strife, Shooting Phoenix Fairy Fire. You spoke righteously and used reason to fight back Uchiha Siakairo. You obtain the opponent's skill, Fire Release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique, Sea Level, Proficient. The number of layers of your heart steel has increased. Now, you can check the number of stacks of heart steel and open your own skill panel. Uchiha Ci was stunned for a moment, and then there was a trace of speechlessness on his face. He really didn't want to trigger this talent, he just wanted to find an excuse to die. How can I just do this? Uchiha's consciousness stirred, and an illusory square immediately floated in front of his eyes. Employee, Uchiha Ci. Title, A Mighty Man Descended from Heaven. Talents, Steel of the Heart, SSS, Sharingan, Unawakened, B, Combat Intuition, Undeveloped, S. Skills, Uchiha Style, Silk Shuriken Technique, Excellent, S, Fire Style, Fireball Technique, Basic, C, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique, Proficient, C, Taijutsu, Basic. The number of layers of Strength of Heart has been stacked, can be expanded. Insurance status, paid. Uchiha took a quick glance, and it looked similar to what he expected, so he turned off the panel with his mind. In addition to his talent, he didn't know why there was suddenly an extra combat intuition, which made him feel a little puzzled. Other aspects are still within the scope of his prediction. One more panel, one more ninjutsu is a harmless thing. After all, the panel can only be viewed, and this ninjutsu is only a sea-level ninjutsu, Phoenix Fire. Fire release is also famous for its compassionate ninjutsu, which follows the law of smoke and no harm. As long as the two members of the team can be persuaded, the current opportunity to die can still be given a try. However, Uchiha Sei thought very well, but the reality was not what he expected. His preaching words rang in Uchiha Seikairo's ears at this moment, causing the other party's face to darken immediately. Seikairo is a member of the Dove faction of the Uchiha clan and knows the inside story of the mission. When he participated in this task, he was full of resentment. At this time, when Uchiha criticized him, he immediately narrowed his eyes slightly, and a pair of Sharingan eyes quietly lit up. "Uchiha Sei, are you here, preaching to me?" Seikairo raised his eyebrows coldly, staring at Uchiha Sei with a cold tone. "How dare you, a genin who hasn't even opened the Sharingan, dare to preach to me? It seems you need to learn a lesson." There is some truth to what Uchiha said just now, but Seikairo's original intention of participating in this mission was to save his own life. Breaking into the border at night, something that only a madman would do, was too dangerous and was not within his scope of consideration. That's why he seemed so angry. When Uchiha saw the other person's Sharingan flashing, he subconsciously turned his eyes and could only see Ichiro's chest below. Then, he saw. Uchiha Seikairo suddenly made a move, holding his hair with one hand, and holding his shoulder with the other hand, pushing his head down. On the leg, a knee hit Uchiha Sei's head quickly. Uchiha Sei's pupils suddenly shrank. He had no idea at all. When the great elder Setsuna Uchiha was still standing by, Uchiha Seikairo actually dared to fight directly among himself and attack him. Next moment, Sei took a deep breath and subconsciously moved his body. Following the force of the opponent's headbutt, he twisted his steps to the ground, exerted force on his waist, back and legs at the same time, turned back, and turned his face slightly in midair to avoid the opponent's knee. At this time, his hand had reached his lower back and he quickly threw out 3 shurikens. And in an instant, he locked onto Uchiha Seikairo's exposed throat, wrists, and temples beside his ears. "What?" Uchiha Seikairo was suddenly startled, and his Sharingan opened his eyes. Under his dynamic vision, he could clearly see the shurikens spinning rapidly towards him. He quickly leaned back, urgently released the hand holding Sei's hair, and dodged 3 shurikens. He was slightly shocked, and after the shock, a surge of anger arose. "Uchiha Sei, how dare you resist? Resist his Chunin boss!" The 2 Megatama in Seikairo Sharingan's eyes flashed, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. The next moment, his palms quickly formed seals. 11. However, Uchiha Sei had already started to form seals in midair before the opponent took position. Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin. Fire Release Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. When Qing Yilong was making the last tiger seal, 6 large fireballs appeared in front of him and flew towards him rapidly. Immediately following the fireball, several rustling sounds of breaking through the air were quickly heard. 6 shurikens, 3 kunao, and 6 fireballs shot towards him at high speed like an overwhelming amount of fireballs. Oops! Seikairo couldn't help but widen his eyes. Quantitative changes led to qualitative changes, and a full 15 throwing units came at him. Even if his 2 Megatama Sharingan could clearly see the trajectory of all flying objects, it would be of no avail. All he can do now is to use the teleportation technique to quickly dodge. However, after 15 missiles, Uchiha Sei was still picking it up. He already had 4 more shurikens between the fingers of his left hand. This is not over yet. Uchiha C's right hand had already touched the book storage bag at his waist, and he took out the seal scroll and unfolded it. In the center of the scroll, there is a big word forbearance written clearly. Judging from the length of the scroll, I'm afraid it contains no less than 100 ninja tools. Damn it! How can this boy come so well? Enough! At this moment, the cold voice of Uchiha Setsuna, who had been watching silently, sounded. He suddenly appeared between the two of them and casually pulled out the ninja sword from behind. The ninja sword waved in a circle, lighting up an arc of light like the moon. Rasha, Rasha! Impartially, 6 fireballs, 6 shurikens, and 3 kunai were all chopped down and bounced away by this sword. Uchiha Seikairo! The elder Uchiha slowly sheathed his sword in an instant, his eyes so cold that it chilled people's hearts. Do things! Seikairo trembled under the great elder's eyes, and then fell silent. Silently walk away some distance to lay a warning trap. There was just a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He was a Chunin, and he had just been caught off guard by Uchiha Ci throwing a large number of ninja tools. As long as he is serious, Uchiha Ci, a genin, will definitely not be his opponent. The conflict was stopped. Uchiha Ci was silently picking up the ninja tools on the ground, feeling extremely distressed. The great elder's sword directly broke 2 of his high-quality kunai. As for the crudely made shuriken, not to mention it was cut into 2. This is all money. The money that should have been spent on a powerful enemy was wasted on this guy Uchiha Seikairo, which made him feel like he was at a loss. Uchiha's eyes stayed for a moment on the 3 shurikens thrown by Uchiha Ci, and then he looked back lightly. Of course, with his eyesight, he could see that the first 3 shurikens that missed the target were wrapped with a thin thread. If he didn't stop this fight just now, Uchiha Seikairo would teleport to that location, and then Uchiha Ci would pull the thread. If this kid was more ruthless, Seikairo would most likely be dead and dismembered. Uchiha Setsuna frowned slightly at this time and looked at Uchiha Ci. He suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if he was the one who took action against Uchiha Seikairo just now. This guy's shuriken skills seem to be something. Your name is Uchiha Ci, right? Uchiha suddenly asked. Ah, yes, I am. Uchiha was stunned and nodded. Uchiha narrowed his eyes slightly for a moment, walked to the campfire, sat down, and waved to Uchiha. Come here. The preparation that needs to be done is done, let's start. Asking for recommendations, collecting, and reading, this is really important for new and young authors. Chapter 11 Phoenix Fairy Fire and Flower Claw Red, Dragon Fire Technique. The Great Elder's Decision. Don't be nervous, sit down. Uchiha Setsuna said calmly, and then took out a shuriken from the ninja bag on his waist and threw it to Uchiha Ci. Uchiha Ci took it and looked through it, but found nothing special. If anything, the elder's shuriken was probably high-end, of high quality, and more durable than the kunai he used to block. Great Elder, what are you doing? Uchiha Ci was a little confused. Who did you learn your shuriken skills from? Uchiha half closed his eyes and asked. Uchiha was immediately shocked. Just now, he had just attacked Seikairo briefly, and he didn't even use the silk shuriken technique. Uchiha actually noticed something strange in his shuriken technique in an instant. However, Uchiha Ci didn't know how to answer this question. After all, this skill was extracted from Setsuna Uchiha. He couldn't say that he had admired it for a long time and had a little enlightenment after watching the elder throw it for a year. Such bastard trash talk. Uchiha Ci was in the clan, and even the top brass at Uchiha Shisui level couldn't figure it out, let alone learn such a high-end shuriken throwing technique. After holding it in for a long time, Uchiha Ci could only say honestly. Great Elder, I am just a genin. Apart from the training courses of ninjas in the clan, I have no other way to learn ninjutsu. I can only practice this kind of free of charge. Oh. A flash of light suddenly shot out from under Uchiha's half-closed eyelids. So, this kid is still a hidden genius? No wonder that proud boy Shisui flirted with him. Is that so? Uchiha thought for a moment, nodded, and took out another shuriken from his ninja bag. Then, he held the shuriken in one hand and formed a yin seal with the other hand. A magical scene appeared. The shuriken in the Great Elder's hand was actually wrapped in a ball of fire, slowly floating in the air, and spinning rapidly in the air. The Phoenix Immortal Fire and the Phoenix Immortal Spark Claw Red are of the same origin, and there is no change in the seal. The technique is also very simple. Just like this, wrap the ninja tool with chakra, then form a yin seal to change the nature of the chakra, and throw it out. The Great Elder said calmly. Uchiha Ci couldn't help being stunned when he heard this, and his expression became strange. Great Elder, are you giving him instructions? Hosen Fire's Spark Claw Red is Hosen Fire's advanced ninjutsu, which is a B-level ninjutsu. The difference from Hosen Fire's Fire Bullet is that it wraps the rotating shuriken. While increasing the sharpness, the wind brought by the rotation of the shuriken also strengthens the power of fire escape. Come on, do it again. Uchiha took back his chakra and ordered calmly. He didn't pick it up with his hands and just let the hot shuriken fall to the ground. Uchiha Ci felt slightly disappointed with his eyes widened. He thought that the Great Elder would show him a ruthless iron hand. From this point of view, even a master of Setsuna Uchiha's level is still a mortal body. Uchiha Ci had no choice but to obey the order and put the shuriken in front of him with a serious look on his face and formed the yin seal with his hands. Use the changed chakra to grab the shuriken. The shuriken placed on the ground was slightly covered with flames. After moving twice, it fell to the ground with a splat and refused to move. Uchiha Ci had a look of embarrassment on his face. Uchiha Setsuna, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded calmly, and then said calmly. That's it, this is the simple form change of fire release, remember this. You can extend the various uses of fire release, such as. The Great Elder threw out another shuriken and stuck it on a tree trunk not far away. The difference is. This time the shuriken was tied with wire. Then, the Great Elder seemingly casually formed 4 seals with one hand, and Uchiha Ci immediately recognized them as the seals of fire release and dragon fire technique. Si Chen Mao Yin. A line of fire immediately climbed out along the wire. This is the dragon fire technique. Use this technique to practice. After mastering it, practice with the Phoenix Spark Claw Red. When you have practiced it to this level, come to me again. Uchiha Setsuna ordered in a calm tone, and then threw out a shuriken tied with a steel wire. This time, he simply made a yin seal. 12. Then, the dragon fire rose up. He actually simplified the process of making seals into just one seal. Uchiha Ci was stunned. It turned out that there was someone in Uchiha who could do such a thing. Using a single seal to release fire escape is inferior to Senju Hashirama's hands clapping, and you can get whatever you want. After you practice well, you will master the changes in the nature of fire release, and then you can master it. Uchiha frowned for a moment, raised his head slightly, looked into Uchiha's eyes, shook his head, and said coldly. Forget it, let's survive first and then talk about other things. Just 2 minutes. Setsuna Uchiha, an old man from the Warring States period, taught Uchiha the changes in form and nature of Ci fire release. He also really dares to teach. If he were a normal ninja, he would definitely not be able to understand Uchiha Setsuna's teaching method. However, Uchiha Ci has mastered Uchiha Setsuna's superb level of Uchiha-style Shuriken Jutsu, and has mastered Siakairo's proficiency level of fire release Phoenix Fairy Fire. Once the knowledge in my mind is confirmed, I look at it from a high-level perspective. The so-called Phoenix Fire, Flower Claw Red, and techniques including the Dragon Fire technique are nothing more than a special way of application. With a superb level of physical mastery, Uchiha Sei tried to recreate it in his mind. Then, Uchiha discovered that he had a toothache. He really understood it. You have mastered the art of fire escape and dragon fire, entry, C. You have mastered fire release, impatience flower claw red, introduction, B. 2 subtitles were refreshed in front of his eyes in time, and Uchiha was stunned. Immediately he looked at the great elder Setsuna Uchiha with a look of resentment. Stop teaching! Stop teaching! My brain feels so itchy, I need to grow a brain. If this continues, we haven't even reached the battlefield yet, so let's finish practicing the levels first. Is this true? At this moment, Uchiha Seikiro, who had gone out to lay out warning traps, came back with a solemn look on his face. Great Elder, there is a team of soup ninjas nearby who are searching the area. I think we might as well retreat for the time being. However, when Seikiro saw Setsuna Uchiha teaching Uchiha the art of ninjutsu, he couldn't help but be stunned, and his eyes immediately turned red. He knows it. No wonder Uchiha Setsuna would choose Uchiha Sei to join the mission. It turns out that this oily-faced boy is a cub of the Hawk sect. Moreover, this kid also deceived Master Zisui, making him think that he was the dove's approver. This is simply unreasonable. What did you say? Uchiha frowned slightly for a moment and asked again. Uchiha Seikiro had no choice but to suppress the dissatisfaction on his face and reported. There is a team of Yunin in front, seemingly patrolling the area with a purpose. Then, he suggested aloud. The ninja code says that it's best not to create complications outside of missions. Furthermore, Great Elder, given the current chaotic situation in Tang country, it is best for us not to have direct contact with each other. Uchiha frowned slightly. He heard Obito talk about this last night. That is the experience that Namikaze Minato imparts to his disciples. To put it simply, the country of you is in chaos now, and you must pay attention to certain types of people on the road. Try to have as little contact with ninjas outside of missions as possible. One type is the ninjas from their own country in the chaotic zone. Because the Yunins of this period may no longer be serving Yuyan village. Of course, there is nothing scary about Uchiha Sei. He was also eager to get in touch with the weird ninjas. However, unlike his previous proposal to cross the border at night, he now had no suitable excuse to persuade the team to take the risk. However, after Uchiha heard the news, his half-closed eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes slowly began to rotate. He kicked the bonfire away, pulled out a long knife from behind, and ordered in a cold voice. Prepare for battle. Seikiro, you lead the way, let's deal with the team of Yunin you found first. Then, march quickly and cross the border of Yuno country at night. Please recommend, collect, and read, this is really important for new authors. Chapter 12 Bad News, The Two-Tailed Jinhyuriki. The Madman Walks at Night. The symbol of Tang Nin's forehead protector is a 3-water pattern, which is similar to the word Chuan. After learning that Yunin was searching ahead, Uchiha quickly led people to surround them. The abilities of ninjas from big countries are naturally not comparable to those from ninjas from small countries. After discovering the target wearing a Yunin forehead protector, Uchiha Sei fired a set of 3 quality combos before he could even take out his shuriken. The great elder Uchiha had already leapt up in an instant. Uchiha Sei could only see him draw out his long sword, with red flames flying around the blade, and then jump down. Like a wildfire spreading across the wasteland, wherever it passed, the 3 Tang ninjas were cut down like grass before they could say anything. Uchiha Sei felt as if he was being trained on a trumpet by a max-level boss. After taking care of the 3 miscellaneous fish, Uchiha instantly put his knife in front of the throat of a soup ninja and asked coldly. Who sent you? The soup ninja shrank his feet in fear and stopped talking. When Uchiha saw this, he simply lit up his Sharingan and glared at him with a cold look. After a while, he put away his Sharingan and killed the Tang ninja in front of him with one knife. Uchiha Sei stood to the side and could see the Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. Then the Great Elder turned around and ordered, "Leave now and cross the border at night. After crossing the border pass, don't stop, go straight to the capital of Yuno country, and wait to meet up with the guard commander Fugaku. If you encounter an enemy interception, don't be reluctant to fight and evacuate quickly." Great Elder, what happened? Uchiha Seikiro swallowed and became nervous when he saw the Great Elder like this. Uchiha Setsuna's words were concise and to the point. The two-tailed Jinhyuriki appears in the kingdom of Yu. Their target is most likely our clan's garrison in Hell Valley, and there are likely to be intercepting ninjas ahead. Things have gotten out of hand. We must immediately set off to Yuin City, the capital of the country of Yu, to find the liaison officer of the ninja clan and send the news back to Uchiha. What? Uchiha Seikiro's expression changed drastically, and he was horrified. Kumigakure's Jinchuriki can be used as a war weapon. Once the Jinchuriki arrives in Hell Valley, where there are currently no top masters, then for the tribesmen there. What a devastating disaster! It's only the eve of the Third Ninja War. Has Kumigakure already begun to use Jinchuriki, a deadly weapon, on the battlefields of small countries? Uchiha Sei stood aside, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. That's the second-tailed Jinhyuriki. No matter how fancy your shuriken skills are, someone can turn you into a meat pie with just one slap. After a brief fight with Uchiha Seikiro, he discovered. After shuriken jutsu reaches the ridiculous level of perfection, even an Uchiha Choyunin with 2 Megatama Sharingan eyes has a good chance of winning against him. That is, Uchiha Sei, a genin, actually now possesses the strength of a Choyunin level. If shuriken skills can also be counted as specialties, Uchiha Sei may also be rated as a special jounin. It's already difficult to cheat insurance with ordinary tasks. You can only participate in more dangerous missions and fight against more dangerous enemies. Only then can we get a decent exit. And now we are on the battlefield. When he heard that there was the ultimate boss like the two-tailed Jinhyuriki in front of him, Uchiha's mood was simply indescribable. 13. Tears almost flowed out of the corners of my eyes. Uchiha looked around for a moment, observing the expressions of his two subordinates, and was about to give them some more chicken soup. Seikiro, this good-for-nothing dove, has a fearful face and evasive eyes, like a turtle bastard who wants to stuff his head into his crotch. But Uchiha Setsuna can also understand. After all, enemies of this level appearing in missions are comparable to S-level missions. It's normal to be a little scared. And when Uchiha Setsuna saw Uchiha Sei, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. What's going on with this guy? The eager eyes, the tears at the corners of his mouth, and the excited expression on his face that seemed to have been injected with stimulants. He kept muttering in a low voice, "Tada, let's go. Tada, let's go. Tada, let's go." The only thing missing is to carve the words "I want to fight" on his face. Uchiha Setsuna's eyebrows jumped immediately, thinking, what the hell is this? Shocked me. Uchiha shook his head in an instant and swallowed back the chicken soup that was about to blurt out. With a cold face and cold eyes, he drew his sword and pointed his finger forward into the invisible darkness. Set off. Number. Sink into the darkness and move forward. In the lightless night, the mountains crouched like sleeping dragons, so quiet and scary. Because of Uchiha Setsuna's decisiveness, he dealt with the Yunin who was patrolling and guarding Kumigakure 3 in advance, and the Uchiha team crossed the border of Yuno country without any danger. The other side. The night flies by like a gap. The dark clouds covering the full moon broke through, and the cold moonlight fell, illuminating the valley. Kumigakure Jainin Lamy, who was sleeping with his ninja sword in his arms, suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly frowned and murmured, "Something's wrong, it's too quiet." Immediately, he poked his head towards his teammates who were keeping watch at the side and asked, "Moloi, is the person from Tang Nin who regularly reports news back. Moloi wiped his ninja sword and frowned slightly, saying, "No. It's been over half an hour." Lamy frowned, thought for a moment, and immediately ordered. "Immediately send a message to our spies in the border villages on both sides and ask them about the situation." Hearing this, Moloi was about to cast his psychic spell, but suddenly raised his head. Under the moonlight, a carrier pigeon spread its wings and flew over. He reached out to catch it and pulled out a roll of paper from the pigeon's legs and feet. "Senior Lamy, the news has arrived. The Uchiha people have entered the kingdom of Yu. Not far in front of us, they changed their direction. Instead of going to Hell Valley, they headed towards Yuan City." Lamy Yi was startled and immediately woke up Tao Tai, who was still resting. "Something's wrong, let's catch up quickly. Uchiha Setsuna may already know our plan. Back to Team Uchiha." At this time, the team has crossed the border of Yuno country and passed through 3 villages without daring to stop for a moment. At this time, the moon was setting over the western mountains, the sky was slightly glowing, and the chirping of apes echoed in the mountains and deep valleys. The 3 of them marched all the way since 8 o'clock yesterday morning. They didn't have any rest after arriving at the border. They crossed the Yuno country border at night and marched all night. Already exhausted. Although Uchiha CI has acquired high-end skills and has good combat power, the amount of chakra is really on display here. At this time, I was also exhausted, sweating profusely, holding my legs and panting. As it happens, there is an abandoned village right now where you can go and rest." Uchiha Siakairo shouted that he couldn't walk anymore. Uchiha frowned slightly for a moment and had to order to rest where he was. He first ordered Siakairo, who was still able to move, to clear a field, and then he pulled up silk threads around the village, hung detonating charms and bells, and helped his 2 subordinates to do what they were supposed to do. As for Uchiha CI, he was too tired to move, but he still insisted on getting up to help. The Great Elder slapped him directly on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. Uchiha instantly channeled a ninja crow as a warning, then exhaled and solemnly said to Siakairo, "It will take half a day to reach Tanjian City. Let's rest here for 2 hours and then we will set off immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha closed his eyes and snored loudly. Uchiha Siakairo couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground, sleeping like Peppa Pig. The 3 of them took a moment to rest. Little did he know, the danger behind him was approaching rapidly. Next chapter, Rumble. The battle begins. Please collect, read, and recommend, please, this is really important to new and young authors. Chapter 13 Roaring, Fight to the Death. Dedicate yourself. Boom. It was like a big foot stepped down on the building, and the ground roared. Uchiha CI opened his eyes and immediately saw the huge body of the 2-tailed cat, wreaking havoc in the unfamiliar camp. Cries, roars, the rustling of kunao flying past my ears, the deafening roar of the detonating talisman exploding. And also, the terrifying giant looked up to the sky and roared. Blue-black concentrated chakra spheres continued to condense around its mouth. Then, boom! The tailed beast jade flew out. The direction he was aiming at was Uchiha CI. Faced with this extreme terrifying ninjutsu, Uchiha's heart was beating wildly, his mind was in chaos, his pupils were gradually dilated, and the most primitive human fear of wild giants was climbing crazily in his heart. But, the next moment, talent, combat intuition, triggers. Uchiha C's vision suddenly went dark, and he felt that his body had moved without permission. Union is coming, wake up! Uchiha's roar exploded in his ears, followed by a piece of rubble that was blown away by the explosion, accompanied by the sound of bells. Uchiha shook his head and dust fell from his forehead. He opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. He found that his body was in a strange position, stuck between a flying half of the wall and the broken beam of the house. Front. Setsuna Uchiha was confronting 3 panting Kyumigakuer wearing Kyumigakuer ninja costumes. Aside. Uchiha Seikairo was holding a kunao, and his whole body, hands, feet, teeth, and the shining Sharingan were trembling. Why should I, a Chuunin, face such an enemy? He roared tremblingly, his voice almost broken as he cried. I finally caught you, Uchiha rats. Lamii, the elder of the 3 Union people, sneered and formed several seals on his hands. Yin. A ball of lightning appeared in his hand, ready to go. This is Lei Dun Sanda Mu Lai Yudu. Ninjutsu similar to Reikari condenses the thunder chakra on the hand. Unlike Reikari, it does not stimulate body cell metabolism. Its effect is to radiate thunder and lightning to the surroundings. It is a small-scale killing ninjutsu. Technique. Imprinted with the blue light of thunder and lightning, the face of the great elder Uchiha Setsuna was full of solemnity. Obviously, the 3 people in front of him are quite difficult enemies. Especially the one-eyed ninja with a black hat standing in the middle, Dode. 14. This person is one of the right-hand men of the 3rd generation Raikage. He possesses the terrifying melting release blood successor, and his strength is close to the cage level. Not much worse than Uchiha Setsuna. Coupled with the restraint of Jonin Lamii on the side, and especially the Jonin Malloy blocking the escape space, the opponent's lineup was here to kill him. At this thought, Uchiha's eyes narrowed slightly and he had already made a decision. He turned his head, looked at the 2 subordinates behind him, and ordered coldly. Seikairo. Go. It's up to you to complete the task, and I'll create the opportunity. Hearing Uchiha Setsuna's words, Lamii, the leader of the 3 Kyumigakuer, looked down. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Malloy beside him. You go and kill those 2 trash. Uchiha Setsuna has probably obtained key information. We can't let them escape. Inform Uchiha. Malloy frowned slightly. Senior Lamii, if I leave here, there is no guarantee that I can block Uchiha Setsuna's retreat. So, you have to fight quickly. After killing those 2 people, you should immediately return to set up the barrier. Lamii's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Today, Setsuna Uchiha must be killed. Otherwise, with his eye power, it is very likely that he will be able to contain the second tail in Hell Valley, causing all our plans to collapse. When Malloy heard this, he took a deep breath and nodded. Then, he moved his legs, bypassed Uchiha Setsuna, and rushed towards Uchiha Ci and the other 2. When Uchiha saw this, he immediately wanted to stop it. However, at this time, 2 figures blocked him. Tutai smiled coldly and said, Old man, in a fight to the death, maybe I am not your opponent, but the 2 of us here can dispel each other's illusions and entangle you more than enough. Uchiha Setsuna secretly gritted his teeth, his face still cold. Really? The kid these days is really good at talking big. Whoa. Uchiha took out the kunao from his ninja bag, smashed the wooden beams, and crawled out from under the half-destroyed wall. After hearing Uchiha Setsuna's order, he connected the information he had obtained before and after. A brief analysis of the whole incident. First of all, Union's action was premeditated. They planned to drop the 2-tailed Jinhyuriki into Hell Valley and destroy the Uchiha clan's garrison in Hell Valley to achieve the goal of liberating the Blood Pond clan. To this end, Setsuna Uchiha, who has powerful eyes and may hinder the actions of the 2 tails, is their first target to eliminate. Secondly, there is the current situation. These 3 jounin dispatched by Kyumigakuer were to ensure that Setsuna Uchiha was completely killed. Judging from the situation on the field, they need at least 3 players to be able to do this. But now, one of the 3 people has separated, and the goal is to kill him and Seikairo to prevent the mission information from being transmitted back to Uchiha. This is danger, but also opportunity. Uchiha grinned, patted the dust on his body, and strode forward. In the original history, faced with such a situation, Shisui, who had the phantom teleportation technique, should have run away, and the dove-style Siakairo next to him should have been an opportunity for him to open his eyes. If Uchiha Sei wants to die here, he can't do anything worse than the original history. At least, the information must be passed back. After all, Tiandao Company has standards. As a strong man descended from heaven, you cannot do worse than what you did in the original history. Uchiha Sei stepped forward to meet Malloy, who was rushing towards him, with a stern look in his eyes. He turned his head slightly and said flatly to Siakairo beside him, "Senior Siakairo, you retreat, I will cut off the queen." "What?" Uchiha Siakairo suddenly heard these words and was startled. "Are you crazy? I have seen that person in the files. He is a special jounin and is good at sword skills and sealing skills. There is absolutely no way you can be his opponent." Uchiha Sei shook his head, glanced at him, and said very calmly, "Senior Siakairo, if no one cuts off the throne, both of us will die here, and the information will not be passed back to the family. Furthermore, if you die here, someone will probably have your Sharingan taken away, which will lead to the loss of the family's line of succession. So in comparison, it is more appropriate for me to cut off the queen." You. Uchiha Siakairo looked moved, looking at Uchiha Sei with horror. He simply couldn't understand why some people would take life and death so lightly. Moreover, he is willing to give his own life to save him. The enemy is a Jonin. These words almost made Siakairo drop the little pearl. He immediately nodded sharply. However, the next moment, his face suddenly turned pale, and he turned back to Uchiha and said, "But Sei, I don't know how to contact the ninja clan." Uchiha Sei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This is indeed a problem. Uchiha hesitated for a moment, then he took out a piece of parchment from the bag at his waist and stuffed it into Uchiha Siakairo's hand. "Well, take this, it's a one-time contract for the ninja clan. After using it, ask the ninja user." Looking at the contract scroll in his hand, Siakairo was completely moved. The psychic contract of the Ninja Cat clan is a good thing that many people want to get. On the battlefield, this kind of thing can save lives. But Uchiha Sei was handed over to him so casually. Uchiha Siakairo had never seen such a strange and generous person. It was as if he was entrusting the funeral affairs. However, before Siakairo dropped the little pearl and said his words of gratitude. Next moment, Uchiha Sei's expression changed and he pushed him away. A barrier suddenly rose between the two. Kumigakure's Malloy slapped his hands on the ground and had already arranged a death battle barrier to trap him and Uchiha Sei. Only the living can get out of here. If Uchiha hadn't pushed him away, they would have been locked in the barrier just a little bit. Uchiha Siakairo suddenly felt as if the world had lost its voice. Through the transparent barrier, he could see Uchiha Sei's silent cry to him. "Go!" Siakairo's pupils suddenly shrank, and a stream of tears fell. At this moment, all the grudges between the two disappeared. In Siakairo's heart, there was only the image of Uchiha Sei, who was so majestic that he exuded Buddha light. He strongly recognized Uchiha Sei. He didn't bother to wipe his tears, he rolled and crawled, using his hands and feet. He clutched the psychic contract tightly and ran towards the back. "Uchiha Sei, wait for me. I will definitely find someone to save you." Friends who see this, please give some support to the cute new author. Collect, recommend, and read, this is really important. Next, the protagonist flies solo, and the whole process is high energy. Chapter 14 Fierce Battle. God-level silk manipulation, dragon fire prison. Number. In ruins. The battlefield was divided into two, and a circular barrier stretched straight to the sky, trapping Uchiha in it. "Hey, one actually ran away." Malloy's eyes fell coldly on Uchiha Sei, and a ferocious sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "But it doesn't matter, I will make you die quickly. Uchiha Sei looked at the ninja opposite, who was wearing a red trench coat, yellow hair, and a beard, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Because this person has appeared in the original work. During the Fourth Ninja War. 15. This person deployed 36 regeneration barriers on Dragon Island to prevent Naruto and Kirby from going to the battlefield. The barrier's defense was terrifying, and it took Naruto and Kirby to work together to break it. He was the squad leader of the Kumigakure barrier class at the time, a ninja who was good at powerful sealing techniques. But now and then, the opponent at this meeting is just a special jounin. Looking at each other, Uchiha felt a little nervous. Do ninjas who specialize in sealing techniques really have offensive power? However, no matter what, the opponent is a special jounin after all. He can crush him by a large margin in terms of physical skills. Siakairo also said that the opponent is good at swordsmanship. You should be able to kill yourself, right? Boy, what's that look in your eyes? Moloi indifferently pulled out the long knife from his back, stretched out his hand and said coldly. You are very unlucky. A useless genin who has not even opened his Sharingan met a master like me at the beginning of his ninja career. Maloi's tone was calm, as if he already had a chance to win. I only need one knife, and you will definitely die. Your enemy, Malloy, is taunting you. Hearing this, Uchiha ignored the subtitles floating in front of his eyes, couldn't help but grinned, and nodded with great approval. That's right, Union's brother, I like what you say. Don't be merciful later. You need to know that even if a lion fights a rabbit, you should go all out. It's best to use all the moves at once, so that I don't have any room to counterattack. Uchiha Sei suddenly lowered his tone and reminded solemnly. Remember. Never, never, don't turn the battle into a tug-of-war. Very good. Boy, you succeeded in irritating me. Malloy couldn't help but frown, and his heart suddenly surged with anger. Is this kid looking down on him? Are you saying he has kidney deficiency? Can't fight a protracted war? However, Malloy didn't take Uchiha's words too seriously. As a barrier ninja, he had superficial perception abilities. In his vision, it is certain that Uchiha Sei only has chakra fluctuations at the genin level. Right now. This kid said this, probably because he wanted to buy time for his teammate, so he was just trying to raise suspicion. At this thought, Malloy raised the corners of his mouth and glanced at Uchiha Sei with disdain. The next moment, he twisted his steps, holding the knife under his arm to form the seal of the instant body technique. Suddenly, the whole person disappeared on the spot and appeared above Uchiha Sei's head. Then, he operated the knife with both hands, from shoulders to elbows, using force together, rounded the long knife and slashed it horizontally at Uchiha Sei's neck. Malloy looked at him with a ferocious look and thought to himself, I am a special jounin, but if I kill a small genin like yours, wouldn't it be easy for me to capture you? This knife carries the power of breaking wind, the blade is cold and sharp, blowing the hair and breaking it. The imminent death crisis. Uchiha Seiden immediately felt his scalp numb. The down on the neck is bunched up. At this critical moment, Uchiha Sei suddenly felt a surge of electricity in his limbs, allowing him to overcome his fear and regain control of his body. He bent down and wiped his face sideways to avoid the blade, his eyes were like lightning. And his fingers had subconsciously touched the ninja bag. Sudden. 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 3 black shadows flew upwards, causing Malloy to urgently return to the horizontal grid. Ding, ding, ding. When Malloy fended off 3 kunao, Uchiha Sei had already distanced himself. After estimating the distance between the two of them, Uchiha Sei suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and felt something bad. He looked at Moloi angrily and couldn't help but want to curse. I told you, if you have any moves, just hit them all at once. What the hell are you doing as a barrier ninja? Why don't you listen to my advice? When Malloy heard this, he immediately gritted his teeth and felt a surge of rage in his heart. He strode forward to catch up and stabbed Uchiha C's vital part with a knife. Pretend to be crazy. Die. When Uchiha saw the opponent's movements, his eyes narrowed and he immediately threw out 8 shurikens, flying them from all angles and locking Malloy in an arc. Malloy was suddenly startled and stopped abruptly, allowing 8 shurikens to pass in front of him. Before he could continue, everything in front of him went dark. I saw Uchiha Ci pulling out a scroll with his backhand, waving it and throwing it. Dozens or hundreds of kunao shot out from the scroll, making Malloy almost unable to hold back and curse. His grandmothers and current genin are also rich? If you buy ninja tools by the ton, are you still an individual? Under the offensive of money, Malloy could only block the kunao with his sword. After a while, dense kunao were inserted all around Malloy. Malloy panted heavily. In order to catch up with the Uchiha team, they had used the fastest speed and consumed a lot of energy. Now he encountered a hedgehog like Uchiha Ci, who was so proficient in shuriken skills that he hardly looked like a genin. When he finally thought he could take a breath, he got close and slashed the opponent to death. Uchiha moved his fingers and pulled with his backhand. The ends of the kunao all over the ground suddenly lit up with slender lights. As the light rose, the walls, floors, and dead branches of the surrounding ruins suddenly collapsed like tofu cubes. Dust mist rose, and Malloy suddenly felt a stinging sensation on his cheek. Threads with bloodshot eyes stretched out following the dust explosions caused by the collapse of the ruins. Malloy touched his cheek subconsciously. The open palm continued to drip red blood. He frowned and looked around along the intersection of the threads. The dense threads were now showing traces, intertwining with each other, forming a dragnet that enveloped Malloy. Silk threads form a forest, and the wind breaks the surface. Malloy slashed with his sword. However, the blades were quickly entangled with each other, and the threads that formed the mesh structure bounced back. What the hell is this? Malloy was suddenly startled and looked at Uchiha Ci with a look of horror on his face. How is this possible? There are so many ninja threads, and they have to be woven into such a structure. How did this kid do it in such a short time? Uchiha shook his head. Especially when a jounin cuts down a genin, he can lose even if he rides a flying dragon on his face. No wonder people say Kumagakure is a barbarian. This brain is really not enough. Uchiha Ci's eyes, originally full of expectation, had turned into indifference at this time. Pay the price for your arrogance. After finishing his words, Uchiha slowly formed 4 seals with his hands. Si Chen Mao Yin. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. He took a breath and looked at Malloy in the net like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Raise your index finger and spit out dragon fire. The raging flames spread along the thread, submerging the horrified Malloy in it. Then, Uchiha Ci upheld the craftsmanship of repairing the tail blade. Make a seal with your hands again. Zi Yin Suzhou Mao Yin. Fire Release Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. This is not over yet. After Uchiha concluded the yin seal, he turned over his hand and pulled out 8 shurikens from his ninja bag. In conjunction with the spewing phoenix fire, the shuriken was thrown out and merged into the fireball. The wind fueled the fire, and the shurikens cut through the air, emitting a high-pitched phoenix cry. Fire Release Fengxian Spark Claw Red. After that, Uchiha Ci pulled the thread again. The network of ninja wires collapsed, making a crunching sound, and strangled Malloy towards the center. 16. Now. The dragon fire becomes a prison, the phoenix bird cries. Uchiha Ci looked at the center of the fireball indifferently and said farewell lightly. Gana, goodbye. Eternal Suzuki Secret Picture Sound Effect. Avi. Chapter 15, Sealing Fire, Sealing Magic, and Killing with Lightning. A set of broken bones and ashes is complete. Uchiha Ci wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the burning dragon fire prison, he let out a breath. After fighting to this extent, whether it was mental or physical strength, he was almost reaching the limit. From yesterday to today, he had no time to rest at all. After sleeping and being woken up by the detonating talisman, he didn't have much time to react. 1C1B, the two ninjutsu combined with the Uchiha style and the shuriken technique almost emptied Uchiha's physical strength and chakra reserves. However, as he looked at the burning dragon fire prison with black smoke, he couldn't help but grunt in his heart. After the battle, he didn't feel any particular pressure at all. As a special Jonin level ceiling ninja, Malloy did not show his do abilities at all. In addition, fire release has always been a compassionate ninjutsu. The other party shouldn't be such a bad guy, so he would just beat him to death, right? The change on Uchiha's side happened very quickly, and the three people confronting him at the back were also a little unprepared. Especially the great elder Setsuna Uchiha. To be honest, when he saw Uchiha pushing away Uchiha Akiro and cutting off alone, his heart almost rose to his throat. Uchiha, although playing shuriken does have some of the grace of his youth. However, my opponent is a Jonin. When he was trapped in Kumigakure's barrier, Uchiha's heart skipped a beat and he felt like he was about to suffer. Uchiha will never be a match for Kumigakure Jonin. However, just for a moment, the situation has reversed. A layman watches the excitement, an expert watches the door. Uchiha's response to the crisis, as well as the beautiful Uchiha Silk Shuriken Jutsu, successfully transformed the two weak sea-level ninjutsu, Dragon Fire Jutsu and Phoenix Fire Jutsu. It can be said that it is a sublimation of ninjutsu. Dragon Fire Technique and Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique, as sea-level fire escape, have very obvious shortcomings. They all focus on a wide range, strong suppression, but scattered power. As for Uchiha, he used the silk thread of his ninja tool to guide the dragon fire, and used the shuriken to upgrade the phoenix fire into the phoenix spark claw red, focusing the scattered fireballs, and successfully combined the power of the two sea-level techniques. All integrated into one. He used a power comparable to A-level ninjutsu. Coupled with the amazing sharpness of the ninja tool's silk thread after it is straightened, the dragnet is overturned. It's almost the same as cutting down dozens of ninja swords at the same time. Seeing this series of combined ninjutsu, Uchiha was so impressed that he tried to repeat the operation himself. It feels like nothing more than that. This kid's fighting talent is simply terrifying. The moves he taught Ci with his front foot, Uchiha could use in style with C's backhand. It's like a heifer rubbing the wire and it's so awesome. Moloi. Tutai, one of the three Union people, exclaimed, looking horrified. Who would have thought that in just a moment? Uchiha Ci completed the following series of operations to overcome the superior and use the weak to attack the strong. Damn it! This kid actually gave Malloy. Tao Tai's face was extremely ugly, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and veins popped out on his forehead. He almost couldn't help but rush forward and stab the kid in the barrier to death with a molten rock fist. He knew in his heart that if Malloy was lost like this, then although he and Lamy could stabilize Uchiha Setsuna, they would never be able to force each other to death. Then, this mission will most likely end here. Calm down. Lamy, who was older than Setsuna Uchiha, grabbed Dodei's shoulders and said calmly. Tutai, don't be impulsive and finish what we should do. Moloi is not as weak as you think. Pay attention, the barrier has not been broken yet. Malloy, he's alive. Despite saying this, Lamy's brows furrowed tightly. Gain Uchiha's offensive was so fast and so interlocking that it caught people off guard. UI. Not to mention that Malloy, as a ninja from the barrier class, most of his abilities lie in techniques. Even for a veteran jounin like him, it would be difficult for him to form seals in time to respond to such a fast-paced attack. You can only take advantage of it. His heart was getting heavier at this time. The three people in the battle all slowed down their offensive at this time, staring closely at the battlefield in the death battle barrier with the corner of their eyes. Although, it was just a genin battle. But unknowingly, it affected the situation on the entire battlefield, and even affected Union's entire strategic deployment in the country of Tang. Number. Within the boundary. Black smoke billowed and flames burned. Dozens or hundreds of silk threads as sharp as knives, under the control of Uchiha Ci, quickly cut towards the center. The scene seemed to be completely one-sided. Uchiha Ci, the genin who had not opened his Sharingan, actually suppressed the special Jonin Maroi of the hidden cloud village by his own strength. But soon, Uchiha's expression changed. He immediately noticed that something felt wrong. The thread of the ninja tool cutting towards the center of the Sea of Fire should have cut Malloy into pieces like pork. However, now I encountered an obstacle, like a taut elastic rope hitting a pile of yarn balls with a snap. The wrapping became tighter and tighter, and the wrapping became thicker and thicker, but it was unable to take another step inward. At this moment, the center of the Sea of Fire suddenly started churning. Immediately afterwards, a bone-chilling voice sounded. "Kid, you don't think you've won, do you?" The words fell. A pattern similar to a psychic spell suddenly expanded from the center of the Sea of Fire. Uchiha Ci looked at this pattern and his pupils suddenly shrank. He pulled out his hand to loosen the thread, pulled out 8 more shurikens from his ninja tool bag, and threw them towards the center of the Sea of Fire. "It's useless." Molloy's indifferent voice sounded. As the words fell, his figure gradually emerged from the Sea of Fire. There may be some fallacy in using the word emergent. In Uchiha Ci's sight, it was actually a sea of fire, which became lighter. Like pressing the plunger of a toilet, the flames of the entire Sea of Fire converged on Malloy's position in the center of the Sea of Fire in a clockwise direction. But Malloy just half knelt on the ground, slammed one hand into the scroll on the ground, and shouted with a cold look. "Sealing fire seal!" As soon as the words fell, the entire Sea of Fire was sealed into that small scroll by Malloy. At this time, the 8 shurikens thrown by Uchiha had already flown towards him. However, Malloy remained calm and formed the Ren seal, pressing his hands in the air. A sphere-like magic circle was opened. Sealing magic circle. It was this technique that blocked Uchiha Ci's silk cutting. Then, Malloy stood up and approached Uchiha Ci step by step. A pair of hands are also constantly forming complex seals. Uchiha Ci suddenly felt something bad and subconsciously wanted to leave the place. However, Malloy opened his hands and shouted angrily, "Boy, where else do you want to run?" A seal formed from Malloy's hand, and he slapped it on the ground. 17. Thunder kills binding. The winding current rushed towards Uchiha Ci quickly, forming a ring-like technique at Uchiha Ci's feet. The word thunder suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, 4 whips formed by electric current suddenly wrapped around Uchiha Ci's limbs, binding him tightly. Electricity passed through the body, and Uchiha wanted to move, but to no avail. Half of his body was numb, and even opening his mouth became extremely difficult. "Haha, boy, what else do you want to say?" Malloy asked with a sneer. Uchiha raised his head and looked at the sky. There were 10,000 words in his heart that he didn't know how to express. "The ancients never deceived me. Fire release is really a compassionate ninjutsu. There is no harm when there is smoke, there is no harm when there is smoke." Malloy slowly approached, pulled out the long knife, raised Uchiha Ci's chin with a playful expression, and said with a sneer, "You Uchiha just like this kind of flashy tricks. But it's a pity that you met me." Malloy sneered indifferently, placed the knife across Uchiha's neck, and shouted flatly, "That's the end of your bells and whistles." Facing such a powerful Malloy, the expression on Uchiha Ci's face gradually became distorted. I wanted to laugh wildly, but I didn't dare to laugh in advance, so I could only hold it in. The more he holds it back, the more distorted the expression on his face becomes. Uchiha Ci opened his eyes slightly. There was a certain amount of mockery, a certain amount of disdain in his eyes, and a certain amount of calmness as if he were an old man. He raised the corners of his mouth, looked at Molloy's face, and couldn't help but smile. You said. Is it? Please collect, read, and recommend. This is very important for new authors. Thanks to Brother Susan for a monthly ticket. Chapter 16 Big Reversal. Ancestral Laughter. Uchiha's moment of realization. The ruins of a village ravaged by ninja battles are in disarray. In the sky-reaching barrier, the ground was full of shurikens, scattered silk threads, as well as clods of soil, dead branches, and broken bricks broken by shinobi threads. In the field, Uchiha See's faint words fell. Molloy couldn't help but shuddered as if he was having a traumatic reaction. Even though his moves are as fierce as a tiger's, his current state also looks very embarrassing. The red trench coat was torn to pieces by the threads of the ninja tool, and the bottom was covered with smooth cuts and bleeding wounds. The stinging pain at the wound made him hiss quietly. Under Uchiha See's series of combined ninjutsu, if he hadn't carried a sealing scroll with him that could be used without any seals. What was sealed happened to be the technique of the sealing circle. Maybe, he really wanted to suffer at the hands of Uchiha, a fledgling genin. Molloy narrowed his eyes slightly, not daring to be careless. He formed a seal with his hands and looked up and down Uchiha See's body for a moment with his sensory ninjutsu. Just breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed the long knife and approached, showed a disdainful smile, and said coldly, "Kid, you still want to deceive me now? I've seen it. Now you are almost exhausted of chakra, have very little physical strength left, and you have been hit by my thunderbolt again. With your current strength, it is impossible to release it even with the substitute technique." Molloy raised the corners of his mouth and looked slightly complacent, as if he had a chance to win, and said calmly, You have been defeated. Besides waiting for death, you have no way out." However, Uchiha See's eyes were still very calm. It could even be said that he was so calm that it was scary. As Molloy said, he's in pretty bad shape right now. Not to mention the substitute technique, he couldn't even use an E-level rope breaking technique. But, at this moment, Uchiha See actually showed a look of relief on his face, and murmured to himself in a low voice. "I finally. Kid, what are you talking about?" Molloy frowned and stared at Uchiha See. After the duel just now, even now that he was sure of victory, he did not dare to be careless about Uchiha See anymore. But Uchiha See just stared at Molloy lightly, grinned suddenly, and said calmly as if telling a story. "Do you know? I've been looking forward to this moment for so long. And now?" Uchiha's eyes were crazy, the corners of his mouth were raised, and he said with extreme excitement, "I finally reached this moment. I just don't know what to say, it's so baffling." Molloy looked at Uchiha See who had reached this point and was still talking nonsense. He couldn't help but frown and shouted coldly, "No matter what else you wish for, it ends here. Go to hell." He decided not to talk nonsense anymore. "I plan to stab Uchiha through the chest directly and end Uchiha's life." Molloy picked up the long knife, grasped the handle with both hands, took a step back, and placed the flat end of the handle on his waist. The tip of the knife was aimed at Uchiha See's heart. As long as his arms are strong and the sword is sent forward, the young man in front of him will no longer be able to say a word. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he pushed forward and stabbed with the knife. It was as if he had seen the scene where Uchiha See fell. However, at this moment, Uchiha See, whose limbs were bound by lightning, suddenly he raised his head and laughed wildly. "Ho ho ho, ha 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 ha." The laughter has distinct layers. From the mocking chuckle at the beginning, to laughing out loud, to the end where I almost burst out laughing and burst into tears. Uchiha Ci lowered his head and glanced at Malloy, his eyes full of disdain. Kumagakuer, you don't think you won, do you? As Uchiha Ci's voice fell, Malloy's long sword cut through Uchiha Ci's high-collared black robe on his chest. When he saw what was under the black robe, his eyes trembled wildly, and the smug smile suddenly solidified on his face. The hand pushing the long knife suddenly stopped. This Malloy raised his head in horror and looked at Uchiha Ci. What is this? What? Uchiha laughed, his tone was crazy. Then let me tell you what this is. Uchiha Ci endured the strong numbness and pain of electric current passing through his body, and his eyes were grim. With one hand, he grabbed the high-collared black robe of Uchiha on the chest and tore it apart. The black robe was torn, and a muscular young body was exposed to the sun. However, in this body, but he was wearing a piece of underwear made of dense detonating talismans. Dark lines of detonating talismans crawled all over the body, from head to toe, and in every corner, there were detonating talismans. The densely packed characters' explosion are extremely visual impact. This amount could probably level the entire village to the ground. Malloy suddenly felt a numbness from his toes to his scalp, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Uchiha Ci, this brat actually wears the detonating talisman as clothes. Damn you! Madman! 18. Madman! Absolutely crazy! Aren't you fucking afraid of bumping into each other and sending yourself to the sky in one go? Uchiha Ci suddenly felt relaxed all over. The seal with the word thunder engraved on the ground stopped because Malloy was in a trance and interrupted the supply of chakra. Uchiha moved his arms a few times, jumped down, glanced at Malloy indifferently, and said calmly, "The one who really won is me." As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha grabbed the detonating talisman on his chest. With just one tear, the whole village will join Uchiha. God! The venue suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Outside the barrier, 3 people were paying close attention to the battle inside the barrier. As Malloy used the fire sealing seal, the sealing array, and the lightning killing binding one after another, the situation suddenly reversed. The identities of prey and hunter were reversed, and Uchiha Ci was controlled. He was about to end his life with a knife. Resign. The great elder Uchiha couldn't help being shocked for a moment, and immediately wanted to get out and use powerful ninjutsu to break the barrier. Uchiha Ci at this time. The weight in the heart of the great elder Uchiha Setsuna is no longer the same. He has mastered the Uchiha style and silk shuriken beyond his age level, and can learn the dragon fire jutsu and the phoenix spark claw red with a little guidance. And he was able to draw inferences from one instance, combine 3 techniques, and use combined ninjutsu that even amazed him. Uchiha Ci, in his mind, was no longer the useless person who couldn't even open the Sharingan. He is genius of geniuses. As the top executive in the clan, Uchiha Setsuna naturally knows how to open the Sharingan. He can design a strong stimulus to awaken the Sharingan among his people. However, such behavior is a form of overthrowing the talent. Forcibly opening the Sharingan without matching the talent of the Sharingan. The Sharingan will only become a drag, a kind of wealth that people covet and want to snatch. However, Uchiha Ci is different. His talent is enough to support this power. Even just a moment ago, Uchiha Setsuna had already planned a life and death separation, an extremely bloody plan, which was enough for Uchiha to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan all the way and become the ultimate psychopath. But now, the situation on the court is reversed. This genius, who had just emerged, was going to be buried in a foreign country. For Uchiha and his hawks, it is simply a huge loss. Uchiha immediately gritted his teeth slightly and looked hard. He decided to use Izanagi. He replaced the 2 Kumagakuer blocking him with one, then forcibly broke the barrier and took Uchiha Ci away. This kind of talent cannot die here. Please add it to your collection, recommend it, and read it. This is really important for new authors. Bang bang bang. Chapter 17 The Great Elder is moved. Cry Uchiha doesn't need your sacrifice. Outside the boundary. The two Kumigakure surrounded Uchiha Setsuna one after another. Seeing Malloy gaining the advantage, the two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Lamy used Thunder Release and Earth Release to deal with the harassment, and Earth and Rock was in front, constantly using Zayunyu Thunder Plow Hot Knife combined with Molten Release Lava Fist to harass Setsuna Uchiha. Uchiha Setsuna deliberately wanted to find an opportunity to use illusion to control one person, and then replace one person with Izanaga's hair. However, Kumigakure and the two kept changing their bodies and did not fight him at all, and the fight was just a matter of seconds. It seemed that he had already made up his mind to delay the attack until Malloy killed Uchiha Ci and returned. This made Uchiha instantly exhausted and had no chance to take advantage of him. The expression on Uchiha Setsuna's face became heavier and more anxious. Go on like this. Not only would he not be able to save Uchiha Ci, but he himself would be killed by 3 people here. The situation is not optimistic. However, at this moment, the situation on the court changed again. Ho ho ho, ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. A burst of ups and downs and wild laughter suddenly came from the barrier. Malloy's face was full of horror, and he formed a seal to change the shape of the barrier, allowing internal and external sounds to pass through each other. Senior Lamy, Senior Tutai. Quick, retreat. Malloy's horrified voice was followed by wild laughter. What? Lamy was stunned when he heard the voice, and turned to look inside the barrier. However, he saw Uchiha Ci was shirtless and covered with dense patterns of detonating symbols. He pinched a detonating talisman on his chest, and with a disdain and sneer on his face, he approached Malloy step by step. What the hell? Lamy's eyes nearly popped out. Looking at Uchiha Ci's detonating talisman, Lamy's scalp was numb, and he couldn't help but trembled and shuddered. With just one glance, his old and cloudy eyes became clear. Is this kid crazy? So many detonating talismans are enough to blow this village up into the sky. Tao Tai on the side couldn't help but swallowed. He was the right-hand man of the third Raikage, so he was used to the reckless man's methods. But when he saw Uchiha Ci's posture, his scalp was numb and his face was horrified. How could anyone wear detonating charms as clothes? Even Kirigakure's Oniden clan wouldn't dare to do this, right? This special girl is no longer reckless, she is a complete lunatic. Outside the barrier, the 3 people stopped in unison and turned to look inside the barrier. Uchiha's eyes were almost splitting in an instant. Looking at Uchiha Ci dressed as a terrorist, she was afraid that if he stumbled, he would trigger the detonating talisman on his body. Then, with a bang, this freshly minted Uchiha genius who belonged to his Hawk faction was gone. Uchiha Ci, what are you doing? He asked angrily, sweat dripping from his forehead, and his heart was filled with a huge shock. Uchiha Ci twisted the detonating talisman in front of his heart, turned his head, and responded very calmly. Great Elder, you have seen it, I can only do this, there is no other way. Uchiha's Adam's apple moved up and down for a moment, and he was worried. He tried his best to pretend to be calm, and spoke to persuade. Ci, calm down. Quickly, take off that detonating talisman for me. I will rescue you. Relax, these losers can't stop me. No. Uchiha shook his head hard, walked towards Malloy with a calm face, and said calmly. Great Elder, we are actually very aware of the current situation. Once I give up resistance and let this guy get out of the barrier alive, if the 3 of them join forces, the Great Elder will definitely die here. If you die here, the clansmen far away in Hell Valley will soon be attacked by the 2-tailed Jinhuriki. By then, Uchiha will suffer heavy losses. And it's not just human losses. Uchiha took out a breath and said seriously. The Blood Pond clan is liberated, and the commission from the Lightning Country daimyo has failed. Our clan's reputation will suffer a serious blow. Without external financial resources and the loss of the hawkish leader, there will definitely be chaos, division, and disputes within the Uchiha. The outside world, as well as old dogs like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, have everlasting hatred towards our clan. At this time, it is a time of internal and external troubles and a critical moment of life and death. 19. Uchiha C's eyes flashed with a flash of light. He took a big step forward and pulled the detonating talisman on his chest outwards. I already understand the meaning of why I'm standing here. Malloy used his hands and feet to crawl backwards, shouting with a look of horror on his face. What do you understand? Get out of here! What are you going to do? Stop! Stop there, don't move! Stop tearing it apart, it's going to explode, it's going to explode! Don't come over! Don't come over! Outside the boundary. When the elder Uchiha heard these words, he couldn't help but clenched his fist hard, and the hand holding the knife was trembling. How could he not be clear about what Ci said? But, he didn't expect. Uchiha Ci actually has such a sharp vision, it is almost like him, standing at the top of the clan, seeing everything so clearly. This. Uchiha words. He is not only a genius, he is also a genius with great vision. No wonder he would take the initiative to participate in such a task. It turned out that he had already seen all this. This young eagle, which has not even grown its feathers, jumped down from the edge of the cliff. Not because he longs to fly. But he saw the future of the family's overthrow. It was the fear of the nest being overturned and Anne's eggs intact that made this child, at an age when he should be enjoying stability and gathering wings. I chose to step into the bottomless abyss. But because of this, Uchiha Setsuna was so heartbroken that he almost couldn't breathe. Resign. His eyes were red, and his cold face remained unchanged for thousands of years. At this moment, so moved, Uchiha clutched the knife fiercely for a moment, his eyes were slightly red, and his gaze gradually became extremely sharp. He glanced at the three people in Union, and the anger in his heart almost burned to the sky. Uchiha took a deep breath and shouted sharply. Uchiha Ci! That's enough! Stop it, old man! Uchiha, you don't need to sacrifice! Uchiha grinned, his calm and indifferent expression gradually softened. He turned his head, looked at Setsuna Uchiha, smiled and shook his head. Great Elder, there is no need to persuade me. Eagle, you must behave like an eagle. This is the last farewell. Uchiha said with a smile. After this mission, please don't forget me. Next year, help me burn some paper in front of the memorial monument. I'm satisfied. Uchiha's heart suddenly shook, and he suddenly raised his head, just about to persuade him again. Then he heard Uchiha Ci asked him quietly. Great Elder, you don't regret choosing me, right? Uchiha's eyes were in a trance for a moment. Uchiha Ci's figure was reflected in his Sharingan, as if it overlapped with the figure of the little devil who didn't know whether to live or die in the clan meeting. The Great Elder's expression was moved again, thinking that out of anger, he actually made Uchiha quit the battlefield. His face couldn't help but begin to twist, and his intestines turned blue with regret. If he had known that Uchiha Ci was such a genius, how could he let this kid go to the battlefield? Moreover, he also wanted to use Uchiha Ci as cannon fodder for the coup. Now, seeing Uchiha Ci who is using his life to buy him a chance of survival, Uchiha Setsuna wanted to slap himself hard. He really deserves to die. Uchiha instantly trembled his lips and looked at Uchiha Ci. His eyes full of reluctance. Resign. Please add it to your collection, recommend it, and read it. This is really important to new authors. Thanks to my adoptive father Shimao for his monthly ticket. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Chapter 18 Blood, Tears, Madness, and Commitment. Uchiha's Anger. atop a mess of ruins. Uchiha clenched his fists for a moment, and his eyes shot out two gleams of coldness that were as cold as the bone. He turned to look at Malloy, Lamy, and Dode, the three ninjas of Kumagakure. There has never been a moment when he felt such unforgettable pain. He is the great elder of Uchiha, the eagle that flies freely in the sky. He is also the handsome adult that the young eagles in the clan yearn for. But now, it's here. But he could only look at the young eagle that would surely break through the clouds, carry the blue sky, and fly 90,000 miles away from the sheep's horns. Use your flesh and blood to carve out a miserable escape path for yourself. The three Megatama in Uchiha Setsuna's Sharingan eyes rotated rapidly, almost connecting into a dark line, turning into a new pattern. But that's all. Uchiha suddenly understood clearly and painfully that he was not a gifted person like Uchiha Kage. He does not have the qualifications to activate the Mangeki Sharingan. Therefore, he could only stare at a pair of copper bell-like eyes, with countless bloodshot eyes densely packed in the whites. His eyes were red, like a demon. A line of bloody tears quietly slid down his cheek. Uchiha closed his eyes in pain for a moment, but in the darkness, countless figures of old people who had passed away appeared. Uchiha Tajima, Madara, Izuna, Kagami. One after another, figures in a human wall formed by Uchiha stood in front of Setsuna Uchiha. They are silent, they are numb, their canthus eyes are wide with a pair of scarlet eyes. His lips, teeth, and even his face were trembling. Just looking at him like this, feeling resentful, angry, and scolding. Why, from the Warring States period to the present, the one who has survived all the way is such a mediocre waste like him. Uchiha suddenly opened his eyes, without any hesitation in his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and he glanced at the three of Kumagakure with a pair of Sharingan eyes that were dripping with blood and tears. Uchiha suddenly raised his head. Ha 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 ha. He was obviously laughing, but his laughter was filled with a heart-wrenching pain that felt like a fingernail falling off. It is good. It is good. Uchiha Ci. As the great elder of the Uchiha clan, the leader of the Hawk faction, and your godfather, I recognize your will. Uchiha roared angrily and angrily. Go to hell. No worries, just die here happily. In the barrier, Uchiha Ci's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Setsuna. I'm afraid that this little old man won't run away if he gets too emotional, and will play life and death drama with him here. He has done it to this point, this old man must not act stupidly. Damn it, just run away if you can't beat me. Isn't that embarrassing? However, Uchiha instantly raised his long sword and pointed it at Kumagakure and the others, his eyes as cold as an eternal iceberg. 20. He promised sternly. Don't worry, I'll run away like a stray dog. But these three people, I will bear the eternal wrath of the Uchiha clan. From now on, I will use the strength of the entire clan to strangle these three people. Wind, fire, earth, water, and thunder, the Daming Mansion and Ninja Village of the 5 major countries will receive a permanent bounty mission at the same time. Besides, the underground money exchange will always have a bounty on their heads. The big and small organizations in the ninja world, Hoshi Ninja, Taki Ninja, Kusanagi Ninja, Rain Ninja, Tang Ninja, Kunoichi, Iron Country, Ryuaduan, Akatsuki, Shenyuan Clan, Mori, Lin, Pruchna Clan, Keijiro. All forces and all organizations. Everyone will know. Uchiha's eyes were crazy for a moment, his eyes were about to burst, and his tone was cold and hard as if he was chewing nails. One of your heads is worth 100 million taels. Every word is heartfelt. What the hell are you talking about? Lamy couldn't help but tremble all over, with a look of panic on his face. Uchiha Setsuna, are you crazy? Are you going to break the unspoken rules of the ninja world? This is simply a recipe for death. When Dode and Malloy heard Uchiha Setsuna's words, their foreheads buzzed as if they had been hit by a hammer. Crazy! All crazy! The little thing is crazy! The old thing went crazy too! In the chain of hatred in the ninja world, every family and every village has endured piercing hatred and pain, but on the bright side, no one dares to do what Setsuna Uchiha did. At most, he could anonymously post a reward at an underground money exchange. The truth is very simple. If you kill my son, I will hang your head on my head. There is nothing wrong with that. But such behavior will undoubtedly intensify conflicts, allow the war to continue endlessly, and destroy villages and countries. Of course, the ninja villages of various countries will restrict such behavior. However, the Uchiha clan is different. As the only two strongest families in the Warring States period, Uchiha had the ability to bypass the ninja village mission system and submit this vendetta to various organizations. Although no one has ever done this, Uchiha does have the connections to use the Gundam to hack it. However, although there is a bounty of 300 million on the surface, it may cost more than 1 billion secretly. This kind of cost also makes the organizations in the ninja world can only sigh and feel helpless and furious. Just to kill 3 people, the whole family's assets must be sold off, so that the whole family can tighten their belts and live. Should the ninja clan continue to develop? However, Uchiha is different. Uchiha is rich, very rich. Such consumption will not harm the fundamentals. Moreover, the hawks in the Uchiha clan are a bunch of lunatics, and they are probably very happy to donate money from their own pockets to pay for such bounties. Upon hearing Lami's words, Uchiha instantly grinned, his eyes cold and arrogant, full of disdain. Rules? Do you think I care about rules? Did you admit the wrong person? I am. Uchiha instant. After the words fell, the expressions of Lami, Tutai and Malloy changed at the same time. Yes, this old guy is Uchiha Setsuna. At this time, Setsuna Uchiha's name was known to everyone among senior ninjas from all over the world. He dared to launch a coup while the second-generation Hokage was out negotiating, and planned to assassinate the second-generation Hokage. That is simply the same virtuous thing as their unions Golden Horn and Silver Horn. And during this period, the current clan leader Uchiha Kagami was still alive. He is completely insane. It is not unusual for such a person to do anything when his brain gets hot. The only difference between this old guy and their unions Golden and Silver Horns is: one assassination was successful, the other was attempted, and the coup was not launched in time. A complete terrorist. What the hell, you're just a madman, madman, madman. Tutai looked frightened and cursed. Lami stretched out an arm and pointed at Uchiha Setsuna. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, his arms were shaking, and he couldn't say a word. Malloy looked dejected and almost hopeless. Who can understand how he feels? Standing in front of him was a little lunatic who wore detonating charms as clothes. Behind him stood an old madman who threatened to chop off his head and use it as a chamber pot. He is about to have a nervous breakdown. Even Uchiha Ci felt a bit stuck in his throat at this time. Looking at Uchiha Setsuna, his scalp was numb. He suddenly had the idea that he didn't want to die here. I feel that if he died here, it would be a great elder, Setsuna Uchiha, who would go back. I'm afraid that Uchiha will be destroyed faster than the original history. Uchiha Ci couldn't help but wailed in his heart. Help! These people named Uchiha are all crazy? After finally getting rid of an Uchiha Shisui, why did he encounter an Uchiha Setsuna who was more seriously ill than him? Please follow up, collect and recommend within 12 hours. Man, this is really important for new authors. Bang bang bang. Chapter 19 Fight to the Death. Billions of anger will trouble Liunu. At this time, after Uchiha Setsuna's extreme speech, which was almost like self-destruction, the situation on the court was polarized. On Union's side, you are trembling and I am pale, both of us are waiting for death. On the other hand, the Uchiha too here, you blow yourself up, I hang my head, you finish singing and I come on stage. It can be said to be Uchiha's big stage, come if you are sick. Uchiha Ci also realized at this moment that the words he just babbled seemed a bit too strong. Look how moved this little old man Setsuna Uchiha was. But his original intention was just to achieve a relatively happy ending and then get bail and go home. To do this, he deceived everyone present. The starting point of the words is that the Hell Valley defenders will be destroyed by Kumagakure using the two-tailed Jinchuriki, causing huge losses to Uchiha. However, this is actually a false proposition. Because country Hell Valley will soon no longer need Uchiha to guard it. The plan of the Blood Pond clan and Kumagakure was actually ruined when the daimyo envoy from the Land of Thunder died. The woman who followed the envoy out to plead guilty to the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, and dedicated it to the daimyo, was the wife of Oya Castle of the Pond of Blood. After she returned to Hell Valley, at this point in time, she committed suicide because she could not bear the insults and abuse from her tribe, plus the heavy pressure of her tribe being merged into the war due to the failure of the mission. Only her daughter, Chino of Blood, was left behind. Pool of Blood Oya Castle, or rather, Oya Castle Flame. After this man learned that his wife had committed suicide, he regretted, blamed himself, complained, and hated all the Blood Pond clan members who forced his wife to commit suicide. His blood dragon eye may have evolved to a level similar to the Mangeki Sharingan. The price is the same as the Mangeki Sharingan. He's crazy. But he can also fly a Gundam. In this era where fighting power still follows traditional ninja fighting methods. One day not too far in the future. 21. He would kill all the clan members with his own hands, leave Hell Valley with his daughter, and build Oya Castle on a small island in the Kingdom of Water. Become the leading black marketeer in the ninja world, the man behind the arena, and the #1 dealer in the blood inheritance world. However, this kind of deception can save the lives of 2 people in the team, while only Ci himself will be sacrificed. For Uchiha Ci, this is undoubtedly the best ending. At this time, the great elder Uchiha turned his head in an instant and looked at Uchiha Ci, his eyes were sad and regretful, but his tone revealed a strange kindness. Ci, go to hell. As long as I am around, this vendetta will never be eliminated. Not even Sarutobi Hiruzen can control me. Uchiha was sweating slightly on his forehead and said to himself, Great Elder, this is too extreme. Under your leadership, the Hawks will probably fall into the garbage heap of history. However, he looked around. The situation has developed like this, and Setsuna Uchiha even helped him think about his funeral. It's a little unreasonable not to die now. Uchiha Ci immediately focused his eyes, looked at Uchiha Setsuna resolutely, and said in a deep voice. In this way, my death will be valuable. The eyes of the 3 Kumagakure suddenly trembled, and they stared at Uchiha Ci. Previously, he was hit by the thunderbolt and could only barely move his arms, making a gesture of detonating it. But in fact, his fingers were so numb that he couldn't even twist the detonating talisman. It only took a moment for Uchiha Ci to adapt to the electro-induced numbness of his body, and the fingers on the detonating talisman gained some strength. Immediately, he decided to tear it apart. No, he's really going to blow himself up. Tutai, quickly, spread out. Watching Uchiha pull the detonating talisman on his chest, Lamy couldn't help but gritted his teeth, turned to look at Malloy in the barrier, and ordered with difficulty. Malloy, use that. You must survive. Otherwise, the mission will fail. What? Malloy in the barrier widened his eyes and said hesitantly. But, Captain, the Sandame has said that it is an insurance policy reserved for the Blood Pond clan. Even if you die, you can't use it in advance. Lamy clenched his fists fiercely and was caught in a dilemma, but he didn't have much time to think. His eyes were red as he looked at the 2 Uchiha men. After a struggle, his gaze became decisive. Rami gritted his teeth and said, who the hell would have thought that we would meet two crazy people like this during a mission? If you don't use it now, you're just waiting to be killed and crippled, the mission fails, and then the old lunatic from Uchiha puts a huge price on your head. Think about it, this damn mission will cost you your life. You use it now, and we will gather together to kill Setsuna Uchiha. He won't have the chance to issue a reward. Otherwise, just wait for death. Lamy's beard was trembling wildly nervously. As a veteran ninja who has also lived from the Warring States period to the present, he knows best the weight of Uchiha Setsuna's words. When this old lunatic says he wants to fuck you, he means he is really going to risk his life with you. Lamy spoke in a heavy tone and shouted to Malloy. The Uchiha clan has really mobilized. If we can't get out of the country of you, we will be outflanked by them. By then, not only will the mission fail, but our lives will be lost. You fucking think it over for me. 100 million tails, one head. Even if we return to the Kingdom of Thunder, there will be successive organizations sneaking into the Kingdom of Thunder and offering bounties on their heads. In the barrier, Malloy's eyes changed one after another as he collapsed on the ground. He gritted his teeth for the last time, looked at Uchiha Ci coldly, and shouted self-defeatingly. Uchiha Ci, hey! You're fine. I remember you. But do you think you really won? When Uchiha heard these familiar words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, thinking to himself, why are you playing turn-based games with your buddies? Immediately, he glanced coldly, did not even answer the question, and was not moved at all. When Malloy saw this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Uchiha Ci is wearing a detonating talisman. No matter where he strikes, the time bomb will definitely detonate. But if you don't kill him, he will definitely be blown up by the opponent. Generally speaking, there are only two ways for ninjas who specialize in sealing techniques to fight. One is the sealing seal, which is a seal formed on the spot. It can be used quickly with the sealing scroll, just like the fire sealing seal and lightning killing binding used by Malloy just now. The same ones include sealing evil seals, eliminating evil seals, heavy sealing of limbs, etc. The other is to create a sealing array. This method is time-consuming, complicated to form seals, and requires constructing and drawing runes, which is very troublesome. It is difficult to deal with emergencies like this. In addition, if you want to have the ability to quickly create a magic circle on the battlefield, you must cooperate with the valuable sealing scroll and quickly deploy the magic circle through the semi-finished sealing magic circle drawn on it. Similar to the binding circle he used with the scroll just now. But now, Malloy looked at Uchiha Ci who was getting closer and closer, and the detonating talisman he was pulling with increasing amplitude. His eyes were about to burst, and his pupils shrank to a pinpoint. The fear of death hits my heart hard. Malloy was trembling all over, thinking a lot in his mind at that moment. But in the end, he looked hard, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a sealing scroll from the scroll bag at his side. Uchiha Ci's eyes were focused, watching the other party's movements to prevent changes. I endured the soreness and numbness in my arm due to the electric shock. Pull the detonating talisman on your chest hard. Tear. A bright light suddenly shined. At the same time, Malloy tore off the rope clasp of the scroll, shook the bearing hard, and let the scroll roll and unfold. He inserted his hand into the wound on his body, resisting the severe pain, and drew out a handful of thick blood. Malloy looked sharply. He slammed his bloody hand on the scroll, raised his head, and shouted angrily at Uchiha Ci. How could I lose to you, a useless genin? All right. Sealing technique billions of angers will bring trouble to the slaves. Please bookmark it, ask for recommendation votes, and ask for timely reading within 12 hours. This is really important for new and young authors. Thanks for a monthly ticket from UFO Zunfawadeo. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Just a reminder, starting tomorrow, we will officially update from 8 AM to 5 AM. I sincerely ask you to read it in time. Super orgasm tomorrow. 59/10059/50059/1000. Everyone, there are still 5 days until the warehouse is released, please vote enthusiastically. Chapter 20 The World of 3 Seconds, Homeless Wild Dogs. When Uchiha Sei tore the first detonating talisman, all the detonating talisman patterns gathered on his body suddenly lit up with bright yellow light. At this moment, Uchiha Sei turned into light. Light in the physical sense. It is simply more brilliant than the rising sun in the horizon. The bright light instantly filled all the vision in front of Sei, giving him the illusion that what he was holding in his hand was not a detonating talisman, but a divine light rod. It seems that Uchiha Sei will transform into Gundam form and attack at the next moment. But of course this is just fantasy. Uchiha Sei didn't even awaken the Sharingan. He doesn't think that he gets up on time at 6 o'clock every day, goes to bed on time at 10 o'clock, and must drink a glass of Fizzy happy water before going to bed. His mood is as stable as the alarm clock he puts beside his bed, and he only follows the dial. Man walking steadily on the scale step by step. It's something that only a lunatic can awaken. Shaking his head, Uchiha couldn't help baring his teeth and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Farewell, Uchiha. 22. Farewell to this fucking world. He raised his head, his face full of anger, opened his arms, and threw himself into the sea of fire. Embrace the world like a winner. The temperature is rising and the flames are scorching. If there are no accidents, Uchiha Sei will be blown into a ball of fireworks 3 seconds later, and the curtain will fall in the ninja world. Then, with a huge insurance of 500 million yuan, he happily embarked on his way home. This wave is bathing in the detonating talisman. Funeral for a dragon, skip all the process, go straight to the crematorium, the cremation speed is as fast as a flying dragon riding on the face. How do you want me to lose? Please tell me, how the hell am I supposed to lose? Akimbo loudly bb.jpg. However, Uchiha Sei, who was immersed in beautiful fantasy, forgot. Just before departure, he smashed his alarm clock with his own hands. He sent himself to the battlefield of the Third Ninja War, which is full of the most variables in the world. And a person who prefers to drink Fizzy happy water instead of wolfberry and chrysanthemum tea. Is his mood really stable? Number. Sealing technique, billions of wraths will annoy the slaves. It is a sealing technique unique to Kumagakuer. It can even be said that this technique is one of the top sealing techniques in the ninja world today, except for the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Because of its production cost. It's the ink of the eight-tailed Jihoki. This material can only be produced stably by the Sandame Reikage AI, who possesses both the strongest spear and the strongest shield, by beating the eight tails. How powerful is this technique? During the Fourth Ninja War, the eight-tailed Jihoki and Kiribi used this move to seal nearly 1,000 enemies at the same time. The spitted ink will turn into a clone of the eight tails Jinhyuriki, and use swastika-shaped taijutsu to control the opponent's body. After 3 seconds, the target will be completely dyed black, completing the seal. However, this technique has an extremely big shortcoming. That is, it takes a full 3 seconds from contacting the opponent to activating this technique. The initial design of the detonating talisman left a guiding time. Generally speaking, the detonating talisman that is not controlled by manual sealing also takes 3 seconds from throwing to blasting. Look, isn't this a coincidence? Now, the boundary covering the ruins. Malloy's eyes were cold, his hands stained with thick blood were stained, and he shouted in a loud voice. Sealing technique billions of angers will bring trouble to the slaves. On the white and blood-stained scroll, a huge 8 characters suddenly lit up. A huge amount of ink swept out from the scroll, like a dark waterfall. In the ink, a majestic figure wrapped around the black and red-tailed beast's chakra coat gradually emerged. It tilted its head. A pair of round, emotionless white eyes instantly locked onto Uchiha Ci. The next moment, the phantom of the Jinchuriki flew over on the waterfall formed by the ink. Immediately afterwards, a strong man lock. He tightened his elbow on Uchiha Ci's neck, kicked Uchiha Ci's soul, causing him to lose his center of gravity and roll over. He then raised his leg and crossed Uchiha Ci's elbow, and pinned Uchiha Ci's other foot. Waste. What a love that is stronger than the 7-day lock of gold. Uchiha Ci was laughing loudly when suddenly a muscular man wearing a tailed beast costume rushed into the sea of fire which had not yet expanded, and used a set of joint techniques to press him down and pin him to the ground. A handsome little face is completely bald. The next moment, Uchiha Ci's vision went dark. The macho man turned into a puddle of ink dripping down. Uchiha looked like Patrick who had lemon juice sprayed on his face by Squidward, and blinked blankly. I saw the ink spreading rapidly on his body. Wherever you go. The blazing yellow light that was about to emerge from the detonating talisman suddenly dimmed and turned into waste paper. Nearly 78% of the detonating charms lost their function, and the movement of the other 20% of the detonating charms that were about to be detonated gradually subsided. The smile on Uchiha Ci's face suddenly stiffened. And on the other side, Malloy, who used this sealing technique, had an expression on his face that was almost in sync with Uchiha Ci. He was immediately dumbfounded. Looking at the sealing scroll in front of me, I feel a little doubtful about life. Before leaving, the Sandame Raikage solemnly warned him that he could only use this technique when the Blood Pond clan disobeyed orders and tried to resist the whole clan and escape from Hell Valley. It was also emphasized that it must be used only when the family is in turmoil. As a result, this is it. You tell me this thing can subdue the Blood Pond clan? In addition to summoning a seemingly powerful Jinchuriki shadow, this thing gave this brat a set of strongman locks. Where is his effect? Where is the power? Where are the refund channels? Malloy could hardly stop cursing. However, at this moment, 8 kunao flew over in the air, grazed Malloy's cheek, and were nailed to the barrier wall behind him. Then, a howl like the roar of a hungry ghost exploded in his ears. What the hell have you done? The resentment in his tone was like that of a hell dog that had just 2 of its 3 heads chopped off after crawling out of hell, and could only wander helplessly in the wilderness. The origin of sound. Uchiha Ci struggled to get up from the ground after his face was covered with squid juice. He raised his head, and his facial features were almost twisted into a mess on his face covered in black squid juice. A pair of scarlet pupils suddenly lit up. A single Megatama is spinning crazily in it. Uchiha Ci, who was dark and ferocious, crawling twistedly on the ground, roared angrily with a broken voice. What have you done? I ask you. What have you done? Answer me. What have you done? Speak to me. What the hell did you do? Uchiha raised his head, widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and trembled all over. A pair of eyes, bloodshot. A line of blood and tears streaked down the cheek. He is like a wild beast that chooses and devours people. The murderous intent, and madness in his eyes almost solidified. It is a pity. In the world 3 seconds later. Uchiha words. Still. I couldn't say goodbye to this world. The foreshadowing is recycled, the foreshadowing is completed, and it's so refreshing. I hope you guys enjoy watching it too. Next is the crazy part that the guys like the most. If you have tickets and collections, don't be stingy. Chapter 21. Come on, kill me. Open the door, I'm going to start showing off. A fist hit Malloy hard on the face, denting his face and causing his back to hit the wall of the barrier. Bump. Pfft. Malloy couldn't help but let out a groan and spat out 3 bloody back molars. Before that, he had consumed nearly half of his physical strength due to the long journey. He used the instantaneous body technique, the fire sealing seal, and the sealing circle twice in succession. He was hit by Uchiha Ci's combined ninjutsu, and his whole body was covered with cuts. 23. Finally, he used the large-scale sealing technique Yi Nu Duan Shu Fan Lu Nu. 80% of the chakra in his body has been consumed. Now, due to the excessive consumption of energy to produce chakra, he took big breaths to relieve his physical and mental exhaustion. But did not expect Uchiha Ci, who was hit by hundreds of thousands of angry slaves. He could actually get up and attack him. Looking at Uchiha Ci with a ferocious face and bloodshot eyes, crawling towards him like an evil ghost. He couldn't help but feel swaying, his heart seemed to be grasped by the devil's big hand, and his whole body trembled. Uchiha looked at Kumagakure in front of him with a ferocious smile, the single Megatama flying in his eyes. He stood up with force and kicked Malloy hard in the face. He kicked his head against the barrier wall, raised his hands helplessly, covered his face and howled miserably. Immediately afterwards, Ci turned over and kicked from the side, hitting Malloy hard on the left side of his face. With one kick, the special Jonin of Cloud Hidden Village and his leader were sent flying out, dragging a piece of dust and slamming it into the broken wall of the ruins. At this moment, the world in Uchiha sees eyes. Every detail is visible, and even the tracks of falling dust can be seen clearly. In the body that has reached its limit, a new power surges up from nowhere. But it did nothing to alleviate the anger and fear in his heart at this moment. Anger at the interruption of the death process, and fear at the unpredictable future. Uchiha clenched his fists and tore off a detonating talisman that was not soaked in ink and sealed from his body. Pulling out the last kunao tied to his trouser legs, he wrapped the detonating charm around the tip of the kunao. He pursed his trembling lips and said nothing. He just opened his Sharingan and approached Malloy with a sinister smile. The expression on his face was twisted and ferocious, mixed with blood, tears, and squid juice, and collected drop by drop on his chin. Black and scarlet blood fell to the ground. But if you look closely, you can see that he is shaking. His teeth chattered, his face trembled, and his pupils swayed. This is an expression of an evil spirit mixed with extreme anger and fear. Malloy, who fell into the ruins of the wall, spat out a pool of blood and shook his head vigorously. My eyes were filled with stars, and I could no longer hear anything in one ear. After a long and rapid tinnitus, he vaguely heard someone calling his name outside the barrier. Malloy! Malloy! It's Rami-senpai and Todai-senpai. Malloy raised his head blankly and looked outside the barrier. Lamy looked anxious and shouted anxiously, "Please come to my senses. Moloi, haven't you seen it yet? He has been using taijutsu. His chakra has been sealed by the Yunujuan Shuchen Liu slave." Malloy suddenly wakes up. And then, a kunao has been stabbed in the face. Malloy immediately mobilized his chakra, got up, and grabbed Uchiha Ci's wrist. But the restrained Uchiha laughed ferociously and forcefully twisted his arm off the bone with a click. The other hand pulled out the detonating talisman wrapped around the tip of the kunao and pressed it on Malloy's face. The detonating talisman lights up. Boom! Bump, bump, two sounds, the two of them were pushed away from the smoke by the hurricane produced by the explosion, and fell to the ground. Malloy gasped for air, a look of horror on his face. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Exchanging life for life, you don't want your life anymore. If Malloy hadn't slapped away the detonating talisman in Uchiha's hand at the critical moment. At this moment, both of them were killed. Uchiha stood up unsteadily from the ground, a pair of scarlet pupils glaring with anger. You think I'm crazy? Uchiha bared his teeth, raised his head, and looked down at Malloy with his scarlet Sharingan, his eyes filled with deep disdain. Who do you think you are? Have you ever received 9 years of compulsory education? Do you know what a truly peaceful world looks like? Have you ever experienced the joy of drinking Coke comfortably in a rental house, typing on the keyboard with both hands, and running towards your dreams? I had everything, but I was thrown into this fucking world for such a fucking reason. Uchiha cursed angrily. You don't understand anything at all. You, Kumagakur, and Konoha are all a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. With your crippled brain, you are qualified to lecture me on something that zombies are not willing to chew. Uchiha Ci covered his face and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. I've had enough. Enough is enough, enough is enough, enough is enough, enough is enough. In this boring world, there is no Wi-Fi, no games, movies, nipple music, no people I care about, no things I long for, no, 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 no. Nothing at all. Uchiha suddenly stopped speaking, and the Sharingan Megatama in his palms rotated crazily, full of ferocious, cold, unruly, and disdain. As well as the anger that burns everything. This world is nothingness. It is meaningless. As if he had seen through everything, Uchiha looked at Malloy, but his eyes penetrated Malloy, as if he was looking at the whole world behind him. He hooked his hand at the other party disdainfully. Come on, kill me. Malloy's eyes were cold and he took a deep breath. He didn't understand what the Wi-Fi watermelon video and game power nipple music in Uchiha's words were. However, he can hear it. Uchiha Ci, this good-for-nothing genin, this one just opened the Megatama Sharingan, and was at best a slightly bigger cannon fodder in the Third Ninja World War. Now, he is actually mocking him? You have a way to kill yourself. Malloy's eyes turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out the long knife with his backhand, narrowed his eyes slightly, put the knife on his arm, and lunged to prepare for the attack. Now that we know that Uchiha Ci cannot use chakra, the matter is very clear. Although he does not have the rich chakra to use ninjutsu now, he uses his taijutsu as a special jounin. A mere Uchiha is just a young boy who can be suppressed with a flip of his hand. Without saying a word, Uchiha immediately leaned forward and sprinted, hiding his hands behind his back, and rushed towards Malloy as if he was about to pull out a weapon from his ninja bag. Malloy sneered, twisted his steps and swung his knife. This sword is the Yunliu sword technique of Union Village, deceiving people. Simply perform a horizontal slash with your katana, giving the opponent the illusion that it is a slash. Force the opponent to dodge. Once the opponent dodges to the left, he can seamlessly connect with Yunliu and Li slash. After further deceiving the opponent, he can spin his body and slash the vital part of his back. And if the opponent dodges to the right, he will face the killer move coming directly. Yunliu 3 days and moon slash. However, the next moment, the sneer on Malloy's face suddenly stiffened. Uchiha resigned, he didn't hide at all. Let the ninja sword slash from the left shoulder to the right shoulder, making a hideous gash. Then, he grabbed the blade of the ninja sword, blood dripping from between his fingers to the ground. His eyes were cold, crazy, and ferocious. This is a jounin, and this is your swordsmanship. 24. Not enough. This is not enough. Come on, kill me. Use all your strength to kill me. Malloy's face was filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of fear again, and cursed a madman in his heart. At this moment, outside the barrier, an angry voice exploded. Enough! Moloi, untie the barrier. I'll kill him. Tai had a ferocious look on his face, his hands quickly formed seals, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. It is useless to rely on Malloy alone. As the pressure from Uchiha Setsuna continued to pile up, he was about to lose his mind. Right now, he just wanted to use large-scale ninjutsu to bury this kid and Uchiha Setsuna together with Malloy in one fell swoop. Earth escape, open the earth and dig. Melting escape, Humo River. 2 A-level ninjutsu are ready to go. Thanks to my adoptive father Shimao for his second monthly ticket, Mao Mao Sai Jo. Thanks to book friend 201807221519534134 for a monthly pass. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Collect, read, recommend, and beg for help. Bang bang bang. 82/10082/50082/1000. Chapter 22 In the Cruel Choice, Uchiha chose love. Revised. Number. Outside the barrier, the earth platform quickly formed seals. Observing this scene, Uchiha's expression suddenly changed. He immediately recognized the ninjutsu that Tutai was forming, which was earth release, earth opening and digging. This is a large-scale earth escape ninjutsu that can raise a huge volcano from the ground and forcefully extract enemies hidden underground. But in Yuno country, a super-hot volcanic area with many hot springs and mountains, once this ninjutsu is used, its properties will change drastically. Excavating the earth and pulling it out from the ground will not be the enemy. Rather, it is endless, scalding hot, and can cause third-degree burns with just a little dip. Underground boiling water exceeding 100 degrees Celsius. With this kind of terrain's great blessing on ninjutsu, Kumigakure's team was confident of killing Setsuna Uchiha. At the same time, it was also the reason why they chose to crouch in the country of Yu instead of squatting at the border of the country of fire to intercept Setsuna Uchiha. Tutai couldn't wait any longer. The reason for all this is that crazy Uchiha kid in the barrier. If it weren't for him, he forcibly turned the tide of the battle and held Malloy back. At this moment, the Sharingan has even been awakened, and there is a tendency to turn defeat into victory. Tutai would never be able to achieve this level. Such thoughts lingered in Tutai's mind. He looked at Moloi with a sudden struggle. Because the consequences of doing so are good brother Malloy will be sacrificed. Union has always been a village that values brotherhood. Guilt, regret, shame, such emotions beat wildly at his heart, leaving a look of struggle on his face. However, this old guy Uchiha Setsuna. His extreme speech. That is the full fury of the largest family in the ninja world today. Tutai couldn't help but feel a suppressed fear that made him unable to breathe. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Once such a thought arises, it is like a curse, copying and pasting in Tutai's mind uncontrollably. Until my mind was full and only these 3 words were left. The next moment, Tutai glared sharply and shouted angrily. Enough! Moloi, untie the barrier. I'll kill him! Number. In the enchantment. What did you say? Senior today. Hearing Tutai's words, Malloy was stunned. This time, let Uchiha seize the opportunity, hold the blade of the ninja sword and wipe it down, tightly clasping the handle of the knife with his bloody palm, and then kick Malloy hard in the abdomen. Bump! Moloi was kicked and flew out, and the ninja sword fell into C's hand. He made several somersaults on the ruins before using his palms to support his body and stop his movement. Not caring about continuing to fight Uchiha, he turned his head with a dull look on his face. Looked towards the earth platform outside the barrier. However, Tutai, who was standing there, just took a deep breath, kept making seals on his hands, and ordered in a cold voice. I said, open the barrier. Open the barrier. Malloy's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Tutai in disbelief. Now you want me to open the barrier? His face turned red and white, and his expression changed rapidly. As a member of the team, Malloy participated in the whole process of making the plan. How could he not know that Tutai was using earth release and digging, and how terrifyingly powerful and huge the scope would be? But now, Dode asked him to untie the barrier and claimed that he would personally kill Uchiha Ci. Doesn't he know that when a ninjutsu is performed, his teammates and himself will be covered by this technique? At this thought, Malloy felt a chill in his heart. Looking at Tutai, who used to be like a good brother, his eyes were full of strangeness. Finally, he asked angrily. Are you fucking kidding me? With the seal of opening the earth and raising the dig, you want me to open the barrier? Do you want to kill me too? Tutai. Hearing this, a look of guilt appeared on Tutai's face. He didn't respond, and didn't dare to look at Moloi anymore. He just turned his head and gritted his teeth to lay me beside him. Lamii, protect me, don't let that old guy Uchiha Setsuna get close. Lamii was also shocked when he saw this. Tutai, you. Tutai just shook his head and said with an unpleasant expression. Do you want me to repeat it again? Can you not imagine what the consequences will be if you let this old guy get out? Lamii gritted his teeth slightly, then why do you want Moloi to come too? Tutai took a deep breath, formed the last seal on his hand, and said with an indifferent expression. Nonsense! If I don't kill that crazy kid together, and there is no barrier to stop me, this old guy will run away on his own. The situation now is different from just now. Moloi, he has done what he should do and sealed all the detonating talismans on that crazy kid. This crazy kid is no longer a threat. On the contrary, he will be our help. 25. Lamii couldn't help but glance sideways at the right-hand man of the Sandame Reikage. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Should I say or not? No wonder someone could sit in a high position in Kumagakure village at such a young age, but he had worked hard for half his life, but he was just an ordinary Jonin captain. Shaking his head, Lamii sighed and said indifferently. You're right. Sometimes, a bond is a stronger bond than a barrier. Tutai didn't reply, just narrowed his eyes. He looked at Uchiha who was wielding a red flame sword, dragging a long tail flame and a red thread drawn by the scarlet Sharingan. His eyes were cold and he turned around to slash at Uchiha, and sneered. Slap your palm on the ground. The next moment, the earth shook. The earth dragon turned over, and countless clods of earth crawled up from the ground. A huge volcano crawled out from the ground little by little, and the crater instantly swallowed up the entire barrier where Moloi was. Dense fog billows near the crater. When Uchiha saw this scene, his eyes were about to burst, and he shouted angrily. What are you going to do? Kumagakure. Uchiha Setsuna, let's make a bet. Dode's hands kept moving, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. This time, what he wants to release is the Rongdun-Humo River. Transform the soil into a river of molten rubber, and then use the Humo River to seal the crater. The boiling water pumped out by excavation will create a strong pressure difference inside, causing the volcano to expand. The dangerous environment inside the volcano, and the boiling water that spewed out sharply at the end. It will be the power of God that cannot be matched by human beings. You have two choices now. Today looked at Uchiha Setsuna coldly and shouted loudly. You can stay here and fight us hard. Then, I saw with my own eyes that the boy who was about to defeat Moloi was killed by me. I have to admit, you won and only sacrificed one genin brat, ruining all our plans. You leave now, I won't stop you. Of course, you have another option. Tutai stretched out his hand and pointed at the huge crater with billowing white mist. He sneered. Now, jump down. With your ability, you might be able to save that kid, maybe. Uchiha's expression changed drastically in an instant. My technique is about to seal your mouth, why don't you make a choice? Tutai opened his eyes wide and shouted angrily. Uchiha glared at the other party for a moment, gritted his teeth slightly, and stood at the edge of the crater. Almost without thinking. Just turn around and jump into the volcano. Tutai sneered, this way, everything is over. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal and sprayed out a raging river of rubber. The liquid rubber in the hot melt state is like a pot lid, tightly holding the crater. The dust settles. Please read it, collect it, and recommend it. Bang bang bang. Chapter 23. It's so wonderful, he actually wants to kill me. Goo, goo, goo. The scalding boiling water continuously bursts bubbles, sending up white clouds and spreading the pungent sulfur smell in all directions. In a deep darkness. There was only one barrier floating on the boiling lake, emitting gleaming white light. Hey, hey! On the volcanic rock walls, gravel and dust continued to fall. The entire environment was like a boiling kettle with the spout blocked, constantly exerting pressure on the inside. The hot air makes it difficult to breathe. The temperature once reached 50 to 60 degrees. In such an environment, even Uchiha Sei, who became a ninja, could not help but feel dizzy. The depressing crisis lies in the depths, like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity. Uchiha Sei's eyes were in a trance, as if through the white light of the barrier, he saw the death omen star flashing crazily in the darkest night sky. He seemed to see his own breasts waving to him in the night sky. As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Sei's spirit suddenly lifted. Sober, totally sober. He gradually understood everything. Here is the volcano created by Kumagakure ninja's Dodei ninjutsu, and the boiling spring directly below him. Isn't this the perfect burial ground for one party? What does it mean that there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, and there is another village with dark flowers and bright trees? Originally, Uchiha thought that he had spent money, and the detonating talisman did not explode, and he almost turned against the wind and staged a drama of exploding Kumagakure Jonin. Coupled with the threat of the great elder Uchiha's sudden attack, which was comparable to self-destruction. The two people, Yunyin, were so frightened that they ran away against the train overnight. But, who would have thought? The boss of Tutai changed hands and gave a big one as a gift. Earth escape, open up the earth and dig up to create a volcano, melt escape, protect the Emo River to cap it off. Volcanoes erupt and boiling springs erupt. The high temperature and pressure of hundreds of degrees plus the impact of earth and rocks, coupled with the physical sense of taking a full body bath in boiling water. Isn't this certain death? It's a perfect combination of ninjutsu. Uchiha Sei almost burst into tears. This wave is a big volcano given by the boss of Tutai. Damn it, it's not easy to get a guarantee. The Uchiha Sei on this side had tears in her eyes, while the Kumagakure ninja Malloy on the other side was already red and warm at this moment. It can be called the ninja version full of realism, you warm me and you warm me. Malloy glared at Uchiha Sei who looked like he was frightened and cried, without any sympathy in his heart. Full of hate. A pair of eyes were bloodshot, the skin on his face was twisted ferociously, and veins popped out on his forehead. Just because of this kid, just because of him. Tutai sold him when he changed hands, and threw him into the volcano along with his barrier and himself as soon as he opened the soil. Malloy had never been more desperate. The suppressed anger almost burst his chest. He glared at Uchiha Sei and roared in a distorted voice. Uchiha Sei! It's all your fault! It's all your fault! If it wasn't you, how could I have ended up in this situation? Malloy clenched his fists, opened his eyes angrily, and shouted almost madly. I am going to kill you! I must kill you! However, hearing this, Uchiha was not surprised but happy. He looked at the angry Malloy and almost applauded him on the spot. It's amazing, this guy actually wants to kill me. It's like you are bungee jumping outside the atmosphere and suddenly realize that you forgot to carry a parachute. 26. Good things come in pairs. Facing the other party's gaze that wanted to bite his scalp, Uchiha suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and nodded very calmly. Very good, very energetic. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in order to ensure that Malloy's anger reached the threshold, he even raised his eyebrows deliberately, putting on a disdainful, cold, arrogant, and unruly two-pillar expression. Immediately, Uchiha Sei sneered and said lightly, "Your struggle is meaningless in front of these eyes." The words fell. Sharingan, open! Malloy's twisted expression was reflected in the scarlet pupils, and the single Megatama slowly rotated. Like the most exquisite work of art in the world. There is no need to say more, just from this, a temperament of forcing a king emerges spontaneously. Anyone who saw it would want to rush up and hang him up and beat him up. Obviously, Malloy simply couldn't resist this pretentious technique that was at least 10 years ahead of the current ninja world. His nostrils flared and the blue veins on his forehead popped out. Next moment, Malloy stepped on the scalding surface of the boiling water lake, bringing up a billowing white mist that rushed towards him with a ferocious look on his face. However, Uchiha Sei just turned slightly to avoid the quick punch from Malloy. With a backhand knife, he chopped into the back of his heart. Yunliu Li Zhan. Learn now and use it now. Uchiha Sei flew up and kicked Malloy in the face, sending him flying backwards. Then he spoke lightly and said, "Give up, I have completely seen through your actions." Malloy was extremely angry. Regardless of his exhausted body, he formed a seal with his hands and slapped them on the boiling lake. Dharma Seal Thunder Killing Binding. Uchiha Sei was suddenly startled. He didn't expect that the other party could release ninjutsu, and he immediately wanted to get out of the way. However, water can conduct electricity. The change in the environment has enhanced the speed of Malloy's technique in disguise. A dazzling thunder light came quickly, forming a huge thunder character at the feet of Uchiha Sei. 4 lightning thorn chains penetrated the body, locking Uchiha Sei firmly in place, making it difficult to move significantly. Malloy showed a ferocious smile. Subsequently, thump! Fell into scalding boiling water. Gulu gulu! Under the water, Malloy's mouth opened and closed with a look of horror on his face, his eyes widened, and his limbs fluttering feebly. The scalding water quickly cooked the edges of his body. Pfft! A big bubble appeared on the surface of the water. Malloy, the special jounin of Kumagakure village, the future leader of the Kumagakure barrier class, a strong ninja who can create 36 regeneration barriers. No more sound. With the death of Malloy, the seal of thunder killing binding gradually faded away. Uchiha Siden was stunned. "No, brother, can you hold on for 2 more seconds? Come up and give me a knife. It's you. If you don't have any chakra, you still have to forcefully use ninjutsu, and you don't even have the margin to tread water. Are all Union's old buddies so irritable?" Uchiha gasped for air on the spot. At this point, he really had no strength at all. Looking at the barrier in front of me that slowly dissipated light, the darkness gradually swallowed up everything. Uchiha let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his face against the hot boiling spring. A face that was so handsome that one couldn't help but pinch it to test its moisture. It's pitch black now, mixed with sand, blood, wounds, black squid juice, and sweat. Like a miner who just climbed out of the coal mine. Uchiha suddenly smiled and looked under the water, reaching a critical point. A boiling spring about to burst out. Imagine the imminent landslide and springs in the picture, and the heaven and earth will pour down. This is probably the end of me. Uchiha Sei slumped down on the water and smiled, a look of relief on his face. He is really tired. However, at this time, in the darkness, a golden flame suddenly lit up. Like the ray of light that created the world. A familiar shout sounded in Uchiha's ears. Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes. Chapter 22 has been revised. As of this chapter, the first plot of the book has come to an end. Next, there will be a brand new plot of the Kingdom of Tang, Ritual of the Evil God. Yes, that's the paragraph in the introduction. Welcome to follow up. Thank you Bai Li and Brother G for saving my 2 adoptive fathers' monthly votes again. I have received all your thoughts. Please collect it, read it, and recommend it. Bang bang bang. Chapter 24 Intermission, Moment. Number 45 years ago. The eve of clan leader Madara Uchiha leaving the village. The young Uchiha Setsuna once asked him, "How can a person possess the power of God?" Uchiha Madara gave him a cold look and said, "Do you want to dance too?" Number. Golden flames broke through the sky. Set the creeping dome on fire, and the burning hot melt rubber crashes down with flames. This scene, reflected in Uchiha Sei's eyes, seemed like the sky was twinkling and the stars were falling. But he no longer had the strength to move away. He could only look up at the falling fireball that was enlarging in midair and slightly widen his eyes. Sudden. A black shadow leaped down, grabbed Uchiha-C's neck and threw him onto the earth and stone ledge aside. Nourishes. The fireball smashed into the boiling spring, causing a large pool of sparks to fall in all directions. Uchiha-ci was slightly stunned and looked at the great elder who appeared in front of him in astonishment. Uchiha Setsuna didn't say anything more and glanced around. At this time, the volcano formed by digging up the earth is constantly drawing hot boiling springs from the ground. The water level was rising wildly, the air was squeezing, and an earth-shattering explosion was about to occur. He raised his head and looked up at the burning dome, his eyes slightly narrowed. Immediately, he formed seals with his hands and used several ninjutsu in succession. 27. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Several fire escapers flew out and hit the dome, but they only caused a violent shaking inside the volcano. Uchiha frowned slightly for a moment and stopped what he was doing. Uchiha looked at him with a look of astonishment, as if he had seen a polar bear in the Antarctic Circle. Great Elder, why are you here? Before the barrier was thrown into the volcano, Ci Mingming saw that Setsuna Uchiha was not within the range of Kumigakure Ninja Dode's technique. At this moment, Kumigakure lost the barrier ninja's means of restraining Setsuna Uchiha, and he should be able to escape the scene easily. Uchiha snorted coldly and said calmly, "Nonsense, of course I'm trying to get you out." Uchiha Ci was dumbfounded when he heard this. Wait a minute, Great Elder, you should. Uchiha shook his head for a moment and responded very calmly. According to what you said, I should retreat. I should fulfill my duty and go to Hell Valley to take charge to prevent Union from causing trouble and causing the clan to suffer huge losses. He frowned slightly as he looked at Uchiha Ci, who was covered in bloody stab wounds and burns, with his arm detached from the bone and hanging limply on the ground. This battle damage is simply more terrifying than the ninja who just came down from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. Uchiha's eyes flashed slightly for a moment, and he exhaled a long breath. But what about you? Me? Uchiha was stunned for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. Great Elder, don't be joking. Compared with other people, how can I be saved? No. Uchiha's eyes narrowed for a moment and he said in a deep voice. I think you have it. At least, compared to me, a mediocre person, a useless person. You are determined, have a long-term vision, and hope to reach the other side that I can never reach. We should live more. The smile on Uchiha-C's face suddenly froze. Uchiha Setsuna on the side closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He slapped Ci on the head and rubbed his hair, which was a little frizzy due to the electric shock. When he opened his eyes again, a pair of scarlet blood pupils lit up. His eyes were calm with determination. Ci, as you can see, Uchiha instantly let go of his hand, took a step forward, and grasped the handle of the knife. From the Warring States period to the present, this old man should have embarked on his destined destiny long ago. Age fades, towards death. However, I have been mired in the dirty quagmire of power all my life and cannot extricate myself. But I have never experienced the short and bright moment that life should be like. Uchiha's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Until you show up. I know, this is the guidance given to me by the ancestor Uchiha Madara. I firmly believe that now is that moment. Uchiha looked stunned. Looking at Uchiha Setsuna, who looked like he was about to die, he couldn't help but panic. No, wait, please beanbag, Great Elder, what are you talking about? What you understand is the same as what I understand. I'm not as noble as you think, Uchiha Ci was just about to say something. But Uchiha Setsuna suddenly turned his head and smiled knowingly. Immediately afterwards, his tone changed and he spoke coldly and indifferently. I know. You want to die. You lost your parents when you were young, were bullied by your tribe, lived in a puddle of mud, and felt that the world was boring. I've long wanted to die. Uchiha instantly narrowed his eyes and sneered insidiously. But you don't want to die to make people laugh. You want to wash away your shame and die with honor, as an Uchiha. So, I won't let you die. Uchiha opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but suddenly remembered. The life experience of his body seems to be just like what Uchiha Setsuna said, but this motive is completely inconsistent with what Uchiha Setsuna said. It's obviously me who wants to die. Wait, you must have misunderstood something, Great Elder, please listen to my explanation. Humph. Uchiha snorted coldly for a moment, with a look of arrogance and paranoia on his face. I have my own judgment. Then what's next? Uchiha looked indifferently at the boiling spring at his feet, slowly pulled out his long knife, and shouted coldly. You bastard, watch out! I will use the S-level forbidden swordsmanship secretly taught by the Uchiha clan. Hearing Uchiha Setsuna's words, Uchiha Ci couldn't help being stunned. He wondered, in addition to fire escape, shuriken and Gundam dance, do Uchiha have such things? The secret of S-level swordsmanship? There aren't many in Konoha, right? While Uchiha was in a daze. No one expected. In an instant, Uchiha suddenly flew back, held the handle of the knife behind his back and hit Uchiha Ci on the back of the head. This blow was like a heavy hammer, hitting Uchiha so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and he fell to the ground. Damn it, you bastard old man, your fucking sneak attack! Uchiha couldn't help but cursed, his vision suddenly went dark, and he fainted. However, vaguely, he heard Uchiha Setsuna finally sneered at him. That's it, just feel free to hate me. Hate me. Then live on, ugly one. Then, jump. In a daze, Uchiha seemed to see a blazing flame suddenly lighting up the entire volcano. A vague figure wields a long flaming sword that reaches the sky and the earth. With a slight wave, the volcano collapsed and shattered. Like a god. Immediately afterwards, a popping sound was heard, as if something fell into the boiling sea that was about to erupt. Then, consciousness fell into a blur of darkness. Only then did a talent announcement sound in his mind. When you bravely fight back against the enemy who mocked you, but the opponent is dead and unable to refute. The counterattack is stronger and the reward is a critical hit. You gain a random skill from the opponent, Deathmatch Barrier, Proficiency, A. The skill has been critically hit, and the current attribute is, Super Deathmatch Barrier, Mastery, S. The number of layers of your heart steel has increased. Uchiha Setsuna, male, the male character in the Japanese comic Naruto and its derivative works. The Jounin of the Uchiha clan in Konoha Hidden Village in the Country of Fire, and a member of the Konoha police force. He is a cunning person who inherited Madara's will and is quite consistent with the policies of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama in governing the Uchiha clan. Dissatisfied and always eager to regain sovereignty from the Senju clan, he is a hawkish Uchiha clan member. Book of Formations. Chapter 25 Smart Flying, S-Level Forbidden Technique. Number. Half a day later. Tang Country. The place where Uchiha fought. A young man with short black hair, wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform and a Konoha Jounin vest jumped over and fell. This person is none other than Uchiha Fugaku. When he saw the scene in the village, he couldn't help but feel horrified. The original village here no longer exists, replaced by a giant volcano in pieces. 28. It was as if someone was wielding a 40-meter-long sword, slashing at random, until it ended up like this. The scalding underground boiling water keeps gurgling out, forming a small river from the mountain pass that winds down. Great Elder, what on earth did they encounter? Fugaku frowned slightly, stood on the volcano, swiped a handful of sand and gravel powder on the ground, and opened his Sharingan. Such a tragic situation has only two consequences. Either Elder Setsuna finally awakened to that forbidden power at the last moment. Either he used that forbidden technique. Fugaku's tone dropped, and his Sharingan quickly scanned the ruins. Okay. He suddenly frowned and saw a relatively intact circular land that exposed the boiling water river bed. It was filled with shurikens and kunao, and scattered with tarnished detonating charms. Ravines spread vertically and horizontally, and were densely filled with pits created by physical combat. There is another person fighting here with this level of silk shuriken skills. Is it Suichiro? No, he doesn't have that ability. That's Uchiha Ci. Uchiha Ci. With this tragic post-war situation, you can imagine the intensity of the real battle. Is he really just a genin? Fugaku couldn't help but doubt for a while, thinking that even the most talented Shisui in the Uchiha clan, lacking the accumulation of age, would not be able to achieve this level at this period, right? No matter which plan is used, when the Great Elder uses this kind of power, he must do it with strong emotions. So, what does he want to do? He frowned, squinted his eyes slightly, looked at the path of the giant sword, and calculated. Finally, his eyes fell on the volcanic rock wall, a piece of earth platform with obvious gaps. They may still be alive. At least, Uchiha Ci, he is probably still alive. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, and what Shisui once said to him came to mind. Uchiha Ci, he will definitely become the bridge between the family and the village, Fugaku-senpai. And now, as the leader of the Hawks, Setsuna Uchiha, the Great Elder, burned his life again to open up a way for this child to live. Uchiha words. What kind of charm does he have that allows two incompatible factions, the Hawks and the Doves, to do this for him? Find him. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath. We must find him. This may be the last information Elder Setsuna left behind. And the last will. Number. The country of soup. In an abandoned village near Yuin Castle, the capital of Yuno country. Uchiha Ci opened his eyes. The first thing you see is an unfamiliar ceiling, crumbling and full of cracks. Yo, you're awake. A kid with a big grey back, chewing on a pork chop, sat beside the bed and glanced sideways. Where am I? Uchiha couldn't help but feel confused. His last memory was that he was still in the volcano and was knocked down by that bad old man Setsuna Uchiha in a sneak attack, hit on the back of the head and fainted. Moreover, this is not the first time. Uchiha couldn't help but grit his teeth secretly. He still remembered that he wanted to help set up warning traps before the battle broke out. At that time, the old man slapped him on the forehead and knocked him unconscious. Grandma, I wonder if it will make the child's head become square if you smoke it like this? I don't know where groundwater spurted out yesterday, forming a hot spring river. I found you on the river and fished you out. Tisk, tisk, are you a ninja? The grey-backed child turned around on the stool, raised his feet on the bed, and raised his eyebrows while resting his head on his hands. The Sharingan in Uchiha Ci's eyes flashed away. Through the unique vision of the Sharingan, it was observed that this arrogant kid did not have a particularly large amount of chakra in his body, not even enough to be a genin. He frowned slightly. You know I'm a ninja, but you still dare to save me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you with my sword? However, the slicked-back kid said calmly. Your body is covered with large and small wounds, but I turned around and didn't find any wounds on your back. A man who will not run away. He is probably a good person in this country of you. Uchiha Ci's smile suddenly became stiff. For the first time in my life, I was dealt the good guy card, and the target was actually a brat with a nose in the sky. This gave him the urge to insert his fingers into the brat's nostrils and give him a hard shoulder slam. But he saved him after all, even though he didn't really want to be saved. In the end, Uchiha, as a good man, could only sigh. After receiving 9 years of compulsory education, he could not do anything to stab his benefactor in the back. The road to insurance fraud is difficult and obstructive. It's difficult. Hey, let me introduce myself. My name is Haydn. The kid with the back grinned and extended his thumb to gesture to himself. You can call me Brother Duan. What about you? Uchiha's words were concise and to the point, Genin, quit. But he soon reacted and looked at the kid in front of him in astonishment. Wait, what did you say? Your name is Haiden. What's that look in your eyes? Of course my name is Haiden. Haiden sneered and gestured to himself with his thumb. The future savior of Tang country, Tang Ying. That is me. I want to end the chaos in the kingdom of Yu, drive out all the great ninjas from this land, and become the next demigod in the ninja world. This is my master's way of ninja. Wait a minute, Haiden, aren't you an idiot? Uchiha said with a horrified look on his face. He looked at the kid in front of him and almost opened his Sharingan in shock, wanting to see if the Haiden in front of him was genuine. After all, Haiden, this is a member of the future Akatsuki organization, a loyal follower of the evil god cult, a member of the immortal duo, and possesses the extremely terrifying kill at first sight ability. Defeated the two-tailed Jinhyuriki, and killed the 12 guardian ninjas Chiriku and Asuma. His record was outstanding and his abilities were powerful. In terms of character, he is arrogant, bold, long-winded, arrogant, and his brain is a bit difficult to use. This is Haiden. The kid in front of me, Fei Duan, except for the fact that he is not very smart, has all the other characteristics that match him. But smart flying section? What kind of fucking Haiden is this? Uchiha's mind immediately recalled the Haiden he proposed when he was having a debate with a group of fire fans Cao who, if he had a brain, he could come up with Psychic Mosquito Haiden, Ant's Handkerchief Haiden, and Blood Donation Car Haiden. Haiden has a brain, the level of outrageousness is really outrageous. Open the door for outrageousness. Outrageous home. Comparable to food-grabbing Minato, healthy Ataki. An intelligence Jiraiya. Uchiha's eye blinked blankly, and his pupils couldn't help but start to tremble. Why are you scolding me? Haiden frowned, and his eyes gradually changed as he looked at Uchiha's eye. Oh. I understand. Sure enough, you were shocked by my name, so you started talking nonsense. I see. This is what the book calls the deterrence of shadows. Yes, I forgive you. Haiden laughed and pulled out a scroll and threw it towards Uchiha's eye. This came here with you, but I can't open it. It should be yours. Take it, I'm going to call the doctor now and let him take a look at your brain. Wuxia was concerned about Haiden's outrageous statement that he wanted to show you his brain. After Uchiha took the scroll, he immediately discovered that it had the emblem of the Uchiha clan on it. After weighing it, Uchiha found that there seemed to be a close connection between himself and this scroll. 29. He seemed to be able to open. Then, Uchiha carefully unfolded the scroll. When he saw what was on the scroll, the pupils suddenly shrank. Because the few big words that came into my eyes were astonishingly. Uchiha Ryu's secret of S-Class Forbidden Swordsmanship. Halo Dance. Please recommend, read, and collect. Bang bang bang. Chapter 26, The mood is uneasy, the curtain is rising. Haiden pulled the door shut with a creak. Silence returned to the room. Uchiha looked at the scroll in his hand, and his heart couldn't help but sink. He was supposed to die inside the volcano, but now he was lying here alive. In his hand, there is another scroll recording S-level forbidden techniques. He wouldn't consider it a blessing. To live and breathe fresh air. You can see the sunlight passing through the holes in the wall, and you can feel the heart-burning warmth with your skin. Inch after inch, the texture on the back of the hand was burned. Because of the great elder Uchiha instantly chose to burn himself in the end. Opened up a way for him. However. Damn it! 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 Uchiha clenched the sheets tightly, and there was no trace of joy in the rest of his life on his face. Instead, total fear. He lowered his head, his scarlet eyes wide open, his lips, teeth, and even his face were trembling. The megatama in his eyes rotated crazily. The heart was congested and beating wildly in the chest, like a drum. On the balance of his heart, one boulder after another named Uchiha Setsuna began to weigh down. It was so heavy that he felt like he couldn't breathe. Uchiha Sei has a very clear understanding of himself. He knows that he is a common man. You will laugh when you are happy, cry when you feel uncomfortable, feel depressed when you fail, and get angry when you are humiliated. He has the emotions that a normal person should have. If someone really treats him like Karin was willing to sacrifice her life for Sasuke, could he stab him like he did to avenge Sasuke? Or do you want to be like the filial son Itachi, who disowns all his relatives and cuts him with a knife? That's not solving the problem at all, it's pathologically venting anger. Therefore, he has been trying his best to avoid contact with the original work and people in this world. But now, at this time, a piece of paper sandwiched in the unfolded scroll fell into Uchiha Sei's hand. The line of words above made him stunned. You just go and deliver it, I will think of a way. Also, I am not dead. Uchiha word, ... He blinked and scratched his head. Finally he breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately he couldn't help but twist his face, closed the scroll, and cursed secretly. Oh no, you bastard old man, you should have told me before you died, you hid it so tightly. Brother, what are you thinking about? Retreat, retreat. Please retreat. Uchiha Sei quickly raised his palm and waved it towards the sky, as if he was driving away dirt. The great elder Uchiha Setsuna, as the only remaining veteran jounin of the Uchiha clan from the Warring States period. Izanagi, this art of suspended animation that forcibly rewrites everything that is not conducive to his own situation. He certainly will. Uchiha Sei was also concerned but confused, and forgot this for a while. At this time, the door creaked open. Haiden, who walked in with the doctor, happened to see Uchiha waving his hands in the air. It looks like he is using his hands to draw a sword, swish, swish, and swish. Haiden couldn't help but chuckle, hey, I didn't even expect that you are quite energetic. That's right, keep going. Although I have never experienced this kind of period, I have learned about it from books. Don't be shy, understand, understand. Uchiha's face was expressionless, thinking that you have never experienced such a period. I yell like this uncle every day, you Birdman has obviously never been out of this period at all. But facing the gazes of the two people, Uchiha turned away slightly embarrassed, coughed, and said, there just was a fly. At this time, the tall doctor behind Haiden raised his eyes slightly and said calmly, it's impossible, I spread repellent around it. Sheneng despises you. Uchiha Sei's face immediately flushed, but after his eyes swept across the subtitles that appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Sheneng, a doctor who traveled in the ninja world. Haiden stepped aside and introduced the tall doctor, pointing to the side with his thumb. Thanks to him, otherwise you would have died of excessive bleeding. Uchiha Sei raised his eyes, a trace of surprise flashed imperceptibly in his eyes. The tall doctor, whom Haiden called Mr. Sheneng, wore a brown hood, revealing light grey hair, and a light yellow coat. This outfit, and his name. Isn't this the leader of Konggren village, Sheneng? Why did this big boss, who drove a flying aircraft carrier around the ninja world, appear in the country of you at this time? And, appearing next to Haiden? Sheneng's eyes were indifferent, and he glanced at Uchiha Sei, as if looking at a worthless piece of pork. After staying on Sei for a moment, he said calmly, I've taken care of all your injuries. Make sure you drink more hot water. Nothing else. After giving the instructions, Sheneng shook his head, as if he had no interest in Uchiha Sei, and turned around to leave. Uchiha Sei watched him leave without stopping him. There is no intersection or conflict between the two, and it is not in line with his goal of dying for justice. So, just like Sheneng has no interest in him as an Uchiha. Even if Sei knew that this was a strong man who could drive the 8-door dungeon without dying, and could easily turn himself into a meat pie, he has no interest in provoking the other party. There is a difference between intentional suicide and insurance fraud. Especially if the other person shows no actual malice. That's why Uchiha Sei would set his target on the battlefield, because once he sets foot on the battlefield, the two sides have opposing identities and different goals, so they will naturally be divided into two camps. Life and death is normal. Mr. Sheneng is a noble doctor. He doesn't charge for medical treatment. Haydn watched Sheneng leave with a respectful look in his eyes. He turned to Uchiha and said goodbye. With that said, he walked to the bedside, took out an apple and threw it to Uchiha Sei. Uchiha didn't reply, but looked at Haydn with a slightly deep look and clicked his tongue. Noble? 30. That's not necessarily the case. Uchiha thought for a moment and could think of the only reason why Sheneng came to Haydn's side, which was for the secret technique of the evil god cult. After all, the opponent's forbidden technique known as flesh transformation can forcibly open all 8 gates of armor without dying. This may have something to do with the immortal body physique of the evil god cult. At this time, Haydn sat down astride him and said carelessly. Sei, I saved your life, but I didn't let you lie here. Since Mr. Sheneng said you are fine, then come with me and do one thing for me. Uchiha tilted his head and couldn't help but be surprised at his innocence. How do you say this so confidently? And why should I help you? You have to thank me for my mercy now that I haven't stabbed you. You actually want to ask a wandering ninja to help you. Haydn didn't care at all, he smiled and said. I've read this passage in a book, and it seems like it's called repaying a debt of gratitude. You are a good person, you will definitely help me. Uchiha Sei rolled his eyes and was slightly speechless. Okay, he took back his opinion that this smart Haydn had brains. Shaking his head, Uchiha raised the corners of his lips and said calmly. Let's talk about it first. Also, before I start talking ugly, I won't do any work that isn't life-threatening. Haydn's eyes narrowed, his smile stopped, and he asked solemnly. Do you know about the evil god cult? Thank you to the 3 adoptive fathers, Ye Zhong, Ye Xing, and my Zhen Li, for providing a monthly pass. Thanks to the 3 adoptive fathers Nanguo Yatong, Jing Luo, and Chiyu 201709111924112222 for their 2 monthly passes. Thanks for the tip of stars before my eyes and Whale Luo. Oh my god, there are so many monthly passes, I'm really flattered. Please collect it, read it, and recommend it. Bang bang bang. Chapter 27 The Evil God's Ceremony, A Better Future. When I heard Haydn say this name, Uchiha Sei's eyes flashed slightly. He only knew a little bit about the evil god cult. This is a mysterious organization that wanders in the country of Yu. It believes in a god named Evil God. The powerful people in the organization can rely on unique blood curses and ritual secrets to possess the terrifying ability of killing at first sight. In the original work, because of the fear of war, Tang Ninja Village did nothing and stayed in a corner. It was even known as the village that forgot the war. This conflicted with Haydn's idea of saving the kingdom of Yu through tough measures. He gradually became dissatisfied with the ninja village in Yu, so he began to pay attention to the emerging religion evil god cult in the kingdom of Yu. It's just that Uchiha Sei didn't expect. At this time, had Haydn, who was not even a genin, begun to notice this organization? At this time, Haydn's face darkened, and then he said. Let me tell you this, Sei. Listen. Tang's Higuo is hopeless. This country has been involved in the war between the 5 major powers. Do you know what this concept is? The expression on Haydn's face gradually turned gloomy, and he stated in a deep voice. I saw too many ninjas in the country of you. Iwagakur, Kirigakur, Kumagakur, Sunagakur, and Konoha, the ninjas wearing these big country forehead protectors are wreaking havoc on this land. They don't care about the lives of the civilians of Yuno country. Let's meet. It's a fight to the death, with large-scale ninjutsu unleashed indiscriminately. Have you ever had such an experience? While walking on the road, suddenly a village next to you was submerged by floods, swallowed up by ravines cracked by earthquakes, and destroyed by thunder and lightning falling from the sky. Then, my sensei, a Yunin Jounin, grabbed me by the shoulders and told me, "Haiden, get out of here quickly. We'll be safe when we get to Yunin village." I remember his fearful expression, his forehead was covered with sweat, and there was clearly anger in his eyes, but he looked away and did not dare to look. Uchiha Sei couldn't help but take a deep breath when he heard this. In the room, Haiden was sitting on a chair. The bright sunlight passed through the big hole in the wall and shone on him, but it seemed as if it was completely swallowed up by his body. Like a black hole. Haiden's expression was dark and terrifying, anger was looming on his face, and the skin at the corners of his eyes was stretched as if it was about to burst. He opened his eyes wide, looked at Uchiha Sei, and said with a low smile. "I asked the teacher, why don't you save them? With your ability, sensei, you can do it, right? Can you defeat those Chunin who massacred civilians? Can you kill them, erase all traces of them, and then escape? Kill, why don't you kill them? Why? Do you know how the teacher answered me?" Haiden was silent for a moment, then raised his head and asked Uchiha Sei. Uchiha Sei slowly exhaled and sighed. "Probably, Haiden, don't cause trouble, we are not their opponents, right?" The stark contrast. It reminded him of the words that Uchiha Setsuna said when facing the powerful enemy of Kumagakur, in order to avenge him, which was comparable to self-destruction. For the sake of a genin, he would not hesitate to hunt down the entire clan. It was also the first time that Uchiha Sei felt the Uchiha's love clan, and how strong their love was to such a morbid level. Haiden shook his head and said with a disappointed smile. "But the teacher said, those people have nothing to do with us, so don't meddle in their own business." "Listen. He actually said, those people have nothing to do with us. The teacher's hometown is from that village. We left the village this time to bring the teacher's wife back to the village. He actually said that those people have nothing to do with us." Haiden's emotions became intense and he couldn't help but snatch the apple from Uchiha's hand. He threw it to the ground and was smashed to pieces. "Uchiha words? Is there any mistake? That is my grandma." Uchiha shook his head and sighed. Although he had already expected how fucked up this world was, when he actually heard about this tragedy, it was still hard for him to accept it. This world is so fucked up, but what does what you said have to do with the evil god cult? Haiden nodded and took out a pamphlet from the pocket behind him. Uchiha was photographed saying with sincerity and excitement on his face. "Sei, look at this. Look at this teaching. The declining country of soup has finally seen its dawn. Its name is the Cult of Evil God." The smile on Haiden's face gradually became abnormal. "Kill. Kill. Kill everything around you. Stand up to kill, squat down to kill, put people on the stable to kill, pour a head full of horse dung and then cut it down to kill, cuff the hands. Kick people into a hot pot of oil to kill, everything, everything. Ninjas, commoners, nobles, daimyo. Kill them all. Kill, 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 kill. Let this country welcome a purge. Lay the table, dye the flowers with blood, beat the heads of tens of thousands of sentient beings, and start the ceremony. Then, welcome the evil god. When the god falls to the ground, all believers who believe in him will suffer eternal pain. Erase all sin. The reborn kingdom of you will become the 6th largest nation in the ninja world under the embrace of the evil god. And will always have peace. The words fell. 31. Standing in the blazing beam of light, Haydn opened his hands and looked directly at the sun with a fanatical look on his face. It was as if I saw a light more dazzling than the sun. Uchiha swallowed his saliva and looked at Haydn in front of him with a look of astonishment on his face. He couldn't help but asked in a shocked voice. Have you joined the cult of evil god? Haydn suddenly shook his head in frustration. That's not true. However, they should be arriving soon. Haydn laughed loudly, slapped Uchiha Ci on the shoulder, and said very sincerely. Ci, help me. Joining the evil god cult requires sacrifices. It's not enough that I sacrificed myself, I need you. Come to the cross with me and become a believer in God. By the time we will stand side by side at the top of this country and let the country of you forever great. Uchiha Ci couldn't help but shed a trace of sweat on his forehead, and looked at Haydn in shock. There are no subtitles popping up in front of my eyes. That means this kid actually sincerely invited him to be a sacrifice, and he probably thought that this was a great thing. Uchiha Ci couldn't help but blush. For Haydn, becoming a sacrifice was certainly a good thing. As a result, he can obtain the immortal body that transcends the horror of death, and masters various secret spells and spells in the evil mystical scriptures. From then on, he was promoted and raised in the evil cult, became general manager, became CEO, married 2 sisters, the bloody March Scythe and the Black Spear, and reached the pinnacle of life. Think a little excited. But Uchiha quit. Quit him. Okay. Uchiha Ci was stunned for a moment, as if he saw a broad road laid out in front of him, specially designed for insurance fraud. Angels sang and fairies scattered flowers, just waiting for him to take a step forward. This is a good thing for me. Faced with the notorious evil cult and villain forces like the evil god cult. As a fierce man descended from heaven, Uchiha Ci loves peace and justice and vows to lead the ninja world to a better future. How can you ignore it? Uchiha Ci looked excited and jumped out of bed immediately. He tightly grasped the evil propaganda pamphlet of the evil god sect in his hand, and firmly held Haydn's hands. Haydn, good brother. Good. Then let's go to the evil god cult together. We all have a bright future. Chapter 28 Communion and Scream. Uchiha Ci's plan was simple. Stand up, sneak in, jump back, press the A button, and then lie down and be carried out. In the face of such evil forces, there is no need for any appeasement, indulgence, kindness, or mercy. Just use a clever trick and make a small disguise to deceive the followers of the evil god cult and let them take you to the headquarters of the evil god cult. At this time, Uchiha Ci only needed to shake his tiger body and break free from the restraints. Shout loudly. Don't move, I'm the police. Naturally there would be hundreds of evil cultists with knives fighting against him. Before being hacked to death, he could even open his Sharingan in a very pretentious manner and shouted. Hey, do you also want to dance? Not only can you fulfill your childhood dream of showing off in the crowd, but you can also go home with a huge deposit. Is there anything more juicy than this? Just thinking about it, Uchiha Ci couldn't help but get excited. 2 lasers shot out of his eyes. As if he had discovered a new world. That light was even brighter than what was seen in Haydn's eyes at the side. Even Haydn couldn't handle it. He looked at Uchiha Ci and was a little confused. Just now he was thinking about whether to do any more ideological work for Uchiha Ci. After all, this is a sacrifice to the great evil god. If you succeed, you will become a fanatical believer of the evil god and walk in the world. If not, then he will die directly on the sacrificial platform. Because of this matter, Haydn had already approached several people, but the other party was really uncooperative. As a result, he could only shake his head and sigh, pitying the other party for not knowing how to seize the opportunity. He kicked him violently to vent his anger and let him go. In the end, I saw this trick of repaying a favor in a book. I just said that I have learned it, and I picked up Uchiha and learned it now. Is this the power of knowledge? Haydn suddenly felt his scalp itching slightly and couldn't help but scratch it. With this energy, he suddenly opened his eyes slightly and thought of a very scary thing. Why don't this guy cooperate so well? Could it be that you want to steal the favor of Lord Evil God from me? Thinking of this, Haydn looked at Uchiha Ci and subconsciously became cautious. At this time, everyone, come out! An indifferent voice sounded from outside the door. When Haydn heard this voice, he immediately trembled. Like a social animal who was about to attend an interview, he straightened his collar and walked out with a cheerful expression. If there was a mirror in front of me, I would probably have to fiddle with it for a long time. Uchiha Ci narrowed his eyes slightly, stuffed the scroll with S-level forbidden techniques into his leggings, and followed him out of the door. Number. Refugees in twos and threes emerged from every corner of the dilapidated village. Gradually they gathered in front of the plain in the center of the village. But what surprised Uchiha Ci was that the condition of this group of people was much better than that of ordinary refugees. Every villager, not to mention their ruddy complexion. At least Ci didn't see any hungry, skinny refugees with food on their faces. This is obviously not normal. Because of the war, the country of Yu at this time could still be called an orderly place, with only a few noble territories that could afford the protection of ninjas. Although this place is not far from Yuan City, the capital of the Kingdom of Yu, it is obviously not within the protection scope of the Yu ninjas. Logically speaking, this group of villagers should not have such favorable living conditions. At this time, in the crowd, 3 men with gloomy expressions wearing black robes with high collars and tunics, with leather scripture boxes tied to their forearms, stood in the center. At the feet are 2 large barrels. The leader has straight black hair, sunken eye sockets, deep gaze, and an expressionless face. He looked around, turned his head slightly, and said indifferently to the subordinates of the evil god cult beside him. Let's start. The 2 subordinates nodded and immediately opened the 2 large barrels. In the barrel, there were bowl after bowl of cooked meat. Seeing the fragrant meat, the villagers on the side immediately showed excited eyes. The 2 subordinates of the evil god cult were also unambiguous and immediately carried buckets to distribute the meat. Even Uchiha Ci, an unfamiliar face, had a bowl stuffed in his hand. Very generous. The leader of the evil cult took out a few handwritten scriptures from the scripture box, faced the crowd, and raised his hand slightly. The sound stopped and there was a sudden silence. The leader of the evil cult held the scripture in his hand, coughed twice, and chanted loudly. God, the reason why he is God. Before talking about this issue, I would like to first talk about how the senior leaders of Tang country are different from God. 32. First there is the noble who committed the sin of arrogance. Then there is the Yunin who commits the sin of laziness. Then there is Kumigakur who commits the sin of anger, and then after that, the leader of the evil god sect eloquently wrote nearly 1,000 words, detailing the 7 deadly sins of the 5 major countries, the nobles of the Kingdom of Yu, and the ninjas of Yu. The content was quite exciting, and he even listed clearly how many concubines the Lord of the Kingdom of Yu had. After reading the Bible, Uchiha fell asleep. Haydn and the villagers beside him felt excited and felt the same. They wished they could rush into Yuan City, the capital of Yu country, and change the daimyo's head overnight. For a long time. After reading the last sentence, the leader of the evil god cult felt a little dry and coughed twice. The man on the side immediately brought a glass of water. The leader of the evil god cult took a sip, put the cup back into his subordinate's hand, then put his hand away and said coldly, "Bring the sacrifices that are to be offered, and then you can begin to enjoy the Holy Communion." When all the villagers heard this, they were overjoyed. They fell to the ground with their foreheads on the ground and chanted respectfully, "Thank you, God." Immediately afterwards, a woman stood up, with a face full of excitement and enthusiasm, and walked forward quickly leading a little girl. Yuko, go ahead and follow the master of the evil god cult. This way, there will be endless meat at home. But the little girl named Yuzai had a dull look on her face, until she was pulled away and about to be handed over to the people of the evil god cult. Her eyes widened suddenly and she grabbed the woman's kimono sleeve. No, no, no. Her small face was pale, as if the blood had been drained from her face, and her wide eyes were filled with fear. Mom, no. Save me, save me. I really don't want to be eaten. I really don't want to die. Mom, Mom, look at me, Mom. And the woman also took off her disguise at this moment. With a face full of fear and tears in the corners of his eyes, he tugged at his sleeves and shouted almost hysterically. Let go! Yuzai, let go! What do you want to do? Are you going to harm our family? Yuzai clutched the woman's sleeve tightly and refused to let go. With a look of fear on his face, he said tremblingly. Mom, Mom, can't you see? Can you really not see it? In the bowl, there is brother in the bowl, there is brother. Mother. Sudden. The leader of the evil god cult's expression suddenly changed when he heard Yuzai say the word brother. He immediately waved his hand and swung a sharp black spear from the sleeve of his black robe. This is a ninja tool unique to the evil god cult, similar to a throwing stick. In normal condition, it is about 20 centimeters long and can be hidden in the sleeves. It can reach 120 centimeters when extended, and its tip and sides are extremely sharp. It is usually used as a hidden weapon, or when performing self-inflicted spells unique to the evil god cult. At this moment, the leader of the evil god cult looked grim, took 2 steps forward, and swung his spear fiercely. He stabbed the little girl Yuko straight in the back. Seeing this scene and hearing these words, Uchiha glanced at the bowl of meat in his hand with an ugly expression. With a heavy look on his face. He gave up all his plans almost without thinking. What about sneaking into the headquarters of the evil god cult, about being flat, about showing off, or about dying? At this moment, everything was forgotten. An angry flame ignited from his heart and spread throughout his body in an instant. A pair of eyes were instantly dyed scarlet. Uchiha Sei slammed the bowl of meat to the ground. Jump out with righteous steps. Stop it. Today, Tuesday, is about testing the waters. I beg you all to read it to the end. There is still 1 chapter left at 5 p.m. Bang bang bang. Chapter 29 The Awakening of the Coward, the Greed of the Survivor. Number. Meanwhile, on the other side. The capital of the Kingdom of Tang is Tanjian City. Successive wars shattered the dreams of the people in the hot springs of Yuno country. The hot spring restaurants that were supposed to be open were now closed, and the sheltered areas on the street were filled with half-clothed, shivering refugees. The cold wind blew across my face, biting the bones. In front of an ordinary izakaya, Uchiha Seikiro, who looked panicked, had a timid expression on his face, was covered in grey, and had bloodshot eyes, stared at the corner at the end of the street. He didn't dare to blink for fear of missing something. Until a man with a straight face and a dark blue gown appeared in Seikiro's field of vision, stepping on wooden clogs and walking calmly. Seikiro breathed a sigh of relief and called out tiredly and anxiously. Captain Fugaku. Oh, it's Seikiro. Uchiha Fugaku saw Seikiro with calm eyes and was not surprised. He had already investigated it on the way here, and the Ninja Cat clan passed information to him. He knew what was happening in Tang's Higuo in general. Captain Fugaku, our team was attacked by Kumagakure at the border. The Great Elder, and him, yes, and Uchiha Sei, the two of them are very dangerous now. Seikiro felt anxious as if there were countless ants biting him, and he said eagerly. Captain Fugaku, please send someone to support us quickly. I'm afraid if it's a little later, the two of them will just... Uchiha Fugaku nodded calmly and waved his hand. I see. You go down and rest first. What? How can I rest at this moment? See, he saved me with his life, I can't. Hearing this, Uchiha Seikairo's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said anxiously with a look of astonishment, regardless of his superiority or inferiority. Uchiha Fugaku looked at him and frowned slightly. The way Seikairo looks now, he is obviously stressed out and hasn't slept all night. Coupled with the fact that he was rushing so hard, he drove like a dump truck to the distance that originally took him half a day. He only took half the time and reached it before dark. His current physical condition has reached a limit. Fugaku shook his head and didn't say anything more. He just waved his hand to Seikairo and said calmly, "Go down." At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of the door, knelt down on one knee to Uchiha Fugaku, and reported, "Captain, the whereabouts of Uchiha Sei have been found." The Uchiha tribesman who just reported it looked a little embarrassed and said with embarrassment, "It's just that place is now controlled by the evil god cult. Only the Anbu of Konoha know the detailed information. I contacted the Anbu of Konoha here, but they told me. No comment." What? Uchiha Kyoji couldn't help but exclaimed. "Ci, is he in the evil god cult now? Those people are all crazy, and they are arresting ninjas and children. How could this happen? How could this happen?" As he spoke, Uchiha Seikairo even sounded like he was crying. In today's chaotic Tang country, there are several types of people that are best not to be messed with. Ranked first is Kirigaku's chasing ninja. Ranked second is the Uchiha garrison in Hell Valley. Ranked third is this emerging evil cult. This new religion is quite mysterious, its whereabouts are difficult to determine, its teachings spread very quickly, and its ideas are too extreme. The purpose is must kill everyone around you. Whose crimes and current tactics are simply too numerous to describe. See, the Book of Masters. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he nodded, hummed, and said in a deep voice, 33. I see. Immediately, Fugaku waved his hand and told his subordinates to step back and rest. He opened the door curtain and walked into the izakaya alone. Uchiha Seikairo on the side saw his unmoved behavior and looked over blankly. "Captain Fugaku. What did you say?" His face suddenly twisted, a surge of anger rose in his heart, and his whole body began to tremble. "Just no. You have obviously received the information about CI, right? And what are you doing now? You look so carefree, do you want someone to pour you a glass of wine?" Uchiha Seikairo opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. "Why? Why don't you take action? Do you have to wait until the butcher's knife falls and the clan members die tragically for your heart to feel a little shaken?" Uchiha Fugaku frowned, glanced over, and was not angry. He just said calmly, "You also heard that place is now under the control of the evil god cult." Uchiha Seikairo couldn't help but retorted, "But, that's resignation." Uchiha Sei. Fugaku's eyes narrowed slightly, and he carefully studied Seikairo's expression, but said lightly, "Is he special? As far as I know, he should be just an ordinary genin, right? Besides, you should have some idea of the current situation in Tang country. Seikairo, what's the matter with you? You wouldn't have said such words in the past." Uchiha Seikairo's heart was like a mess, and he stood upright on the spot. "Me?" But the next moment, he thought of the boy who pushed him outside the death battle barrier and was the only Kumagakuer Jonin. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and clenched his fists. "It is good. Since you won't save me, then I will save him myself. I'm going to save you, Uchiha Sei." Uchiha Seikairo gritted his teeth, his mind was full of thoughts, and he couldn't help but think about it. That boy, he is now living alone in the evil god cult. Facing loneliness, fear, and helplessness. Maybe he was being carried onto the altar by the followers of the evil god cult, and was being brutally sacrificed as a living sacrifice. I've already escaped once. We can't run away this time. Uchiha Fugako looked at Suichiro, who turned around and rushed outside the house alone. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. Following Uchiha Shisui and Great Elder Uchiha Setsuna. Right now, there is another person who is willing to die for this mysterious young man. Uchiha words. What magic power does he have? How could this group of people who were originally incompatible with each other do this for him? Uchiha Fugako couldn't understand, but he decided to meet the child himself. Facing the bright sun, he walked out of the izakaya and said coldly to the deserted corner. Let's go, let's follow. In the next moment, 7 or 8 scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, and then disappeared in place with a sudden sound. Number. At the same time, outside Tanjian City, a group of Konoha roots leaped in front of a pale-faced young man. Kneel down on one knee, hold a scroll in both hands and hand it over. Lord Orochimaru, this is the information scroll about the evil god cult that has been collected. The person you are looking for should be at this location right now. Long black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the wings of her nose, pale skin, and blue magatama-shaped earrings. The identity of this person is none other than Orochimaru, one of the Sunin of Konoha. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, with a hint of excitement in his narrow vertical pupils. Good. Forbidden techniques, physical transformation, immortality, and the blood dragon eye that controls the ultimate metabolism of body tissues. There are so many interesting things in Yu no Kuni now. Please read, collect, and recommend. Bang bang bang. Thanks to the 600-point reward from the new generation of Light, the Puppet Master, and the reward for changing the name because it was too long. There are also many recommendations from Masters. I have received your thoughts from all the adoptive fathers, thank you. Chapter 30, My Evil Sect Does Not Accept Illiterate People. Number. C's sharp shout did not make the leader of the evil god cult show any hesitation at all. He opened his indifferent eyes and said. The spear in his hand stabbed Yuko straight. When Uchiha saw this, he didn't care about hiding his identity as a ninja. He mobilized his chakra and quickly stepped in front of the little girl. In desperation, he had no choice but to stretch out a hand and firmly grasp the thrusting black spear. The sharp edge of the spear cut open his palm, and blood flowed from between Uchiha's bandaged fingers and fell to the ground. Uchiha Ci looked at the bleeding palm and frowned slightly. It is not a good thing to be given blood by someone from the evil god cult. I said, stop. He raised his head slightly, and a pair of Sharingan looked coldly at the leader of the evil cult in front of him. Sharingan? Uchiha. The leader of the evil cult narrowed his eyes, stopped what he was doing, and his eyes flickered slightly. The Uchiha people were not in Hell Valley watching the group of blood pool barbarians run to the territory of their evil god cult. What do you want to do? Ci. What are you doing? At this time, Haiden, who saw this scene, immediately ran out, stood between Uchiha Ci and the leader of the evil god cult, and explained to the leader of the evil god cult. Sir, this person is my friend, and he is also determined to join our evil section. The leader of the evil god cult looked at Uchiha Ci with cold eyes, as if he wanted to wait for his explanation. Uchiha Ci saw that the scene had eased slightly, his eyes moved, and he immediately said. Haiden is right, let her go and let me be the sacrifice. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help being surprised and looked at Uchiha Ci in surprise. This boy actually wants to sacrifice himself and become a sacrifice. Just to save a little girl I never knew? Among the crowd at this moment, a hooded girl calmly looked at the situation on the field. Her entire body was wrapped in the shadow of the hooded black robe, with only a few strands of brown-red hair falling around her ears. Just now, when the leader of the evil cult stabbed the little girl, she was already preparing to save people. But after seeing Uchiha Ci step forward, he slowly retracted the U seal that had formed on his hand. At this time, she looked at Uchiha Ci with a puzzled expression. How can there be such a stupid person? Will you actually sacrifice yourself to save others? Wait, Ci, what are you talking about? Didn't you agree that you will walk on the cross with me? Why do you want to take the first step? After hearing Uchiha Ci's words, Haiden was the first to break his guard. He looked at Uchiha Ci in shock. With an expression of "I knew it was like this." At this moment, Haiden looked like an unemployed vagrant who was lining up behind Uchiha Ci during the interview, vying for the last job spot, fearing that the one in front of him would snatch the offer from the interviewer. He was already wailing deep in his heart. This guy really wants to steal Lord Evil God's favor from me. You want to be a sacrifice. After hearing this, the leader of the evil god cult couldn't help being stunned. He took 3 steps back, slowly pulled out his spear, and looked at Uchiha Ci, as if he was examining the other party. 34. His eyes fell on the scarlet Sharingan eyes of Uchiha several times, and he couldn't help but gasp. Uchiha people came to the evil god cult, clamoring to be sacrificed? The leader of the evil cult had the illusion that he was dreaming. Not bad. Uchiha strode forward and said confidently. I just want to be a sacrifice. My lord, please take me to the headquarters of the evil god cult. However, after the leader of the evil god cult heard this, not only was he not happy, but after a moment of astonishment, his facial features immediately twisted into a ball, which was extremely complicated. At this moment, he looked at the kid in front of him, his expression twitching, as if he was buying jackfruit online and the seller sent him durian shells. This is not only disgusting but also stinging. This would let the Uchiha clan know that their evil sect had strung Uchiha's children on the altar to sacrifice them. No need until tomorrow. That night, Uchiha's garrison troops in Hell Valley can arrive across most of Yuno country overnight. Peel off his skin and hang it up to fill it with grass. The leader of the evil god cult thought for a long time, and his face became increasingly ugly. Finally, in full view of the public, no matter how reluctant you are in your heart. Out of professionalism, he had no choice but to ask dryly. Are you a ninja? Yes. Uchiha nodded. That's right, we don't accept ninjas. The leader of the evil god cult immediately seized the opportunity and said. What did you say? Uchiha opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Haiden. His eyes seemed to be asking, little brother, what's going on? Why did you invite me to come to the evil god cult to go to Daifen, but the person said that the 5th row of the convoy was full? You looked down on me, right? Feijuan was also stunned, and couldn't help but stand beside the leader of the evil god cult and remind him. Sir, I remember that we are recruiting ninjas, and didn't you ask me to capture one more last time? The leader of the evil god cult looked at Haiden, who was causing trouble, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. I specifically asked you to capture ninjas. Can you bring back an Uchiha for me? I don't know that in the list of the top 10 worst people to mess with in Yu country, the second one is this group of people named Uchiha? Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong. Hey! The leader of the evil god cult suddenly started sweating profusely. But if he really had to hand over the Uchiha kid as a sacrifice, he couldn't bear this responsibility. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he quietly winked at the 2 subordinates standing behind him. Immediately, he looked at Uchiha Ci with a sullen face and asked coldly. Then do you know what the purpose of our evil god cult is? Uchiha Ci was stunned for a moment, thinking, has the employment situation reached this point now? Let's just be a silent sacrifice waiting to be stabbed. Is it possible that I have to sign up for a class and read 2 copies of 5 years of the Bible and 3 years of faith? Ah, wait, I have an impression. Uchiha's face tightened, and he secretly took out the booklet Haiden had given him, and nervously flipped through 2 pages. Try to turn the interview scene into an open book exam scene. However, at this moment, sudden, 2 black spears suddenly shot from both sides of Uchiha's eye. The leader of the evil god cult gritted his teeth, tore his face apart, let go of the black spear held by Uchiha's eye, waved his palms, and pulled out 2 more black spears from the black robe's pouch. He looked at Uchiha's eye coldly and shouted coldly, "Humph, you don't even understand the most basic purpose. Are you worthy of listening to the gospel of Lord Evil God? My evil sect does not accept illiterate people." 2 black spears twisted the wind, and the oncoming sneak attack instantly made the hair on Uchiha's neck explode unconsciously. A huge sense of crisis filled my heart in an instant. Uchiha's eye immediately realized that the 3 minions of this evil sect were actually masters. Next moment, 2 lines of subtitles were immediately refreshed before my eyes. You were attacked by the minions of the evil god sect, the Yunin rebel ninja, and the leader even bluntly said that you are a singer and illiterate. Talent, combat intuition, has been triggered. The stimulation like an electric shock instantly goes from head to toe. The next moment, Uchiha turned his head and jumped. The scarlet Sharingan swayed from side to side, drawing a trembling red line, and instantly locked the trajectory of the 2 black spears coming from the Aaron car. He twisted in midair and threw the bloody black spear in his hand, smashing one of the black spears open. However, the black spear on the other side shot straight towards his vitals. Uchiha's eye remembered those moves of future Haiden, and his pupils suddenly shrank. However, the other person was in midair and could no longer twist his body to block the attack. He could only avoid the vital point at the moment when the black spear was thrown with great force. And if you do this, you will definitely get hurt. Once you are hurt and your blood is taken away. In addition, the cuts caused when he blocked the black spear of the leader of the evil god cult in a desperate situation. As long as the members of the evil god cult pick up the black spear or dig up his blood on the ground, they may be able to use it to activate the curse Death Si Binksyu. Under this terrifying technique, he is just a dish that anyone can order casually. Uchiha couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly, thinking that the country of Tang was really in danger. A group of evil god cult minions who were just passing by actually had such terrifying sneak attack capabilities. However, at this moment, a hooded girl in the crowd frowned, slapped the bullpen, and jumped out. The brown-red tassels on the tips of the ears sway in the wind. She wiped out a kunao from under her black robe and held the knot in her hands. Immediately, staring at a pair of green and clear, gem-like eyes, he shouted loudly to Uchiha's eye. "Fool, lower your head. Water release Water Fang Blade." Thanks to book friend 202203182135198848 and passerby B among passerby A for sending me a monthly pass. Thanks to Searching for Light for the 1000 point reward, thank you to the Free Range Kitten for the 500 point reward, and thank you for the reward that catches the eye. Foster parents, you are so generous. There are also many recommendation votes from masters, thank you. Please read and collect. Bang bang bang. Chapter 31 versus 1, I have the advantage. The clear drink fell. The kunao in the girl's hand grew in the wind and turned into a 60 cm long short knife. This is a technique that condenses water flow on the hand to form a rotating water sword, which is somewhat similar to the water release and water blade slash of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. The next moment, she threw the water knife and hit the black spear that was thrown with great force. The black spear deflected a little and flew out, grazing Uchiha's face. Then, water escape water cut. The girl bent down, put her palms against the ground, and stepped on 2 splashes of water on her feet to reduce the friction between herself and the ground, and quickly slid under Uchiha's eye. Then, a princess hugged the fallen Uchiha. Uchiha couldn't help but feel a little dazed, and smelled a sweet fragrance on the tip of his nose, like hibiscus growing on the seaside. Before Uchiha could recover, the leader of the evil god cult had a cold look. He looked at the uninvited guest who appeared in front of him. He threw out the 2 black spears in his hand, put one foot on the ground, made fists with both hands and held out a SI seal. He was about to launch some ninjutsu. Why are you dazed? Get ready to run away. The girl's green pupil shrank, and she lowered her head to glance at the stunned Uchiha Ci in her arms. Her eyebrows furrowed with dissatisfaction, and she simply threw him aside, almost causing Uchiha Ci to fall to pieces. Then she formed a seal with her hands. Josei Wei. 35. Water release, Kirigakure's jutsu. A white mist spread quickly, spreading and covering the entire village. Uchiha Ci felt his hand being held by a Royi, and then the girl's voice sounded like a silver bell in his ears. Go. Let's go. Uchiha raised his head and looked at the hooded girl in front of him. A strand of brown-red hair escaped and hung in her ears, dancing like the red clouds on the horizon. He quickly came to his senses, frowned, threw away his bare hands and climbed up. I can't leave. When he first blocked the flying black spear for the little girl Yuko, his palm had been cut by the black spear. Now, his blood is in the same place. The people of the evil god cult only need to pick up the spear thrown by him, or dig out his blood from the ground, and they can use it to activate the curse Death Si with blood. Uchiha Ci couldn't gamble at this time on whether the other party knew the core spell of the evil cult. Once you escape at this time, if you are killed, it may be judged as suicide. That 500 million will just fly away. From the moment he stepped forward, Uchiha Ci never thought about leaving. The next moment, Uchiha Ci's eyes turned ferocious, his scarlet Sharingan flying. He made seals with his hands one after another, and then decisively slapped the ground. Super Death Battle Barrier. This ninjutsu that just came out of Malloy is exactly suitable for such a scene. A circle of light red barrier expanded instantly, locking all 3 people from the evil god cult and Uchiha Ci. Then, a barrier stretching straight to the sky opened, expelling everyone else in the square. This is my fight alone. Uchiha stood up from the ground, looked at the misty white fog in front of him, and the corner of his mouth curved with excitement. He looked at the 3 vague enemies in the fog with his scarlet Sharingan, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He sneered. You like sneak attacks, right? Very well, let's start the second round. The girl who helped Uchiha Ci at the critical moment was shocked when she was squeezed away by the barrier. Looking at Uchiha Ci standing up in the barrier, she gritted her teeth in disgust. Is he a fool? Obviously, he had already taken action to help him find a chance to escape. If he didn't run away quickly at this time, he would actually imprison himself with 3 people from the evil cult. It's just a desperate matter. Haiden, who was also pushed away by the barrier, was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but shout. Ci, are you crazy? If you attack the master of the evil god cult, everyone in the village will be killed. Besides, you're just a genin, you can't defeat them. When Uchiha heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, then he stretched out his hand behind his back, gave a thumbs up, and laughed loudly. Don't worry, they won't be able to get out of this barrier before I die. Haiden, take this opportunity to escape with everyone. Uchiha Ci didn't wait for Feiden's answer and immediately ran around his opponent in the fog. The red light of the Sharingan drew a long red line in the fog. Thanks to the sudden attack of the girl, he escaped a serious injury crisis, and used the Dakirigakure technique to gain a detour opportunity for Uchiha Ci. At this moment, the leader of the evil god cult also felt that things were getting a little tricky. Immediately he calmly ordered to his subordinates. He has the Sharingan, which gives him a vision advantage in this environment. However, we are outnumbered. 3 against 1, the advantage is mine. Motto, use your wind escape to blow away the heavy fog. Wu Si, guard the surrounding areas and protect me. I'm going to get that kid's blood, use the curse death si ping shui, and destroy his legs. Then, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the evil god cult immediately rushed toward the dark spear stuck on the ground not far away. The believer of the evil god cult, known as Mato, formed a seal with his hands and was preparing to use wind escape. However, at this moment, sudden, 3 black shadows suddenly broke through the white fog and attacked the 3 of them. Is this a stone? The 3 of them were suddenly startled and quickly took a step back, their original movements interrupted. And this is not just a stone. This is the ultimate level of Uchiha-style shuriken technique. In Uchiha's hands, everything can be thrown as a hidden weapon. Uchiha Ci rushed forward in the white mist, circling the barrier, constantly picking up stones and dead branches from the ground, and then pulled out a dark spear stuck in the ground, and threw it at the 3 of them with his backhand. The first 3 stones only made the 3 people slightly surprised. And a large wave of throwing objects followed. They immediately lost their composure. In just 10 seconds, Uchiha Ci picked up and threw more than 30 stones, and more than a dozen sharp branches with broken heads. A dense barrage covered the past overwhelmingly. Friends, have you ever seen the barrage style? Under the cover of countless vegetation and stones, a pitch-black spear was hidden, shooting out with a hurricane. The evil god cult leader's pupil shrank. Next to him, Mato was about to form a seal and use his wind escape to change the situation. With a puff, a jet-black spear pierced his chest on the spot. Then there was a thump and he fell to the ground. However, this is not over yet. Uchiha lowered his body, bowed his body and stopped for a moment, with the seal already formed on his hand. Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin. Fire Release Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. The 6 fireballs bared their teeth and claws, and rushed away. Followed by. He pulled out 3 ninja tool threads from the shriveled ninja tool bag at his waist, tied 3 stones with them and threw them at the members of the evil god cult. Then make a seal with your hands. Si Chen Mao Yin. Fire Escape Dragon Fire Technique. He raised his index finger and spit out dragon fire, dancing wildly along the silk thread and rushing towards the 2 of them. Damn it! What's going on with this kid? The leader of the evil god cult's breath was stagnant, his eyes were horrified, and he quickly fell to the ground. I felt an inexplicable shock in my heart. Damn it, why is this kid so good at coming? You think it's 3 people attacking me? Under the horrified gazes of the evil god sect's 2 men, Uchiha sneered and said disdainfully. Poke it. I am the only one who has surrounded you. Please read, recommend, and collect. Bang bang bang. This chapter is a little late because I found a bug and adjusted it. Thanks for the question. Chapter 32 The Death of the Curse is based on blood. Illusion. Sudden. 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 Hidden weapons are dancing all over the sky. An unpredictable trajectory like falling petals. The murderous intention hangs on a thread like the sudden darkness of dawn. The dense and precise throwing technique makes people's scalp numb. 36. This level of shuriken skills was unheard of by anyone present. This is like a big knife in the ass, and it opened their eyes hard. Under such intensive barrage, the 2 members of the evil god cult quickly dodged back behind a broken wall. Even if you dodge in time, you still can't avoid getting hurt. Boss, this guy's firepower is so fierce. The leader of the evil god cult also discovered at this time. The situation seemed to be somewhat beyond his control. The 3 of them, before joining the evil god cult, were rebellious ninjas and Chunin-level members of the Kingdom of Yu. Logically speaking, it's not weak, it's still a 3 versus 1 situation. And Uchiha Ci. At this moment, with the blessing of the Sharingan, the shuriken technique combined with the fire escape, the attacks were wave after wave, like a personal machine gun, and they were able to suppress the 2 of them. They couldn't stop complaining and could only run away in a hurry. However, to survive in the war-torn Tang country, the two members of the evil god cult are not fools. Even if he ran away, he would still act according to the course of action he set out at the beginning. At this time, the leader of the evil god cult had already obtained the pitch-black spear on the ground, and he immediately shouted, "Wu Si, hold on to him. I'll start the ceremony." The evil cultist known as Wu Si nodded, his face hardened, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the bunker, holding the seal that had been formed for a long time in his hand. Yin Zhou Shen Mao Zi Hai Yu Zhou Wu Su Yin Si Zhou Shen Mao. Shoot towards the ground. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. There are two versions of this technique, one is a low-end version with 18 seals, and the other is an A-level high-end version with only 3 seals. But obviously, this group of ninjas from the Kingdom of Yu only have low-end versions. A palm fell. The ground suddenly cracked, and a huge wave rushed out, with the wave head being more than 3 meters high. He pressed hard towards Uchiha Ci with all his strength. Along the way, extinguish all the thrown earth, rocks, and fire escape. Faced with such a large-scale ninjutsu, Uchiha had no choice but to turn over and jump onto the roof of a nearby house to escape. Wu Si immediately seized this opportunity. Using the cover of water escape, he pulled out a pitch-black spear from the pouch of his black robe and rushed towards Uchiha Ci. The other side. The leader of the evil cult has already drawn the triangle in a circle spell ritual formation on the ground. His eyes gradually became crazy. "Boy, you forced me to do this." He stood there with his arms open, and his face was gradually covered with black lines, turning it into pitch black. Then, holding the spear stained with Uchiha Ci's blood, he looked at his thigh ferociously, bared his teeth and closed his eyes hard. Holding the spear shaft with trembling hands. Puff! A spear pierced the thigh. A. The ferocious, crazy, and satisfying perverted voice resounded throughout the audience. Be in pain, be in mourning, be in admiration. This is the ritual of the evil god. This is love. The spell Dead Si is based on blood and can be activated immediately. This moment, a great terror gripped Uchiha Ci's heart, and every cell in his body was screaming loudly, telling him a piece of news. Danger, 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 danger. It was as if a huge red word of death had been engraved on his head. The next moment, Uchiha Ci's heart was beating wildly, and the blood all over his body was like a bag filled with water that suddenly broke a hole, and began to rush towards that location. On his right leg, he was suddenly stabbed hard by an unknown force, and a blood hole nearly 4 fingers wide appeared suddenly. Unable to dodge, unable to block, unable to resist. Flesh torn and blood splattered. The severe pain made him widen his eyes unconsciously, and his face began to tremble. Uchiha Ci's right leg suddenly became weak, and he was bleeding profusely. The severe pain made him almost unable to stand still. Ha 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 ha. When the leader of the evil god cult saw this scene, the madness in his eyes was about to burst out, and arrogant laughter sounded in Uchiha Ci's ears. Kid! Let me face the reality. Even if we are ninjas from a small country like us, under the ritual of the evil god, our hatred can be transformed into a power that far exceeds yours. Tremble. Be compassionate. Then, I stood there and watched how my stupid self was stabbed through the heart and disemboweled. The body was broken into thousands of pieces. Finally, you will understand. In this world, pain is power. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the evil god cult immediately turned his head and shouted angrily at his subordinates who were rushing forward. Wu Si, kill him for me. As soon as the words fell to the ground, murderous intent suddenly appeared. In front of Uchiha Ci, a strong figure suddenly jumped out, rounded the pitch-black spear, and aimed it at Uchiha Ci's neck. A spear slashed hard. However, in such a crisis, After hearing the murderous words from the leader of the evil god cult. He 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 he, he 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 he. A low laughter suddenly sounded on the field. Uchiha said, he was actually smiling. He raised his head, covered his face, stepped on the broken bricks, stood on the swaying roof, looked down at the two people from the evil god sect, and laughed louder and louder. The corner of his mouth curved into a wild arc, his eyes widened. He was clearly in a desperate crisis, but his eyes were full of excitement. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, that's right. A ninja is a creature that endures pain. The more painful it is, the more profound it is, and the more powerful it is. But Uchiha Sei suddenly stopped speaking, looking down at the two of them coldly. His voice was as cold as ice. Why do you think that? Your pain is above mine. The words fell. Uchiha covered his eyelids, turned to look at Takeshi who was rushing towards him, and suddenly opened his eyes. Look directly at me, bastard. A solitary Megatama, spinning crazily in the crimson Sharingan eyes full of madness. Anyone who sees these eyes cannot help but praise their breathtaking and shocking beauty. It's a genjutsu. Be careful, Takeshi, he used Sharingan genjutsu. The leader of the evil god cult was suddenly startled and immediately reminded him. After hearing this, Wu Si immediately became wary. Looking at Uchiha Sei, who was motionless and standing like a sculpture, he also realized that something was wrong. Is this the real thing, or the phantom left by the illusion? What the hell, he can't tell the difference. With this thought, Wu Si's offensive suddenly slowed down. And he leaped to the side of the roof to stand firmly, holding a dark spear and becoming alert. He looked at Uchiha Sei who was still maintaining the same posture as before, motionless, and even facing the wrong direction. The truth is true. This is an illusion photo. However, the next moment. 37. In Wuji's eyes, the image of Uchiha's illusion suddenly appeared. He wiped out the last ninja tool from his ninja bag. Silk. Wrap it around your fingers, pull it to the end and click out sparks, like a sharp long knife. Uchiha Sei's face was full of ferocity, and he suddenly stood up and jumped forward suddenly. Using a swastika-shaped physical technique that I had only seen once, he locked the man with a powerful move. He tightened his elbow on Wu Si's neck, kicked Wu Si on the sole of his foot, causing him to lose his center of gravity and roll over. He then raised his leg to cross Wu Si's elbow, and pinned his other foot to Wu Si's waist. The other free hand pulls the silk thread to straighten the blade. Suddenly chopped down. Laugh. Wu Si, die. Then Uchiha Sei rolled down from the roof panting, dragging his right leg that could barely move, and walked step by step towards the leader of the evil cult with a dull look on his face. He shook his head and sneered with a sigh. This is the illusion of the Sharingan. Please read, recommend, and collect. Bang bang bang. Chapter 33, A Tragic Victory, Resentment, and the Girl Under the Moon. It's pitiful to see that Uchiha's Sharingan has just awakened not long ago. No one taught him how to play with those eyes. Forget about illusions. All he can use is the observation eye function of the Megatama Sharingan. He cannot even copy ninjutsu, he can only imitate the taijutsu he has seen. At that moment, Uchiha Sei really risked his life. If the opponent insists on attacking with a spear, given his current condition of losing one of his legs, and the fact that he does not know the teleportation technique, illusion technique, or substitution technique, he has no time to place the wood in advance. Uchiha Sei had no room to dodge. Life and death are just a matter of thought. However, it is a pity that he, who does not know how to use illusions, succeeded in making the other party think that he had mastered illusions. He won the bet. Uchiha Sei slowly dragged his right leg and moved towards the leader of the evil cult, his face gradually darkening. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to hate the fact that iron cannot become steel. This group of losers can be counter-killed even if three of them hit each other. Do they know how to play? You've already used the spell Death Si to rely on your blood, so why can't you stab your heart? It's evil to open your mouth, but it's painful to close your mouth. Why don't you offer a sacrifice? Will he die if he is stabbed a few times? At this moment, the leader of the evil god cult looked scared. He looked at Uchiha Sei, who was walking in the cold air, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Unlike the future Haiden, he does not have an immortal body created by the evil cult through various strange sacrifices. When he pokes his leg, he really does it. Moreover, in order to restrict Uchiha Sei's movements, he has not yet performed any operation to stop the bleeding. There was too much bleeding at this moment, and the big brother's dark face had begun to look sickly pale. Whenever an Nestorian comes, he should call him an expert. While restricting Uchiha Sei, he also restricted himself. Then, the final result is... Uchiha Sei squirmed a few steps forward, with a ferocious smile on his face. He pulled out the pitch-black spear stuck in the ground. Then lunge and stretch your arms, like the full moon rising. Sudden! The pitch-black spear tore through the air and swung out an arc of full moon. With one spear drawn, the leader of the evil god cult was first thrown out of the circle of the ceremony, interrupting his spell Death Si Pinksu. Then, a hole of black light shot out, pierced the throat, and completely nailed him to the ground. The leader of the evil cult, die. At this time, the talent broadcast also sounded. When you bravely fight back against the enemy who is taunting you, but the opponent is dead and unable to refute. The counterattack is stronger and the reward is a critical hit. You obtain a random skill from the opponent, Wind Escape Zhang Kong Wave, Proficiency, C. The skill has been critically hit, and the current attributes are, Wind Escape Zhang Kong Jibo, Mastery, B. You obtain a random skill from your opponent, Rope Escape, E. The number of layers of your heart steel has increased. The light red barrier that stretched straight to the sky dissipated, and Uchiha gasped for air and collapsed on the ground. His body was covered with water stains and dust, and the bloody hole on his right leg was shocking. Around. A silence. The villagers in the square stared blankly at Uchiha Sei, who was killing the members of the evil cult one by one against 3. But there were no cheers, no flowers, and no praise. The woman holding the little girl Yuko looked at the motionless 3 evil cultists with a look of horror on her face. The next moment, all the expression on her face turned to fear. Driven by this fear, the woman suddenly stood up, pointed at Uchiha's nose, and cursed sharply. "You beast, what have you done? You actually killed the master of the evil god cult. Do you know what you're going to do to us?" The woman seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She leaned against the wall, crying and laughing, with a hideous face. "It's over, it's over, it's all over. We will all die here, haha, die here." As if something suddenly occurred to her, the woman's expression turned ferocious. She threw Yuko away, and rushed forward suddenly, as if to vent her anger. She wanted to tear Uchiha's face to pieces. At this moment, the hooded girl leaped in front of Uchiha Sishin, stood in front of the woman, and stretched out her slender hand to block her path forward. She didn't say anything more, but her eyes were cold and she formed a seal with one hand. A rotating water jet gradually took shape in her hand. Roll. At this time, Uchiha Sei had no time to pay attention to the situation around him. Due to excessive blood loss, he was now dizzy, short of breath, pale, and had cold hands and feet. He looked at the injuries on his body and couldn't help but smile. With such a serious injury, without a medical ninja by his side, he would definitely be dead. Sei shook his head and tried to stand up, but couldn't help but his vision went dark and he fell over. Just before closing his eyes, he suddenly saw Haiden pulling Sheneng towards him. The smile on Uchiha Sei's face suddenly froze, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. "Wait, damn, don't come over here!" Uchiha see, I remember. This guy Sheneng seems to be a medical ninja. Moreover, he is currently the highest-end medical ninja in the ninja world, second only to the sun in Tsunade, and he can even perform medical ninjutsu such as palm senjutsu. Number. At the same time, on the other side, outside Tanjian City, there is a large refugee gathering place underground. There were endless pools of blood, forests of dead bones, and from the deep wind tunnel, a faint howl could be heard. The pale-faced bishop of the evil god cult, wearing a black robe, stood by the blood pool, suddenly turned his head and looked down. An equally pale-faced ninja from the evil god cult suddenly fell down and half knelt on the ground. "Sir, we have found it." "What did you find?" The bishop of the evil god frowned and looked coldly. 38. The subordinate in black robe nodded, with a sick smile on his face. "We have found the child with a special physique that you mentioned. Just now, I have sent 3 elites to the village and will be able to pick up the child right away. In this way, we may really be able to create a monster with an immortal body." The bishop of the evil god's cult narrowed his eyes and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Not bad. It's really good. Lord Evil God, you will definitely be satisfied with this sacrifice." However, what neither of them knew was that a small white-scaled snake was lying quietly in the corner of the blood pool, quietly watching everything in the cave. Hiss and spit out the snake message. Number. Into the night. There are no clouds in the sky, and the full moon spreads its clear light. The bonfire is blazing, reflecting the wild night sky. Uchiha Ci slowly opened his eyes. On the tree stump on the side, the thoughtful girl stood facing the wind, looking up at the dark and deep land in the distance. Her long brown hair was fluttering in the wind. She seemed to hear the movement here and turned around suddenly. Then Uchiha Ci saw the girl with a pair of green eyes during the day. At this moment, she took off her hood, revealing a delicate and lovely face. A strand of brown-red fringe hangs down and curls around her gleaming white ears, and the rest of her long hair is combed back into a bun, slightly curved like the moon. Like a fairy falling in the moonlight. "You're awake. Where am I?" Uchiha reluctantly stood up and found that his body was bandaged again. After trying to move his right leg, he suddenly discovered with a blank expression. Sure enough, it was cured. Although there was still a little pain, it no longer affected my activities. "You beat the members of the evil god cult to death. The people in this village didn't welcome you very much. We were all kicked out." The girl squatted down slightly, looked at the expression on Uchiha's face curiously, and asked aloud. "I'm talking about you. Are you really not afraid of death at all?" Under the gaze of her green and clear eyes, Uchiha suddenly felt his face turn a little red. He coughed quickly, changed the subject and asked. "Did you see Haiden?" As soon as these words fell, a voice full of resentment suddenly sounded not far away. "Ci, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Please read, recommend, and collect." Bang bang bang. Chapter 34. Then let me be your evil god. Not far away. The arrogant brat's eyes were red, and he threw all the firewood in his hand to the ground with a snap. He rushed forward in a few steps and grabbed Uchiha Ci by the collar. Haiden's eyes were filled with tears and he was sniffing hard. He looked like a defeated dog, but his eyes were filled with raging anger. He grabbed Uchiha Ci by the collar and roared loudly and asked. "Do you know what good things you have done? Didn't we agree to join the evil god cult together? Didn't we agree that we all have a bright future? Why do you want to trample on my dreams and trample my will on the ground, making it worthless?" Haiden's voice gradually broke into a cry. Why? Tell me, why is this? I thought we were friends. The cold wind of early spring blows on my face, and the clear light reflects the mist. In front of the bonfire, there was a crackling sound of coals exploding. Haiden lowered his head. As if squatting at home after failing to find a job for the first time in his life. When summarizing the reasons for the failure at home, I found that the reason for the failure of job hunting was actually because the friend who hanged himself with a piece of rope suddenly turned his back and killed the merchant who sold the rope with a knife. For Haydn, who has been deeply disappointed by the inaction of U Ninja Village and longs to join the evil god cult to rebuild the glory of U country. It's like a thunderbolt. Uchiha took a deep breath and gently patted Haydn's hand holding his collar. Counting this time, this was the second time Haydn had saved him. And he could also understand Haydn's mood at this time. This is very similar to the situation where he tried to blow himself up to kill the 3 Union people not long ago, but ended up with an inexplicable scroll, forcing Suonan to press him down and rub him on the ground, and ended up losing both his life and property. The same request cannot be obtained, the same deep despair. At that time, Uchiha Ci was ready to kill Malloy. Imagine you were wearing a suit and leather shoes, had been preparing for more than half a year, and then went to the job with full confidence. As a result, everyone in the interviewing company was arrested because of the anti-pornography group. You come home full of disappointment, and your mother throws you a toilet scraper and asks you to clean the toilet. When you walk into the toilet, you find that the toilet has expanded 50 times, is as big as a football field, and is filled with ollie. The difference between ideal and reality is simply not too disappointing. Today's Tang country is this football field filled with ollies. But now, the arrogant boy Haydn, who has no bloodline limit, no powerful ninjutsu, and no money or power. He didn't even have a toilet pusher. Uchiha Ci looked directly at Haydn, exhaled a deep breath, and asked seriously. Haydn, do you really want to join the evil god cult? Your dream, your will. Are you going to become the next demigod to restore the kingdom of Tang, or are you really going to believe in that bullshit evil god? When Haydn heard this, he felt as if someone had slapped him on the head. He immediately became angry and shouted. What do you know? Ci, or in other words, Uchiha Ci, you are a ninja from a big family in a big country like Ninja Village. What do you know? The country of you is sandwiched between big countries. It has nothing. No sovereignty, no hope, no power. So we can only rely on the evil god. Pray for him to come and clear everything away. Only in this way can we save the hopeless soup. Uchiha Ci's eyes gradually became sharper and he asked in a deep voice. So, all you want is a future in which the kingdom of Tang is saved. Just a power that is enough to save the kingdom of Tang. This is the evil god you need. Am I right? Haydn was silent for a moment, shook his head and sneered. Are you even going to be like my Jounin sensei and try to reason with me? His eyes turned cold when he looked at Uchiha Ci, and he said with a sneer. Uchiha Ci, what you said is so nice. Only a ninja from a big country, a big ninja village, and a big family like you can say such beautiful words. A bright future, great power, what exciting words. But who will give it to me? If I don't pray and beg like a dog, who will give me strength? Uchiha's eyes flashed with a ferocious look, he stretched out his hand suddenly, put 2 fingers on the nostrils of the brat in front of him, and gave him a hard shoulder slam. Haydn didn't expect that Uchiha would suddenly take action. As soon as it hit the ground, it was knocked over to the ground. 39. Face up to the sky. Looking up at Uchiha Ci from this perspective, Uchiha closed and opened his eyes, and his scarlet Sharingan suddenly lit up. He leaned down and stood astride Haydn on the delicate green grass, staring straight at him with his eyes. Then, Uchiha Ci's eyes were firm, his tone was decisive, and he shouted in a deep voice. I'll give it to you. Don't you want power? I can be your power. Don't you want a future? I can create such a future with my own hands. Since you are desperate, helpless, crying, and deeply feel that you are powerless and can't do anything, you can't do it, you can't do it. Then you might as well stand behind me. You stay right behind, watch closely, and let me take away your will and fulfill the dream you desire. Uchiha Sei raised his sword finger and struck Haiden's forehead hard. He shouted in the firmest tone. "Let me be your evil god." Uchiha Sei's voice was loud and loud, hitting Haiden's ears like a bell. Haiden's eyes were glazed over, as if these words had torn open the wound severely and opened his defenses. Then, unknowingly, a line of clear tears quietly slid down his chin and dripped on the wet ground. In the land of Tang country, no one ever admit his will and his dream in a firm voice like Uchiha Sei is correct. Everyone would only say to Haiden, "Run away. Those who we can't defeat, those who have nothing to do with us, can become Lord Evil God's dog." And this man, he denied everything. And he even arrogantly wanted to take away his dream from his uncle Haiden, who had been arrogant since he was a child. Uchiha words. He is simply a lunatic, so arrogant that there is no limit to it. Haiden opened his mouth, swallowed a mouthful of saliva mixed with tears, and looked at Uchiha Sei blankly. Look at the black megatama slowly rotating in his scarlet eyes. That megatama seems to be formed by the strongest will in the world. Under these breathtaking eyes, he suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry and his scalp was a little numb and itchy. All the negative words he could think of became extremely pale at this moment. In the end, he could only ask in a self-defeating manner as if he had broken his guard. "Why? You are obviously just a genin, an Uchiha with only one Megatama Sharingan, and just a cannon fodder in the third ninja war that is spreading throughout the world. Why do you have the guts to say such things?" Uchiha frowned and glanced at the line on his panel with some guilt. Employee, Uchiha Sei. Insurance status, paid. Then he coughed twice. He spoke righteously. Please collect, recommend, and read. This is really important for me who has no ability to push money, and only has a toilet pusher. Thanks to my adoptive fathers, Musasa and Xiehungji, for their 2 monthly passes. Thanks to my adoptive father's supplier, Fugui, for providing me with a monthly pass. Thank you for your recommendation votes. Bang bang bang. Chapter 35 I want to use my eyes to light up the world. Haiden, do you still remember your Nindo? Uchiha Sei's eyes sharpened and he looked directly at the brat in front of him. Under this sincere and fiery look, Haiden's eyes unconsciously dodged and he murmured. My way of ninja. Correct. Your ninja way. You look up to the sky with a pair of big nostrils, and use your thumbs to show yourself confidently. You are shouting loudly that you, who have nothing, want to become Yukage. To end the chaos in your country, to drive out all the ninjas from this land, and to be the next demigod. Uchiha Sei looked directly at Haiden, raised the corner of his mouth with a slight smile, and teased. This is what you said, do you still want me to help you recall it? Haiden's face showed a trace of embarrassment, his expression was complicated, and he stuttered back. That's just. However, before he could finish speaking, Uchiha interrupted him with a cold tone. You want to say that it's just big talk, empty talk, lies. The real world is far more cruel than this. He grabbed Feiduan by the collar, and the megatama swirling in his scarlet eyes was full of momentum. Don't be stupid. Deny your own heart, deny your own will, deny your own dreams, then accept the reality, fill your empty mind with dreams, push yourself to the gallows, and shake your head in front of an existence more powerful than you ninja village. Then what's the difference between you, living and dead? Wait, Haiden was choked by these words, as if he was trying to defend something, trying to find a legitimate excuse for his behavior, trying to convince Uchiha to convince himself. Proving that your actions are correct is the best choice when there is no choice. However, Haiden was unable to finish his words. Because, deep down in his heart, he also knew. The purpose of the evil god religion, to stop killing and kill them all, is nothing more than drinking poison to quench thirst. Uchiha sighed and said in a deep voice. Haiden. You are a strong person, you are determined to die, and you want to use your own sacrifice to exchange for the evil god's grace. But I tell you, this is just an escape. Uchiha C's words were like a hammer, hitting Shin Haiden's heart hard, smashing and tearing the barriers accumulated in his heart. After peeling off the sugar coating of the evil god cult, what's inside is nothing but a stinking shit. This forced Haiden to recognize the reality. His face turned red and white, and veins appeared on his forehead. One hand suddenly grabbed Uchiha's hand that was holding his collar. He wanted to break it open, but with his strength, how could he be the opponent of Uchiha Ci, who was already a genin? In the end, he could only blush and yell at Uchiha. That's enough. Uchiha Ci, that's enough. Get out of here. I don't need your pity. I don't want to listen to your preaching. In this case, I have heard so many things in Tang country in the past 10 years. How can you understand my situation and my pain? Should I say that I really deserve to be a great ninja? Don't you feel disgusted by the condescending face you have now? However, facing such hysterical Haiden, Uchiha Ci smiled. Is it? He harshly picked up Feiduan's collar and smashed him to the ground, his expression gradually becoming ferocious. Then, like a big villain boss coming from the bottom of the level, he humiliated the level 1 brave man carrying the novice village sword and dismissed his so-called dream as worthless. Uchiha C's eyes flashed fiercely, and he scolded fiercely. You kid, listen to me. I'm not preaching to you, I'm proving to you. My ninja is superior to yours. Uchiha resigned from letting go of Haiden, stood up, and looked up at the full moon in the endless night sky, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. 40. He was silent for a moment, looking down, and said indifferently with a defiant look. Haiden. The kingdom of you that you see is just a small corner of the entire ninja world. Your goal is just a corner of my ninja path. It is something I will complete sooner or later. And my Nindo. Uchiha Ci suddenly opened a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes. His tone suddenly changed. In a cold and emotionless tone, he said calmly. It is to overthrow the existing 5 major countries, unify the entire ninja world, and end the continuous war since the Warring States period. Bring eternal peace to this world. This is what I have to do, even if I face life and death, I won't hesitate. I want to use my eyes to light up the whole world. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Haiden's eyes were shocked, the girl with long brown-red hair, and Chening who was sitting in the corner silently, as if he didn't exist at all. At the same time, his eyes fell on Uchiha Ci. Their eyes flashed again and again, as if deep in their hearts, they were touched by C's words. Haiden couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and looked at Uchiha Ci with shock. Quit you! Before Haiden could speak, a girl with long brown and red hair stood up from the tree stump and looked at Uchiha Ci calmly, as if looking at an arrogant lunatic. Then, she asked coldly. What are you going to use to complete your Nindo? Why do you dare to promise such a thing? What confidence do you have to accomplish something that no one has ever accomplished? In front of you are the 5 major nations and the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as the strongest Hokage, the Sandame Reikage AI who has the strongest contradiction, the Sandame Reikage AI who has surpassed the limits of blood successors and reached the realm of elimination of blood successors, Sunin, demigods, tailed beasts, and Jinkraki. So many famous ninjas and legendary beings dare not say such big words. You, why? The girl's words were loud and harsh, like a sharp knife, thrust into Uchiha's throat, leaving him no room to turn around. And Uchiha Ci didn't want to escape this problem at all. As a strong man descended from heaven, his responsibilities had been determined from the beginning, so at this time, he could speak without hesitation and determination. The important thing is never to say it, but to do it. It is not to escape. No one stands at the top from the beginning. No matter how difficult it is done step by step. Then, he looked at Haiden who looked shocked and said calmly. Hiden, I'm no different from you. Compared to the entire ninja world, all I have is this insignificant life. But I just need to make sure that I have my feet on the road. As long as I stand at the front of this road, my back will naturally attract countless people to look at me. Even if I fall, there will eventually be thousands of me standing up behind me. Uchiha's words were determined, his eyes were firm, and he said without any hesitation. Eventually, this dream will definitely come true. And I have already taken the first step to achieve my ideal. Now, it's just a second step. Start from you no Kuni. Start from here. I will end chaos in this land. Bring peace to this country. Please collect, recommend, and read. Bang bang bang. You have accepted a new mission, to end the Tangian rebellion with your own hands. Keep reading. Chapter 36 Declare war on your future self. Embark on a road of loneliness and death. As Uchiha's words fell, a gust of wind blew suddenly, blowing away the mist under the moon, stirring up the flames and causing the bonfire to burst into flames. Sparks flew up, crackling. The young man's profile, illuminated by the huge full moon, was deeply reflected in the eyes of the three people present. He was obviously wrapped in bandages, looking embarrassed as if he had just been seriously injured and had just come off the line of fire. But the corners of the mouth raised arrogantly. But there is a kind of handsomeness that makes people feel suffocated. Looking at Uchiha's confident smile, the green eyes of the brown red-haired girl were slightly in a trance. When their eyes met, it was as if they were being sucked into the grand vision of the boy's ideal. But soon, she came back to her senses and couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips, as if she thought of something interesting. Is it? In that case, I will recognize you as my opponent. Uchiha Ci. She bent her green eyes, swept the brown-red tassels behind her ears, looked up at the full moon in the sky, and considered her words. Then, he smiled. Let's get acquainted again. My name is Ming, Moon Palace Ming. Although saying this may be a bit of a shock to you, neither you nor I have yet reached the moment when we can truly stand on the most shining stage in the ninja world. But as long as you still dream of becoming the conqueror of the world, with such crazy thoughts, then one day we will meet again on the battlefield. The girl's green eyes shone with a gentle and serious look, but deeper in her pupils, a trace of rational and ruthless killing intent quietly flashed. Until then, I won't show you any mercy. Uchiha Ci still had his Sharingan open at this time. He was naturally able to see every change in the expression on the face of this girl named Yu Gongming. This name, this hair color, this appearance, plus this resolute will. Uchiha Ci finally recognized the other party's true identity. Moon Palace Ping, or in other words, Terumi Mei. The fifth Mizukage in the mist of the future. The powerful kunoichi who masters the unique double blood inheritance limit and ends the chaotic era of blood mist. Uchiha Ci couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Looking at Terumi Mei's cute little childish face, he almost blurted out. You are quite a nice person. This inexplicable feeling of suddenly making a powerful enemy for myself, threatening to spread all my ashes. To be honest, it's a bit cool. But, can we not wait until later and promote me now? Uchiha raised his eyebrows, his tone was 3 parts weird, 3 parts arrogant, and 4 parts dissatisfied, and he asked provocatively. Is this a declaration of war on me? Terumi Mei shook her head and said with some regret. Uchiha Ci, even though I watched your battle in the village, I have to say it was very exciting. With your excellent shuriken skills, continuous fire escape, and last-minute battle IQ, you can be regarded as a talent even in my village. But I'm sorry. With your current level, you shouldn't be my opponent. It is even less likely to be opponents who are stronger than me and are truly geniuses among my peers. Konoha's Namikaze Minato. Kirigakure's One Mangetsu, Tsunagakure's Missing Red Sand Scorpion, Kumagakure's Kiribi, these people are the trendsetters in the ninja world today. Their talents are even enviable to me. Terumi May paused, her green and clear eyes showing seriousness. You have such a trembling ambition, and you bear the surname Uchiha. In the future, you may not be able to catch up from behind. You can think of it as me declaring war on you. To you in the future. 41. Declare war. The girl's words floated in the wind, and the firm will contained in them shone brightly in the moonlight. When Uchiha Sei heard this, he felt helpless. As Kirigakure's genius, Terumi May should have mastered her two blood inheritance limits at this time. Whether it is melting type or boiling type, killing her current self is just like playing. As long as she shows hostility, he has reason to fight with her. Receive a lunch box and 500 million yuan at the speed of light to go home and enjoy the happiness. But if she doesn't want to kill you now, you can't put a knife to her neck and force her to kill you. But Uchiha Sei was not discouraged, he just smiled in his heart and said that you shouldn't be able to wait until that time. Die laughing. He Uchiha resigned and immediately went to the evil god cult to see him off. There was a row of knives in front of him waiting for him to stick his head out. You Terumi May can't even wait for the day you kill me. Of course, he would definitely not miss this opportunity. After all, this is considered a moderate insurance, right? Then Uchiha looked at Terumi May seriously, smiled suddenly, and said confidently. Very good, Yu Gongming. Then I'll just look forward to the day when you come to kill me. I hope that on that day, you who try to block my charge can make me happy. However, when Uchiha Sei's words fell into Terumi May's ears, her brain immediately trembled. Expectation, that day, charge, enjoyment. Several words automatically arranged and combined in her mind, forming a love sentence that made her blush and her heart beat. Terumi May blinked her eyes fiercely and gasped, her green and clear pupils began to tremble, and her small white ears were instantly filled with blood and turned red. She immediately turned her back and snorted very dissatisfiedly. Just do whatever you want, I won't be happy. The smile on Uchiha Sei's face froze, and he thought, are you blushing like a bubble teapot? Brother, I also want to confirm with you the specific day when you will kill me. It's too late, you can't even touch your brother's ashes. Why do you suddenly look so arrogant? Uchiha shook his head, not daring to think about this kind of thing. He turned to look at Haiden, who had climbed up from the ground, slapped him on the shoulder and grinned. Then, he said seriously. Haiden. The evil god cult is not a good thing. Killing everything around it won't solve the problem. On the contrary, for the current country of Tang, not only can the evil religion not save this country, it's instead a hazard. This worm clings to the main artery of Yu country, constantly sucking fresh blood, and constantly kidnapping children to complete so-called rituals. In the end, it will only accelerate the decline of this country. I think if you have read the book, you should be able to understand this. Haiden nodded heavily and fell into silence immediately. The light in his eyes seemed to be gone. I know that, but that doesn't mean I can cut off a strong man's wrist. Because of the war and the inaction of Tang ninja and Tang country nobles, the evil god cult grew and grew arrogantly on this land, and now it has become an uncontrollable trend. Haiden is a ninja trainee who is not even a genin. The only choice he could make was to choose the lesser of two consequences. Looking at Haiden, who was now awake in front of him, Uchiha smiled. Feeling pleased with his little brother's awakening. The reason why I say so much. It's because he is an awkward guy who doesn't want to owe favors. Haiden had saved him twice and he deserved to repay him. The only way to repay Haiden was to prevent Haiden from coming into contact with the evil god cult. The little brother in front of me, Haiden, has read books and newspapers, has his own understanding of the situation in the ninja world, and has a keen sense of smell. It can even be called smart. Haiden, who is as crazy as that idiot from the future, is obviously of two different species. As for the reason for this change, Uchiha Sei could only speculate on the bloody and cruel rituals of the evil god cult. There is a price to pay for exchanging power with the devil. Among a large number of experimental subjects, only Haydn, who was tortured to the point of madness, finally succeeded in pleasing the evil god in exchange for immortality. He dedicated his brain to the future of the country of Yu. After gaining strength, he lost his brain and went crazy and killed all the Yunin who gave birth to him. This is undoubtedly. It's a tragedy. Uchiha Sei will never let this tragedy happen again. Stop looking so sad, isn't my brother here? Uchiha Sei laughed and patted Haydn's shoulder vigorously. Since I said I want to bring peace to this country, then I will definitely do it. I will take care of those who Tang Nin dare not take care of. I will kill those who Tang Nin dare not kill. I will destroy the evil sect that Tang Nin dare not provoke. Brother, you just need to hide behind me and watch me let out my light. Uchiha Sei hugged the shoulders of Haydn, who was a head shorter than him, hammered his chest with his fist, and laughed softly. This is enough. Uchiha Sei let go of Haydn. Without saying anything else, he turned around and walked forward. There's no need to send him off, Haydn, go back to your hometown and wait for my good news there. After finishing speaking, Uchiha raised his hand and waved to the three of them as a farewell. He was alone, facing the grand moonlight. Across the bonfire, past three people, towards the road of loneliness and death. Thanks to Nangwo Yutong, Puppet Master, LSP for your peace of mind, and Dororo for a monthly pass. There are also 2 monthly passes from friends over at QU. Thanks to the Galactic Defense Force Earth Office for the 1000-point reward, and a netizen who often reveals his name for the 500-point reward. Thank you to all the foster parents above for your strong support. Thanks for the recommendation vote. Please read it, collect it, recommend it. Bang bang bang. Chapter 37, The Fire Sword, The Forbidden Technique of Death. Die. It is also a technical job. Especially in a situation like this, with no country's expenditure line. On the battlefield, the two sides can fight without any burden because of their opposing positions and ideas. But when a person is flying alone, he must be very careful about dying. When the enemy didn't provoke Uchiha Sei, he rushed in and killed him randomly, forcing the opponent's master to step down and kill him. That's not insurance fraud, that's suicide, it's a lack of brains. Even if you know that the other party is full of evil and will definitely make big mistakes and lead to bad consequences. But they are harming people from the Kingdom of Tang. What does it have to do with the ninjas from the Kingdom of Fire? In this case, you still have to be patient. The position of a ninja is never one of good and evil, it depends more on which chair your butt sits on. The evil god sect will kill people like crazy in the future, yes, but how good will the Uchiha clan be in the future? Uchiha Obito, who is stupid now, will still be the villain behind the scenes and the boss who stands on the opposite side of all mankind in the future. 42. So Uchiha Sei wants to defraud Bayo. Ahem, fight against evil. He first needs to figure out where he stands. The stance of people from the Land of Fire, Konoha ninjas, and members of the Uchiha clan obviously has nothing to do with the suffering civilians of the country of Yu. However, as the good eldest brother of Haydn, who was the savior, in order to help his little brother go astray, he was provoked and attacked by the members of the evil god cult. He then became angry with the brothers and rushed into the headquarters of the evil god cult to kill everyone. As a result, he died tragically because of a misjudged move. Adversary. That was so righteous that it made people cry. It's not enough. He even has the great mission of helping history and changing the world as a macho man descended from heaven. This wave is Zhujiang climbing a tall building. All is ready except for the opportunity. That's right, Uchiha Sei has never been a good person. All this is within his plan. Number. The full moon hangs high, spreading the clear light. It is dyed in a light and secluded color, and is in the wilderness with fragrant grass. After bidding farewell to the three of them, Uchiha headed against the wind. His upper body was covered with bandages, his lower body was wearing the overalls he had worn when he came out of the ninja village, and he had an empty ninja tool bag. After passing through the 3 levels of Kumagakure and the evil god cultist, all the ninja tools on his body had been thrown away. Not even a single ninja tool thread was left. A one-time ninja cat contract that can be replenished at such a critical moment was also given to Siakairo. It can be said that his equipment column is now empty and has nothing. In such a state, and with the strength of a genin to break into the headquarters of the evil god cult, there is no doubt that there will be no chance of death. Now that death was certain, Uchiha thought, perhaps, there was something more he could do. After all, he promised Haiden that he would get rid of the evil cult. Then, of course, you must try your best to do it. Uchiha Sei thought for a while, and took out the scroll that the elder Uchiha Setsuna left for him from his leggings. Uchiha Style Secret of S-Class Forbidden Swordsmanship. Unrolling the scroll, Uchiha Sei looked at one of the techniques, thoughtfully. The reason why this scroll is classified as an S-level forbidden technique is: it's not because of how fancy and powerful the swordsmanship is, or how difficult it is to practice. It's because one of the ninjutsu's training difficulties is A-level. Fire Escape Chakra Mode. The most well-known ninja techniques are the 8-gate armor and the Thunder Chakra mode known as the Thunder Armor. The former is a unique skill perfected by Konoha's mighty Might Guy and his son. In the near future, Might Guy will open the 8 death gates and forcibly reduce the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Kirigakure to 3 ninja swordsmen on the Kirigakure front. The latter is the secret skill of Rakich's lineage in Hidden Cloud Village. Kakashi's Rakuri and Four-Tailed Purple's Melting Chakra mode can also be counted in this category, which also have the effect of improving physical abilities. As long as it has anything to do with nintaijutsu, it's not a simple jutsu. Then, since Thunder Escape can be developed, why can't Fire Escape be developed? This again involves an issue of physical endurance. In short, the development of the body through nintaijutsu is based on increasing the metabolic rate of cells in the ninja's body. The stimulation of lei done on the body is similar to inserting a tube of adrenaline into you. While it improves, there are also side effects, but they are within an acceptable range. Due to its high temperature characteristics, fire release will directly burn cells to death in the process of stimulating the body. This means there is no problem of whether it can be opened or not. If it does not burn itself to death, it is considered a high incense burn. The reason why the four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Zi can develop the melting chakra mode is because he is a four-tailed Jinchuriki, and at the same time, his melting chakra mode is more similar to forming a tailed beast coat outside the body. As everyone who plays with fire, the Uchiha clan has copied countless ninjutsu. In terms of basic ninjutsu, it is richer than the second-generation Hokage. They have naturally studied this powerful ninjutsu. Through the careful observation of the Sharingan, one can control the fire chakra at a microscopic level, burn cells, and extract power. Thus, this A-level ninjutsu was formed, and became the core of this S-level forbidden technique. However, due to the high risk of the attribute itself, the time it can be controlled is extremely short. The caster will bear the pain and price of burning his body in flames, in exchange for the power of a blow that is difficult to control and short-lived. When you use it up, you'll burn yourself to death. In a physical sense, I am really burned out. Over time, this technique became useless and was erected on the back burner. It's usable, but I don't look down on this little power. A casual slash with the Gundam can achieve the same effect. If you can't drive a Gundam but want to learn it, you must first consider whether you have the ability to learn this technique. Playing with fire is very dangerous. Without the care of seniors who have practiced this technique, you are very likely to burn yourself to death during the practice. Secondly, is it worth paying such a price for a fatal blow? Such horrific side effects would be difficult for even an Uchiha with Izanagi to bear. Setsuna Uchiha, the great elder of the Uchiha clan, used this forbidden technique, drew out a 40-meter-long flaming sword, and simply slashed it a few times. To this day, the little old man is still in a state of uncertainty. However, Uchiha Sei looked at the scroll in his hand. He swallowed hard. After fully reading the description of this technique in this scroll, he couldn't control his inner excitement, and his breathing became rapid all of a sudden. The expression on his face was as if a member of the Fatsai cult had seen Fatsai, the white bear, as the supreme god of Fatsai. Both eyes are glowing. This. Damn, isn't this what Uchiha Sei needs most? Uchiha Setsuna, he still had his Izanagi to use, and he could recycle it and burn it again after burning it. He, Uchiha, does not have Izanagi, nor does he have the 3 Megatama Sharingan that is qualified to use Izanagi. After slashing it with one knife, it would be impossible to die. This wave is burning with flames. It's a one-stop funeral process, skip all the process, go straight to the crematorium, and even take the crematorium with you. The speed of cremation is comparable to the speed of light. Damn it, Uchiha doesn't even know how he can lose. Please tell me how on earth I can lose? Akimbo, full of pride, .jpg. Please read, recommend, and collect. Bang bang bang. It involves a very crucial second set content, so the explanation is a little more complicated, and then we start to push the plot. Thanks to the Puppet Master for the reward, to Yan for the 2 monthly passes, to Xiahongji, and to the Pen for the 1 monthly pass to Stage Life and Death. Thank you all foster parents. Chapter 38, Cultivation of Forbidden Arts, Follow the Light. Half an hour later, on a huge stone, Uchiha Sei wrote down all the contents in the scroll. Immediately, without any hesitation, he formed seals with his hands and spit out a ball of fire, destroying the scroll on the spot. Then, he sat down cross-legged. Close your eyes. Gradually, I focused all my attention on my own breathing. Every time I exhaled and inhaled, the whistling of the cold wind in early spring quietly faded away from my ears. Gradually, the sound of his heart beating again and again was like thunder. The full moon floats behind you, and the wilderness stretches across the sky. Under the cold light, Uchiha Sei suddenly opened his eyes. In the scarlet eyes, the dark Megatama slowly rotated, and everything in front of him seemed to have been pressed on a buffer button. He stared closely at his chest. Under the sight of Sharingan, a wisp of fire attribute chakra that had completed its transformation exploded from the heart. 43. The blazing flames flowed all over the body in an instant. Uchiha Sei felt as if he had returned to the moment when he faced off with Kumagakure and the others. The moment when the detonating talisman burst into flames, tongues of fire burned the body and mind. The difference from that time is that at this moment, the raging power is all restricted in this body, like a depleted uranium bomb that has been extremely compressed. The next moment, a mushroom cloud will suddenly rise in place. Zi. Under the burning fire, his body suddenly made a sizzling sound. A sharp pain that suddenly gripped my heart suddenly appeared. Uchiha Sei's pupils shrank sharply and he immediately stopped the supply of chakra. A line of subtitles popped up in front of my eyes at the right time. You have mastered Fire Release Chakra Mode, Entry, A, extremely dangerous. Nourishes. Turbulent steam rose from all over Uchiha Sei's body. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling frightened in his heart. If he hadn't mastered the masterful Silk Shuriken technique of Setsuna Uchiha, the Elder, and had a very high level of control over his body, he would have instantly realized something was wrong and stopped in time. By this time, he was already dead. Moreover, dying like this can only be regarded as suicide. Sure enough, it is very dangerous. Moreover, this process is irreversible. Once it is completely ignited, the chakra will burn the chakra and cause a chain reaction similar to a nuclear explosion. In that case, there will be no turning back. Uchiha Sei was still frightened. After feeling the heart-wrenching pain subside, he exhaled a long and condensed breath of white air and stood up with support on his body. As soon as I had an idea, I opened my own panel. Employee, Uchiha Sei. Title, A Mighty Man Descended from Heaven. Talents, Steel of the Heart, SSS, Sharingan, Single Megatama, B+, Combat Intuition, Entry, S. Skills, Uchiha Style, Silk Shuriken Technique, Excellent, S. Super Death Fighting Barrier, Mastery, S. Fire Release, High Fireball Technique, Basic, C. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Proficient, C. Fire Release Fengxian Spark Claw Red, Mastery, B. Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique, Beginner, C. Wind Release Zhongkong Jibo, Proficient, B. 3-Body Technique, Escape Rope Technique, Basic Physical Technique, Proficient. Special Skills, Fire Escape Chakra Mode, Entry, A. Extremely Dangerous. The number of layers of Strength of Heart has been stacked, can be expanded. Insurance Status, Paid. Looking at the words Fire Release Chakra Mode fixed in the panel, Uchiha Sei's heart dropped completely. In addition to this core forbidden technique, there is also a sword technique called Halo Dance in the scroll, but it seems to require weapons made of chakra metal. Taken alone, this set of swordsmanship can only be regarded as a set of B-level swordsmanship, but when combined with Sharingan, Genjutsu, Chakra Metal Ninja Sword, Fire Escape and Chakra Mode, it can be combined into the ultimate S-level forbidden swordsmanship secret. In the original work, Uchiha Shisui mastered this set of swordsmanship, but perhaps because Uchiha Setsuna was dead at the time, Shisui did not master the core Fire Escape and Chakra Mode in the end. But for Shisui, who can drive high, this has little effect. Uchiha Sei raised his head slightly and looked up at the full moon in the sky. He took a deep breath and his eyes became firm. Now that everything has been prepared, then all that's left is to head to the headquarters of the evil god to cause a scene. But at this time, are you going to go alone like this? Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind, with questioning and anger in his tone. Want to say nice words and then rush to die alone? Uchiha Sei, who is running away? Do you want your ideal to stop in this small and remote place called Tang Country? Hey! Answer me! Uchiha Sei suddenly turned his head. Immediately, he saw a young fist hitting his face hard. The fighting instinct implanted in his body made him subconsciously turn his head to avoid the blow. Then he saw Haiden's angry face behind his fist. He couldn't help but have a dazed look in his eyes and relaxed his vigilance. Feijuan took this opportunity to jump up, grabbed the bandage around Uchiha Sei's neck with both hands, and pushed him hard onto a huge rock nearby. Bump! There was a muffled sound as his back hit the boulder. Haiden's eyes were red and he cursed angrily. Asshole, speak to me! Uchiha was stunned for a while. Unexpectedly, he asked Haiden to go back to his hometown and stay at home, but the little brother didn't listen at all, and he caught up with him again within an hour. He also looked like he was going to beat up Big Brother. What are you doing? This uncle is really annoying. You've really had enough. Uchiha Sei. Without me leading the way, would you be able to find the headquarters of the evil god cult? Under Haiden's reminder, Uchiha couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. A serious question suddenly occurred to me. Yes indeed. Where is the headquarters of the evil god cult? Uchiha frowned, his body trembled, he picked up the flying section with one hand and placed it in his rightful place, then he scolded with a cold face. Stop messing around, Haiden. Even without you, as long as I catch an evil cult member and torture him severely, I can still know the location of their headquarters. After saying that, Uchiha shook his head and said righteously. But you came just in time. You only need to tell me the location of the headquarters of the evil god cult, and your mission will be completed. I will barely give you a share of the credit for annihilating the evil god cult. In this way, you can brag to the ninjas when you return to your hometown. Back then, you fought side by side with the ruler of the world, Lord Uchiha. How's it going? Do you feel like you've earned your blood? Haiden looked at the righteous Uchiha and couldn't help blinking. His eyes were shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. There are such shameless people in the world. If you don't know, you don't know. You actually want to use this method of deceiving a child to get information from him? Where is the good big brother image that enlightened me an hour ago? Give me back my touch. You bastard! Haiden gritted his teeth, pulled Uchiha's hand away, snorted angrily, turned around and said, I want to go with you. Tisk. Uchiha suddenly felt a headache. You kid, why don't you listen to my advice? At this moment, he felt what Setsuna Uchiha felt when he refused to let him take the mission. There are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. The kid in front of me has no insurance, so what can he do if he acts recklessly? Haiden shook his head and said firmly, I must go with you. Uchiha I want to watch you, I must see it with my own eyes. Are you qualified for this? Become my uncle's evil god. Haiden took a deep breath, his eyes determined. The light that was shattered by Uchiha seemed to shine brightly in his eyes again. It's just like you said, isn't it? What I want is the evil god I need. As for whether it's you or the guy from the evil god cult, it doesn't matter at all. I want to end the chaos in the kingdom of you, drive out all the great ninjas from this land, and become the next demigod in the ninja world. This is my master's way of ninja. Haiden suddenly stopped speaking and looked at Uchiha with high spirits. Then first, we might as well get rid of the cancer of the evil god sect first. Uchiha took a deep breath and looked at Haiden in silence for a moment, although at this time he felt a little touched in his heart. But reason told him that once Haiden went to the headquarters of the evil cult, history would probably repeat itself. Or even worse. 44. And just when he was about to reject Haiden, a sweet sound like a silver bell suddenly sounded from behind. Then follow, Haiden. I promised you for him. Uchiha was stunned for a moment and turned his head. Just saw. The girl with clear green eyes crossed her arms and looked tall. She stood in the clear light of the falling moonlight, with a faint smile on her lips like a flower blooming in spring. Then, he slowly opened his lips and said in a loud voice. Besides, I'm going to. Please read, collect, and recommend. Bang bang bang. Chapter 39. The team is formed to challenge Sheneng. I heard Mei Terumi say that she was going to. Uchiha was stunned for a moment. Although he is big-hearted, he is not stupid. Naturally, he would not think that Terumi Mei, a genius of Kirigakure village, would be like his little brother Haiden. He was attracted by his crazy and cool and wanted to do it. Follow along. This period, Kirigakure is engaged in a small-scale battle with Tsunagakure village, which has lost the Sandame Kazekage. Raza and Hayakura competed for the fourth-generation Kazekage's military exploits, which was also achieved at this time. In addition, the village of Iwagakure, who has a long-standing feud with Kirigakure, will soon cross the sea to launch an attack on Kirigakure. A battle broke out that beat Kirigakure to the point where he almost completely lost his voice in the Third Ninja War. The Battle of Green Lair Reef and Mist. But the strange thing is that in this turbulent period, Terumi Mei, the genius of Kirigakure village, is not in the village or on the battlefield. Instead, he appeared in Tang country incognito. Moreover, she seemed to be eyeing the evil god cult and wanted to get something from it. Uchiha couldn't help but frown slightly and looked at Terumi Mei. I only felt that there was an undercurrent quietly surging under the already extremely chaotic Tang country. Facing Uchiha's direct gaze, Terumi Mei's face turned slightly red. She quickly turned her head away and explained. What are you looking at? Don't get me wrong, I targeted the evil god cult earlier than you did, and I also have a goal that I must accomplish. Terumi Mei's tone dropped, and a dignified color lit up in her green and clear eyes. I have to find someone. If we can't find him, my hometown may be in crisis. Uchiha thought for a moment, but due to incomplete information, he could not figure out who Terumi Mei was looking for at this time. But the water was very deep at first glance, and it was not something that a weak genin like him could grasp. Panzai Geza can't even grasp it when he comes. Moreover, little brother Haydn is now like a piece of candy and can't be shaken off. With Mei Terumi present, he might be able to help take care of him. Uchiha Sei has the super death battle barrier, and he is not afraid that Terumi Mei will hinder his battle. At that time, he only needs to shout, "Welcome to the world of manliness." Then he slapped the ground, brushed it, pushed all his teammates away, and faced the enemy alone. Under the horrified gaze of the enemy, he used his backhand to activate the forbidden fire escape and chakra mode. This means that even if the great Luo immortal comes, it will be difficult to save him. Uchiha thought happily, going through the script over and over again in his mind. But no matter how you look at it, it's a dead end. After thinking this, Uchiha looked at the two people in front of him up and down for a while, and finally nodded helplessly. Okay, let's go together then. Haydn and Mei Terumi looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. However, at this moment, since we are all going, why not count me in too? A dull voice sounded from behind. The three of them looked sideways in surprise, and Haydn even exclaimed, "Mr. Sheneng." The one who spoke out at this time was Sheneng, who had been silent all this time, as if he didn't exist at all. "I'm a medical ninja, so I should be able to help." Wearing a brown pullover hat, a light yellow coat, and a huge red dot on his head, Sheneng walked slowly from behind, his eyes calm and his tone calm. Uchiha Sei immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Sheneng coldly. The leader of the Kong ninja village, who transformed into a doctor traveling in the ninja world, has been following them, obviously with ulterior motives. As a doctor, there is no reason why he would be driven away by the people in the village. But he still followed the three of them out. To be precise, he followed Haydn out. There is no calculation at all here, and Uchiha won't believe it even if he beats him to death. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sheneng. I'm grateful that you healed my injury, but the evil god cult is not a peaceful place. For your safety, it's best for you to stay." Uchiha refused decisively. "Uchiha Sei, right." Sheneng frowned slightly and exhaled slightly. "You don't need to be so cautious. We have no enmity, and I won't pose any threat to you." He glanced at Terumi Mei next to him and said calmly, "Just like this little girl, I also have things that must be accomplished. All I need is some information that can confirm the results. Whatever you do, I won't take action. I will only watch from the side. If necessary, I can help you treat your injuries. So, you don't have to be so wary of me." Finally, Sheneng looked calm, with a hint of threat in his tone, and said in a deep voice, "Besides, if I want to follow, you can't stop me just by yourself. Want to try?" Sheneng not only despises you, but also tries to provoke you. Uchiha Sei's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he didn't say a word nonsense. With just a flick of his hand, Terumi Mei took away her ninja tool bag from her waist, then wiped out a handful of kunao and threw it directly towards Sheneng's face. Then, he stretched out his legs and swept away, kicking up a cloud of dust and rushing towards Sheneng. Taking advantage of the cover of dust, Uchiha lowered his body and walked sideways. The kunao turned into a blade flower between the fingers. The stunning and cold flower was held by Uchiha Sei with his backhand, and he stabbed Sheneng's temple hard. The kunao and dust from the front fell almost simultaneously with the assassination from the side. Even an ordinary jounin would have almost no time to react with the seal under such a fast attack. The crisis blooms in an instant. Haydn and Terumi Mei were stunned for a moment, their eyes looking horrified. They did not expect Uchiha Sei actually backhandedly attacked the doctor who cured him so decisively. However, facing such a compound attack, Sheneng just shook his head, and a turbulent airflow suddenly exploded on his body. Forbidden Technique Rebirth of the Physical Body. Forbidden Technique 8 Gates of Dungia 6th Scenery Gate Open. Then he tilted his head and dodged the kunao in front of him. He raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. Bump! A sonic boom sounded at your fingertips. It was almost as if a strong wind of level 8 was hitting us head-on. Uchiha Sei felt as if he was hit hard by a heavy hammer and flew out instantly. A subtitle appeared in front of me. When you bravely defeated Shen Nong, the leader of Kong Ninja Village, and you gained a random skill from the opponent, Forbidden Technique Physical Transformation, Mastery, S, Incomplete. 45. The number of layers of your heart steel has increased. Boom! 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 Uchiha Sei bounced on the ground several times, creating a long ravine. Pfft! Wow! He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, feeling that his internal organs were a little out of place. Compared with the current top experts in the ninja world, he is still too immature now. However, before Uchiha could react, a big hand had already landed on his chest, and a bright green light lit up, slowly resetting Uchiha Sei's dislocated internal organs after being beaten by Sheneng, and healing the bloody opening in them. This is Pom Senjutsu, an extremely high-end medical ninjutsu. Now Uchiha can't even say anything. Uncle, if you want to be beaten, just slap him to death, okay? After treatment, what is the purpose? He looked at Sheneng, who looked calm as if nothing was wrong, and asked in a very frustrated tone. Why? Why? Sheneng raised his eyebrows slightly. Why don't you kill me? Why do you have to save me again and again? Uchiha stared at him closely, with coldness in his eyes. Would you care if an ant punches you? Sheneng shook his head. Then, he sighed and said in a deep tone. If you want to say why? Probably because seeing you reminds me of the past. I also have a home that I want to go back to, but I can't. Is it? Uchiha Sei knew that the other party was talking about the Kong Ninja village that was destroyed by Konoha. It is precisely because his home country was destroyed that this man wanted to gather strength and take revenge on Konoha. Uchiha sighed and slapped Sheneng's hand away to prevent him from continuing to treat him. Then, he stared at the other party fiercely and showed a cruel smile. I believe you for now. But if you dare to attack the two of them behind their backs, I will make you die miserably. Trust me, I do what I say. Forbidden Technique, Flesh Transformation. This technique is similar to Tsunade's Bihao mode, which can continuously heal the damage suffered, but the difference is that the Yin Seal consumes chakra, while this technique consumes vitality. That's why it was classified as a forbidden technique. With this technique, combined with the fire escape and chakra mode, Uchiha Sei estimated that it would give him 5 seconds more fighting time. 5 seconds, with this almost divine power, was enough to penetrate the Angkor fortress in the sky, the incomplete zero-tailed body, and Shen Nong himself. Haha! Sheneng didn't say anything, just thinking that Uchiha was speaking harshly. Please collect, recommend, and read. Bang bang bang! Thank you all adoptive fathers for your monthly recommendation votes. Chapter 40 Bounty Hunter, Ceremony Unveiled. Uchiha sighed and stood up. He looked around and looked at the 3 teammates in front of him who were about to set off together. It just feels a little grassy. The genius of Kirigakure village, Terumi Mei, who controls the dual blood succession and whose alias is Tsukainomi Yame. The villain behind the Kong Ninja village, Shen Nong, hides his identity and travels around the ninja world to practice medicine. There is also a member of the future Akatsuki organization, U-Ninja, Haiden, who is currently in the form of a wild cub. This lineup makes people want to scratch their heads no matter how they look at it. Why did they get together? Forget it, let's go, target the headquarters of the evil god cult. Haydn. Lead the way. Number. At the same time. It is located in the underground square of the headquarters of the evil god cult not far from Tangian City. The bishop of the evil god cult looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. Seeing a group of believers dragging civilians from Tang country with frightened expressions. Tie them to the cross. There were piles of firewood at their feet, and they took out awls, ripping iron chains, and iron nails from the racks filled with torture instruments, with grins on their faces. Prepare for the grand evil god ceremony that is about to begin. He suddenly felt a little ridiculous and boring, turned around and took out a necklace with the symbol of the evil cult from his arms. His eyes were dazed and he looked at it for a long time. Until a leader wearing a black robe from the evil god cult half knelt down behind him and anxiously reported. Your Majesty Bishop, the 3 elites we sent to bring back the child were killed. Just kill him. The bishop's face was indifferent, and there was no wave on his face at all. It seemed that he was used to this kind of thing. He turned his head, glanced at the cultist with a pair of lavender eyes, and then said lightly. That's what this country is like, dead people everywhere, chaos everywhere. You ninjas, great nation ninjas, samurai, commoners, nobles, and even daimyo all get killed one day inexplicably. Have you not recognized this tragic reality in this meaningless era? But, Lord Bishop, the leader raised his head slightly and asked aloud. What should we do with the child needed for the ceremony? The bishop looked to the side in the darkness and said calmly. Professional matters should be left to professionals. A bald man with a thick beard stepped out of the darkness with a smile on his face. The bishop is right. Our underground money exchange was created for this purpose. Kidnapping, blackmail, bounty, intelligence, assassination, even if you want to become a noble of this country tomorrow. As long as you can afford the price, we will serve you wholeheartedly. The bishop closed his eyes and asked. How long will it take to bring someone here? The bald man smiled slightly and said sincerely. Don't worry, we tortured the villagers in that village as soon as possible and have already asked the guy who killed the members of your sect and the whereabouts of the child. This is a big deal. Our most elite bounty hunters have already set off, within half a day at the latest. We can definitely bring back the child named Haydn. Well, that's it. The bishop waved his hand in disinterest. Miscellaneous mirror, take him down to get the deposit. The member of the evil god cult named Jing Si suddenly nodded, and then couldn't help but ask. Master Bishop, what if the guy who kidnapped Haydn comes and kills me again? The bishop held the necklace and put it on his forehead. An emotionless voice sounded faintly, someone will take care of it. Jing Si, we are just an ordinary church that believes in gods. Don't always think of solving problems by killing. As soon as the words fell. Not far away, a cultist holding an iron nail grinned and stabbed an eyeball out with his backhand. A shrill scream sounded from the dense crosses behind him. One after another. This scene. Even the bald man from the underground money exchange who was used to the darkness of the ninja world saw it. The smile on his face froze. God's fucking ordinary church. Is this how your ordinary church worships? Number. Huo, you said this is the headquarters of the evil god cult. Are you sure this isn't the palace of the daimyo of Yuno country? 46. On a cliff, Uchiha Sei looked at the huge castle built on the hills below the mountain, a little surprised. If Phaeton hadn't clearly told him that this was the headquarters of the evil cult, he almost thought that this was the territory of some noble from the kingdom of Hot Springs. Actually, it's almost the same. This place was built by our Yu Ninja village with the help of a noble from Yu country. You also know that Yu Ninja rarely receives any good missions. He is almost like those declining samurai. He has almost become the private soldier of the daimyo and nobles of Yu country. Haydn explained, pointed to the castle below, and then shook his head. However, there is a difference. Uchiha Sei followed his direction and looked. Outside the gorgeous castle below, there is a stretch of shabby shacks that stretches for nearly 10 miles. Densely packed refugees from the Kingdom of Yu were crowded among them, huddled in the wind-sheltered corner with their legs folded, unable to sleep all night. It's like a large refugee settlement. At this moment, the night is dark and there is no light in the sky. The 4 members of the team traveled for 3 hours, and judging by the time, it should be almost dawn. However, in early spring, the days are short and the nights are long, so there is still some time before dawn. What should we do? Haydn asked, tilting his head. As if he was worried, he then reminded, I came to this place once when I was guided by the evil god cult. Don't underestimate this place. The guards inside here are very tight, especially the section of the road near the cave of the underground headquarters of the evil god cult. There are almost every post every 10 steps. In addition, the evil god cult has recruited a large number of warriors and refugees to serve as spies. It is a bit unrealistic to sneak in from the refugee camp on the other side of the city gate without alerting the people inside. Also, it's hard to say how much ninja power the evil god cult has. Haydn is not even a genin now, nor can he sense ninjutsu. He sees everyone as normal. That is to say, when I was fishing for Uchiha Sei, I saw that he was injured and wearing a Konoha dog tag, and I confirmed that Sei was a ninja. It was normal that I couldn't get any further information. Uchiha nodded and touched his chin. There was a burst of joy in my heart. As a real macho man, he naturally wants to make as much noise as possible when engaging in assassination. As long as I kill all the enemies I see, no one will know I've been here. Pushing on sunglasses, grinning with gold teeth. JPG. So Uchiha turned his head and said resolutely, I'll attract the enemy's attention, and you can take the opportunity to get in and open the city gate. Then we rush all the way in. If you stand in the way of a man, you will kill. If you stand in the way of a god, you will kill a god. After rushing into the underground cave, I sealed the door with a barrier to block their support. How is it? Is the plan perfect? Obviously, this plan was clearly not approved by his teammates. Are you a dummy? Terumi Mei couldn't help but hit Uchiha Sei's forehead with a knife, and said angrily. We are ninjas. We are ninjas. Do you think this is a Kyujin performance venue? Then, Terumi Mei pointed at the cliff at her feet and the castle under the cliff, and connected them in a line with 2 slender fingers. You can fall from this cliff to the city wall. Although it's a bit high, we have the ability to step on trees. After investigating the situation on the city wall, we can climb down. As little as possible to attract as much attention as possible. Terumi Mei's statement was immediately recognized by the other 2. But Uchiha Sei shook his head, you ignored an important issue. We can climb down. Let alone climbing, it won't be a big problem if we just run down the cliff. But, Uchiha Sei patted his little brother's shoulder and smiled cheerfully. This kid probably doesn't know how to step on trees and water. Uchiha Sei glanced at Haydn, raised his eyebrows, and asked. What should I do? Should I leave him here? Chapter 41, Love Around the Corner, Kakuzu, hello. I will kill you. Haydn suddenly felt helpless and furious, because he really couldn't tread water or trees. See. Shen Nong, who was silent on the side and had been acting like a melon eater, narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly. I don't need to fight, I can carry him down. Uchiha looked sideways and said to himself, let alone carrying him down, it wouldn't be a big problem even if you carry him to run a marathon. However, if Shen Nong were to carry Haydn down, he would be like a meat bun beating a dog. This guy was originally staring at Haydn trying to figure out something. Although now he acted like he was being honest and just watching, if he was really allowed to do what he wanted, there was no guarantee that something would happen. Let's investigate the situation first. Uchiha shook his head and pointed to the city wall below that was close to the cliff. Then, he turned his head and looked at Haydn. Also, Haiden, be prepared to stay here. Haiden didn't say anything. Terumi Mei, who was standing beside him, nodded and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Uchiha Ci. Go down from here. There is a tree in the middle. It is hidden there. With your Sharingan, you should be able to clearly see the defense situation on the city wall. Record it every 15 minutes. After 3 times, we will set off. There isn't much time, it's almost dawn." After saying that, Mei Terumi took off her ninja bag from her slim waist and threw it over. "I'm not a ninja who specializes in shuriken. I don't have many ninja tools. I only have 3 kunao, 10 shurikens, and 2 detonating charms." "Enough." Uchiha Ci caught it, weighed it, and instantly felt how many ninja tools were inside, and hung it on the back of his waist. He stood on the edge of the cliff, glanced down, and estimated the nearly 400-meter drop below. The wind blowing from the bottom of the cliff lifted the roots of Uchiha's hair in front of his forehead, and the mist under the shadow of the mountain wall filled the air, like a maw of an abyss hiding monsters. He smiled and jumped under the gaze of the 3 people. Whoosh! Rapid fall. Uchiha Ci opened his Sharingan in mid-air, and soon saw the tree Terumi Mei mentioned. He took out a bandage from his body, folded it and tied it to the end of the kunao, and threw it downwards. The kunao was wrapped around the tree trunk with a bandage. Uchiha Ci pulled the bandage and made a spin to change the direction of his fall, and lightly jumped onto the tree. Then, look carefully at the city wall that can be seen clearly below. As Haiden said, the castle was heavily guarded. The night passed quietly, and 2/4 of an hour passed quickly. And Uchiha climbed up the cliff with all his hands and feet. Compared to running up the cliff, this method saves chakra. As soon as Uchiha Ci pulled his head out of the cliff, Terumi Mei looked at him nervously and asked, "How is the situation? Report to the commander." Uchiha grinned and briefly explained the information collected. "A bunch of miscellaneous fish, it's not a big problem. There are 6 people leading Chuck's response. They are all genin, patrolling in 2 shifts. Most of them are guarding the entrance to the underground cave. There are 2 on the city wall. Climbing up the cliff," Uchiha Ci briefly analyzed. "As long as one is killed, we will have at least 10 minutes to rush underground, and then..." But before he finished speaking, Uchiha was suddenly startled, looking past Terumi Mei and looking behind her head. In the vision of Sharingan. In the darkness, a huge light group with terrifying chakra reaction was slowly approaching. "Then what?" Terumi Mei frowned. 47. Uchiha Ci suddenly felt a little dry in his mouth, pursed his lips, and his eyes gradually narrowed. "Well, I saw a big crocodile." "Crocodile?" Mei Terumi was stunned, thinking that this little man was actually afraid of this kind of seafood. She immediately said speechlessly, "Don't be afraid. Ci, in fact, the crocodile is also afraid when it sees you, and it is more afraid than you." Tisk. Uchiha smacked his mouth and quietly placed one hand on the ninja bag on his waist. "That's hard to say." Seeing Uchiha Ci's movements, the 3 people's eyes were fixed, and they immediately followed his line of sight and looked sideways towards the back of the thick darkness. "I see." In the dense forest behind the cliff, a gentle sound of footsteps gradually sounded. Under the moonlight, a tall man wearing a Taki Ninja Village Rebel Ninja Forward Protector, a black mask, and a body-covering black robe, with bright green eyes, walked slowly over. When Uchiha Ci saw the other party's appearance, his heart suddenly sank. This person is the financial manager of the Mirai Akatsuki organization who possesses the secret technique Earth Resentment U, and is now a senior thug at the underground money exchange in the ninja world. Shadow-level strong man. Kakuzu. Step, step. The solace of his feet crushed sand and dust and raised grey mist. Kakuzu's eyes were cold and indifferent, and he walked slowly towards him. "It took me a while to find it, but I didn't expect that you guys actually came back by yourself. He scanned the faces of the 4 people, paused for a moment on Cheneng, frowned, and then turned all his eyes to Haydn behind the 3 people. He murmured softly. Hey, it's really troublesome. This amount of money is not enough. Let's go back and ask them to add more money. After saying that, Kakuzu suddenly took a step forward, his eyes were cold, and he shouted in a deep voice. Hand over the kid behind you. Otherwise, die. As the words fell, a huge and terrifying murderous aura suddenly spread from Kakuzu. Under this terrifying intimidation, Uchiha Sei and Terumi Mei couldn't help but move their feet and took a step back. And Haydn, who was still a cub, faced this future best partner. His pupils shrank to the extreme, his body began to tremble unconsciously, and he took several steps back unconsciously. It wasn't until I stepped on the edge of the cliff that I suddenly came back to my senses. Who is this person? Haydn looked frightened. He has never seen a master of this level, who can shock people to the point of losing consciousness and shaking with just their murderous intent. On the other side, Shen Nong didn't move at all. Kakuzu's murderous aura was like a breeze blowing on his face. However, he still retreated, even retreating 7 or 8 steps in a row, far away from the 3 people in the team. It's like you can fight casually and I'll just watch. Taki Ninja Village's S-class traitorous ninja, the top bounty hunter in the ninja world, Kakuzu. Terumi Mei's pupils suddenly shrank, obviously recognizing the person. She pulled out a kunai from the tie on her trouser leg, her palm already forming a SI seal, ready for battle. Uchiha Sei looked solemnly at Kakuzu who came for Haydn in front of him. I just felt a sense of absurdity in my heart. The butterfly effect he created has already started to stir up a storm. The immortal duo who were originally partners have now turned against each other. And Uchiha Sei, he actually wants to fight Kakuzu to protect Haydn's brain. Am I playing Plants vs. Zombies? After a moment of astonishment, Uchiha Sei immediately turned his head, pointed at the cliff with a ferocious look, and shouted to Haydn. Haydn, jump down. What did you say? Please read, recommend, and collect. Thanks to the gentleman for recommending monthly passes, and thanks to beautiful Uchiha and me for the 500-point reward. Bang bang bang. Chapter 42 The Team's First Battle. The oppressive power of a shadow-level powerhouse. Haydn looked shocked and raised his head to look at Uchiha Sei in surprise. My heart says, Big brother, have you fed the bond between us to the dogs? Below here, there is a 400-meter cliff. You just let me jump like this? Without waiting for Haydn's expression to change, Uchiha Sei looked hard. He flew up and kicked Haydn on the butt, knocking him off the edge of the cliff. It's your uncle, Uchiha Sei, Beeb. Beeb. Haydn held his butt and cursed loudly, then fell off the cliff with a long series of silenced words. Soon, there was no sound at all. Only then did Uchiha turn around, facing Terumi Mei's incomprehensible but shocked gaze. He turned to Kakuzu and smiled brightly. Mr. Kakuzu, look, there's no one here anymore. Your mission has been completed. Actually, I caught this kid here just to kill him here. Since we have the same purpose, I don't mind helping you a little. Uchiha paused, spread his hands. Hey, look. We have no grudges in the past and no grudges these days. Now that the matter has been settled, how about you just pretend that you haven't seen us today and we go our separate ways? Kakuzu was also shocked by Uchiha Sei's sexy moves at this time. The moment Haydn fell off the cliff, his green eyes couldn't help but widen, and he was stunned for a long time before looking at Uchiha Sei. What do you mean by this guy? What grudge does he have against that kid? This kick was too decisive, wasn't it? But soon, after listening to Uchiha's words, Kakuzu's face darkened, and his face became clouded. Who told you to mind your own business? Kakuzu's teeth were almost broken, his eyes were cold, and he looked at Uchiha Sei coldly. My mission is to bring that brat back alive. What? Hearing this, Uchiha Sei frowned slightly, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. But on the surface, he was trembling all over and his face was pale. He shuddered, waved his hands and explained. I really don't know about this. Sir, you see, everyone is dead. However, after losing a large amount of money for no reason, Kakuzu was so angry that he couldn't bear to listen to Uchiha's words. He raised his right hand, his eyes flashing with a bone-chilling chill, and he spread his palm flat. Then go to die. The words fell. The sutures on Kakuzu's palms gradually cracked, and thin threads of earthly resentment emerged from them. Then, he twisted his waist and retreated, suddenly throwing his hands away. Sudden! The right hand instantly stretched and broke through the air. In an instant, it shot towards Uchiha Sei across a distance of more than 10 meters. This is the secret technique Earth Resentment U. It is a dark tentacle that hides life under the battlefield and is ready to move. The tentacles are composed of countless fine silk threads. So fine that they can even sew the blood vessels and meridians of the human body. The palm of his hand smashed through the air, making Uchiha jealous. If he had such ability, he wouldn't have to buy ridiculously expensive ninja threads in the future. However, looking at the palm hitting him and the tough tentacles connecting the palm, Uchiha's eyes narrowed slightly. When it comes to playing with silk thread, Uchiha is the real expert. 48. He wiped out a kunai with his backhand, and silently, a pair of black pupils turned into scarlet. What are you doing standing there in a daze? On the side, Terumi Mei frowned slightly when she saw that Uchiha was motionless, twisted the solace of her feet, and threw out the formed water knife in her hand. Sudden! The water escape and water fang blade struck the tentacle behind Kakuzu's palm in an arc, turning in a circle. The continuously pressurized blade slashes at the tentacles. Fine water droplets are scattered everywhere. Surprisingly, only a few tentacles were scratched, and they were quickly filled up by an endless stream of tentacles. Watching the water sword turn into a kunai again, falling powerlessly, Terumi Mei's eyes narrowed slightly. It's so hard. These tentacles actually have such toughness that even a water fang blade can't break them. You can only use this technique. She frowned and stood in front of Uchiha Sei, with her feet on the ground, shoulder width apart. Then, make a seal with both hands. Suhai Yenjo Ziu. Melt escape, the technique of melting monsters. Terumi Mei touched his fingers and took out the U seal and took a deep breath. Then, lightly open your pink lips. It looks like magma, has terrifying temperatures, and can dissolve even Susanoo. Spewed out from Terumi Mei's mouth. Hey? What? Kakuzu's pupils shrank, and when he saw the thing Terumi Mei sprayed out, he instinctively felt a wave of heart palpitations. He immediately separated part of Yu's tentacles to resist, preventing wrong done from destroying his outstretched hand. The magma fell on the tentacles, destroying them like dry matter, and directly melted all the tentacles that resisted. Zi. The scene was like hot oil pouring cheese, with a burst of smoke and steam rising. Withdrawing his palm, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly and became a little more serious. He glanced at Uchiha Sei and Terumi Mei, as if reassessing, he nodded. The Sharingan and the melting release blood successor are good. They can recover some of my losses. I will try to ensure the integrity of your bodies. So, go die in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, a line of subtitles appeared in front of Uchiha Sei. Kakuzu thinks you are worth a little money. When Mei Terumi heard Kakuzu's disdainful words, her face suddenly became as cold as ice. Immediately, he retorted in a cold voice. These tentacles of yours are of no use to me. If you continue, I will kill you. Kakuzu shook his head slightly, looking at the two of them with a pair of calm green eyes. He twisted his neck, and there was a stirring under the black robe. Then, he asked calmly. Then how should you respond to this move? After finishing speaking, Kakuzu opened the black robe with both hands, revealing the blue patterned bird head mask on the chest. The mask opened its dark mouth. All the surrounding plants, trees, insects, and rocks were sucked into it and condensed into a squeaking wind mass. Boom! The scream flew out. Wind escape press. This so-called wind escape ninjutsu, which is said to be the strongest in Hokage's regular form, showed its prowess in front of the two people in the team. With the cutting ability of wind escape and pressure spitting out wind bombs. The long river of molten magma that Terumi Mei spits out. He was pushed directly upwards and shot through. After shooting the magma, it quickly passed by Terumi Mei's ear and shot straight 500 meters. Hit it hard against the mountain opposite. Boom! Dancing in the storm. Huge rubble fell. The screams and howls of the refugees from the country of Yu immediately sounded below. The noise instantly ignited the silent night. Mei Terumi opened her eyes wide, her face was stiff, her mind was blank, and there was blood in her ears from the sonic boom that had ruptured her eardrums. It is slowly flowing down. Ah, I almost beat him to death. It was too weak. Why don't we try another method? Kakuzu exhaled and frowned in embarrassment. Put your hands together. The mask on the chest climbed up along the shoulders and was replaced by another yellow-striped dog head mask. He slowly walked towards the two of them. Step, step. The solace of her feet crushed dust, gravel, and dissolved earth, as well as the girl's proud heart, raising up the grey mist that covered the sky. Next moment, the densely packed tentacles of earthly resentment surged up from behind Kakuzu, condensing into 8 huge black lines. Like 8 pitch-black snake spears. Kakuzu's indifferent and cold voice slowly fell and said the name of this technique. Secret technique Earth Resentment Mode. A trace of sweat fell on Terumi Mei's forehead. Looked up in horror. Bang bang bang. Chapter 43 Jindun Super Rich Technique. Terumi Mei raised her neck. Looking at Kakuzu with a cold face, looking at the 8 huge black spears behind him, and looking at countless dark tentacles gradually filling up all the sight. The sky suddenly darkened until even the brilliance of the full moon was swallowed up. Next moment, murderous intent suddenly appears. Between the lightning and flint, thousands of tentacles surged down. They were about to be completely submerged and crushed to pieces. Die! 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 Looking at everything in front of her, Terumi Mei's eyes widened. She kept scanning every corner in front of her eyes. She was so anxious that she was sweating, but she couldn't find any way to escape. There are tentacles in front of you and a cliff behind you. Although she could suppress these black tentacles using the melting release and monster melting techniques, judging from the number in front of her and the constant regeneration, she would not be able to hold on for long even if she exhausted her chakra. Moreover, these tentacles are not the key at all. No matter how much is melted, it is of no use. The key point is the S-class rebel ninja who summoned these tentacles, Kakuzu. The mask on his body seems to be able to replace himself, and Wien releases extremely powerful ninjutsu. That blue bird-headed mask represents the top-level wind escape ninjutsu of wind release and pressure. So, what does the yellow-striped dog head mask on his chest now represent? Earth escape? Then what? How many masks does he still have on him? In addition to releasing ninjutsu, do these masks have other effects? Not good, not good, not good. Great fear lingered in Terumi Mei's heart. She looked at the tentacles getting closer and closer, feeling filled with despair. Even the hand that was forming the seals was trembling, and she almost caused the chakra to go berserk because she didn't form the seals. After all, Terumi Mei is just a little girl of the same age as Uchiha Sei, although she is extremely talented. 49. But he is far from being the Godame Mizukage who suppressed the blood mist in the future. Seeing the frightened look on Terumi Mei's face in front of him, Uchiha Sei, who had been standing behind Terumi Mei, stepped forward, took her shoulders and protected her behind him, with a righteous look on his face. A tough guy always comes on stage at the last minute, so let me do it. What did you say? Terumi looked at Uchiha in shock. Is he a master? Has he been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? But Terumi immediately remembered the scene where the other party was almost beaten to death by 3 evil cult members not long ago. Her face was twisted, and she grabbed Uchiha's waistband and pulled it back, eager to give this kid a kick on the butt. Come on, you can't be his opponent. Uchiha immediately showed a disdainful smile, saying in his heart, you are a little cutie, you don't even understand what it means to be a strong man descended from the sky. One thought comes to this. Facing the swarm of tentacles that surged in from the sky, Uchiha was not afraid of danger. He raised his hand and showed the bank book in his hand. He shouted with great pride. I have money. Terumi's breath was stagnant, and she was horrified. You fucking tried to bribe a ruthless, cold, and cruel ninja world's top bounty hunter. You kid, don't you know that people can make money in one order that you can't make in your whole life? How could Kakuzu value your money? What a joke! Terumi was complaining wildly in her heart, wishing she could just put Uchiha's head into his crotch, gag him, and run away quickly. However, when Uchiha said that loudly, he shouted, Brush! In an instant. The wind stopped, the waves subsided, and the surroundings suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The surging tentacle group suddenly stopped, and at the same time Kakuzu was revealed behind the tentacle group. He stared at Uchiha with a pair of green eyes. His tone gradually became restrained, even with a hint of hospitality. The corners of his mouth under the black mask moved upwards visibly, and then he slowly asked coldly. How many? Terumi's breathing was stagnant again, and she almost choked to death because she couldn't breathe out the breath she was holding in her chest. She looked at Kakuzu with a shocked expression, no less shocked than when Uchiha took out his bank book and tried to bribe him. Mr. Kakuzu, where is your dignity as an S-level rebellious ninja and a cage-level strongman in the ninja world? And you actually asked seriously how much money this guy would give? Is there something wrong with these two people, or is there something wrong with me? Terumi suddenly realized that she couldn't understand the world. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly lightened up. Uchiha grinned and laughed. He would not say that he was a poor man. He had already spent all his 7-digit savings to buy the ninja detonator talisman. Now he had nothing but bandages and underpants. On the contrary, he showed an unruly expression on his face, with raised eyebrows overlooking everything, and asked Kakuzu slowly. Mr. Kakuzu, have you ever heard of the golden release, super rich technique? Hearing the words gold and super rich, Kakuzu couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes and asked impatiently, what is the blood inheritance limit? Uchiha smiled proudly and said calmly and coolly. The so-called golden escape is the powerful ability to use money to open a path and solve 99% of the problems in life. I'm not talented. As a member of the super-rich Uchiha clan, I have some understanding of this. Just last year, the clan assigned me a piece of land in Konoha's core business district, worth more than 1 million. Now, all my money is in this passbook, including real estate, shops, and various fixed assets in my name. And you, my friend, Mr. Kakuzu. You just have to let me live. Uchiha raised the small green notebook between his fingers, with a bright smile on his face. These are all yours. Kakuzu swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the bankbook in Uchiha's hand. Imagine how much money is there? 1 million, no, the real estate in the core area of Konoha is worth 3 million at the most, and other things this kid said, if you add them up. 8 million? Or, 10 million? Kakuzu breathed quickly, this sounds good. When Terumi heard this, she looked at the bankbook in Uchiha's hand in surprise. I was thinking about this kid's hidden identity. Could it be that he was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi? But that's wrong, the age doesn't match up. Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of Konoha Guard Captain Uchiha Fugaku? However, before Terumi Mei came back to her senses, seeing that the corners were showing flaws, Uchiha's eyes were sharp, his steps were twisted, and his waist was strong. He used the superb Uchiha-style shuriken technique, held his bank book, and threw it backwards. The thin passbook is like a blurred white line. Go through the air. I didn't have time to observe whether Jianjun was chasing the bank book or not. Uchiha then turned around and picked up Terumi Mei's slender waist and legs, and picked her up. Then his eyes sharpened. Rush straight to the edge of the cliff. Face down and jump hard. Please collect, recommend, and read. The second round of recommended students is in urgent need of further study. Please don't support me by reading books. It will kill you. As an adoptive father who raises books, please be sure to turn to the last every day and support the young author with data for reading. This is really important to me. Bang bang bang. Chapter 44. Make physical skills as good as gymnastics. Jumping down from a cliff 400 meters high with a beautiful girl in his arms. What is it like? The wind blowing from the cliff lifted the roots of his hair, and Uchiha tried hard to keep his eyes open despite the strong wind. Scarlet eyes glanced left and right, trying to find a place to step on and delay the impact. Terumi Mei, who was in her arms, looked frightened. She subconsciously grabbed the place she could grab, pulling Uchiha-C's face with one hand, and tightly grasping the soft flesh of Uchiha-C's waist with the other hand. Such nonsense! Ouch! Uchiha screamed in pain when she was pulled. He quickly let go of one hand and yanked off the hand that was twisting her face. Miss, stop shaking, it's blocking my view. You're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy. Terumi Mei screamed, looking at the ground getting closer and closer. Even if they were ninjas, there was no way they could survive if they were hit like this. Break the brakes. Calm down. Uchiha shouted, listen up, I will throw you out when I count to 1. Hold the cliff yourself. If you can't catch it, you'll die. Terumi Mei looked back at the young man in front of her, and in a desperate situation, she forced herself to calm down, and must calm down. Ah, how can you calm down? This is jumping off a cliff. Why should I jump off a cliff with this guy? We've only known each other for less than a day, and the boss's novels about flash marriages and love deaths don't even dare to be written like this, okay? Just when Terumi Mei was furious, Uchiha-Ci glared ferociously, wiped out a kunao, and thrust it into the cliff. Rocks shattered and dust entered the eyes. Uchiha resisted the urge to rub his eyes and opened his eyes angrily, and the whites of his eyes soon became bloodshot. The kunao inserted into the rock wall slid all the way down, delaying the fall a little. Uchiha-Ci calculated the time in his mind, and when the kunao finally got stuck in a rock crevice, he pulled hard with one arm, and the chakra exploded, using a force that almost broke the muscle filaments. 1. He roared, using this fulcrum to throw Terumi Mei upwards in his arms. What? That's it! Terumi Mei exclaimed. The next moment, she felt herself being thrown upwards, and the landing point happened to be a tree growing on the cliff. 50. There is a bandage tied on the trunk, with the kunao hanging on one end, and on the other end. Flying section. Haiden, who had been kicked off the cliff by Uchiha earlier, was actually not dead yet. He was holding a piece of bandage hanging in the air, trying to climb up with a frightened look on his face. When he raised his head, then I saw Mei Terumi flying in front of me. Haiden's face was twisted and his eyes widened. I'm so stupid. Don't come over here. Fortunately, Mei Terumi was not an ordinary ninja. After being surprised, he immediately recovered and controlled his body to gently fall down like a civet cat, stepping on the tree trunk. The tree trunk didn't shake much, and she even had the strength to reach out and pull Haiden up. On the other side, Uchiha's kunai stuck in the crack of the cliff broke with a click. His whole body continued to fall rapidly downward. However, after seeing that the two members of the team were fine, he felt relieved and immediately turned to look at the ground that was getting closer. Uchiha quickly formed seals with his hands, and then faced the ground and made a starting posture of the turtle-style Qigong wave. Then, wind escape Zhongkong Jibo. A large amount of chakra condensed in the palm of the hand, turning into a huge air pressure and ultrasonic wave and spurting towards the ground. Ho! The strong wind was pressing down, causing the dense woods under the cliff to sway. The birds started up and fluttered wildly. With this force, Uchiha not only stopped his downward momentum, but also threw himself upwards again. Then, the Sharingan lights up a bright scarlet band of light in the night sky. Uchiha looked like a professional gymnast. After performing a series of fancy operations such as one-arm rotation, 360-degree turns, large loop bounces with hands touching knees, back-waist rotation around the bar, and other fancy operations, there was a crackling sound. The whole person is embedded into the cliff face. Ow! On the side, Mei Terumi and Haiden, who were standing on the tree trunk, looked at Uchiha and secretly applauded in their hearts. As expected of Uchiha, is this your carefully designed escape route? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've heard a cry from the cliff like this. Terumi Mei stepped on the cliff and walked across the body, pulled Uchiha out of the cliff, and sighed in admiration. Ba! Ba! Uchiha spat out 2 mouthfuls of stones and wiped the blood from his forehead. He took a deep breath and smiled at Terumi Mei. Basic skills are not 6, except for the last link where my eyes can't keep up. I think I can score 98 points in other links. Then, he distributed chakra on the soles of his feet and stood up from the straight cliff. When he raised his head, he saw the twisted face of his little brother Haiden below, which looked like a dark creature. Ha ha ha, damn you! You actually have the nerve to say that. I'm going to kill you. Do you know what would happen if I didn't catch this bandage when I fell? Haiden's eyes flashed with rage, and he held the bandage in his hand and placed it in front of Uchiha. I mean, look at it, how dangerous is it? Is this how you fucking save people? Without saying a word, Uchiha took the bandage away from Haiden's hand, took off the kunai at the end and stuffed it back into his ninja bag. After a long while, he quietly said, "You'd better grab this bandage or this tree." Haiden was stunned, thinking that there seemed to be something in Uchiha's words. By the way, is the bank book you gave Kakuzu real? Terumi Mei was suddenly stunned, recalling the thrilling scene a moment ago, and couldn't help but ask. Nonsense, of course it's fake. Uchiha turned around and looked up from the cliff with serious eyes. There's only money for a number 3 set meal. I guess it's not enough to buy our lives. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, touching a blind spot in knowledge, and couldn't help asking stupidly. Package number 3, what is that? The words fell. Above the cliff, 8 huge black tentacles suddenly rushed out. With a single wave, they could crush rocks and tear through the cliff face. It was extremely terrifying. Next moment, the tentacles inserted into the cliff wall, as if they were bending a bow and setting an arrow. The bow body quickly bent like a full moon, and the tentacles tensed and squeaked strangely. Sudden, a figure with a face as black as the bottom of a pot shot straight down. Kakuzu, who was carrying 8 huge pitch-black tentacles of resentment, had a frighteningly dark face. His face was full of anger that he had been fooled, and he roared angrily. "You poor guy, how dare you play tricks on me? Die!" Uchiha was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how to explain this problem to Terumi Mei. He had no choice but to laugh dryly, scratch his head, and looked up at the flying Kakuzu, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Well, that's probably a scraping set that all men like. Then, he turned around, formed a seal with his hands, smiled at Terumi Mei, and asked aloud. Are you ready? The real battle is about to begin. Chapter 45, Charge Towards Death, The Justice of Gangman. Thanks to Chakra, ninjas can fight on all kinds of extreme terrains. Now, Uchiha Sei stood on a nearly 90-degree vertical cliff, his Sharingan eyes filled with solemnity. Ahead, there was a gloomy night sky, and the horns in Earth Resentment mode were flying towards them like arrows. And behind, is the abyss into which death is inevitable. There is no retreat, only fight. The wind from the bottom of the valley ruffled Uchiha's long hair. His eyes were calm, his hands formed seals, and a light red chakra lingered on his palms. Immediately, 5 fingers fell to the ground. Slap hard towards the cliff face. The huge circular secret spell expanded rapidly, and the light red light shield locked the Kakuzu in front of it, and suddenly lit up. Inherited and surpassed Kumagakura's super death battle barrier. At this moment, the field expands. In midair, Kakuzu's eyes suddenly condensed, and he subconsciously sensed something was wrong. The kid in front of me is obviously as weak as a chicken. However, instead of running away, he actually dared to fight back against him? Or even use a barrier to trap him. This made everyone confused. What are you doing to an old comrade in his 70s? Come to cheat, come to sneak attack? He has a calm personality, is good at thinking, and has a high combat IQ. With this, he has survived from the Warring States period to today's Kakuto. Countless tactical arrangements appear in his mind in an instant, and he is trying to analyze what kind of aircraft the guy on the opposite side is using. The 8 tentacles suddenly inserted into the cliff, stopping their momentum. However, it was too late, a light red wall of barrier light had already covered Uchiha Sei and him. When all the dust has settled, Kakuzu stared blankly at the barrier between him and Uchiha Sei. The CPU was smoking and I couldn't figure out what this guy wanted to do. Is this kid's brain burned out? His teammates have been isolated outside. You, a single Megatama Sharingan Uchiha, what do you want to fight with us? Aside. Terumi Mei's eyes regained their composure after hearing Uchiha's high-spirited and fighting questions. There was even a small spark of fighting spirit in his pupils. 51. For Mei Terumi, who has been determined to become the Mizukage of Kirigakure village since she was a child, is extremely ambitious and eager to lead Kirigakure village to glory. Her performance just now truly made her feel ashamed. At this moment, we are gathering strength to fight again. She is bound to have the aura that belongs to Kirigakure's genius. With Uchiha Sei's barrier around, her other blood-inherited boundary boiling escape can also come in handy. Even if the opponent is Kakuzu, the S-class rebellious ninja in the ninja world and the super thug in the underground money exchange. She too. And many more. Terumi Mei was suddenly a little dumbfounded. Is Uchiha Sei's barrier askew? Hey, Uchiha, I haven't gone in yet. Terumi Mei hurriedly slapped the barrier with all her strength and exclaimed. Open the door and let me in. What are you doing? Terumi Mei's forehead suddenly dripped with sweat, and she stared dumbly at Uchiha Sei, who was just one step away in front of her, but seemed to be separated forever. It was as if she had already seen the young man in front of her, with a halo hanging on his head, smiling and waving to her, rising to the sky. Between the two of them, a light red barrier suddenly rose up. Terumi Mei's pupils suddenly shrank, and she shouted urgently, Are you crazy? Do you want to fight this monster alone? Seeing that the barrier has risen, and after completely placing himself and Keiku in the same space and starting to breathe the same air, Uchiha smiled. He turned his head and looked at Terumi Mei, his eyes like the stars flowing in the night sky, full of inexplicable meaning. Sorry, Yu Gongming. This is my escape route. Uchiha paused, looked at the two people behind him, smiled casually, and explained. The opponent is an S-class rebel nin with cage-level power. This is an opponent we have tried our best but there is no way to defeat, so this is the only way I can think of. Lead the opponent to a suitable location, and then deploy a barrier to delay him. Ming Yu Gong, take Haiden, and leave immediately. No matter what you want to do from now on, I don't care. But now, this is my battlefield. After saying that, Uchiha turned his head calmly. Then, he reached out and pulled out the kunao from his ninja tool bag, and held it in front of his face. He pointed the cold front at Kakuzu, raised the corners of his mouth, and sneered with an unruly expression. Mr. Kakuzu, want to hurt them? Then, step over my body first. Tisk. Kakuzu frowned slightly and looked at Uchiha Ci with a little annoyance. The scene of life and death before his eyes invisibly pierced the soft spot deep in his heart. In the past, as an elite of Taki Ninja Village, he had encountered similar scenes. It is also a life and death crisis, a moment of great urgency. However, unlike now when Uchiha Ci took the initiative to sacrifice his life and end his life, what he got back then was betrayal. The team that assassinated the god of ninja collapsed midway, and his teammates betrayed and fled. The entire responsibility fell on Kakuzu, forcing him to take a step forward. And when Kakuzu fearfully went to assassinate that god-like being alone, he failed as expected, and after returning to the village in despair. What he received was not the comfort of the village, nor the understanding of his companions, nor flowers or compliments, nor even a hospital bed for healing. What awaits him is the charge of mission failure and heavy punishment. The ninja who risked his life for the village was treated cruelly. Ah, it's this boring ninja game again. Kakuzu shook his head and looked at Uchiha Ci opposite him, and for the first time he was interested in saying a few more words. It was as if I saw myself in the past, across time, and said to my younger self soberly and indifferently. Poor little devil! Look at the reality. Everything in this world will not be as you wish. The longer I live, the more I realize that reality is only filled with helplessness, pain, and emptiness. Teammates who live and die by their side will stab you in the back. The faith that you put everything on the line will be shattered into nothing by a wooden slap. Senior executives who offer their loyalty will only treat you as a tool and can be discarded at any time. Kakuzu paused, a trace of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. But only money will never betray you. After hearing this, Uchiha took a deep breath and said to himself, Uncle, you are absolutely right. Any bond, any friendship, these are all lies to children. I have done so much, not for those 500 million. Why, isn't it just for this moment? Uchiha nodded in approval, and then suddenly opened his Sharingan. Adjust your condition to its peak. So far. He will give everything he has gained through training and struggle so far. Then use this accumulation to explode at this moment and turn it into strength. He looked at Kakuzu and shouted coldly soberly. Come on, monster! Right here, right now! Give me my destined death! A scarlet light flashed in Uchiha's words, and he leaned forward and rushed forward. 3 shurikens were wiped out with his backhand, and one was shot hard towards Kakuzu's chest. The other 2 shurikens collided with each other in mid-air, changed their trajectories, and shot into Kakuzu's back in the black robe in an arc. The hidden mask. As he possesses Kakuzu's intelligence, he naturally knows that the other party has immortality. Only by breaking the 5 hearts under the 5 masks can the opponent be completely killed. However, faced with Uchiha who refused to listen to dissuasion, his expression showed no signs of change, and he even dared to launch an attack first and rushed towards Uchiha Ci. On the contrary, Kakuzu put away the tentacles of earthly resentment, but his eyes were indifferent, and the coldness in his eyes became higher and higher. He slowly unbuttoned the black robe and tossed it away. A tall, muscular body covered with sutures was exposed in the night wind. He raised his hand slightly and clenched his fist, shrugged his shoulders with contempt and disdain on his face, and sneered. "Poor kid, do you think you're good at fighting? Then let me teach you. What is it called? Reality. Kakuzu is very contemptuous of your bravery and seems to want to beat you into a pig's head. Courage is the crystallization of human wisdom. Anyone who belittles courage will be punished by Gangman's justice. Trigger S-level long-term mission. Let Kakuzu understand that courage is a greater thing than money. Settlement nodes are settled based on changes in the other party's understanding, which are understanding, joining, and transcending. The current progress is 0/3. Chapter 46 Water Escape Water Fang Blade. Believe in miracles." After saying this, Kakuzu did not let down his guard at all. Looking at the 3 shurikens heading straight for the weak point, although he didn't know what was going on, he just thought it was Uchiha's bad luck. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he stepped hard on the cliff face with his long legs, shaking up a few stones, and flew out with a high whip leg. The stones tore through the night wind and fell downwards. 52. 2 shurikens were knocked away with 2 bangs, and Kakuzu dodged another shuriken. At this time, Uchiha's eye was already close. The soles of his feet were slightly twisted, and the kunai turned the blade flower on his hand, and stabbed Kakuzu's chest and heart with a straight thrust. Kakuzu immediately adjusted his position, turned sideways, and then turned his elbow violently towards Uchiha's face. The movement was so fast that Uchiha's eye couldn't see it clearly. He only felt the hairs on his neck stand up, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. Talent, Combat Intuition, Entry, S, activated. The body subconsciously squatted down to avoid the explosive elbow. This time, Kakuzu was slightly stunned. Although he is not particularly good at taijutsu, with more than 70 years of combat experience and physical fitness blessed by Gu, his movements are definitely not something that a single Megatama Sharingan can see clearly. Uchiha seizes the momentary flaw revealed by Kakuzu, and immediately lifts the kunai and strokes towards Kakuzu's left ankle. At the same time, he used a side kick from Kumigakure's swastika taijutsu, a 2-pronged approach. Kick the lame man's good leg hard. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. The sutures on his left foot were pulled open, and 7 or 8 silk threads of earthly resentment were sprayed out to wrap around Uchiha's kunai. Then a scorpion swung its tail, lifted up his right leg, and kicked Uchiha's face fiercely. Uchiha's eye was shocked again and subconsciously closed his arms to block. At the same time, he held the kunai tightly, trying to cut off the few extremely thin threads of earthly resentment wrapped around it. As a result, he was kicked into the air. Base. The threads are cut simultaneously. It's over. Kakuzu shouted indifferently, and with a violent push, he suddenly grabbed Uchiha's face, grabbed his face and slammed it towards the cliff. Boom! The force was so strong that rocks flew and blood spurted out. Uchiha's head was dizzy, and he used a move to break his appearance. He used the last bit of his conscious mind to tightly grasp the kunai and insert it into the ninja bag. Kakuzu once again picked up Uchiha's who was lying on the cliff. His eyes were cold, and he sneered. It seems like that's all you can do. Who gave you the courage to challenge me alone? As soon as he finished speaking, Kakuzu's eyes turned cold, and he picked up Uchiha's and punched him in the stomach. Then he clasped his head and knees with both hands and hit the front door, flipped over and kicked the shoulder to the ground, Scorpion Tail kicked the chest and knocked him away, turned his elbow to blast the door, swept the front door head-on, connected with the kick, kicked the leg and hit the back of the head again. The last one was a kick to the door. The moves were cruel and ruthless, and he used all his strength against Uchiha's. The last kick was like kicking a ball. With one kick, Uchiha's blasted away and hit the edge of the barrier hard. His head was covered with blood, and his face could no longer even be seen as human. Everyone let out a long breath. If this is done, even an iron ball will be beaten into a discus, let alone a human head. But Kakuzu looked sideways at the corner, frowning slightly at Uchiha Ci lying there silently. The barrier hasn't been opened yet, aren't you still dead? Outside the boundary, separated by a layer of barrier, Terumi Mei and Haiden could only watch as Uchiha fell forward as if he didn't want to die. Then, very soon, in less than a minute, Kakuzu was kicked back with a ruthless combo of moves. It's too awful. It is completely impossible to tell that a minute ago, this was a handsome young man. If I had to describe it, now he is more like a puddle of beaten tofu. Terumi Mei. Haiden. They both fell silent at the same time. With Big Brother, you were as fierce as a tiger in one operation, but when you rushed forward you couldn't even open an opening for me, so you were beaten back. You said, what are you planning? However, at this moment, Uchiha Ci, who was beaten into a puddle of mud, suddenly stretched out his fingers, slowly grabbed the barrier and the cliff and climbed up. The swelling and bloody mouth on the badly beaten head healed quickly. Soon, not even a single injury was left. This result was caused by Uchiha Ci using the technique that had just come out of Sheneng in advance. Forbidden technique, Flesh Rebirth. Able to quickly recover from injuries by consuming vitality and physical strength. In the future, Orochimaru even improved the miraculous regeneration technique based on this. Uchiha Ci regained his full strength and stood still. Although the bloodstains all over his body looked ferocious and scary, his energy did not slip away at all. Not only did he not feel any shame at being defeated, but he gasped and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. With that said, Uchiha took out the kunao from the ninja tool bag, took off the earth resentment silk thread on it, wrapped it around his finger and pulled it. This toughness is about the same as ninja. Moreover, Kakuzu can no longer control it after breaking away from the earth resentment entity. It can be used as a ninja tool. Terumi Mei and Haiden on the side were a little dumbfounded, and felt a bit stuck in their throats when they saw Uchiha Ci's happy face. Are you crazy? You rushed up and got beaten severely just to figure out this inexplicable thing. Terumi Mei glared at Uchiha Ci who was one step away. He patted the barrier hard and said angrily, hurry up and open the barrier and let me in. If this continues, you will die. Hey! Uchiha heard the voice and turned around suddenly. Seeing Mei Terumi and Haiden still there, he couldn't help but be speechless. Why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you to run away quickly? Hearing this, not only Terumi Mei, but even Haiden's face showed anger. Stop being such a self-righteous hero here. If you want to leave, let's go together. Uchiha was silent for a rare moment, not knowing how to answer this question. In the end, I had to pretend that I didn't hear anything, change the subject, and solemnly said to the two of them. This is not something inexplicable. This kind of information is crucial to me. Then, Uchiha Ci looked at Terumi Mei and asked solemnly. Just in time, you're still here. Can I ask what the seal of the water fang blade is? Terumi Mei frowned slightly. The Mizuga blade technique is regarded as the secret technique of the Terumi family. It was used by the future 6th generation Mizukage Kojuro in his duel with Otsutsuki Urashiki. The 6 Paths Ninja fishing rod, which can hold the Itsutsu Kaira style, has both deformation and low power consumption. It is a very precious ninjutsu. There was some hesitation on her face. But after thinking about it she finally said. It's Maui Si, what are you going to do? Uchiha nodded. Although the Megatama Sharingan can see the flow of chakra in the human body, it can only be seen roughly, and it is still far from replicating ninjutsu. But after knowing the seal method, combined with the recorded chakra flow direction, there is a high probability that the ninjutsu can be reproduced. Uchiha Ci has tested his own natural chakra attributes, which are water and fire, which just meet the prerequisites for releasing this technique. Phew, you'll find out later. Uchiha didn't explain much, he immediately turned around, holding the kunao and forming seals with both hands. Mao Wei. After only 2 attempts, he successfully condensed a swirling water fang blade about 2.5 feet long on the kunao. Just now, Uchiha Sei had keenly observed that this technique in Terumi Mei's hands had cut off Kakuzu's earthly resentment tentacles. And the fierce battle that just took a short moment has already proved that. In terms of basic taijutsu, even with the Sharingan opened and his natural combat intuition, Uchiha Sei is no match for Kakuzu, who has more than 70 years of combat experience. If he just goes up to level A, then he will definitely lose. But in the world of ninjas, ninjutsu can create miracles. 53. Uchiha Sei has a long list of forbidden ninjutsu and even the superb silk shuriken technique. He believes that a miracle will eventually be born in his hands. Then, the first step is to borrow some ninja tools from Kakuzu to use. Thanks to book friends 2019013012152129, book friends 201708190347555198, Eve JJ, Go to Sleep Primary School Student, The Invincible as Me for their monthly votes. Thank you all foster fathers, thank you all for your recommendation votes. Please collect, recommend, and read. This is really important to me. Bang bang bang. Chapter 47, Falsehood against Falsehood. The battle of ninjas is the battle of intelligence. Uchiha Sei used taijutsu to attack, and Kakuzu also used taijutsu to fight back. In addition to being provoked and wanting to beat up the poor kid, he was also testing. After all, this kid rushed up with the barrier open without saying a word, and he looked like he was sure he could cover the other 2 kids' escape. Kakuzu didn't believe that the other party didn't have 2 brushes in his hand. Caution has been his biggest trump card from the Warring States period to the present. Since being slapped by that man's wooden clone, Kakuzu's eyes have become clear since then. He had already carved these 2 words into the seams of his bones. Now, seeing that Uchiha Sei, who had withstood the violent storm of physical attacks, stood back up, like an unbeatable monster, all the injuries on his body were healed, except that he looked a little tired and panting. The condition is simply not very good. Kakuzu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Medical ninjutsu? No, there is something wrong with such a powerful healing effect. This level of ability to continue fighting, even when using palm immortal technique while fighting, is not so exaggerated. Thinking of this, Kakuzu could not help but tilt his head slightly and look up the cliff. In addition to the 3 little ghosts, he remembered that there was also a tall, middle-aged man in a yellow coat. Moreover, the feeling that person gave him was a bit subtle. It makes him feel difficult to kill. Okay. Just when Kakuzu looked sideways, he was suddenly stunned and looked in a direction outside the barrier. I don't know when. The middle-aged ninja wearing a yellow coat was already standing on the cliff outside the barrier, with an inexplicable shock in his eyes, staring at the poor kid opposite him. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu understood instantly. This horrible forbidden technique was taught to this poor kid by that guy. Are these 2 people master and disciple? Is he surprised by his disciple's progress in practice? Is it possible that this guy wants to use me to sharpen his disciples? Kakuzu frowned, feeling that things were not simple. This poor kid once again created a barrier to engage in a 1v1 battle between real men, used such tricky forbidden techniques, and pushed his teammates away to fight alone. It looks like if you don't beat me to death, you won't give me face. This 70-year-old comrade was quite frightened. I kept thinking in my heart, who among us is blackmailing whom? Looking at it now, the situation is very clear. There really is someone behind this kid. With this thought, Kakuzu's mentality gradually began to undergo subtle changes. Number. On the field. Uchiha Sei looked at Kakuzu, his eyes slightly condensed. At this moment, he felt a little bit about the situation in his body. After using the forbidden technique, flesh transformation to restore his condition, his body was like a rusty part, not as easy to use as it used to be. This technique is powerful, but the side effects are also extremely exaggerated. Shen Nong can use this technique with almost no side effects because it is combined with the incomplete zero-tailed chakra, which is equivalent to changing the plug at the consumption end. Orochimaru was able to use this technique to create it because he had software transformation and corpse reincarnation, so he could just use it and replace it with another body. As for Uchiha Ci, all he consumed was his own body's vitality. He estimated that this technique, given the current condition of this body, could be used for up to 2 more times, so he must seek medical attention in time. Otherwise, he will die from being drained of his life force. Therefore, he only has 2 chances. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Ci took a deep breath and his Sharingan produced a strip of light. The whole person leaned over and sprinted in the same posture again, but the slight difference was that this time he was holding something in his hand. It's a swirling water knife entrusted to him by Mei Terumi. Water release water fang blade. Sudden. 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 3 shurikens shot through the air. Want to use the same attack again? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately changed his position, and waved out 3 gathered tentacles of resentment. While knocking down the shuriken, he crushed Uchiha Ci. After the taijutsu battle just now, Kakuzu had some estimate of this brat's reaction ability. A little perverted. If it hadn't been for his special body structure and the unexpected use of the earthly resentment U silk thread to entangle Kunao, the kid's set of pedicure combos just now would have been successful. Now the opponent pulls out a water jet that can cut off the tentacles. The beads in the abacus were so loud that they almost flew out and hit his 70-year-old comrade in the face. Kakuzu was not stupid, so he couldn't stand still and let Uchiha give him another pedicure. The fighting situation immediately began to escalate. When Uchiha saw Kakuzu changing his moves and actually shooting a bunch of grudge threads, he felt happy. The blackmail effect of this water knife is better than that of Kunao. Before he could even rush to give Uncle Jiao a pedicure, the uncle rewarded him with a bunch of valuable ninja tools. Uchiha Ci immediately braked hard and stepped on the cliff to a stop. Then, he held the sword in his hand and waved his hand to create a beautiful sword flower. The Sharingan stared closely at the tentacles shooting violently in front of him. Then, he held the sword in his arm, lunged and gathered strength. Suddenly a sword was swung out. First came Yunliu Deception Slash, the tentacles of Deception Kakuzu brushed past his right shoulder, and then another move followed quickly. Yunliu 3 Days and Moon Slash. A perfect reproduction of the Yunliu swordsmanship seen only once in the volcano and the boiling sea. The swirling water fang blade suddenly lit up with 3 arcs of moonlight. Rub. Base. Base. The 3 tentacles flying from Kakuzu broke off immediately. Uchiha Ci quickly squatted down on the spot, and gathered a large number of tentacles hanging on the cliff into a ball like shuffling tiles in a game of mahjong. And grabbed them all with his big hands and put them into the ninja tool bag. Then he immediately grinned, turned around and ran away like the wind, lowering his head, turning and rolling repeatedly to avoid several attacks from the tentacles. In a blink of an eye, he took out the empty silk thread bearing of the ninja tool and quickly straightened out the messy ground resentment silk thread and installed it. Until I saw that the bearing of the ninja tool's silk thread was already entangled. Only then did Uchiha Ci show a smile that seemed like he got it for nothing. Although Ci now seems to possess a large array of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, he ignores fire escapes such as the Go Fireball and Phoenix Fire, which have smoke but no damage. One that can actually pose a threat to Kakuzu. There are still only 2 techniques that just came from the great elder Setsuna Uchiha. Uchiha style SI Shuriken technique. This is the core of all Uchiha's current combat tactics. Just one word. Fast. It's so fast that the opponent has no time to form seals, no time to release ninjutsu, no time to defend. If you can only dodge as much as you can, a flaw will inevitably be revealed, allowing Uchiha Ci to seize the opportunity to fight for life and death. A third-rate Uchiha feints with shuriken, a second-rate Uchiha uses shuriken to sneak attack, and a first-rate Uchiha uses shuriken to seize the opportunity. 54. And the superb level of Uchiha-style shuriken jutsu. It's rated S, that's because itself. It's a killer move.
202233042720223302101002108290007260500209000726050201 set.
Thank you all adoptive fathers, thank you all for your recommendation votes. Please collect, recommend, and read. Bang bang bang. Chapter 48 The Correct Way to Open Shuriken Technique. The full moon is sinking, and the sky is glowing slightly. The early spring breeze that should have been gentle was now turbulent. As the tentacles of earthly resentment whipped down, the sounds of bang and bang were almost continuous. However, none of them hit the opponent, and every time they were just about to hit, Uchiha suddenly bowed his head, rolled over, or somersaulted as if he was so blessed. Even with no vision at all, he was able to dodge attacks. Hey, this is an unreasonable intuition. Kakuzu couldn't help but frown, looking at the Uchiha who was constantly moving around and running wildly, doing something unknown in his hands. He felt that he could not go on like this. Then he directly controlled the tentacles to create a big pit on the cliff face, and pulled out boulders one after another from the pit. Suddenly, it was thrown towards Uchiha Ci. Call, call. The boulder twists the wind and breaks through the surface, suddenly coming. Terumi Mei, who was outside the barrier, couldn't help being surprised when she saw this scene. This move is almost equivalent to a dozen people using Earth Release and Rock Iron Cannon in succession, sealing off all the space for the opponent to dodge, forcing them to forcefully accept the move. However, this is just the beginning. Kakuzu controlled the tentacles to throw boulders, and he himself held the SI seal with both hands. Next moment, the two masks behind him suddenly dragged their dark bodies out from behind Kakuzu, squatting on Kakuzu's shoulders with their dark bodies made of large threads of resentment. It is Kakuzu's fire escape and wind escape masks. Both come together. What is coming will be compound ninja techniques, flame wind and waves, strange face explosive flame. This technique can combine the Earth Resentment U Fire Release Mask Monster and the Earth Resentment U Wind Release Mask Monster. The two use fire release head suffering and wind release suppression at the same time to create a huge sea of fire. In addition, Kakuzu used boulders to seal the road in advance. In this small space, there is no way to avoid Uchiha Ci. Kakuzu looked indifferent and immediately pronounced his verdict in a cold voice. Poor kid, the game is over. The words fell, and the cold hands were half held. Boom! The sea of fire spews out, and the storm dances wildly. All space was covered by Kakuzu's attack. This moment, what you can see are sand, boulders, sickle-like wind blades, long tongues of flames coming from the ground, and sparks and gravel dancing in all directions. In 1 second, everything will spread. However, in this hellish composition, this despair that breaks the sight. Very strange. Uchiha Ci has no fear. He opened his eyes wide, as if he wanted to record every inch of this doomsday drawing. He only felt that his whole body, from head to toe, from fingertips to heart, was as if there was an electric current. Then, this electric current penetrated deeper into the cells from the outside to the inside, trying to open the deeper layers of the human body. Some kind of switch. Dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins were secreted crazily in the brain, making Uchiha almost reach a peak of pleasure. Talent, the development of combat intuition, has been improved, and now you can use your body more skillfully. The next moment, Uchiha lowered his head slightly, glanced at the threads of earthly resentment wrapped around his fingers, and couldn't help but grin. He raised his head and took one last look at Kakuzu's direction. The 10 fingers are slightly bent and the finger pads are arched. The Megatama in Sharingan's eyes rotated crazily, almost forming a black line. His eyes were filled with the madness of risking everything. Bring it on! Bring it on! Bring it on! Fight! If you don't fight, you will be defeated, and the end of the battle is death. I risked everything in pursuit of that moment of death. I will definitely get what I want. After finishing his words, Uchiha closed his eyes. At this time, this pair of single Megatama Sharingan could no longer keep up with his fighting speed. So he chose to close his eyes and trust his feelings. Believe that you have already prepared a battle plan in your mind. So, the first step. Uchiha Ci wiped out the only 4 shurikens wrapped with silk threads left in the ninja bag. Throw it out against the sea of fire, giant rocks, and wind blades. Laugh! 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 The shuriken shot through the air, pulling 4 black threads and nailing them into a boulder flying from a distance. Then, Uchiha moved his hands slightly. The threads he had laid out during his dodge suddenly stretched out from the ground and appeared, and their intersection point was just under the palm of Uchiha Ci's feet. Like a bow and arrow drawn to the full moon, about to be shot. Boom! The giant bow composed of silk threads was used as the initial power to shoot out Uchiha Ci. Like a sharp arrow, he dived into the sea of fire, pulled the strings of the 4 shurikens he shot out, and changed their position in mid-air. Spinning the body. Step on the flying rocks to gain leverage and keep accelerating. Drilling through the gap between 2 huge rocks that were crushed by the collision. When the violent wind blade burst into the face, he pulled up and flipped. Forming a seal before the criss-crossing tongues of scorching fire burn the body. Mao Wei Si. Water release water fang blade. Uchiha Ci held the water jet with his right hand, and pulled the silk thread with his left hand to control the direction of the shot, causing him to hover rapidly in mid-air, turning the water jet. Suddenly opened his eyes. Number. Are you dead? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly, and everything in front of him was covered by the storm and sea of fire. Coupled with the boulder he threw earlier to block the road, the opponent should have no way to escape. In addition to using more powerful techniques than him. Otherwise, Kakuzu couldn't think of any way for the opponent to survive this kind of attack. And the ninjutsu he uses comes from the hearts of the strongest people he has hunted for decades. Earth style, earth spear, wind style, pressure, thunder style, false darkness, fire style, head hardship, water style, water curtain. 5 hearts. The 5 techniques that can be cast have almost reached the peak level in this attribute field. Kakuzu didn't think a kid of his age would have such abilities. Therefore, 55. He should be dead. Even if he is not dead, he is still close to death. Kakuzu turned his head slightly and glanced at the 3 people outside the barrier with cold eyes. He looked past Haiden, his target this time, and Mei Terumi beside him, and then looked in another direction. Wearing a yellow coat, Sheneng looked calm. Kakuzu couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, thinking about what purpose this guy had to stand here. Will it interfere with him capturing Haiden? After all, this guy didn't even react when his disciple died in front of him. He must be a ruthless person. And standing opposite Kakuzu, seeing this terrifying compound ninjutsu, Terumi, Mei and Haiden couldn't help but swallowed, their eyes filled with shock. This kind of offensive is even more terrifying than the wind escape just now. Uchiha Ci, he. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth slightly and searched the barrier nervously. But no matter what she thinks. In the boundary of this cliff, except where Kakuzu stands, what can be seen from other places? There was just a sea of blazing fire. Haiden knelt down on the tree trunk sadly, looking at this desperate scene. As far as the eye can see. Only fire, 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 Kakuzu, fire, fire, fire. This man wearing a black mask, playing with tentacles and ninjutsu, is simply synonymous with Kern. And what can be heard in the ears? There was only the sound of the raging wind and the roaring fire. And below the cliff, the refugees from Muno country who suffered heavy casualties due to the influence of Kakuto ninjutsu. A wail that reaches the sky and the earth. Haydn couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and looked at everything in front of him with trembling eyes. My eyes felt a little moist. He closed his eyes hard, clasped his palms on the tree trunk, and burst into tears. Then, he used the greatest strength in his life and roared toward the barrier. Uchiha Ci! If you're still fucking alive, give me! Come out quickly! As the wail falls to the ground. For a moment, there was silence. The silent flames made it difficult to even breathe. However, next moment, the burning sea of fire suddenly trembled. It's like a dump truck is rampaging inside. Gravel, clods, weeds, sparks. After the rapidly spinning ball of blue dancing sword light pushed past, it flipped up and down and fell. Suddenly, the wind is raging. A big hole was opened in the high wall made of flames. Uchiha Ci was like a sharp arrow, whirling in midair and shooting to Kakuzu's head. He took a deep breath, held the knife in both hands. He slashed at the opponent's neck with all his strength and used the water jet in his hand that had accelerated to the limit and started to scream strangely. The blade of the sword was like fire, reflecting a pair of cold and ruthless scarlet eyes. Kakuzu suddenly opened his eyes. Please collect, recommend, and read. Bang bang bang. Chapter 49, Stab the heart and ignite the fire in the heart. The swirling water jets squeak. Before he even got there, Kakuzu could feel the hairs on the back of his neck rising. Uchiha Ci's swift attack was completely beyond Kakuzu's expectations, and it also hit Kakuzu's weak point hard. Yes, Kakuzu does have the ability to become almost immortal. As long as all the 5 resurrection coins he carries with him are not exploded, he can continue to be resurrected. But even so, this part of the head is special. If his head is chopped off, his control over the earthly resentment will be reduced, thereby opening up an opportunity for him to take advantage of. Then, Uchiha Ci has a short gap to attack the 5 hearts that are still on the body. This is something Kakuzu absolutely cannot accept. A death crisis that has not been felt for decades suddenly blooms at this moment. How could I possibly let you succeed? Kakuzu's eyes widened, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. He held the seal with both hands, and the skin all over his body was instantly dyed dark. This is Earth Release and Earth Spear. Although it is called the Earth Spear, it is a real defensive ninjutsu. It can harden the skin into an attack or defense state. It is extremely destructive. It can easily knock down a wall and can also block the explosion of the detonating charm. But this technique has a big flaw. After release, the body will become stiff due to hardening. In this way, Kakuzu's taijutsu that crushed Uchiha Ci would not be able to be used. Uchiha Ci's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth raised. The water knife that originally whirled down to slash Kakuzu suddenly disappeared, leaving only the kunao in his hand. Then he held the kunao in his backhand and stabbed it into the mask of wind release and earth resentment U that was crouching on Kakuzu's left shoulder. Puff! Sharp-edged Aaron Carr. Wind escape earth resentment U's mask suddenly shattered, just a little short of piercing the heart inside. What? Kakuzu was shocked, his green pupils filled with disbelief. The hardened skin was not cut by Uchiha Ci's water jet. Uchiha Ci actually switched the attack target at the moment he was about to succeed. It's like knowing all the information about him. In desperation, Kakuzu immediately threw his shoulders to avoid, and quickly used secret techniques to control the fire release and earth resentment U mask on his right shoulder. Facing Uchiha Ci, who was very close at hand, he opened his big mouth and suddenly spit out a blazing ball of fire. Fire escape head hard work. Once it explodes, it can turn into a large flame like sea water. However, faced with this fatal ninjutsu, the fireball that was about to be sprayed onto his face was reflected in his scarlet Sharingan eyes. Uchiha C's eyes looked very calm. He raised the index fingers of both hands, and a dark thread suddenly appeared on the ground. The fingertips circled and pulled, and both hands pulled the silk thread hard. Uchiha C's whole body was pushed and pulled down suddenly, and he got under Kakuzu's crotch. He jumped on the soles of his feet, climbed up on his back, and used the kunai to stab the water on Kakuzu's back. Escape Earth Resentment You Mask. The fireball shot out and crashed into the barrier. A pool of bright fireworks exploded. Kakuzu's face darkened, and veins appeared on his forehead. It's this unreasonable intuition again. This kid's body reacts faster than his consciousness. Damn, just like a flea. At this thought, Kakuzu glared hard and clasped his hands together. The four masks behind them twisted for a while, and a body with a dark resentment half crawled out. 56. Then he opened his big mouth to Uchiha Ci. Wind escape press. Thunder escape pseudo darkness. Fire escape head hard work. Water escape water curtain. The four masks were like machine guns, spitting ninjutsu at Uchiha. Boom! 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 Water balls splashed, winds danced wildly, thunder and lightning rushed, and flames burned the body. When Uchiha saw this, he immediately smiled ferociously and moved his fingers to pull the thread again. The whole person is like a sharp arrow. Spin, jump, close your eyes and let your body feel the pulse. When I opened my eyes again, he had slipped through the gap between the four ninjutsus and landed on Kakuzu's back again. Then, Uchiha Ci stepped on Kakuzu's back and jumped up high, rolling 360 degrees in mid-air. Put your hands together, swing your arms straight to your head. Subsequently, pull all the strings. The threads on the ground suddenly stretched straight, shredding the earth wall, and wrapped around Kakuzu's body with the whip of inertia. The limbs, chest, abdomen, head, and even the mask on the back of the body of the earthly wrath. All of them were tied up. Pulled. Cut. Squeak. The heart-wrenching sound kept ringing. What is this? Kakuzu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he found that what was entangled in him was actually his own thread of earthly resentment. He immediately struggled hard. However, the more he struggled, bound by multiple earth resentment silk threads, the tighter the silk threads on his body became. Only the body strengthened by earth escape and earth spear could forcibly tear apart part of the threads. But it would obviously take at least several seconds to escape. But just these few seconds of control time, for Uchiha Ci. That's enough. He took a deep breath, formed seals with his hands, and pulled out the kunai. Mao Wei Si. Water release water fang blade swirls in the hand again. Then, Uchiha's eyes were ferocious, and he bit his back molars fiercely. Suck hiss. The cold wind was drawn into the chest, turned into fuel, and sparks between the teeth. Even the scarlet eyes turned into a blazing color like fire at this moment. This is the moment. All I want is this moment. Uchiha opened his eyes angrily, struck his heart hard with one hand, and strode forward. Fire escape chakra mode, turn on. The blazing fire attribute chakra surged through Uchiha C's body. Burn the soul. Beyond your limits. The power spreading from the heart instantly fills every corner of the body. In an instant, the fire exploded. It lights up the entire cliff, the castle, and the refugee camp. Countless refugees from Mu country raised their heads and squinted their eyes at this moment, looking up at the barrier growing on the cliff in the sky. In the barrier, a big sun rises. The dazzling light tears apart the darkness of the moonlit night and brings the dawn of dawn. Uchiha Ci, what are you going to do? Terumi Mei and Haiden suddenly exclaimed with their eyes widened. Sheneng, who was watching quietly on the cliff, finally couldn't hold back the expression on his face. He looked at this scene with shocked eyes. He will die with this kind of technique and this kind of power. Even if he secretly learns the forbidden technique of physical transformation from me, he will still die. Crazy. Is he crazy? For this insignificant bond, for two so-called friends who have just met for less than a day. This kind of person. Sheneng clenched his fists fiercely and looked at Uchiha Ci in the barrier in shock. Sheneng's dry heart seemed to be rekindled by this great sun. A strong jealousy and entangled desire suddenly arose in my heart. If he has such a friend. On the day when Kong Ninja Village was destroyed. Will he choose to live and die together? Or is it like now, biting off the shame and living an ignoble existence, living a life worse than death? In the enchantment. Drink Uchiha's words are so intense that his eyes are wide open. He was almost unable to control his violent power, so he could only roar loudly to relieve the pressure. Holding the knife in both hands. The burst of fire attribute chakra crazily poured into the water blade in his hand, and the rotating water blade suddenly evaporated. From the handle of the knife, a fire blade more than 6 feet long suddenly rushed out. Holding the flaming sword that forcibly changed its nature, Uchiha Ci's eyes turned red, and he waved a bright firework with his hand. He shouted angrily at Jiaodu, who was sweating profusely. "Didn't you have a great time just now? Now it's my turn. Thanks to the adoptive fathers for their monthly votes, and to the gentlemen for their recommendation votes. Please collect, recommend, and read." Bang bang bang. Chapter 50. A narrow room, facing waves. Boom. As Uchiha's words hit his heart, he fell. Kakuzu's heart skipped a beat, and a long-lost panic suddenly arose, as if there were 10,000 ants crawling around in his heart, and a cold chill swirled in his heart. This feeling last time. It was 45 years ago. Bearing an unshirkable responsibility, he stepped forward tremblingly and faced the wooden clone of the ninja god. And what made him feel desperate was that wooden clone, standing on a wooden figure 200 meters high. Now, fire attribute chakra surged crazily on Uchiha Ci's body. The surrounding temperature began to gradually become dry, scorching, and scorching. A brilliant sun gradually rises before our eyes. The familiar yet distant fear awakened the weakness and fear buried deep in Kakuzu's heart. As such emotions gradually tore apart his heart, which was filled with threads of resentment and paralyzed by the desire for money. He opened his eyes involuntarily. The tentacles of the earthly resentment began to pour out uncontrollably from the sutures on the body, and they stood upright. Like a dark creature with explosive hair, it instinctively hides itself in the hair in order to gain a sense of security. The moon gradually faded away at night, and the heaven and earth fell silent. The endless darkness tightly wrapped the horns in it. 57. But the brilliance of the increasingly bright sun in front of him left Kakuzu with nowhere to hide. Under such compassionate and equal light, Kakuzu, being pressed on the head, forced me to recall the past. His expression also began to gradually deteriorate. What a joke! Madman! Madman! Life-threatening lunatic! How could this kind of technique appear on an Uchiha with a single Megatama Sharingan? Kakuzu immediately realized. This is a forbidden technique. And there is no doubt that it is a death-defying move that surpasses ordinary forbidden arts. Kakuzu cursed crazily in his heart. What grudge does he have with this poor kid? This kid actually wants to use this trick on him. Are you kidding me? This should be the first time they meet, right? Looking at Uchiha Ci, whose aura was becoming more and more terrifying, Kakuzu only felt a numbness in his scalp. He immediately started moving. Kakuzu directly dispelled Earth Release and Earth Spear. Let the body be cut and chopped into pieces by the Earth's resentment threads, and a large ball of blood will burst out. The various tissues and organs of the body, Earth Escape and Earth Resentment use heart, head, limbs, and body fragments scattered in all directions, and then were reorganized under the pull of the tentacles. It was impossible to calculate how many parts were missing, and Kakuzu had no time to think about it. Drink ah. Facing Uchiha Sei, who was already roaring because he could not control his power, Kakuzu forcefully broke free from the restraints in this way, and immediately took out the seal with both hands. 4 black shadows shot out from Kakuzu's back, 3 black shadows stood side by side, and a black shadow stood in a row with Kakuzu. The 3 black shadows standing side by side represent the hearts of the 3 attributes respectively: wind, fire, and thunder. The 3 UU masked monsters opened their mouths forward, and their mouths lit up with white, red, and blue lights. The 3 ninjutsus combine with each other, gather together, and continuously accumulate energy, converging into a terrifying blue light chakra cannon prototype. What is about to be released is a trick that is even more terrifying than the compound ninja technique, flame wave, and odd-faced blast. Earthly resentment, final shot. At this time, Uchiha Sei's last roar sounded just as he said, "Now. It's my turn." Number. Uchiha looked at Kakuzu on the opposite side and summoned 4 masked monsters one after another. The leader of the group, Water Release and Earth Resentment U Mask, released Water Release and Water Curtain on the ground, creating a large amount of water. Kakuzu on the side made a seal with his hands. A huge water formation wall was released, blocking Uchiha Sei's sight to cover up the movements of other masks. And Uchiha Sei, who had read the original work and knew the opponent's detailed information, how could he not guess that the opponent was preparing for the other 3 masks to use the strongest combined ninjutsu Earth Resentment U final shot? The enemy is ready to attack. Get ready for a hearty duel with him. Then how could he let the other party down? Uchiha Sei held the blazing sword in both hands, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up with excitement. Now he feels like he can cut a mountain with one knife. This kind of power that is superior to mortals. The price is the death that Uchiha Sei dreams of. And the opponent? It's a cage-level powerhouse, Kakuzu. Whether he killed Kakuzu with a knife, or Kakuzu used his ultimate trick, Earth Resentment U final shot to blow him up. For Uchiha Sei, that is a good thing that will make a profit without losing any money. As long as he dies in an all-out battle with his opponent, he can go home with a full 500 million yuan. 500 million. That's 500 million. As long as you use your brain to calculate it, even if you just deposit this money in the bank, you will have a net interest income of more than 750 million a year. I can spend my whole life lying down. His wonderful life is right in front of you. With this thought, there was no hesitation in Uchiha's words. Step suddenly, hold the knife and raise it. With one step, extremely violent and extremely hot chakra spurted out from all over his body, and it was like a brilliant sun rising behind him. The cliff wall cracked, and dense spider web cracks spread. With such violent power, Uchiha Sei seemed to have dreamed back to his childhood, just like the little savior Zyaduin dragon fighter. Holding the sword high. Then he sang loudly, "We must win, ascend the dragon sword." It's not enough to directly excite the child. If someone shouts from behind at this time, what a great opportunity, Xiao Ci. Uchiha China can simply feel good from the tip of her toes to the Tianling Gai, and then become a cool and explosive receiving machine, and ruthlessly replied to the previous sentence. You think I know how to use the climbing dragon sword? You're wrong. I turned into a child setting off firecrackers right on the spot and shouted the word holy sword on my forehead. After all, that is the life Ci has truly experienced. At this moment, during this year in the ninja world, various memories flowed before my eyes like a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Siakairo, Uchiha Obito, and his grandmother, the owner of the ninja shop, Haiden, Terumi Mei, Sheneng, Kakuzu, Kumagakuer, and the evil sect's 3 members. Faces passed through each other in the short and long reverie. At last, Uchiha's eyes were fixed. He twisted the hilt of the sword and held it above his head. Like King Arthur holding up the curry stick, the 6-foot-long fire knife once again exploded into a raging flame. The high blazing flames climbed up and reached the sky, like a brilliant sword of justice rising from the sun. Then, Uchiha Sei raised his sword high, raised his tone, and roared angrily. Since we have to say goodbye eventually, then this sword is called Final Blade Farewell. The giant sword slashed down horizontally, even the flowing clouds in the sky were split into two. At the same time, Jiaodu on the opposite side also had a ferocious look on his face and roared. Why do you want to kill me? It's just a dream. Earthly resentment, final shot. A sound fell. The chakra cannon roared, shooting out a blue beam full of deathly aura. Next moment, a subtitle suddenly jumped up. When this chapter ends, the branch plot about Kakuzu comes to an end, and the main plot begins next. If you like it, please be sure to support a follow-up reading every day. This is really important for new authors. Let me report that the second round of recommended website shortcuts has been received. After 3 rounds of recommendations, I still have a few $100 left to read. Urgent reading. Ask for help. 58. I have started to collect the manuscript. As long as it can enter the 4th round of recommendation, I promise to publish it on the shelf for everyone to enjoy. Chapter 51 Deception, Sudden Change, Falling Off the Cliff. When you bravely confront Kakuzu, who despises you for having no money, and obtain a random skill from the other party, secret technique earthly resentment use suture, proficiency, A. The number of layers of your heart steel has increased. Number. The huge sword of flowing flames slashed down. Carrying unparalleled storm wind, firewood, and tail flames, it fell straight down. Blast towards the water formation wall rising from Kakuzu. The huge water formation wall, which was 6 meters high and seemed to be extremely powerful, was like a hot knife cutting through butter under this sword. ZZ. Violent water vapor surged for the first time, and then was swept away by the storm brought by the flowing flame giant sword. The field suddenly cleared. Uchiha Sei also saw the scene behind the water formation wall, and his pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, Kakuzu's heart has been replaced with a water attribute heart. The earth attributed Yamask monster's body hardened, and it jumped up high, trying to resist Uchiha Sei's Lyoin sword. What Uchiha thought was the 3 fire, wind, and thunder masked monsters in Kakuzu who were preparing to confront him. At this moment, her back was turned to him. The next moment, the blue light cannon of earthly resentment use final shot burst out, a giant cannon that combined fire, wind, and thunder, and continuously combined with each other to strengthen it. Facing the completely opposite direction to Uchiha Sei, it exploded onto the barrier of the Super Death Battle Barrier. The barrier's light curtain continued to fluctuate, deform, and was raised and cracked by the light cannon. The entire cliff wrapped in the barrier began to crack into huge ravines and was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Sei's eyes widened in an instant, and his pupils suddenly shrank to a point. The skin on his face twisted ferociously, and the veins on his forehead popped out one by one. With difficulty, he controlled the flowing flame giant sword with both hands and slashed hard at Kakuzu's body. A feeling of being deceived and on the verge of despair is climbing crazily in my heart. What are you doing? Kakuzu. What are you doing? You coward. Do you want to run away? Ah. Now. Uchiha Sei had sacrificed everything, and with the will to die, he was waiting to fight to the death with a powerful enemy. However, at this moment, Kakuzu actually wanted to run away? He actually wanted to run? What a joke! If he ran away, the Uchiha who escaped from the battle and was burned alive by his own jutsu. Is this situation still covered by insurance? Uchiha didn't know and had no way to gamble, so he looked crazy, forcibly controlled his body that was already on the verge of reaching its limit, and jumped forward suddenly. Return. Come back. Drink You coward. Come and fight me to the last drop of blood. Uchiha Sea's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, his scarlet Sharingan eyes widened, and a ferocious and demonic aura of madness emanated. He was in mid-air, twisting his waist and lowering his head, spinning around. The whole person rolled around and swept down the flowing flame giant sword in a circular motion. Kakuzu's Earth Escaper and Earth Resentment masked monster was forced into the depths of the cliff by this sword, and then was carried out by the giant sword and spun out, falling into the air to meet the people who circled around again. A sword. This sword that comes back. Together with Kakuzu's body and the other 3 masked monsters, they were all within the attack range. This kind of power is really amazing. Kakuzu looked up at this godlike sword, his eyes narrowed with deep fear. Immediately, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth and he formed a seal with his hands. But, I still won. The huge sword of flowing flames fell and swept across Kakuzu's body. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his body began to evaporate from his waist. Then, turned into a puddle of water. The moment this pool of water falls to the ground, the roar suddenly started. The dense and immeasurable tentacles of earthly resentment penetrated the surface of the earth, surged out, and wrapped around the Luoyan giant sword. This is the earth's resentment. Hiding life under the battlefield, the dark tentacles are ready to move. When the sword fell, the densely packed tentacles were collectively burned away, but under the surface, tentacles were still pouring out, one after another, forcibly slowing down the speed of the giant sword ring. It's just such a small gap. The giant blue light cannon fired by Earth Resentment U's final shot penetrated the barrier of the Super Death Battle Barrier. Kakuzu jumped out of a pool of water on the cliff, called back 3 masked monsters, and leaped out from the gap in the barrier. Then, he stoops and rushes. When no one present could react, they rushed towards the old crooked neck tree in the center of the cliff. Hiden, run! In the barrier, Uchiha Sea's angry voice reminded him. The 3 people outside the barrier who were shocked by the drastic changes in the scene reacted. Terumi Mei was the first to recover. She immediately turned her head and saw Kakuzu rushing towards her, and subconsciously began to form seals with her hands. However, on the cliff face, a hand gathered by the tentacles of the earthly resentment broke out of the ground, grabbed Terumi Mei's calf, pulled it down, and blocked her movement of forming the seal. Hiden stood on the tree trunk, looking left and right. There was an abyss with no bottom on both sides, and despair suddenly rose in his heart. Where the hell am I going? With trust in Uchiha Sei, Hiden simply closed his eyes and jumped down from the tree. Sheneng was shocked when he saw this scene, and immediately rushed down from the cliff, trying to catch Hiden. However, Kakuzu was 1 step faster than him. He twisted his waist and shook his hands, his arms stretched out, wrapped around Hiden, took it back, and tucked it under his arm. Hiden opened his eyes at this moment and couldn't help but look shocked. Kakuzu didn't say anything nonsense to his future immortal partner, but slapped him on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. Then several leaps and bounds, jumping from the cliff to the city wall, and then jumping off the city wall again. After a while, they arrived at the entrance to the underground cave of the headquarters of the evil god cult. Shen Nong looked at this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, and stopped in his tracks. When Kakuzu caught Hiden, at this distance, he had the ability to activate the physical transformation and the 8-gate dungeon to stop the opponent, and at least he could fight for a while. However, for some unknown reason, he stopped. After the sudden change, calm returned to the field. The full moon is fading, and the wind is rustling. The barrier connecting the sky and the earth collapsed. The huge sword of flowing flames in Uchiha Sei's hand turned into a pool of wildfire and drifted away in the wind. He knelt down on the cliff. There was no intact skin on his body, his scarlet muscles were exposed, and the thick oil from the burned skin splashed and dripped on his scorched body. The kunao clenched tightly in his hand tore off a piece of flesh and blood, falling to the bottom of the cliff with white smoke rising from the air, and smashed into a puddle of molten iron. All the chakra in his body has been almost completely burned away. 59. Uchiha turned his head blankly and looked in the direction where Kakuzu was escaping. Immediately, an angry look appeared on his face. His eyes were about to burst, he was gnashing his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. But underneath this expression, there was a hint of panic. Finally, all his intense emotions turned into a blank under the sudden surge of powerlessness. What happens next? He fought until the last minute, can he go home? But the enemy escaped, and he actually died in his own hands in the end. Is this also within the scope of insurance? Boss Tiendao shouldn't be so stingy, right? Will Haydn still become that crazy evil cultist? Is all this I have done worthwhile? Questions were popping up in my mind, and I urgently needed an answer. But he no longer has the ability to think. Ah, my brain seems to be burned out. I can't move my body at all. I can no longer hear any sound in my ears because my eardrums have been burned through. Nothing but silence remains, nothing but silence. Uchiha couldn't help but close his eyes, and the last trace of chakra disappeared from the solace of his feet. He fell headfirst down the cliff. The weird thing is, I didn't feel the pain of falling into a puddle of shit. Instead, it was like falling into a soft, warm pink marshmallow cloud. Please collect, recommend, and read. Bang bang bang. Chapter 52 The Choice in the Rainy Night. It was raining heavily outside the window. The rain dripped down on the glass, like lines of dark blood streaking down. The darkness at the far end was so thick that nothing could be seen clearly. Uchiha opened his eyes and saw the long-lost and familiar blue-checkered ceiling. The only light source in the narrow sampan room was the phone on hand, which was playing a slightly noisy song. There is no problem with the song, but the WeChat pop-up sound that sounds from time to time always interrupts the playback of the song. CI picked up the phone and glanced at it lightly. I have a manuscript, 6 yuan per 1,000 words, do you want to take it? Should we revise the drawing again, or should we stick to the first version? 100 yuan is also money. Brother, I know you're short of money, you're sick, and your damn battery was stolen, but I really can't spare it now, so I'm definitely still missing the 6,000. What do you mean? Did you see me looking cool when you were delivering food at Foot Washing City? What do you know, this brother has nothing to do, he has been blocked. Are you there? Pay the rent. Ahem. CI climbed up from the bed, coughed and picked up the phone. He wanted to transfer 300 yuan to the landlord, then send a kowtow emoticon, say something nice and wait for half a month. As a result, a reminder of insufficient balance quickly popped up on the mobile phone interface. He was silent for a while, then opened mobile banking with his backhand to see if his 500 million had arrived. Then I clearly saw the balance in the bank, 5.26. It felt like a knife had been stabbed into my heart. Damn it, is this really a dream? CI sighed, recalling all the details of his year in the ninja world in the dream. It was quite real when he thought about it. However, life also depends on money. Uchiha CI patted his face, cheered up, grinned, and opened WeChat with his backhand. First, I deleted the WeChat account of my only friend in this city, Good Brother. And decided not to have any contact with this guy again in this life. Then he opened the chat window of the loose order bosses and replied one by one. Thank you, brother, I'll make the number 10,000 tonight. Well done, boss. Let me tell you that you are very discerning. The first version was very effective, so I will change it now. After calculating the income, Uchiha CI sent a text message to the boss selling the battery car. Promise to bring money there tomorrow morning, spend 150 yuan to rent a battery, buy breakfast, and then continue to run orders. There will be a subsidy if there is a heavy rain tomorrow. It is conservatively estimated that I can earn 200 yuan. Come back in the evening and spend 50 yuan to buy a carton of milk for the landlord to deliver. If you say a nice word, you won't be kicked out. As long as you persist like this for another month, your life will definitely get better again. Cough cough. After doing all this, Uchiha climbed out of bed with his body propped up, put on his slippers and stood at the window, looking up at the deep, lightless night sky outside the window, which was so dark that nothing could be seen. At this time, Uchiha Ci was thinking. I am alone in this strange city with no friends or relatives, running for my livelihood. Especially in the middle of the night, I feel a little lonely when I think about it. However, such thoughts were thrown out of Uchiha's mind after half a minute. He doesn't have the time to be sad for something like this. If he doesn't work hard for tomorrow's survival supplies, he will really starve to death. Refresh yourself. Uchiha Ci took out a can of Pepsi Cola, the spiritual food he relied on for survival, from the small refrigerator by the window. He pulled the tab open with a snap and took a big gulp. He suddenly frowned. It feels like the more I drink, the worse it tastes. Why is this Coke so sweet? Has it expired? Uchiha Ci frowned and looked at Coke. Suddenly there was a trance in front of my eyes. The scene in front of him was distorted. The Coke bottle she was holding in her hand suddenly turned into the face of a girl with clear green eyes. She hugged Uchiha Ci's head and cried anxiously into Uchiha Ci's ear. Do not want. Do not die. Number. The heavy rain outside the window is still falling. It spread ferociously on the glass, like lines of black blood dancing wildly. The more it flows, the faster it flows, the more it flows, the faster it flows. Click. The glass was hit wildly by the heavy rain, causing cracks and scars like spider webs. Uchiha Ci squeezed the Coke bottle and couldn't help but breathe. It was as if something had strangled his neck and strangled his heart. Then. Give it a good pinch. It's almost like dying. But. The next moment. Nothing happened. Uchiha Ci's eyes flickered. Standing in the rental house again. At this time, a line of subtitles appeared in the field of vision. Employee, Uchiha Ci, you have died accidentally while saving the troubled times. Now, you have two choices. 500 million receive your insurance compensation, yuan, and resurrect you in your native world. 2 resurrect from the dead in the ninja world, and continue to be a strong man from heaven to save this troubled world. This opportunity only comes once. Note, for option 2, your insurance amount will be reduced to 50 million, but the insurance content will still be in effect. 60. Looking at the two options in front of him, he fell silent. Especially when I see the word resurrection in option 1. Uchiha Ci couldn't help but tremble all over, and an explosion of pain suddenly arose in his head. Memories kept colliding in his dusty heart. Resurrection. These two pale characters. Telling him a fact very clearly. He in the real world. Already dead. Uchiha Ci fell to the ground holding his head. His pupils swayed as he looked at everything familiar in the rental house. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, the narrow single room, the yellowed walls, the bed with one leg missing, and the moldy table. Finally, his eyes fell on the off-brand computer on the table that had been with him for a year. My heart suddenly felt a little hairy. He remembered. Everything that happened just now was something he had experienced. That night, he was very sick and made plans for the future with full confidence. However, in the first step of implementing the plan, something went wrong. First of all, it was his old friend who had been with him for a year. This no-name computer. When he wants to rely on this E5-2620 collector's model foreign garbage CPU, Xianyu starts it for 500 yuan, and can even play League of Legends and open the Adobe Photoshop drawing software. He simply doesn't need a second-hand product that is too awesome to complete the task of a single boss. When I earn enough money to rent batteries tomorrow. It smoked and struck. For this reason, he was depressed almost all night and became even sicker. The next day, of course he couldn't rent a battery because he had no money, so he stood in the rainstorm feeling confused. When he returned to the rental house, he found that all his luggage had been thrown at the door by the landlord. The successive blows almost drove him to collapse. However, with the $5 in my pocket, I forcibly cheered up, and then yelled. Back then, Chen Daizhe could win 20 million with 3,700 yuan. Today, I can earn 5 million with yuan. After all, he just wanted to buy a bucket of instant noodles, treat himself well, and then cheer up and go begging under the overpass to get his first starting capital. However, when crossing the road, a line of subtitles suddenly popped up in front of my eyes. It is detected that the willpower of this earth creature meets the recruitment standards of Tiandao Company. Are you willing to become a hunk from heaven? Secret 1. Tiandao Company Recruitment Notice. Position, a hunk from heaven. Requirements, a virgin who can still stick to his will and hold on to hope after enduring pain, despair, and successive blows. Job content, helping people in troubled times. Salary, SSS level talents, huge task commissions, and a complete Tiandao insurance system. The Lost Scroll. Chapter 53. With such a will to fight, he is simply a strong man sent from heaven. Number. The country of soup. Under the cliff outside the headquarters of the evil god cult. At this moment, the cliff is covered with scars, cracks like spider webs are densely covered, and rugged boulders are hanging on the cliff, precariously. Terumi Mei held the battle-damaged Uchiha Ci and stared nervously at Sheneng, who was checking the latter's body. How is he doing? Sheneng frowned, flashing a bunch of blue chakra scalpels with his fingers, and cutting the meridian nodes of Uchiha Ci's body vertically and horizontally. It didn't look like he was seeing a doctor, but like he was dissecting and studying a mouse. After a while, he smacked his lips and frowned deeper. Are you talking? Can he be saved? Terumi Mei asked anxiously. Sheneng took a deep breath, raised his head in boredom, and said calmly. As you can see, he's dead. How could this happen? Terumi Mei couldn't help but panic when she heard this. What? Isn't it normal for people to die in the ninja world? Does he have something special for you? Sheneng glanced at the expression on Terumi Mei's face and asked with a sneer. I remember, you two have known each other for less than a day, right? Terumi Mei pursed her lips and looked at the boy's face, her eyes flashing. Sheneng was right. Before yesterday, she had never seen this young man. She didn't know his name, his appearance, or his personality, and she had no idea of his ambitious ideals. But this young man, he broke down the Holy Communion and fought to the death in anger over injustice. Under the moon, I promise to establish the path of tolerance and show my ambition. There is also this burning before dawn, the figure holding the giant sword of flowing flames and leaping and slashing down. As graceful as a startling giant, as graceful as a swimming dragon. 4 big words were carved into the girl's heart that she could not let go of. Uchiha words. She couldn't accept that for such a stunning young man, this was his final end. In her heart, the boy should face the dawn light and walk further to the other side, until he finally meets her again on the battlefield. Until then. But is that all? Terumi Mei felt a little depressed. Tisk, stop crying and looking sad. Sheneng shook his head and suddenly said. He can still be saved. Hearing this, Terumi Mei raised her head in surprise, raised her eyebrows, and asked in surprise. Didn't you say he was dead? I just said he was dead, not that I couldn't save him. Sheneng squatted and took a step forward, with the chuck scalpel on his finger. Then, with Terumi Mei's stunned expression, a knife directly cut open Uchiha's chest, revealing the heart that was burned to char but still beating. Look, this kid is a freak. Shen Nong looked in amazement and pointed at the squirming and jumping flesh sprouts on the cross-section. I've never seen anyone with such a strong will to fight. Even though he is dead, his body is still eager to fight. Moreover, he has been maintaining my forbidden technique, physical transformation. It's like a strong man descended from heaven. And this? Shen Nong pinched out a lively and jumping black silk thread from Shui Hu Cila's chest. This is the secret technique of Takigakuer village, the earthly resentment yu suture. It perfectly sewed his blood vessels and stopped the loss of blood. In addition, the physical body metamorphoses and continuously produces blood and exchanges blood. These two techniques, driven by his body's instinct, temporarily replaced the function of the heart. What the hell, how did this guy learn these two forbidden techniques with his single Megatama Sharingan? Sheneng was puzzled and could only shake his head and tell the treatment plan. Just give this kid a new heart. He can still live. Terumi Mei's face turned pale, even though she was used to killing in Kirigakure's cold environment. But even though Sheneng was chatting with her with such a calm face, she still felt an unstoppable tingling in her scalp. She endured the discomfort and asked. But under the current conditions, where can we get him a matching heart? 61. Sheneng thought for a while, stood up, and rummaged through the pile of rubble on the side. The huge rubble was thrown around like a toy in his hand. Soon, he dragged out a monster covered in black threads. It was Uchiha Ci who hacked into the cliff and left behind the Earth Escape and Earth-hated U-masked monster. Sheneng crushed the mask with his bare hands and took out a heart wrapped in black threads. There's one ready-made right here. When Uchiha Ci broke the wind-style mask, Sheneng noticed that there was a beating heart underneath the mask. In other words, the Taki Ninja Rebellion Kakuzu has a heart in each mask, and can freely leave the body without dying. In addition, this kid also has this kind of black line in his body. If you stuff it in, it shouldn't die, right? Shen Nong, the barefoot doctor in the ninja world, thought of this. Although he has extensive knowledge, and the Kong Ninja Village is decades ahead of the ninja world in technology and can build a flying aircraft carrier, this is the first time he has seen such an outrageous situation as Uchiha Ci. With the mentality of treating a dead horse as a live doctor, Shen Nong stuffed his heart into Uchiha Ci's chest, and then performed the palm immortal technique, and his hands lit up with green light. Then, he looked at Mei Terumi expressionlessly. I can save him, but I need your help. Ah! Terumi Mei's face was stunned and she pointed at herself. Me? What can I do? I don't know medical ninjutsu, Shen Nong looked bored, stopped Terumi Mei's words with indifferent eyes, and asked calmly. Can you blow air? Terumi Mei nodded blankly. Can you pinch your nose? Terumi Mei nodded again. Sheneng hummed with satisfaction, and then asked. Can you kiss? Terumi Mei nodded subconsciously. But soon, a fair little face suddenly turned red, and steam was rising from his head. She clenched her hands incoherently and stammered, what did you say? What kiss? I don't understand what it means at all. Sheneng looked at her expressionlessly, it seems that he understands. Very good then. You have mastered artificial respiration. Pick up this kid's chin, pinch his nose, then take a deep breath, kiss him, and blow. Twice in one round, blow for 1 to 1.5 seconds each time, blowing out 1/3 of the air until his rib cage lifts, stop blowing and relax his nose. Keep your head up, take a deep breath, and get ready for the next round. It needs to be rhythmic, about 20 times per minute. Terumi Mei couldn't help but be stunned. What are you talking about? Once is not enough? You have to kiss 20 times a minute. She swallowed the ginseng and looked at the side face of Uchiha sleeping on the ground, unable to stop her pupils from shaking. Her little face turned red instantly, just like the red clouds in the sky at dawn. Birds fly by and everything grows under the red glow. The cold wind in early spring doesn't seem so cold anymore. Sheneng tilted his head. Is there a problem? Moreover, we have to maintain this rhythm for at least half an hour, and this kid's situation is special, and he may not be able to be cured in an hour. Can you do it? If you can't do it, just leave it here and let this kid fend for himself. Terumi May suddenly became excited, bit her lip and raised her hands. I will do it. When she said this, she couldn't help but think of the scene when Uchiha hugged her and jumped off the cliff. Since he could save her without hesitation, why couldn't she return the favor? Now, it's her turn to save him. But the little person in Terumi May's heart was blushing and steam was rising from his head, and he couldn't help but count with his fingers. 1 minute is 20 times, half an hour and 30 minutes, that's 600 times. If it's 1 hour, that's 1 minute, a full 60 times. Ugh, I actually had to kiss him 1,200 times. Isn't that enough? Shennon coughed, a hint of narrowing quietly appeared in his cold eyes, and then he asked coldly. Are you ready? Here we go. As he finished speaking, he dropped his green-lit palms and patted Uchiha's chest. What? Has this started? Terumi May couldn't help but panic, and quickly lifted up the brown-red tassels on her earlobes, raised her head in a hurry, and took a deep breath. Subsequently, green-white slender fingers lifted Uchiha's chin. The red sun rises. The rays of light passed through her red hair and eyes, illuminating her like a seraph carrying the holy light. Kissed Uchiha on the face. Call. Chapter 54 The Dissolving Kiss. Number. Choose 500 million or 50 million. Looking at the two options in front of him, Uchiha stood silently. To be honest, the hardships he has experienced are nothing at all in front of 500 million people. With these 500 million, he could use the money to slap Big Brother so hard in the face that he would regret it so much that he would kneel down and lick his newly bought Berluti leather shoes. Being able to drive a luxurious car that I could only glance at from a distance and admire from afar, I don't have to run around in the wind and rain every day. He can even shoot 2 million with his backhand. In an era when housing prices were plummeting, he bought the house from a mean landlord with a single wave of his hand. Then, in the other party's contemptuous eyes, the gorgeousness escalated to extremely puzzled, sighing that this boy is the son of a rich man who has been missing for many years. 500 million, that's 500 million. With these 500 million, I will directly become the living Dragon King. However, Uchiha couldn't help but recall this short year in the ninja world. There is no need to worry about tomorrow and food and clothing. You only need to practice step by step within the clan and complete trivial tasks to save a 7-digit savings. Although the adults in the family are merciless, they take real care of them. Every day every week I see a basket of rice, noodles, and vegetables in front of my house. Such a peaceful year, such a year made him panic and awkward. And after leaving the family, Setsuna Uchiha, the eldest elder of the family, lost half his life to save him, and his life and death are still uncertain. The newly acquainted little brother Haiden will know the danger but still hangs behind him as a follower, and will jump off the cliff with his eyes closed because of his trust in him. And there's more. The cutest girl Uchiha had ever seen in his life would actually hold him dead with a sad expression on her face. His mouth watered when he saw it, and he wanted to turn into a demon and hit him hard. But Uchiha knew that all of this was false. The short-lived peace in the ninja world this year is false. He went out to fulfill his righteousness with the goal of risking his own life to deceive others. His majestic image in the eyes of others was also false. The real side of the ninja world is full of blood, tears, hatred, anger, and madness. And he is not the brave man who saves the world in the novel. He is neither noble nor just. From the beginning, he was a greedy, lustful vulgar, and a fake. However, 500 million. This is the real deal. The shortage of 450 million was simply more uncomfortable for the calculating Uchiha than a knife. Therefore, Uchiha stared at the two options in front of him. Immediately he put his hands together and recited Amitabha. I said to Feiduan, brother, I've already burned out all my fucking energy. What you can do in the future depends entirely on your luck. I will give you 3 sticks of incense in another world with your figure. If you really can't, you can burn some coins. You can exchange 500 yuan for 10,319 yen. If you exchange it all for 1 yen banknotes, there is a thick stack. This is so sincere. After all, you have also seen it. I only have 5 yuan and 26 cents left in my pocket. I have to take out an online loan to burn money for you, which is a big sacrifice. 62. I'm sorry, bro. This day's friendship is worth 500 yuan to me. I really can't get a dime more. After reciting this long list of contents like a sutra, Uchiha grinned. He puffed up his chest confidently, raised his palm and poked at the options, preparing to welcome the new tomorrow of the living Dragon King. However, the moment he poked out his finger and was about to encounter the optional subtitles. Call. A sweet strawberry-flavored wind that carries a girl's long breath. Blows in from the rainstorm. Blows through the cracks in the windows. Blows from the darkness with no end in sight. After repeated relays, dozens of times, hundreds of times, and thousands of times, we finally arrived at this room shrouded in heavy rain. Uchiha sees burned-out heart, his empty and cold chest. A burst of hot blood suddenly rushed out, and it spread to all the limbs and bones in an instant. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The world solidified and the cracks grew. Inches of red cloud-like light serve as the background, suddenly breaking through the dark clouds of the lightless night. That is the light of dawn. Yes, a kiss that can dissolve even Susanoo. Number 1310. 1311. 1312. The country of soup. On the cliff next to the headquarters of the evil god cult. Sheneng looked at the scene in front of him, and perfunctorily healed the cut he had made on Uchiha-C's chest, then counted silently in his heart. This is all he can do. Put a heart into Uchiha-C's chest, and in addition to artificial respiration, other items include the forbidden technique, physical transformation and the secret technique, earthly resentment and use suturing that are automatically running in this kid's body. Even chest compressions are not needed, it is very convenient to protrude one. Any medical ninja who sees this kind of patient would want to shout, "Please give me 3 more baskets." But whether Uchiha-ci can survive is honestly still a question mark for him. This kind of case would probably even make Tsunadeheim, one of the 3 ninjas, confused. Forget about this barefoot doctor. How is he doing? Is he alive? Terumi Mei panted, suddenly raised her chin, pulled out a crystalline silk thread, and glared hatefully at Sheneng beside her. Upon hearing the girl's question, Sheneng immediately changed his expression to one of preparedness, and said seriously, "It's coming, it's coming. I can feel that there is a power awakening in this boy's body." Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, "That's what you said half an hour ago. Give me an accurate answer on whether it can be done." Shen Nong glanced at Uchiha-ci lying on the corpse, thinking that there was no movement after so long, it must be that he was really cold. How about taking it back for dissection? Just when he was thinking whether it would be rude to just drag him away. Suddenly, he felt a surge of evil and cold chakra rising from the ground. Sheneng immediately narrowed his eyes, looked at the position of Uchiha-ci's eyes on the ground, and then said solemnly, "This time it's true." Terumi Mei had a smile on her face, and the veins on her forehead twitched slightly. What on earth did this guy think of a girl's first kiss? Okay, this is the last time. If he still doesn't change, I will melt you and him together. After saying such words coldly, Terumi Mei glared at him fiercely. Then he turned around, skillfully pulled up Uchiha-ci's chin, and bit his lip with his red lips as if he was breathless. Perfect fit. Looking at the boy in front of her, she thought to herself that if this guy Uchiha didn't wake up again, then next time, she would be using the art of boiling release and Chiao mist. However, before Terumi Mei could slowly take a breath, Uchiha Sei, who had been lying on the ground for more than an hour, suddenly opened his eyes and took 2 sudden breaths. The heavy breath slapped Terumi Mei's face, making her stunned. A pair of Sharingan eyes lit up instantly, and the whites of the eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. Uchiha saw 500 million flying away in front of his eyes. The single Megatama in his eyes immediately couldn't help but spin violently. Before his eyes, it was about to split into 2, and 2 into 3. However, next moment, the boy and girl looked at each other, and the air suddenly fell into silence. Uchiha Sei blinked. Seeing Mei Terumi kissing him, the rising anger in his heart suddenly dissipated. The pupils immediately dilated and dilated. I began to wonder if I was really dead and now in heaven. Looking at the angry and shy look of the girl in front of him, he wanted to rush to the post bar to post a post to show off, and then asked the netizens online. Damn it, I was forcefully kissed by a super cute girl. Should she be responsible for me or should I be responsible for her? Ah, I really want to scratch my head. My brother is not prepared at all. He has never even met his parents. How come it has reached this point? Terumi Mei, who took the initiative to perform artificial respiration, suddenly stopped breathing. His face instantly turned red, and steam was about to erupt from his head. The embarrassment and shame at this moment was almost overwhelming. Waiting online, it's very urgent. After giving artificial respiration to the handsome boy and kissing him more than 1,300 times, would the handsome boy think she had bad intentions? Terumi Mei immediately stood up and covered her face, turned her head to look up at the sunrise in the sky, and executed a silky combo. Then she pretended that nothing happened and she was just admiring the beauty of the dawn, trying to make Uchiha think that what just happened was that he was under an illusion. Then, the breeze in the spring morning carries the scent of youth, awakening the morning sun. Uchiha touched the corners of his lips blankly, couldn't help but blush, and followed the girl's leaping figure with his eyes as he looked forward. She stood in the dawn, the tips of her ears were red, and her long brown hair was swaying in the wind. The green hair is floating and shimmering. The atmosphere became subtle for a moment. Thank you all the adoptive fathers for your monthly votes and rewards, and thank you all the masters for your recommendation votes. Bang bang bang. Chapter 55 Sheneng cross-examines and breaks into action. Under the cliff. After just a moment of charm, Uchiha immediately calmed down and looked around. The current location of the 3 of them is not on the cliff where they fought Kakuzu. It has been surrounded by members of the evil god cult wearing black robes and samurai uniforms. There are dozens of them, and the search area is still expanding. At some point, the team moved to the other side of the valley. That is, on the other side of the cliff that Kakuzu used wind release and pressure to collapse. Right under the noses of the members of the evil god cult, I have to say that he is truly a very talented person. However, if this continues, it will only be a matter of time before they are discovered and surrounded. Did you see it? Sheneng stood aside and looked down and said calmly. The noise of the battle between you and Kakuzu was too great, and it has already alerted the other party. Including what you see now and what you don't see, on the outside, there are 4 teams that are constantly expanding the search area from the battle center. There are 6 fully armed Chuunin teams guarding the entrance to the cave of the headquarters of the evil god. Internally, we don't know how many members there are. Today seems to be a special day for them, as most of the forces have been called back to headquarters. Sheneng paused, then looked back at Uchiha Sei and Terumi Mei, and said calmly. Isn't it time to recognize reality? 63. With your strength, it is undoubtedly impossible to accomplish such a thing as annihilating the evil god cult. Uchiha frowned slightly and was about to retort. However, Terumi Mei turned around at this time, her eyes solemn and firm. I'm going, I have news that I have to confirm in there. Besides, it's not like there's no chance. She pointed to the location of the castle, frowned and said, the location of the underground cave is directly below the castle. You don't need to go to the front. You can sneak in by opening a straight passage from directly above. The opponent's defense is now concentrated here, and the castle above is not well guarded. This is an opportunity. Sheneng shook his head slightly and said, "First of all, you don't know the depth of the cave. Secondly, how can you guarantee that the passage you opened will reach the cave? Besides," Sheneng asked calmly, "how can you confirm that this is not the other party's attempt to spread suspicion? Maybe there are hundreds of people inside the castle waiting for you to surrender. Just help me buy some time." Terumi Mei looked at it firmly and said resolutely, "I'm good at ninjutsu with the 3 attributes of water, earth, and fire. I can use the earth escape and earth swimming fish technique to detect the location and the information in the castle. Moreover, the limestone layer that forms the cave can be easily corroded by my melt escape. Just need a little time." Terumi Mei turned his attention to Uchiha Ci. Although Shen Nong was strong, when he appeared here, he looked like an old man just walking around with nothing to do. He seemed to be indifferent to everything. If she wants to finish the unfinished business, she still has to rely on her and another member of the team, Uchiha Ci. But Terumi Mei suddenly hesitated. She looked at Uchiha Ci, who had just experienced a battle with burns and scratches all over his body and blood on his head, and felt that her request seemed a bit excessive. Sheneng also sneered at the right time and said, "Little girl, have you forgotten? You were the one who came up with the plan that seemed feasible when we first got here. But what's the result?" He stretched out his hand and pointed at Uchiha Ci, who was lying on the ground and trying to get up. "Because of your hesitation, you missed the opportunity to break into the headquarters of the evil god cult. Because of your hesitation, you bumped into Takinin S-class rebel ninja Kakuto. Because of your hesitation, this kid is now lying here half dead. The boy named Haydn who was following you was captured, and the evil god cult's security increased greatly. Now you still want him to die for you. If you had listened to this boy earlier, you would have stormed into the headquarters of the evil god cult by now, wouldn't you?" Sheneng didn't say everything, but the dissuasion in his words was very obvious. Sheneng, who had been a bystander from the beginning, saw clearly. In his eyes. In this team, the only one who really has to go to the evil cult headquarters is Mei Terumi. Uchiha Ci and Haydn, these 2 brats are just brats who want to be a hero when their brains get hot, and they talk a lot and play ninja games. It wasn't until Uchiha Sishi fought with Kakuzu at the risk of his life and discovered the hidden talent in this kid that Shen Nong began to pay a little attention to this temporary team. Under Sheneng's questioning, Terumi Mei could not help but fall silent. She exhaled and couldn't help but clench her palms, feeling a little stupid. This is obviously her own business, why would she subconsciously want to rely on Uchiha Ci? For a while, no one spoke anymore. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a sow giving birth, everyone looked serious and prepared. At this time, "No problem, then let me help you buy time." Uchiha Ci, who had just struggled to get up from the ground, suddenly said, "Okay." Terumi Mei and Sheneng couldn't help but look at him in surprise, their eyes full of astonishment. The eyes all mean the same thing. It's like asking the young man, "Do you have a role to speak here? Don't you even look at how miserable you are now? Besides, do you still have chakra action? There is no problem with the plan." Kakuzu's appearance was an unexpected emergency. Uchiha opened his Sharingan eye, scanned the position below, and analyzed aloud. With the opponent's current defense, it is obviously not feasible to rush in forcefully. "I think I can try it." After saying that, Uchiha looked at Terumi Mei and asked her, "I will attract the other party's attention, and you will go and investigate the information. Where will we meet after that? How long do I need to buy you?" Terumi Mei took a deep breath, struggled with her eyes for a moment, and then said coldly, "You need to go down from here, go around the outer wall, pass through the battle site just now, take them for a circle on the city wall, then go to the fork in front of the underground cave of the evil god's headquarters, turn to the inner city wall of the castle and climb up. That's the meeting point. Mei Terumi pointed to the terrain below and explained the route to Uchiha in detail, as well as the notes that needed attention. Then, her expression slightly condensed and she continued. The time is roughly 5 minutes. After the investigation is completed, I will rush to the fork in the road in advance and release the Kirigakuer technique to help you get rid of the pursuers. If the plan succeeds, maybe we can find the information I want and Haiden's location at the same time. Then, rescue him. Sheneng on the side couldn't help but sneered. That's nice to say, but what if there's a slight change in the plan? He paused and then said quietly. For example, you let this kid attract firepower and flee with dozens of people, and after you got what you wanted, you never came back. Without the help of your Kirigakuer technique to escape, this kid. Before Sheneng finished speaking, Uchiha smiled. In that case, I should face 10 evil cult teams, 12 search team ninjas, countless wandering samurai, and 18 fully armed chunin who possess the secret techniques of the evil cult at the same time. If this happens, I will probably die. Then, Uchiha turned his eyes to Terumi Mei. But, I believe you. Chapter 56 The Price of Resurrection, The Gradually Abnormal Shen Nong. Facing Uchiha's sincere gaze, Terumi Mei felt her heart skip a beat. Her face was slightly hot, and she raised her head without thinking, looking at Uchiha seriously with a pair of clear green eyes. I will definitely come. Uchiha nodded, his eyes focused, and he continued to use his Sharingan to observe the dozens of enemies on the wall below, carefully remembering the positions of everyone on the other side. Soon, he frowned slightly. Not because the enemies seemed to be difficult to deal with because of their large numbers. Instead, he suddenly discovered that his Sharingan could see farther and more clearly. Under the rapid rotation of Megatama, the dynamic vision and delayed frame reading ability similar to bullet time are also more powerful. Uchiha couldn't help but feel his heart sinking, feeling that something was wrong. I immediately wanted to open the panel to check my current situation. However, this time, Sheneng, who had folded his arms and had been silently paying attention to Uchiha's words, came closer, sneered, and asked aloud. You should have noticed it, right? The heart beating in your chest, while giving you life, has also become a shackles for you. Uchiha raised his head and frowned, gave him a cold look, and decisively opened the panel. Employee, Uchiha CI. Title, A Mighty Man Descended from Heaven. Talents, Steel of the Heart, SSS, Sharingan, Double Megatama, A, Combat Intuition, Proficiency, S+. Special Equipment, Earth Resentment U Heart, Earth. After equipping it, you will get the ninjutsu Earth Release and Earth Spear, and the physical attributes will be erased. You can only use the heart attribute ninjutsu. By recultivating other attribute chakras, the heart can be renewed. Multiple attributes. Skills, Uchiha Style, Silk Shuriken Technique, Excellent, S, Super Death Fighting Barrier, Proficient, S, Fire Release Ninjutsu, Forbidden, Wind Release, Sky Cutting Extreme Wave, Forbidden, Water Release Water Fang Blade, Forbidden, Earth Release Earth Spear, Entry, B. Special Skills, Fire Release Chakra Mode, Forbidden, Forbidden Technique Physical Transformation, Skilled, S, Secret Technique Earth Resentment Suture, Basic, A. The number of layers of strength of heart has been stacked, can be expanded. Insurance status, paid. Seeing the situation on the panel, Uchiha frowned even deeper. Judging from this situation, he was able to survive because Shen Nong replaced him with Jade City's heart. The side effects are also obvious. Due to the particularity of the earthly resentment use secret technique, a heart can only use one type of ninjutsu with one attribute. This leads to a problem. 64. Now, his ninjutsu reserves are very poor, and he only has one earth release and earth spear left to use. Other types of fire escape, water escape, and wind escape cannot be used, including the fire escape and chakra mode, which is a self-destruction killer. Let him change from a turret-type ninja to a melee-type ninja who can only use a single earth escape or a defensive earth spear. However, Uchiha Sei was not only not happy about this, but also felt even heavier. Because he is stronger. It's meteor too. After all, the lost chakra attributes can be regained through practice. But earth escape, earth spear. This technique's priority in the ninja world is almost the limit of conventional ninjutsu, and it is an advanced version of earth release and hardening technique. This technique allows the physical body to hit everything like a diamond, increasing the defense to the limit while enhancing the destructive power of physical attacks. Except for the thunder release ninjutsu that changes the nature of thunder, which can restrain this technique, there is no conventional ninjutsu that can break the earth spear. In other words, as long as he can withstand the exaggerated consumption of this technique, Uchiha Sei can completely bathe in a dense pile of ninjutsu in the future. Thinking of such horrific scenes, Uchiha fell silent, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer Shennong's question. Shackles, what are they? He only knows that he is so powerful now. When Shennong saw Sei's extremely depressed expression, he raised his eyebrows. An uncontrollable joy immediately rose in his eyes. He chuckled, put on a cold expression that would frighten a child, and said horrifiedly, "How is it? Do you feel empty? All the ninjutsu you have practiced in the past is now in vain. All your efforts so far have now betrayed you. Do you understand what reality is?" Uchiha word. He didn't know how to answer Shennong's questions at all. Is he going to say thank you so much? Not only did he help his buddy clean out the trash can, but he also considerately gave his buddy a +20 dragon slaying sword? Humph! Shennong sneered, folded his arms, and with the expression of a powerful Geo-man, he said coldly next to Uchiha Sei's ear. "Why do you think I want to save you? I just want you to sink step by step into this world where there is only eternal pain. Recognize the cruelty of this world, and then give up your ridiculous ideas." After all. Shennong was silent for a moment. He patted Uchiha Sei on the shoulder and sneered. "The ninja world is not so naive as to be ruled by a stupid brat like you. The ninjas in the blood mist are not worthy of your trust either. Now, go home and nurse, little devil." On the cliff. The cold morning wind blew past my face, bringing a few green leaves with it. Uchiha Sei narrowed his eyes slightly and slapped away Shennong's hand on his shoulder. He immediately looked at him and asked coldly, "Why are you saying this to me?" Shennong frowned slightly, and then said calmly, "Do you still need to ask why? Now that you have nothing, what can you do? Continue to show off? Or continue to stick to your ignorant way of forbearance? Oh, you don't think I'm pitying you, do you?" Shennong sneered, then sneered. "It's a pity. I won't pity a dead man. When you stole the forbidden technique of physical transformation from me and used it, your end was already doomed. The reason why this technique is called a forbidden technique is because it consumes the human body's vitality. After this surgery, your life expectancy is only 3 to 7 years. I might as well tell you that the only way to avoid the price of forbidden spells is to find consumables that can repay the price for you." Shennong sneered and told the cruel truth. "And this consumable is a tailed beast." Uchiha frowned and looked at him. He had also made some guesses about the price of this lifespan. The cornerstone of Orochimaru's immortal reincarnation technique comes from the forbidden technique of physical transformation in this man's hands. Orochimaru used the Fushia reincarnation. Before taking Sasuke's body, he used the body of the imperfect experimental Uchimaru. 3 years later, Uchimaru's body rejected him. The time when Uchimaru's previous woman's body rejected Orochimaru and he had to give up his body was probably around 7 years. Using an inappropriate body will cause wear and tear, and this wear and tear is forcibly repaired by using physical metamorphosis until the physical metamorphosis fails and collapses. The way to solve this side effect is to try to seize the power of the tailed beast like Sheneng did. Either engage in scientific research like Orochimaru and avoid this cost by constantly changing bodies. Sheneng narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke as if he was being tortured. Now, do you recognize the reality? When you lose all your power, you lose that powerful power that can burn you into an idiot. Do you think you can grow into a strong person like a shadow in 3 years? Or do you think you can risk the guilt of starting a ninja war to defeat and rob the tailed beasts of the hidden villages? Sheneng's question went straight to the core of the conflict. It was asking Uchiha Sei and his former self. But at that time, Sheneng chose to escape and find another way to study the incomplete Zero Tail. In the process, he gradually realized the danger of the zero-tailed dark chakra, so he began to travel around the ninja world to find a solution, which was also the reason why he appeared in Unokuni. And at this moment, just like that moment, he wanted to know. Facing the same or even more difficult situation, Uchiha Sei, this arrogant brat. What will he choose? Should he escape like him, or face this desperate reality? The smile on Shen Nong's face gradually changed, and his expression gradually became happy. He pointed to the bottom of the 400-meter-high cliff. He leaned into Uchiha Sei's ear and whispered. What, do you want to prove it to me? Please collect, recommend, and read. Thanks to all the adoptive fathers for their monthly votes and rewards, and to all the masters for their recommendation votes. Bang bang bang! Chapter 57 Invincible Jump. The tough guy appears. Seeing Sheneng gradually revealing his true identity as the villain boss, Uchiha couldn't help but feel his heart sink. As expected of the villain boss, he is so vicious. Not only did he save himself, but he also thrust vicious ninjutsu like Earth Release and Earth Spear into his arms. He even told himself the side effects and immunity methods of the forbidden technique, flesh transformation, through this cunning talk. Now, he points to the cliff and asks him to go down to mow the grass and practice. Does he not know? In the Uchiha-style shuriken technique, the focus is not on the shuriken at the back, but on the shuriken technique, isn't it? The infinite ninja tool thread created by silk manipulation and Earth Escape Earth Spear plus 2 Megatama Sharingan and upgraded combat intuition and secret technique Earth Resentment Use Suture. Entering the multiplayer battlefield with so many buffs. Damn it, I have to be forced to stack steel again. Why let a young and ignorant genin endure this unbearable pleasure? Uchiha Sei's face gradually darkened. At this time, Terumi Mei, who was standing by, had already gone over the route she wanted to take in her mind and was ready. Seeing Uchiha's expression, she couldn't help but asked in surprise. What's wrong, Sei? Does your expression indicate that your chakra has not recovered yet? Uchiha shook his head. No, my condition is simply not very good. While the forbidden technique, physical transformation, is in effect, it will continuously drain life force to increase his physical activity. At this moment, his physical strength has been restored to perfection. 65. He turned to look at Mei Terumi and said, let's get started. Terumi Mei wanted to ask again, but she didn't know how to ask. Then her expression straightened and she solemnly reminded. Remember, our real goal is to break into the headquarters of the evil god cult and recapture Haiden. There is no need to fight with the opponent. It is enough to attract the opponent's attention and create a gap in the city walls so that I can sneak in. Don't force it. She recalled Uchiha's several unreasonable and impulsive actions. Although the results were acceptable, they were undoubtedly too dangerous. It's like picking chestnuts from the fire. Don't worry, isn't it just to attract attention? Uchiha patted his chest and grinned. No one knows how to make a conspicuous bag better than me. Wait a minute. After hearing this, the two of them were stunned. Just when they were about to ask you if you understood something wrong, Uchiha turned his back, gave a thumbs up, and turned his head to reveal a bright smile. Immediately, he jumped up and jumped directly from the 400-meter-high cliff under the astonished eyes of the two people. Terumi Mei couldn't help but shrink her pupils and exclaimed, "Idiot, you jumped in the wrong direction." Number. On the castle wall. Dozens of Ronin wearing tattered wide-sleeved samurai uniforms were divided into 4 teams, carrying katana swords and patrolling under the leadership of a genin of the Yunin team. On the side, the remaining 4 members of the evil god cult team were focusing on the rubble pile of the collapsed mountain wall and continuously expanding the search area outwards. They did not have the numerous detection ninjutsu of the great ninja village, and the method they used was very simple, that is, leading a dog. Each team is assigned 2 dogs, mostly Akita dogs, mixed with 2 valuable fierce dogs, Tosa. One of them was held by Hideki, the Chunin squad leader of the evil god cult who was in charge of this mission. At this time, he was holding a kunao that melted, deformed, and solidified in his hand. This was the only thing the team found under the city wall. He should be a participant in the fierce battle before dawn. Hideki squatted down, put the kunao in front of Tosa's nose, sniffed it, touched the dog's head, and then asked coldly, "Good dog, tell me, where is the owner of this kunao?" There was a pathological fanaticism in Hideki's eyes. As long as he could find this intruder, the bishop would not hesitate to reward the evil cult's secret skills. And the value of a secret technique in the ninja world, especially in such a small country, is something that many civilian ninjas cannot achieve in their lifetime. Members like him who join the evil god cult have spent half their lives burning, killing and looting. They have been mountain bandits, horse bandits, and Ronin. In pursuit of power, they have only become nothing more than a Chunin. But just seize this opportunity. The Tosa Inu sniffed the deformed kunao in front of its nose and shrugged its dark nose. Suddenly, it looked ferociously, shook its head from side to side, and straightened its body. The hair on its back exploded, and it seemed like there was an engine stuck in its throat, humming and roaring continuously. He looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this scene, Zayashu's right eyelid suddenly twitched, and he felt panicked, feeling that something was wrong. This behavior of the dog means that it has found the enemy. But Hideki's eyes flickered and he immediately looked around. There is none on the left, none on the right, and it is unlikely to be under your feet. Then Zayashu suddenly raised his head and saw in mid-air a black shadow, carrying a raging wind, suddenly jumped down from the 400-meter-high cliff. In mid-air, a long scarlet line was drawn out. All alert! Hideki's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately drew out the ninja sword from his waist, pointed towards the sky, and shouted in shock. "The enemy is in the sky." Number. The strong wind ruffled the roots of his hair, and Uchiha opened his eyes suddenly. A pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes lit up, and 2 Megatama stars rotated rapidly in their eyes. Instantly locked all the positions of the 36 enemies on the city wall below. Including their stance, level of vigilance, amount of chakra in their bodies, weapons they wield, possible reactions. Everything is reflected in these eyes. In just an instant, he made plans for the battle. Behind her, Terumi Mei's exclamation rang in her ears. But it doesn't matter. Because Uchiha Ci didn't fully agree with her plan. If you just need to contain, wander, and lead the enemy in a circle, following the route given by Terumi Mei, even a genin who only knows how to tread water and trees can complete it as long as he runs fast enough. But that's not enough. Uchiha Ci's goal is to break into the headquarters of the evil god cult and have a life and death battle with the evil leader of the evil god cult that will block everything. It was just a side purpose to take back my little brother Haiden, who was worth 500 yuan. Use all means and fight to the death. That's his real goal. And the group of miscellaneous fish in front of him was not worthy of letting him dodge. Uchiha grinned, his eyes locked on the member of the evil cult who first noticed him. He reached out and took out the last kunao from his ninja tool bag, suddenly threw it out, and nailed it deeply into the city wall. The kunai that came out of his hand pulled the silk thread tied at the end to straighten. After falling against the edge of the city wall, Uchiha Sei pulled the silk thread with both hands, braked the wall with the solace of his feet to stop most of the fall, and then jumped up high in a loop. He whirled in midair and kicked the Chunin of the evil god sect in the face with a fierce whip kick. The power of the Taijutsu Coyote from Kakuzu is truly extraordinary. With one leg, he directly kicked the opponent away including his head, leaving only a ninja sword falling powerlessly in mid-air. Uchiha Sei casually took the ninja sword. Holding the hilt of the sword, he threw out a brilliant sword flower and held it in front of him for a look. He was slightly surprised, and then flicked his sword with his fingers. Hey! The sound of the sword echoed through the sound, and Uchiha Sei's eyes lit up, revealing a vain smile. What? It turned out to be a good sword. Yes, it belongs to me now. Please collect, recommend, and read. Thanks to all the adoptive fathers for their monthly votes and rewards, and to all the masters for their recommendation votes. Bang bang bang! Chapter 58 Battle of the City Wall, Shunpo Samurai. Terumi Mei's battle plan sounds very complicated. It requires turning back at 5 locations in succession. And the two of them need to work together to complete the final coordination before they can reach the meeting point. But Uchiha Sei summarized it, and there were actually only 2 points. 1. Attract as much of the opponent's combat power as possible. 2. After 5 minutes, go to the fork in the road not far from the underground cave of the evil god headquarters. Then, what Uchiha Sei needs to do is very simple. Just set the battlefield on this city wall and face all enemies. Hold on for 5 minutes. The first wave that needs to be faced is the 36 people in front of them. Among them were 24 Ronin warriors, 10 genin, 2 Chunin, and 8 dogs. This is not all. The evil god cult Chunin team guarding the entrance of the cave will quickly come to support after seeing the situation here. What they need to face then is the 3 to 16 elite Chunin of the evil god cult who are arriving one after another. In more extreme cases, more enemies will rush out from the underground caves. And this is a battle where chakra must be preserved as much as possible without bloodshed. Uchiha looked at the enemies in front of him and took a deep breath. Then, he swung the sword and turned it around, holding the hilt of the sword backwards in a Yunryu swordsmanship posture. He put the sword on his arm, lunged to gather momentum, and adjusted the rhythm of his breathing. A pair of scarlet eyes looked very solemn. To be honest, he is not good at swordsmanship or close combat. 66. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity and almost beat him to death with a set of taijutsu. However, he had already lost all his shurikens in the previous battle with Kakuzu, and the kunai he just threw was the last ninja tool on his body. There were only 2 detonating charms left in the ninja bag. Now, all he can rely on is the sword in his hand. Then, just believe in the sword. Number. On the other side, Hideki was kicked out by Uchiha Sei and hit the root of the city wall with a bang. With the help of his genin, he stood up with difficulty. He felt his head was buzzing and stars were spinning in front of his eyes. It took him a while to regain his consciousness. Zayashu stood firm on the city wall and raised his head to look at the young man in front of him. The opponent was wearing a hooded black robe that was obviously one size shorter, and his exposed chest was covered with bandages. His pupils were shining with a scarlet cold light, and he was holding a ninja sword behind his back, and was calmly preparing for the attack. Seeing the double megatama in the other person's eyes, Hideki immediately smiled. I thought he was some kind of powerful character, but it turns out he's just a young kid. When the young genin who was supporting Hideki heard this, he couldn't help but slightly twitching the corners of his mouth, standing aside and pointing at Uchiha Sei, and whispered. Captain, that's the Sharingan. I'm afraid this kid is from Hell Valley. I know. Hideki sneered, isn't it Uchiha? He looked at Uchiha Sei with cold eyes and sneered, did you see that? He is only one person. And there are 36 of us here. Zhengren, what are you afraid of? Have you forgotten the bishop's promise? The opportunity is right in front of us. If we capture this kid before the deacon guarding the entrance of the cave arrives, then... Hearing this, the young genin couldn't help but suffocate his breath, and his eyes turned red when he looked at Uchiha Ci. It's not like looking at a person, but like looking at a golden mountain. Seeing the expression of his subordinates, Xiaoshu couldn't help but smile. However, he did not relax his vigilance. As a middle-aged rogue ninja and rebellious ninja, he may be weak, but to be able to live in the chaotic country of Tang for such a long time, he is definitely more clever than Pai Yanzi. He immediately ordered to his subordinates. Gather the Ronin together, divide them into 3 groups, and attack them in stages. Then divide them into 2 ninja teams. Go behind the city wall to guard the direction where this kid retreats. Once he gets close, use ninjutsu to block him. Then, I will lead 2 teams. The team blocks the front. Attention, the ninja team only besieges but not attacks, let these Ronin fight for his life. Their role is now. As soon as there's a chance, I'll give a hand signal and the front and back ninja teams will attack at the same time to cripple him. It would be best if we could capture him alive. After finishing speaking, Hideki looked at the young genin coldly and asked. Masatoru, do you understand? The young genin took out a kunao with his backhand, glanced sternly, nodded fiercely, and then immediately signaled to the leader of the Ronin samurai team and the captains of several teams to summon, and briefly issued the battle plan. Hideki immediately pulled up a team and ordered 7 or 8 Ronin warriors to charge towards Uchiha Saiwa Yang Yang. Number. A Ronin has murderous intentions towards you. A wandering warrior thought that ninjas were nothing more than that, and wanted to chop off his head with his cassock. Hideki, the Choyunin squad leader of the evil god cult, has taken ill will towards you. Uchiha Ci had just stood still when a large number of subtitles immediately floated in front of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a group of Ronin rushed towards them with swords, and 2 of them even held samurai swords wrapped in chakra. This group of Ronin is mixed, including bandits who have just left their jobs and started robbing, and samurai who have lost their lord and started wandering and robbing, and can simply use chakra-wrapped weapons to attack. But overall, it's not strong. Uchiha's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked past the group of Ronin and looked at the Choyunin of the evil god cult who had just kicked his front foot off, got up after landing, and immediately organized a manpower attack. He was a little surprised at the opponent's reaction speed. He soon figured it out. This is the ninja world, not a game. The enemies are human beings, so they won't just stand around waiting for you to attack them. With this thought, Uchiha Ci did not flinch at all. Facing the Huianjiang Ronin team, they leaned forward and rushed away. He held the long sword behind his back, and slashed down with a cloud-flowing slash at the sturdy middle-aged Ronin who was coming towards him. When the opponent subconsciously wanted to block him, he quickly turned his body and walked around the opponent, slashed the other Ronin behind him who had no vision with one sword, then stabbed him back, and without looking, he drew his sword and raised it, blocking the opponent. A slashing katana. When sparks shoot out. A samurai behind him immediately seized Uchiha Ci's opportunity to block Wuxia's sword draw, and stabbed him in the back with a chakra-laced ninja sword. However, Uchiha Ci just made a big jump, and used his ninja sword to twist the katana he was blocking and forcefully suppress it. He stepped on the opponent's chest, shoulders, and head and spun around. A whip hit the samurai behind him on the head. The ninja sword in his hand spun down and slashed down, hitting another samurai. 2 warriors who could simply manipulate chakra fell down. Uchiha couldn't help but frown. I just feel like things seem to go a little too smoothly. The 2 sides were not on the same level at all. Just from a mere face-to-face encounter, 4 of the 8 Ronin who rushed up fell down. The other party just let his own people come and give him away for nothing? Fuck, come with me. Just then, a loud roar sounded. Wearing an eye patch and wearing green laminated armor, the leader of the one-eyed warrior team saw that the kid in front of him was so fierce. He immediately frowned, not caring about cooperating with the bird feather battle plan issued by the evil cult team leader. Still attacking in steps? If this continues, all of his men will be killed by Uchiha Ci alone. After roaring, the warrior leader took the lead and immediately charged in with Wu Yanjiang's men. He raised the katana in his hand, and a violent chakra fluctuation lit up. With a twist of his step, he instantly stepped on the city wall and floor tiles, and swung his samurai sword at a speed that was almost comparable to the teleportation technique. Use the reverse Cossack posture to attack Uchiha. A sword light composed purely of chakras shot out in an instant and cut diagonally. Uchiha Ci's eyes narrowed and he immediately recognized the opponent's moves. These are the two moves used by Mifune, the leader of the Iron Country in the original work. Shunpo. Swordsmanship, splitting the sky. Hideki, who was watching with squinted eyes, couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this scene. He had the Ronin line up to die just to force the leader of the Iron Kingdom's defecting samurai who could not command him to take action. Let him fight with this brat. Their 4 teams and 12 ninjas took this opportunity to make a sneak attack. Once you fall into such a dangerous situation. He couldn't figure out how this Uchiha brat could make a comeback. Seeing that the time had come, Hideki's face turned ferocious, and he immediately waved his hand at his men. Do it. Please collect, recommend, and read. Thanks to the adoptive fathers for their monthly votes, and thanks to the gentlemen for their recommended votes. Bang bang bang. Chapter 59, Self-Destruction, Black Tiger rips out his heart. When you successfully counterattacked a Ronin and obtained a random skill from your opponent, Basic Swordsmanship, Introduction. You successfully counterattacked a Ronin and obtained a random skill from your opponent, the delicious cooking method of wild vegetable soup and bark, Mastery. You successfully counterattack a samurai and obtain a random skill from your opponent, Swordsmanship and Chakra Attachment, Entry. You successfully counterattacked a samurai and obtained a random skill from the opponent, Swordsmanship Circular / Introduction. The number of layers of your heart steel has increased. Number. The defected samurai Ohashi Takashi from the Kingdom of Iron has murderous intentions towards you. An evil sect genin is eyeing you. An evil god cult genin wants to cut your throat with wind release and wind blade. The subtitles of 4 Ronin samurai were cut down one after another, and a new round of hatred target subtitles flew up in front of my eyes. 67. But Uchiha Ci had no intention of watching. Now. The crescent-like sword light slashed diagonally towards the face, cutting through the city wall and floor tiles, and with a sharp edge that could cut through even the wind, it headed straight for Uchiha Ci. He only felt a sense of crisis that made the back of his neck shiver. Even in this era of ninjas, there are still samurai with powerful fighting capabilities. For example, Mifune, the leader of the Iron Kingdom samurai, even reached the cage level simply by relying on his swordsmanship. Although the samurai in front of him was far inferior to Mifune and could only be regarded as a Chuunin, the current crisis was obviously more than that. His scarlet eyes turned left and right, taking in the scene in his heart. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment, and Uchiha Ci could even use these eyes to appreciate everyone's facial expressions frame by frame. After the samurai leader, there were more than a dozen Ronin wielding swords. Unlike the group of lousy Ronin commanded by Hideki, the leader of the evil cult, under the leadership of this samurai leader from the Kingdom of Iron, the attack of more than 10 people was obviously more organized. They were staggered from different positions and angles and divided into 2 rows, front and back. It rolled towards Uchiha Ci's throat, eyes, joints, heart, calves, thighs, and other vital parts at the same time. The first row of Ronin immediately rolled after one blow, making way for the second row of Ronin to launch a second round of powerful attacks. He swung his arm round and slashed down, trying to chop the Uchiha into pieces. This is not over yet. After them, the 12 ninjas from the evil god cult began to form seals almost at the same time. Looking at this posture, they seemed not to care at all about the lives of these fellow samurai, and wanted to beat them to death along with Uchiha. Seeing such a thrilling scene, Uchiha Ci was not afraid at all. He stood like an old pine, motionless, and did not dodge at all in the face of the overwhelming attack. With his backhand, he inserted the ninja sword into the ninja tool bag and hung it up. He took out the only 2 detonating talismans with his fingers and held one in one hand. Then, like the 2 pillars using Flame Release and Flame Thunder God, their hands are wide open. In an instant. Swordsmanship, the sword spirit of sky-splitting slash, 17 Ronin who came to deceive me. There is also a fire release, fire bomb, wind release, wind blade, earth release, rock pillar spear, earth release, rock iron cannon. Ninjutsu came one after another like machine gun fire. Uchiha Ci suddenly raised his head, grinned at the corner of his mouth, looked fiercely, and shouted. Crack! With a sound, the detonating talisman in both palms instantly ignited. The dozen or so Ronin who attacked were all stunned. That's the detonating talisman. Hide! This kid wants to die with us. You said it lightly, where the hell are you hiding? There are all ninjutsu behind you. Fuck, this kid is absolutely crazy. Whose detonator talisman is used like this? Just hang it on your hand and detonate it. Aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? For a time, the Ronin who rushed forward were all frightened. Neither did he go up, nor did he retreat. He stood there staring at Uchiha Ci's face, as if he had lost his voice. Next moment, the detonating tags burned out. An overwhelming ninjutsu fell at the same time. Boom! A bright firework immediately rose from the spot. The city wall was shattered, rubble flew across the sky, flames were blown up by the wind, and white smoke was billowing. There was a sound like the clash of gold and stone hidden in it. Together with the 17 Ronin, they were drowned in, and soon there was a pitiful howl on the field. The warrior leader who stood not far away and immediately used Shunbyu to distance himself couldn't help but swallow Xingzi and felt that the corners of his mouth were a little dry. He had never seen such a fierce ninja. He came up and blew himself up without saying a word, as if someone was chasing him and not wanting him to die. This kind of spirit makes the samurai who commits seppuku and commit suicide feel ashamed. The warrior leader suddenly felt frightened. Immediately, he suddenly turned around and glared coldly at Hideki, the team leader of the evil god cult not far away, just when he was about to scold the other party for being unjust. A surprised voice suddenly came from the smoke behind him. What? This knife of yours seems pretty good, right? Hearing this voice, the warrior leader was startled and subconsciously turned his head to look back. A blue ring lit up in the smoke. A ninja sword flashing with dazzling blue light slashed down, cutting down 4 Ronin at the same time. Clear the smoke! A young man wearing a tattered black robe rushed out, waving a black palm that looked like it was wrapped in deep ink, and leaped high into the air. A black tiger rips out the heart. Bravely passed through the chest of the warrior leader. Then, give it a gentle squeeze. Boom! Uchiha waved his hand and knocked the raised samurai leader to the ground. Then, under the angry and unwilling gaze of the other party, he snatched the sheathed katana from his hand and hung it on his waist. This scene immediately caught all the members of the evil god cult off guard. In this desperate situation covered by ninjutsu swordsmanship, this kid was actually able to escape unscathed, and even had the strength to break through the wind and cut down the samurai leader. Facing the astonished looks of all the evil sect ninjas present, Uchiha didn't say anything, he just raised his head and stared directly at the 12 ninjas opposite him. To be precise, he was staring at the ninja bag on their waist. Earth Escape Earth Spear. This technique gives him a powerful defense that can even ignore the bombing of detonating symbols at close range. So from the beginning, this group of people said to Uchiha Ci, who could already take a bath in the pile of ninjutsu. It's no longer a threat. Uchiha resigned and jumped down here just to feed his war with war and to replenish his shriveled ninja tool bag. Whether it's the Uchiha-style silk shuriken, or Uchiha's silk threading body technique that is completely different from ordinary ninjas, or the new silk threading sword technique conceived in his mind. All require real tools of tolerance to support his unbridled imagination. Glancing at the elite teams of the evil cult that were about to surround him, Uchiha licked the corner of his mouth. He placed his hands on the ninja sword and samurai sword on both sides of his waist, and wrapped a dark silk thread around the blade. Pull it out suddenly. Well, time is tight and the task is heavy, so let's do it quickly. The light of the sword lit up, and the blade whirled in the palm of my hand. Holding a ninja sword and a katana behind his back, Uchiha jumped up into the air. A pair of strange scarlet pupils opened in mid-air. He spun his body and used strong inertia to throw the katana held in his backhand. Sudden. Please collect, recommend, and read. Thanks to the adoptive fathers for their monthly votes, and thanks to the gentlemen for their recommended votes. Bang bang bang. Chapter 60, Sharingan wields Windmill 3's great sword. The long knife cuts through the air and tears open the air. Suddenly, it shot towards Hideki, the leader of the evil god sect, who was standing on the edge of the city wall and under the cliff. This sword was completely beyond the opponent's expectations. When he saw Uchiha jumping up, he thought that the opponent was going to perform a double sword style, close the distance, and jump into the crowd. Through melee pulling, the members of the evil god cult team throw rat weapons at each other, making it impossible to use ninjutsu to cover them. 68. Although the opponent's swordsmanship and physical skills didn't seem to be high, they were completely adequate in front of the group of rebellious ninjas and rogue ninjas from Muse Higuo. But why did he throw the knife? If you do this, wouldn't you lose a weapon in vain? For a moment, the leader of the evil god cult thought a lot, but in the blink of an eye, the blade was already approaching. Looking at the cold blade flashing in front of me, his eyes suddenly widened. He grabbed the collar of his subordinate who had just run to him and flicked it, and he immediately leaned back strategically, bending down to support a horse. Puff! Benedict! Like piercing a piece of paper, the samurai sword instantly pierced through the dear subordinate of the evil cult team leader, and then nailed it deeply into the cliff without losing force. Captain, I. Masato suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and sprayed it on the face of the evil cult team leader. His eyes were completely in disbelief, and he seemed to have many questions he wanted to ask. However, he closed his eyes forever. Hideki, the team leader of the evil god cult, winked cross-eyed and looked at the blade that was only an inch away from his forehead with lingering fear. Fortunately, he still has his dearest subordinates who can use him to block the knife. And the kid also lost a weapon. Next, he only had to order the team to use ninjutsu to cover the opponent. He didn't believe how long the other party's abilities like earth escape and hardening used in the smoke could last. However, collapse. Hideki suddenly tilted his head and saw a dark silk thread suddenly stretched straight on the samurai sword. Next moment, a whirling blue light sword suddenly lit up. Like a wildly rotating windmill, it suddenly spanned dozens of meters in mid-air, crashing over like a dump truck popping champagne. What is that? What the hell is this? So fast! Why so fast? The genin of the evil god cult were dumbfounded as they watched Uchiha Ci in mid-air suddenly being pulled by a straight silk thread. Using this inertia, they immediately adjusted their posture and turned around, swinging their swords and transforming into a windmill. Uchiha Ci spun twice in mid-air, closing the distance. But this kind of propulsion obviously cannot support him to complete the operation of Captain Mikasa's spinning and falling knife in Titan. Therefore, he chose to use inertia to throw the knife again. The ninja sword in his hand seemed to him to be just a larger kunai. Sudden! The ninja sword broke through the air, and under the horrified gaze of Hideki, the captain of the evil god cult, the sword pierced his back waist. Ouch! Amidst the screams, Uchiha jumped in mid-air, stepped on the opponent's chest, pulled out the ninja sword and hung it back on his waist. Without even looking at the disgusting expression on the opponent's face, he kicked him over and turned him over. He turned around and grabbed the ninja bag from the opponent's waist. After weighing it for a moment, Uchiha's face suddenly showed a smile that was for nothing. As expected of a boss-looking figure, the ninja bag contains 17 shurikens, 3 kunai, and about 7 to 8 needle-shaped senbons. Not bad, pretty good. Uchiha with ninja tools and Uchiha without ninja tools are completely two forms of creatures. Next, he will attack as a tentacle monster. Uchiha hung the ninja tool bag on his waist, raised his Sharingan slightly, and quickly locked the positions of the ninjas present. Each hand drew out 4 shurikens and swung them straight. Sudden! 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 The 8 shurikens were shot out in a seemingly chaotic arc that lurked a fatal crisis. And this is just the beginning. Under the continuous operation of Uchiha, within 3 seconds, 17 shurikens, 3 kunai, and 7 senbon were shot out in a swarm. The tail fin is holding the dark thread of ground resentment, and it is showing its teeth and claws in mid-air, which makes people's scalp numb. This is not over yet. Uchiha then picked up the materials on the spot and slapped it on the cliff. A stone was shattered by him, and the falling gravel was quickly thrown out by Uchiha. Pebbles, stones, the sword scabbard of the evil cult squad leader Hideki, shoes, and the iron piece on his forehead protector. He turned around again and snatched the ninja tool bag from the waist of the evil cult member Masato, who had already died. This one is poorer. There are only 6 shurikens. Uchiha frowned and did not bother to criticize the other party for being so poor. Anyway, he yelled, "Eat my shuriken and throw them all away." A sound fell. In the astonished eyes of all the evil sect ninjas, the kid wearing a tattered black robe shot to death the evil sect ninja Masato. In less than 5 seconds, another sword shot down their squad leader. Damn it! Why is the sword used to shoot? I don't care to think about this problem. After 5 seconds, they raised their heads in horror and found that a dense and overwhelming barrage had risen in front of them. The shadows are long and the sun is suddenly dark. Damn it! What's going on with this kid? The ninjas of the evil god sect were stagnant in breathing and looked horrified. I felt an inexplicable shock in my heart. This kid, why can one person ejaculate as much as 10 people can ejaculate? The speed of the evil sect ninjas could not keep up with the speed of Uchiha. In addition, the other party shot their leader and lost their command. It suddenly looked like a mess. Bunker, find cover quickly. Damn it, this guy's firepower is so strong. Hurry up and hide behind the wall. It's a blind spot and his shuriken can't reach it. You really can't hide, so lie down. Wait a minute, I've already hid behind the wall, but how come this shuriken can still turn? The scene was chaotic. When the barrage finally came to an end, only 6 people were left standing on the field. However, these 6 people did not wait to rejoice in their survival. Uchiha suddenly showed a ferocious smile. Holding 3 silk threads in his teeth, he started with a tactical tilt back. 10 fingers pulled and pulled suddenly. Sharingan windmill 3 great swords. Throwing props were densely packed on the field and stood up at the same time, with a black thread lighting up at the end. The thread suddenly stretched back and straightened. Click! 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 The ninja tool rebounded, and the silk thread suddenly revealed the killing move hidden under the chaos. Tie all the standing ninjas to the wall. Straighten, tighten. Boom! The protruding wall stacks of the city wall were cut and broken by silk threads, and huge stones fell from the high wall. Dust exploded. And the huge movement caused everyone in the castle to look sideways. Uchiha rubbed his aching forehead and let out a deep breath. This kind of movement should be attractive enough. It was his first time to use so many threads at the same time. Still, the effect looks pretty good. 69. The same move, in the hands of the young Urshizi in the original work, can only be used to restrain the target. But in his case, it became a powerful killing move. Uchiha Ci looked back solemnly, looking towards the bottom of the city wall. There are 12 elites of the evil god cult rushing towards here. Then the next step is the pursuit. There is another chapter, which will be 2 hours late. After sorting out the outline, I will urgently make a patch for the shortcomings raised by the previous gentleman about the heart not being my own. Read all the comments. If there are any problems, I will modify and add patches as appropriate without affecting the progress of the outline. Thank you foster parents for your support. The newcomers really don't have much experience, please bear with me, foster parents. Please, give me a follow-up reading.